This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. I'm really not the king of thunder and lightning. You'll never imagine what a techie dog will do when he's extremely bored. Ryan traveled through time. And it cannot be said that he did not have a golden finger. But the 4 big words teaching tirelessly that occasionally appeared on his retina made him extremely annoyed. The shabby place he traveled through was an abandoned ancient village. There were dozens of hectares of wasteland in the village. And a deep pond with fish. If you are willing to fish, you will not starve to death. Those fish don't know the dangers of the world. And they are easy to catch. If you give them some insects, they will take the bait. If you open a few acres of land later, self-sufficiency will not be a problem. The bad thing is that you can't get out. There were cliffs hundreds of meters high all around. And what was even more outrageous was that Ryan heard the roar of a dragon coming from outside the valley. After 3 or 4 days of fear, he accidentally saw the figure of a giant western dragon from the clouds. If his visual observation was correct, it was a white dragon with a body length of more than 10 meters. And the roars of dragons outside were not from 1 or 2, but from a group. It's almost the same as if this place isn't Dragon Valley. This immediately stopped him from leaving the valley. Ryan considers himself a homebody. If he is given water, electricity, and enough food, he can be locked in his room for a month without going out. The prerequisite is to give him a high-configuration computer and broadband. What is this place where no one lives? The system did match him with a language module for this world. But do you want him to teach others? At least give him a living person. Should he be asked to train the carp to jump over the dragon gate? Even if he made some climbing tools, they would probably just become a snack in the dragon's mouth. Just when Ryan had given up and lived a feudalistic life of fishing and farming for 2 weeks, he was bored and found that there was a well-preserved blacksmith shop in the village, as well as a pile of metal ingots and various ores in the warehouse behind. As a science and engineering student, he decided to use his physics knowledge to make a small water wheel using the small waterfall in the village, and then use the water power to generate electromagnetic electricity. As a result, when he had just finished rubbing the simple electromagnetic generator and made a Tesla coil, lightning and thunder happened to appear in the distant sky. He had a Chinibu attack. There is no way around it. When a person is bored and crazy, it is easy for him to talk to himself or even make air friends. Ha ha ha. Back then, I single-handedly controlled the city in the sky, fought my way up to the divine realm, and shot down the 3 evil gods' kingdoms. The demons refused to obey. I will overturn 100 layers of the bottomless abyss and kill all the great demons of Bator. The devil is causing trouble. I'll kill my way through the 9 levels of Bator hell and use the devil's blood to paste the walls. But there are flames everywhere. It's a pity that 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. As powerful as I am, there is only one me. The world is so big, and there are so many blind creatures. How can I kill them all by myself? Looking at the sky with turbulent winds and clouds in the distance, Ryan was filled with passion. Amid the shocking thunder, his heroic voice echoed between heaven and earth. The wind rises and the clouds fly. My power spreads across the country, and I return to my hometown. Where can I find brave warriors to guard the 4 directions? The famous quote by Emperor Taizu of Han, Lu Bang, is truly shocking. Ryan stretched his arms to the sky, feeling the strong wind blowing from afar and listening to the rustling of his fluttering clothes. He felt very cool while maintaining this pose. If he had to give himself a score for his pretense, he would give himself 99 points. 1 point less is because he is afraid of becoming too proud. Just at this moment, there was a sudden thud behind him. Master, please teach me the secret of lightning magic. Turn your head. A brown-haired boy who looked a bit silly, about 16 or 17 years old, knelt in front of Ryan, looking like he couldn't get up. No, etc. Where did this guy come from? Isn't this an uninhabited village? The wet boy ran out for no reason, leaving Ryan confused and screaming in his heart. It's broken. It's broken. Ryan denied it decisively. Young man, you are wrong. I don't know any lightning magic. The young man was stunned at first. Then he had an expression that said, please stop making trouble, old man, and stared at Ryan's right hand with resentment. Following the boy's gaze, Ryan was also dumbfounded. Dozens of tiny electric lights that looked exactly like the violent thunder in the sky danced lightly in the hands of this master of thunder and lightning like nimble little snakes. Ryan immediately realized that he was being too pretentious. He really didn't know how to explain to a local native who had no scientific knowledge although the voltage on the electromagnetic coil is very high and the flashes of lightning are extremely terrifying. The current that actually falls on the hand may be only 1 milliampere, which is not on the same order of magnitude as the thunder that is striking in the sky. At most, there will be slight to extreme numbness in the hands. Ryan wanted to struggle. He cleared his throat. I'm telling you, I don't know any magic. This is science. A universal truth that exists in nature. It's just that you don't know it yet. It's like the sun rises and sets every day. You've got the wrong person. I want to find someone to teach me magic myself. And this thing can't hurt anyone. If you don't believe me, come and touch it. He didn't know that his behavior just now was seen by the young man who accidentally stumbled into this place as a completely different and fantastic scene. Cloudy day. In this mysterious, dangerous, and isolated valley, on the hillside at the head of an ancient village dotted with ancient ruins. Lightning flashed from the clouds in the distance. The light across the sky illuminated the boy's vision, allowing him to clearly see a young man who was not much older than the boy standing next to a strange metal cylinder on the hillside. The boy could see the light reflected in those dark eyes. Right. The lightning, which was exactly the same as the violent thunder in the sky, came from far away and gently fell into the palm of the lightning master's hand, playing with the master like a little rabbit. For a young boy who had no idea what magic was, there was no doubt that this was the magic that only existed in the legends passed down by bards. The magic of thunder and lightning. Just like that, the lightning dancing at the man's fingertips immediately became the young man's everlasting faith. The young man looked at the electromagnetic coil with burning eyes, knowing that the master was using this ancient magic weapon to control the thunder. He understood. So this is a kind of magic called science. How could a great sage, who can easily see the truth behind things, need others to teach him magic? This is clearly saying that no one in the world is qualified to teach him magic. He is the real great magician. However, when he heard Ryan asking him to touch the terrible lightning, the boy instinctively shuddered, twisted his butt, and moved back a little. No! Are you serious about taking that half step back? Ryan was embarrassed by the boy's reaction. Unwilling to give up, Ryan asked, What did you just hear? It started with the master laughing. Ryan's eyes went dark. Didn't you hear all of this? Oh my god! This is my glorious record from when I played the Dungeons and Dragons board game before I traveled through time. Did this kid take it seriously? Knowing that his explanation was more like a cover-up, Ryan said with a bitter face, That was just a joke. The young man bowed again earnestly. Master, I have traveled through 13 provinces and climbed 250 hills and mountains, and finally found you in this ancient secret place. For 100 years, there has been no magic in the world. Please accept me as your apprentice. Teach me the secret of thunder and lightning, and save mankind from the persecution of monsters, demons and devils. What he said just echoed what someone else said. How can we find brave men to guard the 4 directions? However, Ryan was shocked by another thing, and it took him a long time to recover from the huge amount of information revealed by the other party. There are monsters, demons and devils in this world, but no cannons and magic. What's the point of fighting? While Ryan's mind was in a mess, the young man continued to speak. My name is Don Quixote. I have been weak since childhood, and could not inherit my family business to become a powerful knight. I vowed to find the true way of ancient magic. Today, under the guidance of fate, I met the Grand Mage. This is definitely the favor of the gods. Please don't refuse. Grand Mage, I will definitely work hard to practice and carry forward the way of magic. It seems that people in this world do not like to kowtow, but the prostration is real. There was great embarrassment on Ryan's face when he heard the other party's crappy name. His first reaction was the famous Don Quixote before he traveled through time. The translation of this young man's name differs from that of the other man by only one character. He might also be the kind of guy who is extremely stubborn and would not hesitate to charge at the windmill on horseback. The biggest thought in Ryan's mind was, this kid has severe hallucinations and is hopeless. So he suggested that his father delete his account and start over. But there's no point in explaining. At this point, no matter how Ryan refused or denied that he was not a great wizard, Towns had an expression that said, I won't believe it even if you kill me. Bite to death. No. You must be a great wizard who has been hiding from the world. When Ryan heard this, he spat in his heart. Pooh. If you are still a virgin at the age of 30, you can also be a great wizard. You are the great wizard. Your whole family is a great wizard. Ryan was so angry that he vomited blood. He knew that he was just playing high school physics. But he didn't know how to explain it to this stupid native. The electromagnetic coil is connected to a small water wheel. And the water wheel is connected to an electric motor. The water wheel never stops. And the electricity never stops. The guy opposite looks like he can't stop taking the medicine. The worst thing is that there is obviously no yellow river in this world. So Ryan can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the river. Ryan looked embarrassed and stepped on the large switch at his feet. And the electromagnetic induction stopped immediately. As luck would have it, Ryan seemed to have extinguished the lightning with just a flip of his hand. And the sky in the distance cleared up almost simultaneously. Although there was no trace of lightning in his field of vision. Tang seemed to see an incomparably huge shadow of a god above the 9 heavens, which had restrained its lightning power, hidden its tracks, and shrunk its soul into the tiny mortal body before him. You know, in myths and legends, those who can control the power of thunder and lightning, even if they are not the king of gods, are at least top gods. This principle definitely applies to mages as well. Towns forgot to breathe and his eyes became even hotter. Master, I know that you, a hermit like me, like to be quiet. So you hide in this world without being disturbed by the outside world to conduct your magic experiments. But learning magic to protect my compatriots is my whole dream. Please, in view of my lifelong pursuit of magic, be sure to teach me the secrets of magic. Magic. I can teach you high school physics and go to the countryside to teach. But I really can't teach you magic. Ryan didn't know what it meant to teach tirelessly. He only knew that if he really taught, it would be like destroying tirelessly. Could he have started the Industrial Revolution alone? Equipped this ignorant boy with an exoskeleton armor. Equipped him with a high-power power generation backpack. And then shot the dragon down with a 100,000-volt high-energy taser? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, Ryan frowned and scolded in the coldest tone. The magic you talk about is just some knowledge that you can't master to me. And it doesn't have the invincible power you imagine. Learning something that can't kill the enemy will only hurt you. Go away. I don't want to see you. After saying that, Ryan turned around cruelly, stood with his hands behind his back, and no longer looked at the boy. It was just that his desolate back, coupled with his clothes blown by the wind, and the mysterious appearance of this reclusive wind wizard, were deeply imprinted in Tang's young mind and could not be forgotten for a long time. The boy shuddered, and suddenly he understood. That's right. What the master actually meant was that knowledge is power. Knowledge is magic. His magic is invincible. But it is too profound and difficult to understand. If I can only learn the basics, it will not only make me lose, but also embarrass the master. So it is better not to teach. That's right. This is the biggest concern of the hidden masters. Well, it's time to show my determination. Trying hard to hold back the feeling of crying, Towns bowed hard again, then ran away in a daze. Ryan saw Downs leaving and couldn't help but follow him. He wanted to know where the boy came from. Who knew that when he followed him to the pond with fish, he saw the boy jump into the water. The people of Ren were dumbfounded. The water in this pool is fine in the shallow end. But once you dive to a depth of 2 meters, it becomes freezing cold. Once he wanted to dive deeper, even at the risk of freezing himself to death. Wait, is this what you call weakness? Oh, never mind. At least I got rid of him so that he wouldn't mislead the students. What Ryan didn't expect was that 3 days later, the boy came back again. Just as Ryan was fishing, Downs jumped out of the water 2 meters high with a large box on his back and jumped steadily in front of Ryan. As expected, the fisherman can catch everything except fish. For example, apprentice? Tangs opened the obviously waterproof box and took out the contents like a treasure. A burst of colorful light blinded the eyes of a certain time traveler. Looking at this pile of gold coins and gems, Ryan seemed to be petrified. This is, Master, I sold my ancestral armor and exchanged it for gold coins and magic stones as my gift to you. Please accept me as your disciple. This is all the property I have. After saying this, Tangs knelt deeply and refused to get up no matter what. Ryan's brain was like a set of rusted machine gears, stuck and unable to move. The boy in front of him was not dressed very gorgeously, and it was obvious at first glance that he was not from a wealthy family. Since his family had armor, it was probably inherited from a knight family. According to Ryan's understanding of knights, in the lower class knight families, a set of armor is equivalent to a house he had before he traveled through time. So it is fine to treat it as a family heirloom. This silly boy actually sold his armor to learn magic. Ryan could fully imagine what kind of reputation this boy would have in his hometown. Idiot! Fool! Prodigal! Don't you feel bad when your father sells your land? As expected. His surname is Quixote. Ryan really couldn't beat him. Also, Ryan, can't possibly be the kind of man who is blinded by money. I just want to experience what it feels like to buy a house in full in another world. If all else fails, it is not unacceptable to use the money to make a living by exploring red light district shops in the future. Cough cough. It must be absolutely impossible that it's because this kid gave too much. Oh, forget it. For your sincerity, I will teach you a little bit of electricity knowledge. As for whether you can understand it, it depends on your understanding. Ryan decided to only teach Downs middle school physics. After teaching, it didn't matter if Downs didn't understand lightning magic. Ryan could just refund 90% of the tuition to Downs before Downs yelled R&M refund. Ryan will use the remaining 10% as travel expenses after leaving the valley. Tangsi was overjoyed and knelt down and bowed. I wonder what Master's name is. Don't call me Master. You haven't entered the sect yet, so you are not qualified to call me Master. As for my name is Ryan. Thinking that everyone in this world puts their last name at the end, Ryan decisively made up a lie. Ryan Tesla. Right. Tesla. In the 19th century on Earth, Nikola Tesla invented alternating current and electromagnetic coils single-handedly, and was hailed by the world as the King of Thunder and Lightning. The man closest to God? Mr. Tesla, since it was your invention that gave me this disciple, let me borrow your name to help me take the blame. I really didn't mean to deceive this kid. If you want to blame someone, blame it on your invention being too ingenious. Chapter 2 Electromagnetic Induction is not magical induction. Master Tesla. Towns bowed again and again excitedly. I'm not your master yet. Also, you can just call me Ryan from now on. Ryan waved his hand casually. No. Whether master admits it or not, you are my master. Master Tesla. Towns' kneeling was meticulous. You know what? Ryan felt pretty good. Suddenly I feel that being a science and engineering student is not so hard for him. If he hadn't traveled through time, he would probably have been able to earn $3,000 a month right after graduation at a young age. Cough cough. That's going too far. As a time traveler, when it comes to taking in disciples, the first thing he thinks of is, in order to get started, he probably has to give the boy 9 years of compulsory education, and then thoughtfully give him a box of 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. However, in an emergency, we have to take the necessary measures and give Towns a crash course for the sake of a small amount of money. First stack the armor. Ryan reiterated, remember, I only teach you knowledge. As for whether you can learn it or not, Tangsi said stubbornly, there is only 1 in 10,000 ancient magicians. If I really don't have that qualification, I will accept it. Ryan raised his right index finger very seriously. 1 semester. I will only give you 1 semester, which is half a year. If you can't learn it, Tangsi felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but think of the stories sung by the bards about a magician who would test the qualifications of his apprentices. If the tester didn't have the qualifications, he would be kicked out immediately. How could his master be so merciful as to give him another half a year? As expected, my master still values me very much. Tangsi nodded heavily and said resolutely, if I make no progress in half a year, I will leave on my own and no longer interfere with master's practice. Good. You can fool me. Ryan finally smiled. He didn't want to be a liar, but there were too many idiots in the other world who insisted on giving him money. So he just taught physics. Towns studied physics but couldn't understand magic. So what did that have to do with Ryan? When Ryan thought of this, he no longer felt any psychological burden. After that, Ryan turned around and left with his hands behind his back. Towns immediately followed him happily. Master, when will you teach me lightning magic? Ryan glanced at the sky and said, it's getting late. Let's take a rest for the night and talk about it tomorrow morning. By the way, can you cook? I see. This would have been an ordinary conversation. But when Towns and Ryan turned a corner and arrived in front of Ryan's house, little Towns was stunned. Tangsi saw the electric light for the first time in his life. Master, this is... Ryan was stunned, looking at his temporary stupid apprentice with fanatical eyes. Ryan found that he couldn't explain himself clearly again. There are 3 treasures for time travel, cement, glass and soap. These three things can be made by hand, as long as you have enough materials, and understand the principles. Glass is made by mixing wood ash and sand in appropriate proportions in a refractory container, and firing it at high temperature to produce a glass solution. It just so happened that the blacksmith shop had tungsten. So Ryan used the tungsten to pull out tungsten filaments, added glass, and made a degraded version of a tungsten filament light bulb. He then connected it to the alternating current from a water wheel to make this flickering light bulb. In total, Ryan failed at least hundreds of times. To the natives, this was undoubtedly magic. Looking at the electric light on the roof of this small tiled house, Tangsi said, "Master, is this also thunder and lightning?" "It's electricity for sure." "Where does the electricity come from?" Ryan paused and pointed to a water wheel not far away. "This is hydroelectric power generation, or hydropower for short." This time, it was Town's turn to be stunned. As soon as he saw Town's expression, Ryan knew that he might be in trouble. So he decisively said, "Don't think too much. This is also science. The speaker has intention, and the listener takes it seriously." "Science?" "Yes. This is an application of electricity after it is generated by electromagnetic induction." Ryan's words were so decisive and unquestionable. But somehow, they sounded like something else to Downs. "I understand. Master is the kind of person who is hard on the outside but soft on the inside. He said he wouldn't accept any disciples. But didn't he still accept me? He said he was teaching science. But in fact, he had already started teaching magic. The master is clearly saying that lightning is everywhere. The key is to rely on sensation." "Master, I understand." Here, seeing Towns looking very excited and a little trance-like, Ryan was very embarrassed. If he knew that the electromagnetic induction he mentioned was changed to the so-called induction, he would probably slap this stupid apprentice to death on behalf of the great god Nikola Tesla. With some doubt, Ryan asked, "What did you understand?" "Induction," Towns answered loudly. Ryan was a little unsure, but he added, "Okay, I'll show you the electromagnetic coil tomorrow." Towns blinked. He didn't understand the words magnetic and coil, but that didn't stop him from continuing to imagine. Tomorrow? Doesn't this mean that the master's test has already begun, and the winner will be decided tonight? Tangsi couldn't help but feel nervous. After starting to cook, Downs was a little absent-minded. After all, his time is running out. As a former knight's apprentice, Downs was no stranger to doing odd jobs. Knights were born that way. Children followed knights to do odd jobs when they were very young. When the knights were free, they would teach the apprentices martial arts and chivalry. When the apprentices grew up, they became knight squires and followed the knights to fight. Only by gaining recognition from the lord or becoming a professional can one be promoted to a true knight. Tangsi swiftly helped to light the fire and cook, and nervously answered the master's various questions about the outside world. Apart from other things, Tangsi was extremely sure that the master had really been away from the world for a long time, and knew nothing about the outside world. His respect for his master deepened. After finishing his meal, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, what is this electromagnetic induction of yours?" Ryan answered casually, "First, you need a magnet. Magnets can generate magnetic fields. Although magnetism is something you can't see or touch, it does exist." As Ryan spoke, he took out a magnet and demonstrated his magic skill of attracting a block of iron with a magnet. This scene became another scene in Tangsi's mind. Master is reminding me again that lightning already exists in every corner of the world before it is seen by people. It cannot be seen or touched, but it really exists. Here, Ryan rotated a U-shaped magnet around a bundle of small coils and said, "First, form a closed circuit. Next, as long as the magnet rotates fast enough, electricity can be generated through the change of the magnetic field." Downs' eyes widened. "Oh, Master is talking about this. I want to become a magnet that keeps spinning fast and attracts the electricity hidden in the surroundings. As long as my magnet spins fast enough, it can generate electricity visible to the naked eye." Ryan felt sorry for seeing that Downs was a little bit crazy. Okay, I'll teach you scientific knowledge tomorrow. Go to sleep first." It was late at night, and Tangsi couldn't sleep. He tossed and turned, muttering the word sensation from time to time. This small tiled house is only 7 or 8 square meters, and is a half-collapsed house. There is only such a small space for 2 people to sleep. How could Ryan not know the situation of this silly apprentice? There are many ways to help you fall asleep. Maybe it's counting sheep. But at this time, another method must be used. Don't think too much. Towns. Empty your mind. Go to sleep. The words from his master gave Tang Si a sudden shock. Master never speaks nonsense. Every word he says must have a profound and mysterious meaning. Even at this time. Master is still guiding me. Empty? Correct. I was so nervous that my mind was filled with the word sensation. And I couldn't sense anything. I should follow my teacher's instructions. Empty my mind? Not think about anything. And sense the situation in the outside world. In the distance, everything was silent. With no insects or birds singing. There was only the faint rumbling of thunder in the sky and the rustling of the wind. In addition to the sound of my own heartbeat, there was a sound that transcended the sound. Wind and thunder are just appearances. The real ones are much smaller and more illusory. But their movement definitely exists. Very light. Very light. Tang Si was extremely sure that he really heard the sound of wind and thunder. But it was not the sound of wind and thunder. Could it be? Is this the legendary wind element sensing? Town's heart leaped with joy. Chapter 3. Is there still science in this world? It was an inexplicable, mysterious throbbing feeling. Tangs did not open his eyes. He followed the feeling coming from the dark, turned his head, and looked towards the dark roof. What broke into his spiritual sea was a world he had never been exposed to. The sky is no longer the sky. And the earth is no longer the earth. Everything in the world seems to be broken down into its most primitive and smallest components. Gradually, everything in the world fell into silence, leaving only one voice. If Ryan opened his disciple's eyelids at this moment, he would be surprised to see that Talon's eyeballs were clear, with only a faint electric light dancing in his pupils. Tangs continued to expand his perception, and he felt in a trance that the magic spoken by the bard seemed to be different from what his master said. Master science is newer and better. All that came to my mind was the majestic figure of my master in the evening. This is the shadow he has been chasing. Towns didn't hesitate. He knew he had to grab it. Grab this little bit of power of thunder and lightning. I don't know when. He stood up, just like a traveler who is about to die of thirst in the desert. He reaches out towards the last glimmer of illusion in his heart, even though it may be something he can never reach. A mirage. Getting closer. Getting closer. He could faintly hear the hum of thunder and lightning. Tang's heart became more and more excited. There was a smell of legend in the air. He seemed to be about to enter the arcane hall of the ancient wizard. The holy statue of the goddess of magic stood on it, looking at him with a deep and kind gaze, encouraging him. Tangs was extremely excited. He stretched out his hands and suppressed the pulse of lightning. In the middle of the night, Ryan tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. Although it was the system that asked him to accept a disciple, he did. But it felt like he was teaching all the 1G seeds and 1024 website addresses in his hard drive to a primary school kid. Ryan was filled with guilt. Towns was too naive. And Ryan didn't even consider the possibility that he might betray his teacher and ancestors. Just as Ryan was sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard a strange sound. How to say? It's like someone has a smelly slipper stuck in their throat, and they can't even scream. Ryan didn't want to use such a strange metaphor. This was the closest sound he could think of. As soon as I opened my eyes. Good job. Ryan was stunned. The scene before my eyes was probably the zero on the left, fire on the right, thunder god helping me that only existed in legends. Ryan never expected that this stupid boy Towns would actually run to touch the electric switch in the middle of the night. Isn't this simply courting death? The copper wire that Ryan rubbed was not evenly distributed, and there was no way there would be plastic, rubber or other insulators in this broken valley. In order to prevent himself from being electrocuted when pulling the wire, Ryan at least covered the wire with a layer of unevenly thick glass as an insulator. On the other hand, the water wheel can generate electricity, but it cannot be stopped at will. The water wheel is connected to the magnetic rotor, so it keeps turning and generating electricity. Ryan simply cut off the power with a guillotine switch he had hammered out. For safety reasons, he deliberately installed the guillotine switch at a height of 2 meters, where it could not be touched under normal circumstances. But the boy touched the electric switch, and touched both ends of the guillotine switch with both hands. Grass, a kind of plant. Ryan was shocked and subconsciously threw away the holy sword of physics, crowbar, that he had hidden under his pillow for self-defense. The stick hit the evildoer's shoulder, leaving a bump. But at least the strong impact freed his hands from the electrical switch. Damn it! What are you doing? Ryan grabbed his apprentice, who was still twitching slightly, and cursed. Master. Father. Tang Xi's mouth was numb, and he trembled as he replied. I'm sensing the mystery of thunder and lightning. At this moment, Ryan's silence was deafening. Just tell me. Is this electricity? Without an apprentice, the system cannot be opened. Ryan felt uncomfortable if he did not teach for a day. Now that he has an apprentice, he feels uncomfortable every day. Fortunately, the water wheel generator he was tinkering with was not the professional one he had used before the time travel. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to generate 220 volts and a current of more than 10 amperes in this slow-flowing stream. This hand-rub generator is probably not much higher than the safe voltage. Otherwise, something serious will happen. No matter how I look at it now, I am running wildly on the road of destroying people tirelessly with no return. With the moonlight pouring in from the window, Downs saw Ryan's face that looked like a black pot, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Master. I shouldn't have touched Master's lightning weapon. Ryan was embarrassed. No. This is just an ordinary daily lighting prop. As long as you use it scientifically, there will be no problem. Towns was immediately filled with warmth and moved to tears. I was so reckless to touch the Master's ultimate magic weapon. But the Master didn't scold me. He even said it was just a common daily necessity. If it was a more severe night, he would at least give me a beating. Woohoo! The Master is a typical kind person who is hard on the outside but soft on the inside. No, etc. I have to learn the scientific things before I can touch them. But wouldn't it be that I can continue to try the unscientific things now? Ryan on the other side had no idea that his beloved disciple had the wrong idea again. He carefully examined his disciple's body. If something really happened, Towns' cardiopulmonary arrest would have been caused by the electric shock, and even his heart would have been pierced by the high-voltage electricity. Those who can talk are probably fine. Well, it's just a black nail. A minor injury. Nothing serious. If you're in trouble, I'm going to give you CPR. Oh, don't think too much. Downs, let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Understood. Master, it will be too late to wait until tomorrow morning. The Master must have seen my low aptitude and tried to get rid of me. Towns decided to admit his mistake and move on now without waiting for the next time. He laid back on the wooden bed, folded his hands, and gently pressed them down on his lower abdomen. Soon, he entered into the mysterious state he had just been in by recalling the feeling of the electric current passing through his body. Unconsciously, he loosened his hands and clasped his left and right hands in the air, with his fingers facing each other. There was nothing in his hands, but he felt a tingling force extending out from between his 5 pairs of fingertips and entwining with each other. Tang Xi felt his heart skip a beat. A circle of ripples called wind elements spread out in this valley full of active elements, spreading in all directions. At this moment, Ryan, who had not fallen asleep yet, sat up suddenly. He keenly felt that there seemed to be some power connecting with the boy on the opposite bed. In the void, the sound of magic apprentices reciting spells in unison in the legendary wizard's temple seemed to echo. In the dark room, there is light. Ryan opened his eyes wide and found that there were many nimble electric snakes leaping between the 10 fingers that Towns had placed above his lower abdomen. At this moment, it seems like someone was tinkering with a Tesla coil in the afternoon. Grass, also a plant. Does this world still talk about science? Chapter 4. The Master who has given up all efforts. Knowing that he had traveled through time, it was normal for this world to have Western dragons and magic. But didn't this kid down say that magic has been lost on the continent? How come it's so simple? Am I going to touch the electric switch and die? But will you die if you try? Ryan kept complaining in his mind. But on the surface, he looked calm as he stared at his good disciple. Master, I succeeded. I succeeded. Towns opened his eyes and shouted with inexplicable excitement. I see. The flashing electric light illuminated a typical strict teacher's face. Looking at Ryan's calm face, feeling the mysterious aura of the Master, and thinking of the Master using the mysterious instrument during the day to drive the huge thunder in the sky with a small electric snake, Towns immediately thought, Master doesn't look very happy. Obviously, I have only reached the minimum standard in the Master's mind. Sure enough, I still have to work hard. Tang Xi said excitedly, Master, I will continue to work hard. Go to sleep. Ryan was very frugal with his words. Sensitively noticing that his Master did not use the word tomorrow again, Towns concluded that he had really passed this time. At least for now. He fell into a sweet dream. Early the next morning, Ryan almost got up with dark circles under his eyes. He stayed up until late last night before falling into a deep sleep. He would never understand why this guy succeeded in meditation so easily. Logically speaking, even in another world, isn't a wizard one in a million a rare existence? In less than one night, the apprentice surpassed his master and became a true wizard, since it is the end of the world outside. Who dares to say that a magic apprentice is not a wizard? But, as a master, what else can he teach? Now it is not a question of whether talents will be the money return guy, but a question of how the master will continue to teach. After worrying about the first half of the night, Ryan was ready to give up. Before crossing over, he was both a college student and a part-time failed online writer. I've read so many time travel novels, but haven't put them into practice. Can't I just make something up? What kind of magic training manual is this? I just compiled it. If this kid fails to learn it, it will be because he lacks understanding, and has nothing to do with me, a fake and shoddy master. After washing up and eating some wild fruits they had picked, the master and disciple returned to the small hill they had been to yesterday. Tangsi knelt down again respectfully. Please give me some advice, master. Before starting the class with his silly apprentice, Ryan habitually put on his armor and said in a low voice with a mysterious majesty, I emphasize again, I will not teach you magic. I only teach science. The master is here again. However, Tangsi did not dare to show any disrespect. He pricked up his ears and nodded seriously. Master, what is science? Ryan pointed in the distance and said in a casual tone, everything you see is just an appearance. Inside, they have their own laws of operation. And science is the most fundamental law of the operation of this world. Tangsi's eyes suddenly widened to their maximum size, his heart pounding wildly. He was so excited that he felt his heart was about to jump out of his chest. What an exaggerated pattern. In my eyes, the extremely sharp magic is just the basics. What my master taught me is the real source of power. Master is so great. No wonder he always thinks I can't learn it. No. I must study harder and live up to master's expectations. Here, Ryan looked at Towns's puzzled expression, and finally nodded with satisfaction. Master, have you figured out all this? Tangsi's voice trembled. No. Most of these are the wisdom of our predecessors. I am just standing on the shoulders of giants. Ryan brushed his shoulders, as if he was just a speck of dust on the shoulders of the giant. The more humble Ryan was, the higher his image became in the minds of his disciples, to the point where they could only look up to him. After a long while, Tangsi finally managed to speak through his teeth. Master, I know that my current level is far from enough. Can you tell me how many levels there are in the use of lightning? After saying this, he stared at his master with his mouth opening and closing slightly, like a fish out of water. Ryan looked at the thing on his back, pretending to be profound, and slowly began to share his made-up story with his apprentice. Sensing the existence of electricity is just the most superficial application. You can think of it as a magic trick. What? When Tangsi heard this, his eyes widened and he thought, sure enough, this is just a trick. He continued to prick up his ears. The second level is application. Electricity has strong and weak power. Strong current will naturally flow to weak current. In this process, if you can keep the flow stable, you can also keep the voltage stable. That's the entry level. In fact, at this point, Ryan still maintained a rigorous scientific attitude and tried his best to teach his disciples in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Unexpectedly, it went crooked. The third step is the large-scale application of electricity. Do you see that metal rod? With the background of dark clouds in the sky not far away, a metal rod stands on the highest hill in the village. Ryan stretched out the index and middle fingers of his right hand and made a sword gesture. Ryan was just about to say that the thing was called a lightning rod, and with it, all the houses in the village could be prevented from being struck by lightning, when suddenly a loud thunder erupted in the sky. In front of his good disciple, a huge bolt of lightning that was at least 8 meters thick spanned the sky, following the dark clouds and striking the top of the lightning rod on the hill, as if splitting the sky and the earth in half. The afterimage of the scorching lightning was imprinted on Tang's retina, and it felt like the whole world was shaking. Violent thunder and lightning poured into the earth, and countless sand and rocks on the hill were blown away in an instant, as if a layer of waves was formed in the air. The surrounding trees creaked and wailed under the shock wave, and large pieces of green grass shattered and turned into a green mist that quickly disappeared in the strong wind. After a second or two, the splashing soil fell to the ground with a crackling sound. If Tangxi had not been absolutely certain that this was the work of his master, he would have screamed in fear. Not to mention the apprentice. Even the master's brain is broken. He had thought that as a good socialist young man, he should not destroy others tirelessly, and must popularize physics knowledge with a rigorous scientific attitude. However, after seeing this scene, even Ryan himself began to doubt that what he taught was not science but magic. Facing his disciples' eyes that were filled with the words "Master is awesome," Ryan had no idea how to talk back. "Master, is this also science?" "Yes, this is really science. No matter whether I, your disciple, believe it or not, I, as your master, believe it. Believe first and show respect." "All right. Actually, I don't believe it either." Ryan, who was desperate, said jokingly, "In theory, as long as the power reaches an extremely exaggerated level, a blow at that time can shatter the stars." Chapter 5: Convincing People with Reason. Between heaven and earth, the wind was rising, the clouds were surging, and thunder and lightning were flashing. Tangxi was stunned and couldn't hear anything. He entered a typical state of oblivion of both himself and the world. His mind was filled with the shocking scenes that his master had just demonstrated, and he used all his imagination to imagine what it would be like to shatter the stars. Feel sorry. As the descendant of a declining knight family, he really couldn't imagine it. He could only think of magnifying the scene before him 100 times and shattering the mountains. Even so, it was enough to shock him so much that he lost control of himself and even forgot to breathe. A feeling of being unable to do anything but to pay homage filled his entire heart. What kind of a powerful master did I worship? Here, Ryan seemed to be waiting for his disciple to adjust his breathing and come back to his senses. In fact, he was also quite scared. When lightning strikes something, the lightning is directed away by the lightning rod. This is very scientific. What a coincidence. As soon as he raised his hand, lightning struck. This was very unscientific. Before the time travel, there could be 50,000 thunderstorms across the entire globe every day, with an average of 4,000 lightning strikes per second. But why did it happen to fall right in front of Ryan? It was like, suddenly, Ryan found the answer from the system on his retina that had been pretending to be dead for a long time. A large amount of green text reads, "Since the host's first apprentice has already started, the physics experiment demonstration system is hereby activated. This demonstration system is only used for physics teaching and will not cause any physical harm to people. The energy required for the system demonstration is taken from the teaching points of teaching apprentices." Ryan found that the item demonstration of lightning rod principle had turned gray. The most amazing thing is that there is a note at the end. The technology is too backward and can be demonstrated. Looking more closely, it seems that all physical experiments that have already existed on Earth and are familiar to Ryan can be demonstrated through this system. Here comes the point. This system emphasizes convincing people with reason, when the target is unreasonable. The master has the right to use physical means to reason with him, etc. Why is there an axe made of the Chinese characterly surrounded by terrifying lightning in the middle of the system screen? If you play it this way, I can still convince people with my virtue. The only thing that made Ryan a little entangled was the axe of reason, which actually required charging. Don't think about these for now. After recovering from the shock, Tangxi bowed deeply as usual. "Master, please start teaching me. Since this broken system is like this, let's teach it." To be honest, Ryan didn't expect to teach him anything at all. He always felt that whatever magical achievements Towns would make in the future would probably have little to do with him. Just casually, Ryan found a so-called blackboard. It was the only remaining wall of a dilapidated house. I don't know if it was made of marble or something else, but it had been struck by lightning, and the entire wall was charred. However, the wall was extremely smooth, making it very suitable for writing and drawing. With just a little bit of white ash on his face, Ryan began to teach on the blackboard by himself, and wrote chaos characters according to the language proficiency given to him by the system. Voltage, also known as potential difference or electric potential difference, is a physical quantity that measures the energy difference generated by a unit charge in an electrostatic field due to different electric potentials. The magnitude of voltage from one point to another is equal to the work done by a unit positive charge moving from one point to another due to the electric field force. The direction of voltage is defined as from a high potential to a low potential. By the way, Towns is definitely not illiterate. Before a knight apprentice of noble birth can officially become a knight, he needs to undergo training and education in religion, morality, cultural knowledge, and military affairs. For Tang Si, who is not an upper-class noble, reading and writing were also basic requirements. However, this knowledge, which even science and engineering students on Earth need to memorize, is simply a mystery to Towns. It's like when the teacher first says 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 in class, and then you lower your head to take notes. And then when you look up again, you see the blackboard full of calculus. The decisive blow. But Ryan was a bit ruthless, and he rapped his knuckles on the blackboard vigorously. Every noun and every word here is important and will be tested. If you can't even understand this level, you are not qualified to study science in depth. Ryan was deliberately making things difficult for this kid Towns. To be honest, it's not that he doesn't want to accept disciples, but that he is afraid. What a bullshit electromagnetic induction he learned. He dared to touch the switch in the middle of the night. If he had discovered it a little later, who knows? The person in front of him might not be Towns, but Jiaodong Macchiato. Ryan is not afraid of other people's death. He just hopes that they don't die in front of him. You, Towns, can't afford the cost of expanding my psychological shadow area. Since this is a system for recruiting apprentices, then whoever you recruit as an apprentice doesn't matter. Why not change to a more normal one and slowly accumulate points? Isn't that good? Anyway, Towns already has the most basic lightning magic, and Ryan thinks that he is not a bad teacher. Be bold. It is not impossible to consider refunding only half of the tuition fees. When Towns had a stern face and acted like a strict teacher, but was actually thinking about cheating people out of money, the disciple on the opposite side fell into the biggest crisis of his life. Towns was sweating profusely to the point where he was drenched in sweat. He had imagined that such a powerful teacher like Mr. Ryan must have very strict and difficult teaching. But he never thought that science would be so difficult. What to do? Urgent. No. Wait. How come I forgot again? Why doesn't the master teach somewhere else, but has to teach on this wall that was charred by lightning? When master reminded me, every time he did, he didn't put it in the context of the words. Master's words cannot be understood as a complete sentence. They must be broken down word by word. Every noun, every word is the key point. I understand. No wonder I couldn't understand these theories and formulas at all. It turns out that I have to break them down one by one. Towns' eyes were bright, and the divine light that burst out was like a stream of light. When he acted like this, Ryan suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. No way. Why do I have a bad feeling that this kid is thinking wrongly? It's already lucky to happen once. How can it happen twice? Little did he know that in Down's eyes, all the formulas and theories had changed. They turned into little people, which were not arranged in a neat but definitely regular formation, as if they were showing their fangs and claws. They are the truth of the world. They are the spells of lightning magic. The spells are combined into the legendary magic circle. As long as I understand it in this way, I will understand it. He murmured almost inaudibly at first, and then he spoke louder and louder, which made the time traveler on the opposite side tremble with fear. Suddenly, Town shouted, "Master, I understand." Ryan instinctively concluded that what this kid knew was definitely not what he taught him, and couldn't help but ask back, "Do you really understand?" "I really understand." Towns was extremely confident, but Ryan was even more certain. What they were saying was definitely not on the same wavelength. Sure enough, the next second, the surrounding atmosphere began to vibrate. There was a sound of wind at about 40 decibels mixed with a small amount of crackling sound of electricity. The next moment, 5 lightning claws, like hooks, appeared on the 5 fingers of Town's right hand. If the claws were made of bone instead of lightning, Ryan would believe it if you said it was a tiger's claw. The system tip came properly. Congratulations to the host of the host. Dow's, the level 1 plastic energy, electric claw. A certain famous teacher was completely dumbfounded. No way? This is even possible. Chapter 6 Weird. Is Towns really a genius? I teach you the physical concept of voltage, and you want to understand the electric claw? What do you mean? You are definitely the worst and most evil class I have ever taught. Ryan looked at Towns speechlessly as he waved his claws, which were shining with electric light, as if he was offering a treasure. He looked like a child who got a new toy. No matter how you looked at it, It looked like Wolverine had obtained the adamantium claws. I saw Downs excitedly scratching the ground a few times. And after the electric claws passed, parallel scratches appeared in all directions. Not only did the scratches go more than 10 centimeters deep into the ground, but there were also a lot of charred marks left. If one is not careful, even the most experienced hunter might mistake this for the traces of some lightning monster wreaking havoc. Master, am I qualified? After Downs' excitement subsided, he trotted over, looking at Ryan nervously. It was obvious that he was eager to get praise from his master. Ryan, after angrily overturning the table in his mind, cursed in his heart but looked serious on his face. Oh, that's it? Ryan slapped the blackboard, and the whole wall shook. The concept of voltage can be extended to at least 100,000 applications. You are complacent after mastering just one of them. You are still far from it. He really didn't make this up. Nor did he exaggerate it on purpose. It's just physics, not magic. To Downs, it sounded like the voltage principle could lead to 100,000 kinds of magic. Downs' immature mind was immediately shocked again, and he felt a sense of awe. Master Ryan is indeed the most powerful wizard in the legend. He was shocked, clenched his fists, and his blood boiled. He wished he could immediately practice stronger lightning magic to get closer to his master, who was almost like a god in his mind. Tangsi looked solemn and bowed. Master, what I am teaching you is that I am too superficial. At this time, Ryan no longer had a stern face. Instead, he pulled up Towns' blackened right hand and sighed. Just now, your hand was numb, right? Ah! If Ryan hadn't said it, Towns wouldn't have felt anything. At first, he thought it was just the inevitable effect of magic. After careful consideration, he found that it was indeed numb and tingling. Electric claw, can this thing hurt yourself? Ryan looked at his dazed apprentice and was completely speechless. Before grabbing someone with the electric claw, he first electrocutes himself to death, just to highlight his self-destructive attribute. Fortunately, the boy's injuries were not serious. Perhaps he really had the rumored lightning resistance. Only the skin on his nails and fingers looked burnt. But there was no actual flesh injury. After helping Towns deal with it a little, Ryan changed the course speechlessly. He slapped the blackboard and said, "Stop teaching the principles of electricity. Let's start with electricity safety training. Master, you are so kind to me. No, I just don't want to see you die in front of me. If you really want to die, die as far away as possible. Don't let me see you." Ryan said this from the bottom of his heart. After accepting Downs as his disciple, Ryan felt that sooner or later he would be scared to death by this suicidal disciple. Tangsi thought to himself, it turns out that Master is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Master, whoa, man, why are you crying? You are truly the worst class I have ever taught. Ryan couldn't help but curse. This kid Towns is probably a jerk. The more Ryan scolds him, the happier he looks. Perhaps it's because he has been able to make continuous progress in such a short period of time. Progress is a positive feedback to human psychology. If you can feel your progress, then all the hard work, worries, and pain you have experienced will completely transform into the sweetness of victory at the moment of success. As a materialistic young man, Ryan really doesn't like this kind of epiphany-like gameplay. Ryan habitually began to stack his armor again. People's ability to comprehend has its limits. Some people can still accept new things and comprehend new knowledge and skills at an old age. Some people will stagnate at a certain level. If you reach a certain point in time and can no longer learn, don't blame me. And don't blame yourself. Because your talent is just this. Ah? Towns exclaimed in a low voice. You can be evil once. But can you do it every time? Figure out the trick yourself every time. And then continue to upgrade? Ryan, am the first one who doesn't believe it. Ryan stood with his hands behind his back in the strong wind. With a mysterious meaning, a master is just a guide. As the saying goes, a master can only lead you to the door. But the practice depends on yourself. After leading you to the door, what you learn in the end depends on your own understanding. Tangsi nodded vigorously. I understand. Master, but I think I will not give up until I die. Are you so determined to break through the wall? Ryan felt like he was going to die of anger. Have to. Anyway, I'm going to say it first. If you fail one day, it will have nothing to do with me. So, after Ryan taught some safety rules for using electricity, Tangsi asked a rare question, Master, Can we isolate lightning as long as we find an insulator? That's right. But insulators are not absolute. If they encounter a stronger electric shock, there is also the risk of being broken through. Ryan looked at the clearing sky and found that the sun was already high in the sky. Okay. Let's stop here for this morning's class. Master, what do you want to do? Fishing. What else would you eat? After that, Ryan patted his butt and left, leaving Towns, who was still unsatisfied, muttering to himself. Although Master doesn't say it, he certainly hopes that I can become a great wizard. Even if I can't shatter the stars like a god in the future, I should at least be able to easily draw down thunder like Master. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of being Master's successor? As for understanding magic, Master said that it is not something that can be achieved by persistence or talent. Others can comprehend 100,000 magics. I'm a little stupid. So how about 100 first? Master said that air is also an insulator. And the wind element is not just air. So if I keep the air out, and then use the wind element to isolate it, I won't get electrocuted. Right? Do it as soon as you think of it. Downs closed his eyes, and began his self-taught so-called meditation. Faintly, he resonated with the wind element in the surrounding atmosphere, and kept imagining that wind is wind. Thunder is thunder. Wind and thunder are two different things. This method of operating with the mind is a bit too idealistic. In fact, the initial progress was very slow, until one moment, in the air mass 1 meter in front of him, he suddenly felt a strange feeling similar to the skin left after the bones were removed. Even though he was not the one being beaten, Towns could feel the unclear magic power in his body being forcibly divided into two kinds of trance. This feels a bit uncomfortable. Towns is still gritting his teeth and holding on. Master said that everything depends on understanding. This is definitely my understanding. Under the scorching sun, Tangs felt numb and itchy all over due to the mutation of the magic power in his body, with a slight stinging pain, as if hundreds of ants were biting his flesh. If it were Ryan, he would probably think of this as a magical version of being possessed. But Tang still insisted on separating the wind element into pure air and the so-called thunder element. He gritted his teeth and persisted, his eyes determined. Not long after, Ryan, who was fishing by the cold pond, suddenly received a reminder. Congratulations, host. Your disciple has created a level 2 protective magic shield to protect against lightning and arrows. Ryan widened his eyes. No way. Chapter 7. The disciple is dull. Too abstract. Is this even possible? Are you a time traveler? Or am I a time traveler? I've seen people who acted like this, but I've never seen anyone who was so desperate. Even though Ryan was not from this world, he knew how difficult it was to create his own magic. In just one day, his good disciple, elder, brother, son, touched the electric switch, released the electric claw, and created magic. This series of fancy operations almost gave his master a heart attack. Ryan said to himself, I'm not saying anything bad about you, Downs. If a guy like you who's courting death were put into an online novel, he wouldn't survive past 3 chapters unless he had some luck. Ryan was really scared because his apprentice was so amazing. If Ryan hadn't discovered that there was a mall in the system that could be used to strengthen teachers through teaching points, he would have really quit. Hi. I'm not really after the achievement rewards of being an imperial master or a divine master. I'm just curious and want to see what that 20 centimeters with a question mark in front of it is. However, a disciple who is seeking his own death can only be taught at noon, because something is going to happen sooner or later. While Towns is still alive, we should squeeze out as many points as we can. Ryan seemed to have foreseen the death of his eldest disciple. While preparing himself mentally, he began to play the cold game. Not long after, seeing the eldest disciple rushing over and trying to take credit for himself, Ryan didn't show any good face to the other party. Master, how could I not know your little business? Without even turning his head, Ryan's cold words made Towns' facial muscles stiffen. In fact, such words are quite hurtful. In Ryan's imagination, this is no less than a bucket of cold water poured on Towns' head. Towns' eyes widened in disbelief. He was thinking about something else. The place where he had developed the shield was at least 500 meters away from the lake. At such a distance, he might not even be able to hear him shouting? Could the master's magical perception be so terrifying? A certain master was so angry that he didn't realize his mistake at all. He was like those fools in online games. He didn't even turn around and continued fishing. He scolded him, although being a little smart is better than having no smart at all. Being too smart will kill you. Yes. Towns lowered his head quickly. As luck would have it, the fish in the pond, who were unaware of the dangers of humans, were hooked again. Ryan waved his hand, and a big fish weighing at least 2 kilograms was caught by the fishing line and flew out of the water, falling in front of Downs. Looking at the fish jumping around on the ground, Towns was distracted for a moment. Now stop thinking about your crappy magic and just do your chores until I'm satisfied. Scale and debone these fish. Then roast them. Remember, not a single scale or bone left. Also, don't burn the fish like you did last night. Ryan pointed to the fish on the ground and the other fish that he had caught and put in the basket. To put it bluntly, Ryan was afraid that Towns was too evil, and that he would create miracles one after another and do something to scare him. So he decided to leave this guy alone. Little did people know that as a modern Chinese, he really doesn't know how to make trouble for others. When he was an apprentice of the Cavaliers, Towns even had to help the Cavaliers' master empty and clean the toilet. Now doing some odd jobs is nothing. Understood, master? Seeing his good disciples excited and slightly fluttering eyes, Ryan's heart skipped a beat again, and he couldn't help but ask, "Do you really understand?" "I really understand. Although I am a little worried that this evil disciple might have bad ideas again. But he won't be able to do anything wrong by just catching a fish. Right? Maybe? No. That won't be a problem." Ryan patted his butt and ran away, running back to the abandoned village, looking for the shade of a big tree to cool off. Isn't it meaningless to have a disciple if we don't use him to do things for us? Tang Si, who stayed behind, stared at Yu in a daze, thinking to himself, what did I do wrong just now? Is the magic shield I practiced not good? No. It is definitely not bad. If I really have a problem, Master will definitely stop me on the spot. Just like when I touched that switch last night. My master doesn't allow me to study magic. What does this mean? Downs couldn't help but think of Ryan's teaching. Basic knowledge is the most important. Without a good foundation, all superstructures are just things built on quicksand and can collapse at any time. Also, Downs suddenly realized that when his master left, he did not leave him the knife he used to scrape the fish scales last night. Wait, how can I scrape the scales off a fish without a knife? Do I have to pull the scales off piece by piece with my hands? No. How could Master, such a careful person, forget to leave the knife behind? Towns, who was a little bit obsessed, didn't know that this time. Ryan really forgot. Ryan also noticed this when he was enjoying the cool breeze. But he didn't intend to correct it. Hey! Just think of it as a master making things difficult for his apprentice. When he asks me for a knife, I'll scold him a few more words. He. Taking on the airs of a master and taking it out on his apprentice? Cool. This is exactly the same as beating the child on a cloudy day. You have nothing to do anyway. When it comes to Downs, the style of the painting goes awry again. Master is the best at teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Master said that I am the worst class he has ever taught. I don't have as strong talent as my senior brothers and sisters. I have comprehended magic, but my foundation is not good, and I can't achieve any mastery. I almost exceeded the time limit to sense the wind element last night, and this morning I comprehended electric claw, and just now I learned the thunder shield. Master didn't give me a knife, but asked me to remove the scales. Could it be that? When he muttered to himself to this point, Tang Si suddenly started. His eyes widened with full of surprise. Master, I understand. The good disciple shouts echoed around the pond. Master, you want me to use electric claws to remove the scales before learning more advanced magic, so that I can practice elemental control in this way. Tang Si was so excited that tears fell from his eyes. Master, you are so good to me. Do it when you think of it. This operation may not be difficult in Town's imagination, but in practice, it is almost impossible to do. This world is based on the 4 elements of earth, water, fire and wind. Among the wind element, thunder and lightning are undoubtedly the most active and the most difficult to control elements. Using a leaping electric snake as a knife to remove scales is exponentially more difficult than simply using a knife. But this extremely stubborn young man just did it. He first wrapped his right index finger with an air shield to prevent the current from flowing back to him, then tried to control the current on the tip of his index finger, shrinking it into a small knife less than 2 centimeters long. It took him nearly half an hour just to maintain the intensity of the elemental output. Neither too strong nor too weak. Not only was Towns sweating profusely, he almost fainted. After resting for 15 minutes, Towns officially started to remove the scales. Not only can the fish skin not be burnt, but the scales must also be removed. This is an even more exaggerated operation than carving patterns on eggs, ls. At first it took him 10 minutes to remove one scale, but after he got familiar with it, Towns became faster and faster. And in the end, he could peel the scales with all 5 fingers at the same time. After dealing with the fish, Downs immediately started to worry about his master's next request. No burning means I have to use my mental power to control the fire element so that the fish is evenly heated. I have to say that Towns really has enterprise-level understanding. Tang Si found that his master integrated his teachings into daily life, and his admiration for him deepened. He began to manipulate his remaining mental energy, influencing the flames in the fire so that they would be as dispersed as possible and cover the fish on the fork. It was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon before Towns brought the grilled fish. Why is it taking so long? I'm almost starving. Ryan grumbled in dissatisfaction, since the fish was roasted very nicely, with no scales left and not burnt. Ryan didn't get mad or anything. Faced with his master's dissatisfaction, Towns did not refute. Instead, he confirmed his previous assumption. My talent is indeed not as good as those of my senior brothers and sisters. He bowed sincerely and said, I'm sorry, Master. I'm stupid. Chapter 8 The last lesson? Ryan didn't worry about it too much. He was so hungry that he ate the grilled fish in one gulp. To be honest, he was a little fed up with this reclusive life. This valley was quite complete, and Ryan found some mineral salts. After making activated carbon, Ryan managed to make some fine salt by boiling salt. Just use a small amount of fine salt, and the grilled fish won't be unpalatable. But you'll get sick of it if you eat too much. Ryan is already looking forward to the carrot and tomato seeds he planted earlier. There are expectations, but not much. These were not the vegetables and fruits that had been cultivated and selected in the celestial empire on Earth. The carrots he had dug out before were a bit bitter. But when Downs saw Ryan boiling salt, it was like watching alchemy. In the following days, Ryan found various ways to torment Towns. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. There is no paper here, so I will give you a week. Copy the definitions of voltage and electric potential 30 times, and carve them on the stone wall. Ryan pointed to a black stone wall that was at least half the size of a basketball court and said, each word must not exceed the size of a chaos gold coin, and the depth of the word should be about 5 millimeters. After saying that, Ryan dropped a knife. Under his instruction, Downs certainly knew how deep 5 millimeters was. After Ryan left, Towns tried to carve with a knife, but he found something wrong as soon as he started. The texture of this stone wall is very strange. It seems a bit soft on the outside, but in fact, when the blade penetrates 2 millimeters, the resistance generated increases exponentially for every 1 millimeter it penetrates. Towns, who was a knight's apprentice, tried his best and could only get the first stroke into the wall, meeting his teacher's requirements. No, this is not right. The master's instructions must have a deeper meaning. I am a mage. What do I need a knife for? This knife must be a trap set by the master. I want to. I continue to think hard. The master first asked me to peel the fish scales, then control the fire element to roast the fish. And finally this is the obsidian wall. Tang Si pondered for a while, and it was as if an illusory light bulb lit up on his forehead. I understand. Master uses this method of training skills to make my control over the elements more refined. I don't want to use a knife, but the finger of the electric claw to copy the principle stroke by stroke 30 times. One has to admit that even if a master came in person and asked him to carve with a knife, with his natural talent, he would never be able to do the tricks that only a guy like Towns, who was full of technical talent, could do. For 7 consecutive days, Lei Jing ignored his disciples. Apart from sending his disciples to carve stone walls, or asking them to process live fish and help with kitchen affairs, he did not even teach them any new principles of physics. Tangs was not annoyed at all. He calmed down and used the electric finger knife to carve the explanations of the terms in the chaos language inch by inch. Happy times are always short. These days, Ryan has been living a life of ease and comfort without having to work, and he is really reluctant to leave. It was exactly the 8th day when Towns came to hand in his homework. If Ryan was a real wizard, he would be able to see the faint magic emanating from his disciple, and that the words on the wall were not carved with a knife, but with an electric knife. Ryan said lightly, "It's okay." Little did he know that Towns breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. My master is very strict with me, and all I could get as an evaluation is okay. It seems that I, who do not have much talent, need to work harder. Tangsi bowed respectfully and said, "Master, what should I learn next?" Very abruptly, Ryan said coldly, "I will teach you another law of physics. Once you successfully comprehend it, you will be a master." Tangsi's face was full of astonishment, and he said in disbelief, "Ah, no. This, master, is too sudden. I feel that I have not learned enough. Do you think you are still a powerless magic apprentice?" Ryan's eyes sharpened. Throughout the ages, those who can master 3 magics above level 1 will be recognized by the world as formal wizards. I've said that a master can only lead you to the door, but it's up to you to practice." Ryan put his hands behind his back, tilted his chin 45 degrees to the sky, and looked defiant. "First of all, I'm not your formal master. I'm just in a good mood and give you some pointers. What I teach is science, not magic. I have no obligation to train you to become a great wizard." Ryan pushed Towns out. After all, he was feeling guilty. He really didn't know how far he could teach Towns with this kind of damn teaching method. Enlightenment was something that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. If he could get enlightenment every time, it would be too incredible. After all, this broken system didn't provide any formal magic from the beginning to the end, nor any spells. Since he couldn't come up with a set of magic in a systematic way, it would be easy for him, the great mage, to be exposed. When Towns gets stuck and can't comprehend new things, and Ryan can't teach Towns, that's when it's over. Moreover, at the beginning, Downs sold his family heirloom armor and got more than 50 gold coins. Now Downs is about to become a formal mage, and Ryan feels at ease. But if Downs really gets lucky and becomes a legendary high-level mage, Ryan will feel that he has suffered a great loss. Ryan didn't know what the prices were like outside. Since there hadn't been any wizards in the world for hundreds of years, the value of a high-level wizard definitely shouldn't be equal to a set of armor. Anyway, now that Towns has become a formal mage, he has to recognize Ryan as his master wherever he goes. Towns was originally an apprentice of the knights, so there is really nothing you can get out of him. Rather than taking too much risk, it is better to stop at the right time. Ryan's words made Downs' mouth squirm for a long time. He was puzzled at first, but then he immediately determined that this was the insurmountable principle of this hidden master. It was not that Master Ryan was unwilling to teach, but that his talent was too poor to catch the master's eye. "Master, I want to ask, how can I become your personal disciple?" Ryan gritted his teeth and decided to raise the standard so that the boy would give up. "Wait until you become a legendary wizard." Towns' breathing suddenly became rapid. A legendary wizard. He was praised by bards for his existence. Sure enough, only such a great existence was qualified to become the master's personal disciple. I understand. If that day really comes, I will prepare an extremely grand apprenticeship gift." Towns bowed deeply. "Ha ha. The gift of becoming a disciple. Once a king placed his entire treasury in front of me, but I didn't want it because his child didn't have the talent. There is no tax for bragging." So Ryan kept bragging to this guy. Anyway, in order to prevent Towns from going crazy and coming over again, Ryan tried his best to add extra conditions to this kid. Ryan just didn't believe that this kid could become a legendary wizard and at the same time have the ability to steal the treasury of a kingdom for him. Towns understood immediately. The master can decide whether to accept the apprenticeship gift based on his mood, but the etiquette must be sufficient. One must have at least the wealth of a national treasury to be worthy of the status of a master. Tangsi didn't know that his master was actually a lay Buddhist who made money. He bowed very seriously. "Master, I understand. Then, please teach me the last lesson." Chapter 9. Yo. The Archmage is coming. This time, Ryan took Towns to the Tesla coil where they first encountered it. Ryan pointed at the coil and said, "I have weakened the power of this coil. You can touch it and fully feel the charm of lightning." After that, he took Towns' hand and let him touch it directly. To the Tesla coil enthusiasts on Earth, it is just an artificial lightning generator. For Towns, this is simply opening the door to a new world. He touched it with both hands and used his elemental sensing ability to carefully feel the changes in this artificial lightning with an electric power of less than 1 milliampere. Every conversion of electricity, every twist of the electric snake, was deeply imprinted in his mind. Master, this is amazing. This is science, Ryan said seriously. The problem is that in this world, the end of science is magic. On Earth, this was at most a feast for physicists and physics enthusiasts. But in Downs' mind, this became his most valuable lesson in feeling the power of elements at the lowest cost. Throughout history, has there been any wizard who could feel the changes of the wind element so safely? The element of wind is notoriously unstable. A gust of wind came, and then went away. If being able to feel the element of wind for a long time can be achieved by staying in a place like a canyon, then no one can really feel the power of lightning for a long time. Downs was very fortunate to become the first wizard in the world of chaos to receive this kind of education. Master, how long can I stay? Tangs asked in a low voice. Ring glanced at the well-functioning water wheel and smiled. You can stay as long as you want before this thing starts smoking. Towns decided to stay here for the entire day, without sleeping or eating. At night, Towns took out a lightning whip, which was a bit unexpected but also lived up to Ryan's expectations. Watching the dazzling lightning twisting relatively docilely in Downs' hand, someone with a very bad taste taught Downs a trick. System prompt. Congratulations, host. Your disciple Tang Si has learned the level 2 mutation magic, lightning 5 whips. Tang Si has become a formal magician. At this moment, Ryan's face was embarrassed. He was in a bad mood. Who would have thought that Towns not only studied hard, but also really learned it? Out of guilt, Ryan decided to teach more disciples a trick. Although you have learned close combat and how to use a shield, your electric claw and lightning 5 whips are both at too close a distance. You don't act like a real mage at all. Your other lightning attacks may seem powerful, but in fact, too much energy is lost during the propagation process, and the actual combat power is not good. I will teach you one last move. Please give me some advice. Master, Tang Si said excitedly, after confirming through the system 2 backward. Can be demonstrated. Ryan took out a golden chaos coin and placed it on the thumb of his right hand. Electromagnetic cannon. No. Electromagnetic gun. Its principle is to use the ampere force generated by the electromagnetic field in the electromagnetic system to accelerate the metal projectile so that it reaches the kinetic energy required to hit the target. Over the past few days, Ryan has taught Towns a lot of electrical physics terms. Towns understood most of the nouns with his ears. And then he slapped himself in the face and said, No, you don't understand. Although Towns didn't understand, he tried his best to understand it in his own way. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget. The atmosphere suddenly began to hum. Countless electric snakes of different sizes suddenly lingered around the majestic master, and the wind element blew up the master's short black hair and clothes. The insects on the ground felt this extremely terrified pressure, and crawled out of the ground and fled in all directions. The big trees around were blown to one side or the other by the wind element emitted from the master's body. Don't just randomly send out the electricity in one breath. Imagine that there is a spiral gun barrel in the middle of your field of vision. Then attach all the electromagnetic energy to the coin. And finally let the coin fly along this imaginary rifling. Ryan's voice was like thunder, rumbling in Downs' ears. Immediately afterwards, the electromagnetic gun fired. Quick! Too fast. Towns' movement ability was completely unable to keep up with the trajectory of the gold coin. With a flash of golden light, the gold coin containing supreme electric energy shot out. A golden thread runs through the forest. First, it shot 3 trees that were so big that 2 people could hold them together, and blew them up in half, sending wood chips flying. Finally, it smashed a rock that weighed at least 10 tons, and was too big for 2 people to hold together. The violent electrical energy was still there, and the metal and stone jets formed after the rock was blown up. And everything within a 30-degree angle and nearly 10 meters behind it was devastated. Towns was stunned. His mouth was so big that a big apple could be stuffed into it. Forgot to breathe for a moment. When I came to my senses, I only heard my master say lightly, "Oh, I accidentally lost control of the power. This is an electromagnetic cannon, not an electromagnetic gun. If you distribute your power well, and use the power of the electromagnetic gun, you can fight more persistently." Towns almost stayed awake all night. He kept comparing himself with his master. He found out that he could only use the electromagnetic gun instead of the electromagnetic cannon. There was no way. In his eyes, there was a huge gap between his total magic power and that of his master. It was almost dawn when Towns fell into a drowsy sleep. When he woke up the next day, the house was indeed empty. Tangsi looked for the places where his master often went but couldn't find anyone. He knew that his master probably didn't want to say goodbye to him. Facing the house where his master lived, Tangsi knelt down respectfully and shouted to the sky, "Master, I know I am not qualified to be your direct disciple, but thank you for your teachings these days. I, Tangsi * Quixote, will never forget your kindness in my life. Master, I am leaving." After saying that, Towns almost jumped into the icy deep pool in Ryan's eyes, with tears running down his face. Seeing his silly apprentice diving into the water from afar, Ryan felt lost. If nothing unexpected happens, he should bring me a second apprentice. But Ryan changed his mind and felt hacked up again. Why do you have to trap me in a dragon valley? Can't you find a way out for me? Originally, Ryan asked Towns to take him away. And considering Towns' swimming ability, there should be no problem. Ryan just couldn't bring himself to do that. A great wizard actually needed his disciples to pull him out of trouble. This was too low class. Ryan was extremely miserable. So he decided to try swimming to keep fit. At least to the point where he could cross the lake and escape. Alas, this is the legendary die hard for dignity and suffer in vain. On the other side, Down swam skillfully, passed through the nearly 30-meter-long underground waterway, and came to the pool on the other side. This is another waterfall. After climbing out of the pool, Old Horse Downs knew the way and got into a narrow mountain crevice that was only wide enough for one carriage to pass through. 3 more days passed before he reached the other side of the mountains and arrived at his hometown, the city of La Manche, which was under the rule of Earl La Manche, as the capital of the earldom. La Mancha is a large city with a population of 6,000. To the Chinese, this population is only a town. In the Chaos world, this is already a big city. From the city gate through the 3-meter-high brick and wood structure wall, Downs came to the Panza Tavern, which was familiar to him. As soon as Towns pushed open the wooden hinged door that was blackened by fireworks, a sneer came rushing towards him. "Hey! Isn't this the great wizard Don Quixote who gave up the way of chivalry and went to study the way of arcane magic? Excuse me, have you learned the magic of your dreams?" As soon as the words fell, the whole tavern became boiling with dozens or even hundreds of voices bursting into laughter. Chapter 10: The Legendary Mage. Familiar faces and pairs of eyes full of mockery. No one will understand. And no one will believe it. Isn't it? In the eyes of the world, Towns refused to inherit the knight title and insisted on doing some magic. It was just a waste of time. But since he sold his family heirloom armor, he became a complete prodigal son. Even Ryan could easily understand this. If it were before the time travel, it would be that the stupid boy was brainwashed and sold the only house in his family. He also borrowed money and leverage to buy at the bottom when the stock market plummeted, and then bought at the top of the mountain. In the end, he was forced to liquidate his positions and lost all his money. Well, this is the most elegant example. All human countries on the Chaos continent practice the feudal system. Unless the knight is a new one, the lord will not support the knight by giving him money directly. The most standard practice was to give the knight a small fiefdom, usually a small village of 30 to 50 households. The villagers paid taxes directly to the knight, who used the villagers' taxes to purchase armor, horses and other equipment, and to support his own knight squires and apprentices. In times of war, he would respond to the lord's call to join the army. Knighthood is not hereditary, but the lord will often reserve a quota for an old knight family that has served him for many generations. As long as the family produces a formal knight in every generation, the small fiefdom will always be reserved for that knight. Everyone laughed at Towns for selling his armor. They were not just referring to the act of selling the armor itself, but more importantly, they were laughing at the fact that Towns was in disguise selling the fiefdom passed down to him by his father. So as soon as the man finished speaking, the laughter in the room almost blew the ceiling of the pub off. Although there are only 6 taverns in the city of Remonk, for many people, changing a tavern is more difficult than moving to the next province. There are only a few thousand people in a city. Good things don't travel far, but bad things travel far and wide. Even though Towns' wasteful behavior happened 2 weeks ago, it is still a laughing stock that people talk about. If it had been before, Towns would definitely have been extremely upset, because these villagers trampled on his biggest dream in life. Tangsi suddenly thought, if I hadn't been lucky enough to meet my master, perhaps in a few years, no, a year, I would be ruthlessly beaten by this world. and then accept my own incompetence, and finally continue to live in a muddle. There were clearly hundreds of voices around him laughing at him, but it was as if Towns had activated an air shield, isolating himself from all invisible harm. Not only was he not angry, but there was a smile on his face. He doesn't even need to face the criticism from thousands of people, because he is no longer the same person as before. This is the confidence that magic brings him. Yes, I'm not a great wizard yet, but I'm already an official wizard. Towns responded lightly, and naturally received even greater ridicule. The laughter around him reached a new level. Ha ha! You actually believed it? No way. How many clown tricks have you learned? How can you be so confident? I should have known. I would have lowered my face to lie to you. Oh my god. Please tell me which swindler was so lucky to get the huge sum of money you sold your armor for. Those who laughed at him included his former friends, off-duty city guards, and workers from all walks of life. Everyone had watched Towns grow up. Tangsi could accept the misunderstanding from his fellow villagers and old friends. But when a guy said that his master was a liar, young Tangsi could no longer control his temper. He exploded. Johnny! Don't you dare insult my master! Along with a thunderous roar, he opened his arms and pulled out a meter-long shining electric light from the palms of his hands. The purple-blue lightning snake kept twisting and winding, and crackling sounds burst out from time to time. The light of the oil lamp in the tavern was suddenly completely suppressed by the dazzling electric light. Also suppressed were the voices of the crowd. Everyone's eyes were dull, their mouths opened wide in astonishment, and they almost forgot to breathe. No! Did Towns really learn magic? Everyone thought Towns was a clown. Unexpectedly, the clown turned out to be themselves. In a pub that accommodates hundreds of people, even a pin drop can be heard clearly, and only the crackling sound of the electric current lingers in everyone's mind. It's fake, right? This must be a magic trick? A city guard on the table to the left of Downs was a little confused and reached out his hand in a suicidal attempt to touch the electric light on Downs' hand. It was too late when Downs realized, don't touch it. Ah! Even though Downs immediately removed the magic power from the lightning whip, the strong electric shock had already caused the unlucky guy's fingers to be burned black. He fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing all over. Ah! Not good. Problem occurs. Hurry up and save them. Wait. How do we save him? Everyone was in a panic. Only Tangsi bent down to check the city guard with his hands, and sighed, fortunately, I control the power of the lightning whip. If I really used my full strength, Diane would be dead. At this moment, who dares to speak nonsense? A group of people are trembling. If what happened just now was not a fraud, but he really became the legendary magician, then there is no doubt that Towns will become a guest of honor for the Duke and even the King. Who the hell cares about the life or death of a city guard who's looking for death? When everyone was in panic, an old man slipped out from the back door of the tavern and ran to the Temple of Light like crazy. As soon as he entered the temple gate, he shouted, Old Ryan. Damn it! Do you know what I saw in the tavern today? A wizard. A real wizard. The pastor, known as Old Ryan, was probably in his 60s, with white hair and eyebrows, and a bit of Mediterranean baldness. Although he knew that his old friend would not talk nonsense, he couldn't scold him in front of a group of young priests and nuns. Doyle, are you sure you are not hallucinating because you drank too much? Bullshit. I haven't even started drinking today. Old man Doyle yelled. Of course I know that 100 years ago, the goddess of magic fell and the magic network collapsed, causing all wizards to either die suddenly or go crazy, and magic became extinct on the entire continent. But that kid really used magic. He used a lightning whip to electrocute Johnny, who was a city guard. The old pastor immediately looked solemn. The War of Gods 100 years ago had a profound impact on the entire chaos world. The fall of the gods led to the extinction of magic, even for the divine professions that did not use magic. The connection between the gods of the upper world and the mortal world was not smooth because the gods had either fallen or been injured. In the past, professionals such as priests and divine guides could obtain and use divine arts bestowed by gods at any time through prayer. The direct result of the War of Gods was that even the magic of the charlatans sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. As a result, humans across the continent had to mainly work in traditional physics professions. Pure magicians can't see it at all. Even those who practice both magic and martial arts like paladins will just think of themselves as a large infantry most of the time. Old Ryan realized that if Doyle was not lying, the appearance of this wizard would be a landmark symbol. Doyle, take me to see the young wizard, who knew that just as he finished speaking, the sound of rapid bell ringing suddenly spread throughout the city. Dang dang dang. This is a wake-up call. To everyone's ears. It sounds more like a death knell representing danger and death. Pastor Ryan's face turned pale. Damn it. This is the third time this year. Is the devil's tide coming again? A young priest rushed into the temple. Oh no! The west gate was breached by a monster. Chapter 11? Wait! Simon! Pastor Ryan widened his eyes in surprise. The city of Lemanque was built against the Fulong Mountains, which is what is called mountain in water. The entire city is surrounded by cliffs in the north and south, connected to the Lemanque Plateau in the east, and connected to the mountains in the west. It is precisely because the city can receive food from the plateau in the east and mine iron or from the mines in the mountains in the west that the city has prospered. In fact, the capitals of most earldoms have a population of only 3,000 to 5,000 people. The west gate is connected to the mine. Any accident at the west gate means that the entire mine is unsafe. This is a big deal. The sharp and piercing sound of the alarm bells in the distance caused the entire city to become agitated. Being able to sound the alarm means that the whole city has to fight. With the help of the young priest, old Ryan quickly put on an old chain mail, fastened the buckle around his waist, and then picked up a nail hammer that weighed at least 10 pounds. He led 7 or 8 priests in leather armor and rushed out of the temple. As he walked, old Ryan performed his magic, as golden light emerged from the palm of his right hand and covered all the priests. Old Ryan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Divine luck was finally used. The more frequent the demonic tides, the higher the chance that the magic will not work. Failure at a critical moment can really hurt the believers. With his team as the core, more citizens followed with various weapons. Kitchen knife, rolling pin, pitchfork. There is no way, even though there are 6,000 people in this city. In fact, excluding minors under the age of 14 and the elderly, women and children, there are less than 3,000 people who can really fight. Among them, there are professionals with extraordinary powers and professional soldiers, who are less than 500. What's going on? Simon? Old Ryan saw a city guard riding a horse and blowing a bugle everywhere. He recognized it as the messenger Punku. Damn it! It's goblins. Lots of goblins. And most importantly, there are more than a dozen bugbears. Goblins are gnomes. These greenskin monsters, which are usually only about 60 centimeters tall, are evil, cruel and mean, and they often move in groups. Generally speaking, they rarely take the initiative to attack human cities because they are timid by nature. The battles between humans and goblins often occurred when humans entered their territory. In that case, they would even attack organized human teams. Goblins themselves are not that scary. In a head-on confrontation, any well-armed human soldier can easily kill a dozen goblins. What I'm really afraid of is being attacked by goblins in such a complicated environment. However, goblins, and bugbears are a different matter. Bugbears are the largest and strongest type of goblinoid creatures, and they are much more aggressive than other creatures of their kind. The bear goblin is huge, powerful and fierce. When standing, it is about 7 feet tall, more than 2 meters. It can easily weigh more than 300 kilograms, and can unleash more than 1 ton of destructive power. As soon as old Ryan heard it, he knew that the matter was serious. If the charge of the bugbears cannot be stopped, the goblins, greatly encouraged, will rush into the city like Mercury and start indiscriminate killings. Even if the city does not fall, it will suffer heavy losses. If you have the courage, follow me. Our families are behind us. We have no way to retreat. The old priest's body was shining with golden light. He raised his mace and led the people, which gave them a kind of power called faith. In the human world, magic was generally lost and people could only fight monsters with their bodies that were stronger than themselves. Faith was absolutely necessary. Having confidence does not guarantee victory, but having no confidence will definitely lead to death. The clergy are like flags on the battlefield. Wherever they are, that is where the human will to survive is directed. Hundreds of people joined the torrent and rushed towards the west gate. When they arrived, they were immediately stunned by the tragic scene. Many people may never see such a monster in their entire life. The 2-meter-tall humanoid monsters have skin ranging from light yellow to yellow-brown, covered with thick, coarse hair. They have green-white eyes with a red pupil in the center. and a pair of large shovel-shaped ears. The mouths of bugbears are full of sharp fangs. Their noses are very similar to those of bears. Their tough fur and sharp claws are also very similar to those of bears. But they are much more agile than bears. I saw a bear goblin swinging a huge 1-meter-long stone axe and smashing it hard into the battle line of the city guards. This was not a battle at all, but more like a high-speed carriage crashing head-on into a row of dry, hard baguettes. With a swing of the axe, a crescent-shaped light immediately swept away 4 city guards holding iron-covered wooden shields. The city guard, who took the first blow, had his poor forearm muscles shattered along with the radius and ulna inside. Then his ribs caved in and broke, followed by his internal organs and spine. Finally, his entire body flew backwards and upwards, still in midair. The tragic sight of his body being broken and bent unnaturally was deeply imprinted on the retinas of the people who rushed over. Several city guards in the second row mustered up their courage and thrust their spears forward together. It's not that there is no effect. It's just not good. This terrifying bear goblin has a large iron plate hanging on its chest and abdomen. If you look closely, you will find that it is actually a large block of iron that was hammered flat by a human knight's armor. The goblin tied it with leather and fastened it to the bear goblin, even though there is still a large area around the waist that is not protected. Don't forget that the defensive power of the bear goblin's thick skin is at the same level as the ironclad wooden shields of the city guards. 5 or 6 bullets were fired, and half of them only scratched a few sparks on the opponent's armor. And the 2 bullets that actually hit the target only penetrated a few centimeters deep. All were minor injuries. It's not that there weren't crossbowmen who tried to snipe the bugbear, but this creature was constantly moving at high speed and had excellent natural defense. So how could it be so easy to shoot it in the head? The human attack instead aroused the bear goblin's ferocity. It swung its left claw, which was tied to the wooden shield, violently, and another city guard was blasted away, knocking down 2 other city guards nearby. A brave young city guard used a trick he heard from somewhere, and slid over to try to attack the bugbear from the lower abdomen. And then, nothing happened. Fortunately, a warrior professional fought hard, and prevented the bugbear from tearing a hole in the defense line with overwhelming force. Otherwise, the bugbears would rush in and break through the defense line. That would be the worst melee. Behind them was the undefensible square area. Dead and wounded city guards could be seen everywhere on the battlefield, and the entire defense line was in danger. The old pastor no longer hesitated and raised his arms and shouted, "Go ahead." The old pastor had no choice but to know that if untrained people were to serve as fill-in babies, there would be heavy casualties. In order to protect the city, the first person to fill in will be himself. At the critical moment, everyone on the battlefield suddenly heard the sound of thunder. What a joke. Half of the Western District is located in the mountains, and even when it rains it cannot get in. So how could there be thunder? But the sound of thunder became clearer and clearer. The people outside turned their heads one by one, and then saw a brown-haired boy wearing cheap linen clothes, riding on a donkey, with bright electric light all over his body. The next moment, a purple-blue light crossed the entire battlefield and passed over the heads of the city guards on the front line. This light is not only imprinted on people's retinas, but also in their hearts. If they recall this scene many years later, I'm sure they will also feel overwhelmed. After that, snapped, the head of the bear goblin rushing forward exploded like a smashed watermelon, splattering blood all over the city guards in front. On the battlefield, both the enemy and our side stopped fighting at the same time for unknown reasons. Everyone's mind was blank. If a time traveler were here, he would really like everyone's next reaction. Ah! Chapter 12 Legend. Mage? When did humans have wizards again? This problem exists not only in the minds of the people in the city of Lamanque, but also in the mind of the goblin leader opposite. The decline of human magical civilization directly led to a significant reduction in human territory. These 100 years are the darkest times for mankind. Without magic, large war machines are not available at all times. So human armies, which are physically inferior to evil creatures, often suffer defeat in battles with evil creatures. It would be another matter if the master reappeared in the world. Mage? Our wizard? Oh my god! It's that kid Downs Quixote. Hashtag $1, Ramen used foul language. Good kids shouldn't learn it. Did that loser really learn magic? Bah! Watch your mouth. After today, we're all going to call him Master Mage. Oh! Sorry. I was too loud just now. The scene that followed was a little bit awkward. The poor donkey screamed with a strange trembling voice and tried to escape. But it was not that it dared not move, it was that it could not move. The electric shock and numbing sensation from the man on his body made the donkey's entire body stiff. Standing on the donkey's saddle, Downs was practically calling out names, shooting them one by one with his electromagnetic gun. It was really difficult for this young mage, who was a knight's apprentice, to hit the target with every shot in the head. Bugbears are huge. If it hits, there will definitely be a horrible bloody hole the size of a bowl. After one round of Bayubibu, the 7 leading bear goblins were killed by Towns. At this moment, old Ryan, who was moving closer to Towns, was horrified to find that a goblin was actually approaching from the roof of the building next to Towns. "Master, be careful." Old Ryan only had time to shout this. Something no one could have imagined happened. The goblin brandished its rusty iron knife and delivered a spectacular aerial attack. However, halfway through its fall, it seemed to hit an invisible wall and bounced back in a ridiculous manner. Before he landed, a shining electric whip shot out from Towns' left hand, tearing through the surrounding atmosphere. It caught up with the target like a snake spitting out its tongue, and actually cut the disgusting creature in half in midair. The dirty blood rain covered half of the wall. The burnt smell was even blown toward the old pasture by the wind. Ryan's eyes widened in shock. Magic shield and elemental magic for close combat. He's not an academic wizard? What seemed like an ordinary set of defensive counterattacks to Towns caused too much shock in the eyes of the old priest. If Downs was an old scholar in his 70s, who had figured out some magic tricks by studying ancient books from 100 years ago, and had the good fortune to use them, old Ryan might not have been so excited. It just so happened that Towns was only a young man of about 16 or 17 years old, and he performed magic very smoothly. This proves that Downs received a complete magical education. Towns, the wizard who inexplicably appeared 100 years later, is certainly worthy of attention. But what old Ryan values more is the teacher behind Towns. Old Ryan was so excited that he had no time to direct the battle. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Towns, never moving away from beginning to end. In fact, the old priest didn't need help. After all, Towns appeared at the right time, and the city guard's defense line had not collapsed yet, and the commander was still there. After several bear goblins, who served as the spearhead of the goblins, were defeated, these goblins, who were not very brave to begin with, immediately became scared and screamed, and ran away in a hurry. The human camp followed and killed them, and soon all the revenge was taken. The job of hunting down the man was given to the city guards, and Downs, who had unknowingly become a hero in the eyes of the world, was surrounded by an enthusiastic crowd. Gods above. Tang Si, have you really become a mage? Ah, yes. I am a formal mage now. Not used to the enthusiasm of his fellow villagers, young Tangs was not very cunning and answered subconsciously. Great. I also want to be a mage. Can you teach me? A childhood friend of Tang's came over and excitedly pulled Tang's hand. This? I can't say. It's hard to say what it means, as possibly. As soon as Towns finished speaking, the crowd became restless. I want to be a wizard too. Me too. Me too. The fanatical people looked like they wanted to pick Towns up and swallow him in one gulp. Seeing that the crowd was getting out of control, old Ryan raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, don't push. If you bump into Master G-Keyed, you will be punished by the Lord." As soon as these words were spoken, the people who were a little hot-headed immediately realized something. Downs was surprised to see several of his childhood friends shrinking back 2 steps in embarrassment, although Towns instinctively reached out his hand, as if trying to retain something. There was already a sad barrier between people, and this barrier would not be eliminated until their status was equal again. As expected, a few minutes later, a group of knights arrived with a large number of heavy infantry in shining helmets and armor. This is Lord Ramonk arriving in person with his guards. The city lord's reaction was quick, but the invasion ended so quickly that it was completely beyond his expectations. What? The goblin army that invaded the city was defeated by Master Don Quixote? After a brief moment of surprise, the lord with the goatee was filled with ecstasy. Of course, he would not forget the Quixote family that had served his family for more than a dozen generations. When he first heard that Towns had given up being a knight and gone to look for some illusory old wizard master, he was so angry that he couldn't eat bread. It's a slap in his face that the legitimate son of his own direct knight family doesn't want to be a knight and goes out to mess around. Now? Hi. If Towns doesn't want to do this job for the Cavaliers, there are naturally plenty of people who can do it. The wizard is a rare character. The first wizard in 100 years. Once in a century. The title alone is extraordinary. As angry as he was at first, Count Raman is as happy now. Ha ha! I didn't expect that I also have a mage. Almost instinctively, he thought that Towns should also be loyal to him. At this time, it was his knight commander who reminded him, Sir, the emergence of a wizard again in 100 years is a big deal. I guess His Majesty will directly inquire about it. The Earl's face fell instantly, but his unnatural expression only lasted for a moment. Of course the Earl knew that. Although the country had an unwritten rule that a vassal of a vassal is not my vassal, he would definitely not be able to keep the young wizard. Not to mention the king asking for it. Even if his direct master, Duke Ricardo, asked him for it, he would have to give it. Fortunately, he will definitely receive the corresponding compensation. When he thought of this, Count Raman's mind became active. The crowd retreated to both sides, and everyone saluted respectfully when they saw the Earl coming. The Earl riding on a tall horse did not deliberately show off his noble status. Instead, he stopped his horse 10 steps away, jumped off the horse lightly, and came over with big strides. He hit the somewhat bewildered Downs on the left chest with his right fist and bowed his head to salute. Thank you very much, Master Don Quixote. Your righteous act saved the entire city of La Manque. I, Count La Manque, thank you on behalf of the people of the entire city. The Earl spoke so frankly that Downs felt embarrassed. That is, Lord Earl, I just defended my hometown. Count Ramanque stepped forward, held Downs' right hand with both hands, and nodded heavily to emphasize, our hometown. The pattern has been opened up. On the other side, Ryan, who was fishing out of boredom and thinking about what to make today, suddenly found a prompt from the system. On his retina, a bright piece of information occupied a small half of his field of vision. Congratulations to the host. Due to the activeness of the host's disciple, Don Quixote, the host has gained 1 point, legend, in the La Manque area. This system has begun to upgrade. Chapter 13. It's fun to show off. Ryan? My own system is always confusing. But no matter what, having a system is better than having no system. Ryan took a closer look and felt a little embarrassed. I patiently spent 10 minutes watching the system upgrade bar rise to 100%. And finally the next system prompt came. Since the host has successfully taught physical truth to a disciple and gained preliminary recognition from this world, the internal beta version 0.1 of the tireless teaching method is now online. Don Quixote has established a connection with you based on the laws of the world. As long as the disciple survives, the host can selectively share the disciple's strongest talent based on the disciple's reputation level. Then, 3 talents were placed on Ryan's retina for him to choose from. Evocation Magic Expertise. When using Evocation Magic, mana consumption is reduced by 30%. There is an additional 10% critical strike chance, and the casting speed is increased by 30%. Advanced Wind Element Affinity. Can sense wind elements across boundaries. Increase the range of wind elements by 100%, and be immune to wind element magic damage below the master level. Comprehension? Seeing this, Ryan became completely Spartan. Oh my god! What kind of evil disciple did I accept? I even pushed Tangxi away. Is it good to have disciples? It smells so good. With this master-disciple system, it means that as a teacher, he can share the extraordinary talents of top disciples without limit. Ryan checked, System. Is there a limit to the number of disciples I can take in? The system replied, the host has no upper limit on the number of disciples he can accept. But the disciple must gain power beyond the upper limit of his destiny because of the host in order to be counted in the host's disciple sequence. The stronger the disciple is, the higher the shared bonus he can provide to the master. Ryan suddenly realized. In a sense, this is also the relationship between a 1,000-mile horse and a good horse trainer. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. Without Ren's different world crossing, it is a way to discover the potential of Downs in this way. Then, in the end of Downs, it is likely that Downs will only be a 9-stream knight, and it is impossible to make a small name like now. This is Towns' reversal of fate, and also a mutual achievement with Ryan. Look at what the system means. If Ryan can train a bunch of legendary bosses, Ryan may even be able to become a god with this. This is a bit far-fetched. Ryan didn't dare to think about it for the time being. After thinking about it, Ryan felt extremely miserable again. I don't know how to teach him next. Although it has been confirmed that combining the physical theories of the Earth with the laws of this world may produce a bunch of wizards. Who dares to say that all of them can have the outrageous understanding of towns? Alas, I hate lying the most. But isn't this system forcing me to be a charlatan-level mentor to deceive people? Ryan's mentality changed a little at this time. Frankly speaking, it feels great to act like a superior person in front of towns. As the saying goes, it feels good to pretend to be cool. And it feels good all the time if you keep pretending to be cool. When he has taught a bunch of legendary wizards, he will have gone from being a show-off to being truly awesome. At that time, who can say he is a liar? Ryan decided to go all the way down this destructive road of no return. Anyway, what I teach is physics. It is the truth. If you can understand it, it means you have enough understanding. Can't understand? That's because you don't have enough understanding. Anyway, with Big Brother Towns as the signature, the accumulated reputation, at least it will last until Ryan teaches a dozen new apprentices. Okay, here comes the question. Who will teach me how to get out of this damn Dragon Valley? I want to recruit disciples. I want to destroy people tirelessly. I want to be the dark light of the industry. Apart from him, the valley was deserted. But the wailing of the world's greatest underworld master could be heard. After howling for 3 minutes, Ryan returned to his previous choice with a dejected look. Although magic mastery of transmutation and advanced wind element affinity looked attractive, Ryan decisively chose the third option. Right. Only Towns' monstrous level of understanding is what Ryan most wants to share. Almost at the moment Ryan made his choice, a lot of things suddenly flooded into his mind. This was not some kind of knowledge that Ryan already knew, but a large number of novels about knights and magic in this world. Suddenly I realized that this was the story of the bard that Tangs heard in the tavern. Not only does it contain a large amount of artistic processing, but it also contains deliberately concealed information or exaggerated content for political reasons. The worst thing was that these messages flooded into Ryan's mind simultaneously. This is like reading more than 10 novels on the same screen on a computer at the same time. Forget about remembering the plots. It would be a miracle if you could remember the names of the protagonists in all 10 novels. Damn. This is Towns' understanding? Ryan felt it was ridiculous. That kid had an overactive mind and even dared to touch the electric switch. Was it because of these tavern stories that were more exaggerated than real? But in reality, Towns successfully became the only magician in the world. This is the most outrageous thing. After the feeling of his brain bursting faded away, Ryan felt exhausted, his whole body drenched in sweat. He was in a daze, and didn't even notice that the system gave him an evaluation of intelligence +2. For some reason, Ryan had a strong urge to build a Wardenclyffe tower according to the appearance of the thing that appeared in his mind. At the same time, the mayor's mansion in Ramonk City was filled with a festive atmosphere. It was not based on the authority of the Lord, but because everyone was sincerely celebrating that a magician had been born again in the world. And it was from them, the Ramen people. Passionate music echoed in his ears, and everywhere he looked were beautiful women with big waves showing off their proud curves. His nose was filled with the aroma of fine wine. Downs felt as if he was in a dream and had an unreal sense of happiness. Towns, on behalf of all the citizens of Romancho City, I would like to toast you again. The one who toasted was Count Romancho. Downs, who has no social experience, does not know how to refuse, and can only be blindfolded blindly. It is certainly an honor for a commoner like Downs to have the Earl come to toast him. The real killer move was the toast from his former master, Knight Perez. Oh, I still blame you to be unwilling. And even the most basic knight practice can't complete it. It turns out that I still look at it. Your talent is not the way of the Cavaliers, but on the magic. Downs, this glass of wine is used as my apology. There were confusions, frustrations, and resentments, but all the anger I had suffered at that time disappeared at this moment. Towns was simply unable to refuse the apology from his former Cavalier's mentor. Before I knew it, I was drinking one cup after another. Even though he was about to get drunk, Towns still held on to the last bit of clarity. He felt that the one who brought him everything now was not himself, but his master Ryan. Because at the banquet, the Earl and even his former knight apprentices asked, either explicitly or implicitly, who his magic master was. Tangsi always answered with a bitter face, I don't have enough talent. Master refused to accept me as his official disciple. He only taught me for 2 weeks. I am not even his disciple, and have no right to say his real name. Chapter 14. A fraud? Towns thought he had answered appropriately. But he didn't realize that he was pleasing neither side. If Renin hears it, I guess I forced my face and scolded. In the case of Count Ramana, while he was curious about the mysterious master of Downs, he was even more shocked by the master's methods. What kind of monster is it to be able to teach a formal mage in 2 weeks? Towns is valuable, but not necessarily that valuable. Towns' value lies in his potential and the master behind him. But Towns' own strength is not enough when compared with the entire kingdom, or even the entire human world. A formal mage is just a step into the realm of extraordinary people in someone else's system. This is the hardcore of level 1 to 5. Levels 6 to 10 are considered high level. At this stage, a wizard will know quite a lot of advanced spells, which means he can be considered independent. Level 11 to level 19 will be called a master. At this stage, the top of each occupation is the top of the occupation. Above level 20, you are a legend, and are regarded as the closest being to God. Towns is now a formal mage, which is only level 3 in Ryan's system rating. To be honest, there are many strong people who can defeat him. However, his affairs were immediately reported to the kingdom's top brass, far in the palace of 300 kilometers away. King Cervantes 13 was in his prime. 40 years old was a good age for a king. His gray hair fell on his shoulders like a lion, and his luxurious clothes could not hide his well-developed muscles and well-proportioned figure. His blue eyes swept over Count Ramonk's secret letter as sharply as an eagle, and then he handed it to the advisor beside him. Gannes, what do you think? The consultant is a man with strange brown skin, reddish-brown beard, and a pair of long, pointed ears. He has a strong body like a human, but he is different because of his ears. A half-elf with a long lifespan. After reading the secret letter, Gannes looked a little strange. After a moment of thought, he said, "Overall, it's a good thing. I prefer to hear the bad news first." The king crossed his fingers and leaned back in his chair, resting them on his abdomen. If there is bad news, it is that there is a high chance that this mysterious mentor is an immortal. The forehead of King Sevens was encouraged, as if a cross-shaped blue tendon appeared. As a witness who has lived for 200 years and witnessed the end of magic with my own eyes, I can say with certainty that not all the beings who could use magic back then were crazy or dead. A small group of spellcasters who were not recognized by the goddess of magic escaped the backlash of the collapse of the magic network. Lich. The king squeezed out these 2 cold words from between his teeth. Gannes continued, "Your Majesty, do you know why people used to cast magic? And why priests now cast divine arts? Need to chant spells?" The king shook his head. "I am a pure warrior. Let me make an analogy. That is a key, which corresponds to a fixed lock. At that time, the magic goddess established the magic net to make most of the world's magicians safe and simply use magic. To use a magic, you only need to read the correct spell and pay to the corresponding magic of the magic net. Put it simply, it's like if your Majesty wants to get on a horse. You only need to give an order, and your groom will help you pull the horse over, and your servant will kneel down to set your feet so that you can get on. Your order is the key." The king nodded patiently and motioned for his advisor to continue. "Let's not discuss why the goddess of magic fell. The current situation is that your Majesty has neither servants nor grooms, and even your mount is an untamed wild horse. If you want to ride a horse, you have to start from scratch, without going through the magic network. Is it so difficult to master magic? It's at least 10,000 times harder than this." Gannes sighed. "First, you must have enough knowledge to master the truth recognized by this world, or the basic laws of magic. Then, you must use your perception abilities that surpass almost everyone else in the world to call upon these powers that transcend mortals for your own use. This is equivalent to redefining the term magic." The king was stunned. Gannes spread his hands and said, "This is why countless wise men have attempted to revive magic over the past 100 years, but ultimately failed." Hearing this, the king's eyes became sharp. "So, the probability that the other party is a lich is quite high?" "Well, that's not the case. It seems that Count Lamanck has also noticed this. He mentioned that this young wizard named Tangs once ate grilled fish with master. Please be aware that liches do not eat. Most liches were wizards in their previous lives, and they devoted their souls to evil for various reasons, such as to continue their lives. They are more eager for power and knowledge, and they do not lose their minds like zombies, and have an instinctive desire to eat. Speaking of which, Mr. Counselor stood up with a smile. His Majesty, let me take a trip. If the other party is a living person and can reach a certain agreement or cooperation with the other party, it will be the luck of the entire kingdom. The king nodded in approval and stressed, Gannes, bring enough people. Enough people? King Cervantes' words warmed Gannes' heart. The half-elf knew that the king was worried about his safety. 2 days later, Towns looked at Gannes and his followers, who exuded a powerful aura in front of him with a bit of confusion. The half-elf in front of him displayed the most respectful etiquette with impeccable elegance. Mr. Don Quixote, His Majesty the King wishes to hire you as the royal wizard, with the same status and treatment as a hereditary viscount. You can choose any place within His Majesty's direct jurisdiction and the Remont territory as your fiefdom. Isn't that too exaggerated? I just helped everyone fight off the monster's invasion. Frankly speaking, considering your strength, this is indeed too high. But as the first official mage born in the continent in hundreds of years, this is reasonable. Moreover, His Majesty Cervantes sent me as a representative, hoping to visit your teacher. Tang Xi's heart suddenly tightened. My master. The half-elf still showed no sign of getting angry. He gently and earnestly guided the young man in front of him. Is there any taboo? Or does your teacher refuse visits from outsiders? Even forbid you to tell his name? At this moment, Gannes' mind flashed through thousands of thoughts. If the boy in front of him found an excuse to refuse, he would be prepared to provoke a lich. Preparation in every sense. At this moment, Tang Xi, who had been holding back for half a year, suddenly said, No. The master has very high requirements. He said, once a king put all the treasures in his treasury in front of him. But he did not accept the king's children as disciples because they did not have the talent. I can take you there. But please do not anger the master. Gannes, coming out of the VIP hotel. The burly man next to Gannes came over and said, Sir, what do you think? Master Famet. It's hard to say this time. The half-elf sighed. Either this master is a super liar who deceives the world and steals his reputation, or he is really the legendary magician that all mankind dreams of. Chapter 15. The Wrath of the White Dragon. A strange teen was marching on a narrow mountain path in the Fulong Mountains. This mountain road, which is almost invisible from the air, is located at the bottom of a long and narrow canyon. In addition, the cliffs are covered with vegetation, so the people and horses passing by below cannot be seen from above. Gannes rode his horse parallel to Master Famet, who was wearing a full set of armor, while looking at the young wizard, who was leading the way 20 meters ahead. And suddenly he felt something. People only know that the Fulong Mountains are extremely dangerous and could be attacked by giant dragons at any time. Who would have thought that there is such a wonderful passage? If this road can pass through the entire mountain range and reach the Miles Empire on the other side, it can shorten the journey by at least 3 months. Famet whispered. Through that lord's territory? Gannes smiled bitterly. No matter who the other party is, he can live safely in the middle of the Fulong Mountains surrounded by dragons. He can't be a weakling who is powerless. Right? Lich? Or a hidden wizard? Consultant Gannes prefers to choose one of the two. Even if Gannes was beaten to death, he would never have thought that a weak mentor could not even pass the cold pond, let alone the dragon, let alone get out. After going deep into the mountains, a faint dragon roar could be heard from the end of the sky from time to time. This roar, which contains the deterrent power of a creature at the top of the food chain, is so powerful that ordinary people cannot bear it just by hearing it. At the very least, they will become dazed. And at the worst, they will suffer a mental breakdown and be frightened to death on the spot. Gannes and other attendants all looked unhappy, although the narrow mountain path provided them with the best cover. On the other hand, if they encountered a dragon in this terrain, they would definitely be in danger of death. Roar. There was another thunderous dragon roar. Fortunately, the horses' mouths were tied early on. Otherwise the neighing alone might have attracted the dragon. Gannes asked, Mr. Quixote, how far is it? Once you turn the mountain path ahead, you'll see the hilltop where Master lives in seclusion. Gannes thought for a moment and said decisively, leave one person to watch the horses, and the rest of you go on foot. Raise our envoy flag. A flag with a red and yellow background, shaped like a shield, and an emblem of a two-headed lion with a crown on top, was raised high. There is no doubt that this flag represents the glory of the kingdom of Cervantes. in the north and south directions, due to the obstruction of mountain walls and vegetation. It should be invisible from the outside. Gannis believed that a powerful person like Downes's master would be able to immediately discover their team once they approached, not concealing one's whereabouts and moving forward from east to west in a dignified manner. This is the etiquette of the diplomatic mission. After walking for less than 10 minutes, I just saw the isolated black peak in the distance, and the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy. Downes suddenly tightened the reins. What's wrong? Gannis rode his horse forward and asked. Master. He probably discovered us. And he seems very unhappy. Tang's teeth were chattering. After days of indirect probing, Gannis of course knew that Downes's master was good at using lightning magic. But the fact that he could discover them at such a distance surprised Gannis. Oh my god! It is still nearly 2 kilometers to the peak. Can you sense their presence now? What kind of incredible strength is this? No, that's unlikely. Master Famet swallowed. Gannis hesitated for a moment, and felt that this was unlikely. Should we slow down and continue moving forward? Tangsi was completely numb. Let me be clear. If Master gets angry, please don't get close to me. Let me go and apologize to Master myself. Recalling what his master had said about a king offering the treasury of his kingdom, but being disdained by his master, Downes felt more and more that it was Gannis and the others who were impolite, and made his master unhappy. The team moved forward slowly for more than 10 minutes. And suddenly Downes raised his right fist high, which was the agreed stop gesture. What's wrong? Master. Master's magic tower is lit up. Tangsi's voice sounded like crying. Following Downes's gaze, Gannis and the others looked towards the top of the mountain and were immediately shocked. In the sky, dark clouds were rolling and surging, and it was obvious that an unknown force was stirring the atmosphere. There were lightning and thunder in the thunderclouds, and each roar of thunder was like a big drum, hitting everyone's heart hard. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the sky, thousands of lightning bolts of all sizes began to gather in a tree-like shape towards a place on the top of the mountain. Lightning easily became the sole ruler of this airspace. The birds in the mountains flew up in panic. They instinctively wanted to get away from the terror that suddenly descended. Many birds even panicked and crashed into the air defense trees on the top of the hillside before they could fully fly up, and fell down again miserably. The half-elf consultant, who had lived for more than 200 years, had a blank mind. It took him several seconds to react and realize how terrifying the power of thunder was. In ancient legends, legendary wizards controlled their floating cities and charged towards the gods' kingdoms in the upper realms. They even brought down some of the gods' kingdoms. This legend turned out to be true. Gannis was trembling all over, feeling both excited and worried. The archmage on the opposite side, who was at least of legendary level, suddenly opened the mage tower, which meant that the other party was very unhappy or had encountered something. If the scene at this moment was just something Gannis imagined, then the scene that happened next immediately confirmed his thoughts. Roar! A distant howl came from the sky. Dragon! White dragon! Among the messenger team, the high-level ranger in charge of vigilance immediately pointed at the sky to the south and shouted. A huge and elegant creature was spreading its wings and breaking into everyone's sight. The pure white body sparkled in the reflection of the lightning, and the scales seemed to be shrouded in a circle of sacred and inviolable white halo. It stretched its neck and howled, and the sharp claws on its limbs seemed to stick out slightly. The ranger with the best eyesight in the messenger team could even see that the dragon's body was covered with fine and solid scales, and the structure at the end of the big tail that was longer than a siege catapult looked like a meteor hammer. It is both fortunate and unfortunate that the white dragon's target was not the envoy group, but the one on the top of the mountain. The white dragon raised its head and looked at the human next to the strange electric tower on the top of the mountain with its diamond-like eyes that were full of inorganic energy. A slight commotion broke out among the envoys. Master Famet gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! It's the young white dragon. White dragons are such beasts that never make sense. White dragons, also known as ice dragons or glacier dragons, are creatures with a reputation for being slow and unintelligent. They don't deserve that reputation. Although white dragons have a distinctly animalistic streak, their intelligence is on par with that of other chromatic dragons. They simply don't care about complicated plans or political forces, preferring instead to live their lives as hunters and treasure collectors. They will indiscriminately attack any living thing in their territory unless the potential victim can quickly provide a good reason not to kill them, such as a gem that is attractive enough to tempt them. This young white dragon, which is over 12 meters long, is very troublesome. Normally, it requires a team of 5 people who have just entered the master level to contend with it. Right. Just a counterattack. The white dragon's innate high mobility means that it can escape at any time. Then, the vengeful white dragon will launch endless and unbridled revenge on anyone who has angered it at any point in its long life. Chapter 16 Dongfeng School's Secret Skills. There may be 2 to 5 white dragons in a litter. The only thing to be thankful for is that from the signs that it acts alone. It can be seen that this should be a lone white dragon. No matter what. Even a white dragon, which ranks last among the colored dragons, is enough to give Ganis and his delegation a hard time. The greatest hope is that this powerful white beast will confront that one head-on. As long as the 2 sides fight, Ganis can easily see through the true nature of this mysterious magic mentor. Mr. Quixote, I suggest that we speed up. If anything happens, we can still support your teacher. Ganis found a good excuse. Okay. The somewhat immature Towns didn't realize the opponent's twists and turns. So he took the lead and started moving towards the isolated peak. Getting closer. Getting closer. When they rushed to a place 1 kilometer away from the bottom of the lonely peak, the envoys witnessed, without surprise, the confrontation between the man and the dragon on the top of the mountain and in the sky. From a distance of 1 kilometer, an ordinary person would be just a small dot. This scene looked completely different to the half-elves with strong eyesight and the rangers, who were almost like rangers. Did you see it clearly? Ganis asked in a low voice. I see clearly. That's right. On the top of the mountain, next to the strange machine, stood a lonely figure. The lightning god twisted and turned around him, but roughly formed a standard sphere. The violent electric current did not affect the man at all. In the sky, a white dragon was hovering, constantly making threatening roars at the man. The 2 sides have already torn their faces apart and are obviously ready for a showdown and a fight. At this moment, the angry white dragon no longer hesitated. It flapped its wings violently, and its huge and beautiful body turned into a white stream of light and began to climb. In a matter of seconds, it would swoop down from the sky and cover the entire mountain with its dragon breath that symbolizes death and coldness. The scene that followed stunned everyone. Even Tang Si, who had already witnessed the powerful methods of his master, opened his mouth subconsciously. A shining ball of thunder descended from above the clouds, spanning the sky. It seems like Lei has mastered the Dongfeng School's unique skills. This express delivery technique is all about speed, accuracy and ruthlessness. It was like a comet falling into the mortal world, dragging a long tail of lightning, and smashing head-on into the climbing white dragon's head. Everything happened so fast. Perhaps this is what is called stealing the bell with lightning speed. Bailong just twisted his body instinctively and was hit. Even its scales and dragon skin, which are naturally resistant to magic, were unable to resist lightning in the slightest. With a loud bang, continuous flashes of light spread throughout the body along every gap between its scales. With a shrill and long scream, the white dragon fell to the ground with a loud bang. As the huge body swooped down at a 60-degree angle, it flattened a small hill in an instant. The entire Fulong Mountain seemed to let out a muffled groan at this moment. The hard rock layer could not withstand such an exaggerated impact and cracked on the spot. The impact force continued to spread in all directions, following the direction of the dive, and plowed a deep gully from the middle of the mountainside. The falling white dragon fell on the hillside, and its remaining force was still there. Along the way, trees of all sizes were crushed to pieces under the impact of its body. It was no longer like a bulldozer, but a mudslide that wiped out half of the hilltop. The most amazing thing was that, astonishingly, under the shocked gazes of Tangs and the delegation, the place where the white dragon fell was right in front of them. Ganis and Famet looked at each other, and could see the horror in each other's eyes. To them, the meaning of this mysterious and powerful wizard was clear. Accurate. He was very unhappy. But this style is too exaggerated. Others kill chickens to scare monkeys, but you kill a dragon for us to see? Even though the white dragon is considered the shame of all colored dragons by the legendary warriors. In reality, it is not a big deal for a young white dragon to defeat a city of 6,000 people called Ramonk, and he can just walk away afterward. A dragon of this level. Can you just kill it as you please? How can we be that monkey? Tangsi turned around in confusion and saw his companions with pale faces. What happened to you guys? Ganis knew that he represented the face of the kingdom, but it would be hard to say that they were not courteous enough this time and angered your god of law. Right? Gannis could only laugh awkwardly, falling from such a height. Even if he wasn't struck by lightning, he would probably be covered in bruises. Right? Master Famet followed up with an awkward conversation. If it were me, I would probably have a little bit of it here, and a little bit of it there. Fortunately, Downs is simple-minded. If he were a time traveler, he would definitely suggest that they use their chopsticks one at a time, and then start eating. Such a huge dragon rolled down the cliff like a broken toy, and finally fell into the ravine beside the mountain path in front of them. Is this a coincidence? It really is. Ever since Ryan accepted his good disciple's gift of comprehension, he has been in a trance. Not only were there real-time images and system prompts in his field of vision, but there was also a mysterious light and shadow rippling slightly. It was lightning that looked like a blooming dandelion from a distance. That is history repeating itself. That was the immense power once possessed by the great predecessors of physics. Knowledge lost by modern humans on Earth. An invention that could have rewritten history. Just like the roar of a steam train constantly echoing in his ears. The knowledge that swept in like a hurricane filled every gap in his rationality. Fantasies about the unknown dominated his rationality. This science and engineering dog simply longed for the guidance of the man who was praised as the man closest to God. Ryan's eyes widened as a complete machine design diagram reappeared on his retina. He worked like crazy in the blacksmith shop for 24 hours. No sleep. No rest. Then a scaled-down version of the Wardenclyffe Tower, only 5.7 meters high, was recreated in his hands. According to legend, in 1908, a huge explosion with a power about 1,000 times that of the Hiroshima nuclear bomb occurred near the Tunguska River in Russia, which was the masterpiece of the Wardenclyffe Tower. In fact, this mysterious tower has only one function, a radio power transmission tower. Of course, you can call it the Tesla Tower. Just after the tower was successfully opened, an annoying interferer appeared. Without hesitation, Ryan subconsciously gave the guy the punishment of east wind. It was not until a huge amount of electricity, as he wished, crossed the space and landed on the head of the big white lizard that the electric tower, which was made of poor materials and workmanship, exploded due to overload. At this moment, Ryan finally woke up from that wonderful epiphany. Who I am? What did I do? What am I going to do next? Ryan instinctively turned his gaze to the place where the white dragon fell. Although he couldn't see clearly, he still vaguely felt that there seemed to be someone over there. Ah! Someone actually came to this shabby place? Ryan actually wanted to find a place to go down the mountain. But when he saw the steep mountain wall, he chickened out. Miraculously, on the other side, Gannis, Famet, and the high-level ranger who had been paying attention to Ryan shuddered at the same time. Did you feel it? That gaze that was like that of the god of thunder, Gannis whispered. Yeah. The other two nodded at the same time. How do you see it? Master Famet cleared his throat and said, those who often kill people and dump corpses. No. Those who often slay dragons should know that slaying a dragon is easy. But dealing with a dragon corpse is very troublesome. The meaning of that adult is actually very clear. Gannis smiled bitterly. I understand. Killing the dragon is a sign of his dissatisfaction and warning to us. Then, if we help him deal with the dragon corpse, he will forgive us this time. Chapter 17. It's decided. Lick it to death. Not to mention Master Famet. Even the other several powerful generals nodded seriously. In this world, decency is relative. They could have pretended they hadn't understood anything and gone back in disgrace. But if they were respectable, the king would be disrespectful in a moment. If the legendary wizard were to come to the palace to demand punishment in the future, His Majesty the King would most likely let them enjoy the decent version of Louis XVI's guillotine in another world. After all, respectability is a matter of strength. In front of a truly powerful person, letting you be a dog or do odd jobs is definitely giving you face. How many people want to bring foot washing water to the legendary boss, but can't find a way? They even believe that if they had not held up the diplomatic flag, the Excellency would have struck them with lightning as well. Gannis walked up to Towns and bowed deeply. Sir, what are you doing? Tangsi was shocked. Mr. Quixote, I am extremely sorry. We misjudged your master's strength and regarded him as an ordinary great wizard. Obviously, our actions were very disrespectful to a true legendary great wizard. We almost caused a serious international dispute because of this. If this affects your master's impression of our country, we deserve to die. Ah! No. Just now. That. Towns was too young. How could he have known that just that scene would make old foxes like Gannis come up with so many twists and turns? Tangs was very happy in his heart, because he personally confirmed from the mouth of this great man of the kingdom that his master was a true legendary wizard. After being happy, he became a little worried about his master's mood, which seemed not very good. Gannis continued, "Master, you killed a white dragon in front of us, so that we can atone for our sins. We will take care of everything, and let you bring the spoils to master." "Ah, this. Sir, please don't make excuses. Your humility will make it difficult for us to do so." Master Famine also joined in. "Yes, it is our honor to serve the legendary wizard," the others said in unison. There were 2 master-level experts in the delegation, and the rest of the guards were all high-level professionals. Being praised and respected by so many experts, Tangsi felt proud, excited, and a little nervous. Since everyone said so, towns could only follow suit and let these strong men, who usually looked down on others, do the heaviest work. The big axe in Famit's hand, which had once killed a legendary tiger if it were put in the game. The challenge level of this thing would be level 9, and it would probably require a high-level team to contend with it. Was actually used as a butcher's knife. Although Famit felt pain in his flesh when he chopped off the white dragon's head because the axe blade was broken, he still insisted on completing the task. The white dragon's blood is the most powerful refrigerant. Some people even got frostbitten, but they just warmed themselves by the fire and continued to work without even farting. It took a group of strong men half a day to completely dismember such a huge dragon. Looking at the mountain of white dragon parts, Downs was a little overwhelmed. The bald warrior Famit came over and wiped the sweat off his face. "Sir Quixote, it's all done. White dragon meat has a freezing property. Unless it is thawed by baking over a strong fire, it will not rot if left at room temperature for a year. You can find a place to bury them first and deal with them later." "How do I deal with the dragon heads?" I don't know," Tangsi answered naively. Gannis groaned for a moment. "I heard from you that our master lives in seclusion. He probably doesn't want to be disturbed. If that's the case, then the dragon head can be hung at the only exit, because a pure-blooded dragon has its own dragon power. After a dragon is killed, not only will the dragon power not disappear, but the resentment formed before its death will become a most powerful warning, deterring all those with insufficient strength. Of course, this may anger other white dragons passing by, but with our master's strength, I'm sure he won't care." Gannis took it for granted. If a time traveler heard this, he would be furious and shout, "Thank you so much." This sounded great to Towns. "Yes, Master is too low-key. He can kill a giant dragon in seconds. So why should he be afraid of the Dragon Clan's revenge? Hang! You can hang?" Downs excitedly fantasized that one day he would hang dragon heads on both sides of the cliffs of the waterfall where he was about to jump. In this way, the envoys very respectfully carried the completely dismembered white dragon brother to the waterfall pool. According to Tangsi's request, they fixed the head of the white dragon brother, whose eyes were wide open and unwilling to close, on a cliff. That's it. Since the master is a little unhappy, we won't offend him. So let's say goodbye. Next time you come, I'm sure His Majesty will bring a gift of sufficient size. Gannis bowed deeply again. "Sorry. My master is a bit grumpy. No. 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 Only those with the most determined will can become legendary strongmen. This is what you should do. Master, we are the ones who have offended you. We will also put the small gifts here. If you like them, please take them." After saying that, they also put down the gift from the kingdom. "You are weak and have a bad temper. We won't tolerate you. Go where you want. If you have a big fist, it means you have character. Not only can you flatter others, you can even do a front flip and kneel down to lick their boots. Being a messenger means having a flexible moral bottom line." After separating from Towns, Gannis let out a long sigh as he watched the young man's back disappear from his sight. Famine asked, "My lord, what's wrong?" "I am both happy and sad." "How to say?" "That person didn't block the way, so there is still room for negotiation. But his attitude shows that he is not a citizen of our country. Without the friendship price, we can only negotiate with other countries on a fair price." Thamit and others were silent. The kingdom of Cervantes is only a small country after all. In this Dharma-ending age, this rare talent who can teach qualified mages can definitely support a royal magic academy easily. If the other party really wants to find a dock, the major empires will definitely fight over it. How can a small kingdom like them get it? Then we hide the news? Ganis smiled bitterly. What does that person mean by releasing Town's Quixote? It's obvious that he intends to openly recruit disciples. This? Ganis turned around, glanced reluctantly, then withdrew his gaze, his eyes becoming firm. Relax. Fam it. Open your mind. Since that lord has shown us his strength and generosity, we must naturally repay him with fairness and kindness. He is a human, a legendary wizard who is willing to help the entire human world revive magic. If we can get his promise to help us once while providing him with help and service, then everything we do will be worth it. Everyone was solemn, and then nodded in unison. There is no way. In the Thermodynamics age, a living legendary wizard is so precious. Even if the consultant's opinion is to lick the great wizard to death, it is worth it. A certain time traveler just didn't know that this dot was a huge misunderstanding. Chapter 18. This is cool. Keep it on. Interesting. After leaving the Fulong Mountains, Ganis and his party traveled almost day and night to return to the royal capital. When King Cervantes saw them and learned about this, he was also shocked. What? A living, true legendary wizard? That lord is indeed alive. When Ganis said this, the high-level ranger beside him nodded. The power he displayed shows that he is undoubtedly a legendary wizard. Of course, I cannot rule out other possibilities, but the possibility is extremely small. The more likely possibility is that this person's strength is infinitely close to that of a demigod. What Ganis showed was not only a piece of white dragon skin scorched by lightning, but also a very rare photo-taking orb. This thing is a magic video recorder. Although it can only store up to 1 minute of video, it is enough to show the key scene in the projection that expanded to a wall. His Majesty the King saw with his own eyes the violent power of thunder and lightning gathering at the top of the lonely peak, then crossing a distance of 1,000 meters and accurately striking down on the giant white dragon. Finally, the dragon fell tragically to its death in front of the envoys. After watching it, King Cervantes could not calm down the shock in his heart for a long time, and his heart was pounding wildly. This is a divine power that transcends the mortal world. In front of this power, his army and the strong men under his command all seemed so powerless and insignificant. Looking at the group of his confidants kneeling in the direction of his attack, he felt a little regretful. You didn't gain the friendship of that legendary wizard? We failed. We are guilty. Ganis and others answered in unison. The king waved his hand dejectedly. It's all right, my dear ministers. Please stand up. It's natural for a demigod wizard to look down on our kingdom. It's not your fault. Ganis and others then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ganis, I want to hear your opinion. The king had great trust in Ganis. Originally, half-elves were not popular with the elves. The elves would accept half-elves into their territory, but they would not treat them well. Whenever humans accepted half-elves would be more willing to regard themselves as part of the human race. Ganis is such an old minister who has served 7 generations of kings. Ganis hesitated for a moment and said, since that master wants to accept a disciple, we will pass on what we have seen and understood to other countries through secret channels. At the same time, we must issue a gag order to the people of Ramankaling. Oh, Ganis said very seriously, a legendary wizard who has comprehended the origin of the world and can teach formal wizards, and is most likely a neutral wizard, wants to accept a disciple. If he doesn't mind working for other races, then all races and organizations in the world will be crazy about him, including but not limited to devils and demons. The king trembled all over, and he finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Then we must immediately unite with the kings and emperors to protect that adult. No, it won't come to that, Ganis suddenly said. Be thankful, your majesty. In order to avoid trouble, that lord deliberately lived in seclusion in the Fulong Mountains. There are 5 confirmed nests of old dragons there. Without that secret passage, even other legendary masters would easily perish if they entered the Fulong Mountains. Mastering this secret passage is the greatest gift that Lord has given us. King Cervantes breathed a sigh of relief. I understand. If a time traveler knew about this, he would definitely complain wildly. Is it possible that I, a novice time traveler, cannot leave the novice village? Ryan had no idea that the high-ranking officials of the Cervantes kingdom would have imagined things to this extent. At the moment when the Tesla tower collapsed, he came back to his senses from the mysterious trance that inspired infinite enlightenment. That feeling is so mysterious. Everything is imaginable. Imagination secretly conforms to the laws of the world, turning into a supreme power that shocks the world. It felt like he could even reverse engineer all the lost technologies he knew about in his mind in that state. Is this the world of a wise man, with an IQ close to 300? It's so hacking scary. After all, among the most intelligent scientists on Earth, Nikola Tesla's IQ ranking has never fallen out of the top 10. And he is always in the top 3. Even after he died for nearly 100 years. The US government still refuses to make public his research manuscripts. What troubled Ryan was that even in that state, he clearly remembered every part and every subtle structure of the Tesla Tower. When he came out of this state of enlightenment, it was like a dream, and he remembered nothing. This almost one-time use state is the coolest. In any case, by using Townsend's comprehension talent, Ryan finally understood how evil his disciple was. Ryan feels very strange now. How to say? It's like an ordinary person who plays FPS games and shouts turn it off. It's boring every day. When he breaks into a server full of cheaters, he can't quit. When he is killed by the Lich, Dragon, Evil God and other outrageous cheaters on the opposite side and becomes manic, he suddenly matches with a teammate with a higher KD kill ratio in the next game. What would you do at this time? Ryan didn't know what others thought. In this case, he definitely wouldn't mind being carried around. That feeling was roughly the same as what he was feeling now. This is cool. Let's turn it on. It's fun. As Ryan talked to himself, a smile appeared on his face, just when he was doing his daily fishing to fill his stomach. What happened next was very abrupt. When the boy Tangsi emerged from the pool again, the master and disciple looked at each other. Ryan was confused. You're back? Talon said excitedly. I'm back? Master, it turns out that you still care about me. You helped me kill the white dragon outside, and waited for me to come back here. My disciple, is it possible that if I can't catch any fish, I will starve to death? I heard that the dragons in this world will take revenge for any grudges they have. Hey, what about killing a dragon? That was done by the Tesla Tower. What does it have to do with me? Ryan? Oh, my last name is Tesla in this world too. That's not. Pooh. Have never killed any white dragon. This is like the sin caused by tomatoes. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Tomatoes? Just as Ryan was using hypnosis to comfort his frightened little darling, his good disciple raised a pair of white dragon fangs high from the water. Master, the envoys have already dealt with the dragon corpse of the white dragon you killed in order to apologize. They even hung the dragon head on the mountain wall next to the waterfall outside the waterway. This time, ordinary monsters will definitely not dare to approach and disturb your meditation. With just one word from Towns, Ryan's years of low blood pressure were immediately cured. Blood pressure instantly broke 200. Wicked disciple. Wicked disciple. Are you afraid that those ancient white dragons and prehistoric white dragons don't know that I accidentally killed their descendants? For a moment, Ryan wanted to humanely destroy this unworthy disciple in the name of Master. Master, white dragon meat is actually quite delicious. Would you like to try it? Ryan took a piece of frozen meat that looked like white ice cream with suspicion. He took a bite, and it tasted a bit fishy and a bit too chewy. But the flaws do not outweigh the merits. This cool taste adds a wonderful sense of pleasure in this hot summer. This is like if you haven't seen a woman for a long time. She will become as beautiful as a sow. I've been eating too many bitter vegetables and fish recently. So when I suddenly tried something else, my taste buds felt sublime. It's so delicious. In the illusion of a certain time traveler, a strange blush appeared on his face. Especially when the system prompts, host eats ice dragon meat. Willpower and toughness are being judged. Judged passed. Host gains 1 point of frost element affinity, and 1 point of frost resistance. Seeing this, the attitude of a certain master who was full of moral integrity immediately changed 180 degrees. Ice dragon? What ice dragon? This is the otherworldly version of the flying snowskin mooncake. Tesla said this. If any dragon is dissatisfied, please go out. Turn left and go to Earth to find old man Nikola Tesla. Chapter 19 Support Advantage Road. Oh my. This evil disciple either doesn't come back or brings so many delicious foods when he comes back. How could my great master be short of this little food? Really lacking. Firstly, Ryan wanted to have a snack. And secondly, he knew that since there were dragons in this broken world, There would naturally be all kinds of outrageous attribute targeting and attribute immunity. As long as he wants to survive in this world, he has to face many things. After knowing that his monstrous eldest disciple was his greatest hope, Ryan temporarily gave up the idea of accepting other disciples. After finishing the dragon meat, Tang Si, who was a little trembling, bowed very tactfully. Master, I am back again. I know I am not qualified to be your direct disciple, but compared to those awkward people and things in the outside world, I would rather serve you and wait for you to give me some pointers when you are in a good mood. I will be very happy. Ryan raised his eyelids and said, Didn't your former lord give you a promotion or wealth? Tang Si did not dare to hide anything and told the truth. His Majesty Cervantes hopes to hire me as the royal family's royal wizard, with the same status and treatment as a hereditary viscount. Oh, why don't you accept it? I don't think that's the life I want. Towns told him everything that had happened in the past few days. Neither Count Ramasher nor King Gannis's advisor looked down on him. On the contrary, this generous treatment was too grand for Downs, making the young wizard feel suffocated. The key point was that Downs felt that these bigwigs were all staring at his teacher, instead of really appreciating him. So I hope that when I become a truly capable mage, it won't be too late to come out of seclusion. In the future, whenever Master gives me orders, my descendants and I will obey. Before that, please let me serve you. Master. Towns bowed deeply. This time, Towns completely became a disciple and devoted himself to the master. Ryan half closed his eyes. He finally understood that this was a popular practice among people in this world. They offered their loyalty, strength, and even their lives in exchange for extraordinary power, knowledge, or status. Giving one's life is not an empty promise, because in many cases, this kind of service is not for one person, but for several generations, or even dozens of generations. A true extraordinary person can inject the power of restraint into the soul of a servant, extending it to his descendants. Unless a more powerful, mysterious force helps to release the contract, this bondage can last for thousands of generations. Even if we don't bind the soul and do the same thing as the Mage Academy, we will all prosper together and suffer together. Not to mention that for the rest of Town's life, there is a high probability that the Quixote family will be followers of Ryan. Ryan didn't agree directly. He held his cheek with his left hand and raised his eyelids. Ha ha. I thought you would be content with your current position. Tell me, didn't Count Lamanque give you any beautiful maids? Tang Si blushed on the spot. Well, I still think magic is more interesting. Ryan slapped his thigh and said, That's right. Women will only affect the speed of our spell casting. No exaggeration or slander. If this brat had eaten meat before me, I would have expelled this rebellious disciple from the mountain gate no matter what. It's okay now. Tang Si's eyes flashed, and he suddenly remembered how panicked he was when he was attacked by the beautiful maid. And suddenly he realized, it turns out that women are really a disaster. Well, women are trouble. That's for sure. Disciple, you are too young to handle this kind of trouble. If you really encounter one, let your master take care of it for you first. Ryan spoke nonsense in a serious manner. I understand. Master. As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan patted his eldest disciple on the shoulder and said, Okay, let's leave it at that for now. I'll keep you here for a while. As I said before, what I teach you is just knowledge. How much you can understand depends on your understanding. Understood? Master. Tang Si responded excitedly. Next it's time to continue enjoying the feast. The frost resistance provided by ice dragon meat is so damn important. Ryan estimated that if he could earn 10 points of frost resistance, he might be able to cross the cold pond and escape from this damn place. Ideal is full. The reality is very skinny. This is like the people of Sichuan in China saying not spicy, while having the largest number of anorectal hospitals in the country. After Ryan made 2 successful judgments in a row, the third time, he who occupies the toilet is the king. Do not disturb him. Ryan finally realized that some things cannot be rushed, and that being a gambler will not end well. He could only patiently regulate his stomach, and then have a meal of white dragon meat the next day. On the other hand, after knowing that King Cervantes' envoys were accidentally scared away by him, Ryan's heart trembled. He didn't know if his system would still be able to deal with the real expert, and make clear arrangements for the old monster, who was at least 200 years old. What if it is too advanced to be displayed? Then wouldn't his image as a reclusive master be exposed? When Ryan knew that a group of king-level bosses were waiting for him outside, it felt a bit like he was about to jump into a crocodile pool. rather than beating crocodiles and eating crocodile meat. It felt more like delivering food. Congratulations to the host. Your legend degree in the human world has increased by 1. The kings of all countries now know that there is an extremely powerful human legendary wizard in the Fulong Mountains. This bit of legend made Ryan both happy and sad. King Cervantes sent him a lot of gifts, including luxurious robes and magic books from before the end of the Dharma era. He even thoughtfully packed them in a waterproof cartilage box. This magical box, which seemed to be made of pig cartilage, was sealed and light, and could easily pass through waterways. If people find out in the future that Ryan is not strong enough and not worthy of his position, no matter how good the treatment he receives now, there will be great backlash in the future. Ryan knew better that the current situation was a bit like playing League of Legends. As a jungler, he should help the advantageous lane rather than the disadvantaged lane. It would be difficult for him to be promoted to a legendary wizard by himself. The right way is to quickly increase Tang Xi's strength and let Tang Xi bring greater bonus to him as a master. So on this day, Ryan tried to guide the development direction of Town's talent. Tang Xi, use this bucket to get water. The good disciple looked at the broken barrel with one of the boards rotted and broken. And although he didn't understand what his master meant, he still did as he was told. At the lake, once the barrel was 1/3 full of water. It could not hold any more water. After spending more than an hour explaining a bunch of physics theories, Ryan said very seriously, "Science is rigorous and comprehensive. Many principles in the world are universal. So when you study physics with me, you can't just focus on electricity. For example, you will also need to learn thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, and other subjects in the future." Tang Xi was completely confused by what he heard, and was left with a feeling of unclear but impressive. Let me give you an example. Smoke is actually a solid, because smoke is made up of countless small particles. But fog is a liquid, because fog is actually made up of countless tiny droplets. But fog becomes a conductor that can transmit electricity in terms of electricity. Well, it's hard to digest too much knowledge. So go and experience it yourself. After repeating the concepts of what conductors and insulators are, Ryan patted his butt and left again, leaving Towns here in a daze. Chapter 20 Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Naturally, Towns' thoughts began to wander again. As expected of a master, his knowledge is so profound that I am afraid I will never be able to learn it all in my lifetime. Knowledge is power. This is not only the master's catchphrase, but also the unbreakable truth of the magic world. When will I be able to have the same powerful magic skills as my master? No. It's the power of knowledge. Thinking of this, perhaps because he ate too much today, Towns burped and exhaled a breath of slightly cold air like puffing smoke. Wait! Master said that fog is a conductor. Could it be that lightning will be more powerful if it is combined with some kind of conductor? Tang Xi suddenly understood something, and he suddenly widened his eyes as wide as he could. I understand. Master pretended to be angry with the envoys, and killed a white dragon that he disliked. He planned everything and knew that we would bring back the white dragon meat. Then he pretended to have diarrhea after eating it, and gave most of the dragon meat to me. No wonder I feel that my perception of frost elements has become so much stronger recently. It turns out that everything was arranged by Master. Thinking of this, 2 lines of excited tears burst out from Tang Xi's eyes. Master. Master is so good to me. He doesn't say it, but he really cares about me. Whoa. Tang Xi, who lost his father at a young age, suddenly felt a long-lost sense of warmth. I must do something to repay Master for his kindness. Tangs immediately began to think, is there anything I can make and give to Master that Master would like? Looking up, although it takes a long time to walk to both ends of this small valley, you can see almost everything at a glance. After thinking for a while, Tang simply jumped into the cold pond and swam to the waterfall outside again. Since Master has killed the white dragon that was lurking nearby, there shouldn't be any powerful monsters around here. Right? This is a natural law. If the ruler of a piece of land is killed, there will be a short vacuum period in the entire land before a new ruler comes, until this fertile territory is occupied by a new top predator. Town Stroll may seem a bit crazy, but he actually thinks he is safe. With the Lonely Peak as the center, I should be safe within a 5-mile radius. I can handle the small monsters myself, and the Master will take care of the big ones. All I can say is that sometimes ignorance can really be fearless. People of the same family are like one another, and Quixote is a little more courageous. He swaggered through the grove that was once the hunting ground of the ice dragon. As expected, Towns ran into trouble before he had even walked a kilometer. This is... A horse neighing from the sky attracted his attention. Looking in the direction of the neighing sound, Tang saw a strange rainbow in the gray sky that seemed to suddenly swoop down from the boiling clouds like porridge. A rainbow appears in the gray sky, and it is hard not to attract attention. Just like the light of a lighthouse in the dark night. Not to mention, there was a large group of evil flying creatures covered in flames chasing after the rainbow. These flying fireballs flapped their wings and kept circling, grabbing and chiseling at the seven-color rainbow. Tangs was stunned for a moment. Then he looked again, and found that the rainbow was actually a majestic pony. It has no wings and its fur is bright silver. But the mane on the back of its neck, its tail, and the hair flying behind its four hooves are all rainbow-colored. It stomped its limbs in the air at a high frequency, using the wind element as a stepping stone, and ran wildly in the sky. If the fire bats chasing it hadn't flown faster, the silver horse itself would have been the most eye-catching cub in the entire airspace. It's already in bad shape. There were at least 20 wounds all over its body. The most shocking one was a horrific bloody wound more than 1 meter long from its left leg to its abdomen, with silver blood constantly splashing out. To Downs' surprise, the rainbow horse fell right towards the woods where he was. This is an opportunity. Towns felt the magic power in his body boiling instantly, his heart pounding wildly, and powerful elements began to gather around him. Subconsciously, his muscles tensed up. He is preparing for a sneak attack. No matter whether it's Pegasus or fire bats. Kill them all. At this moment, Tang Xi suddenly thought of something. If he used a powerful lightning strike, would it be like Master killed the white dragon, turning half of the dragon's head black? Lord Gannis and the others said that this would reduce the value of the dragon's head by at least half. Although Master didn't care. But horsehide can be made into boots. Silver boots with rainbow mane look beautiful. If I make the horsehide complete and give it to Master, Master will definitely be happy. With this thought in mind, Towns immediately changed his mind. He took a deep breath, and the magic power in his body surged. Although the total amount of magic power was not too exaggerated. After repeated training, his magic power could resonate well with the wind element. At this critical moment, he actually thought too much again. Master once said that conductors can increase the conduction of electrical energy. If I add this dot, will it be better? Tangs half squinted his eyes, and suddenly stretched forward his left hand. A bunch of white fog flickered in midair, just like a group of cotton danced in the wind. Afterwards, an even larger mass of white ice vapor spread out across hundreds of cubic meters of sky. To have someone else do this would be like playing with fire. But Tang Xi felt that the magic power in his body was still in a fairly balanced state. That very subtle feeling that 1 + 1 was greater than 2 began to make him feel as if his magic level was rapidly improving. Just when the rainbow horse and the fire bat were all surprised by the appearance of the intruder, Towns, a dazzling flash of light suddenly appeared from Towns' right hand. The brilliance of lightning chain became the only main theme of this airspace in the next second. Normally, a full-fledged mage-level lightning chain would not be able to deal with a cluster of 15 fire bats. Whether it was a magic attack or a natural lightning strike, the energy would decay. However, the affinity for frost elements gained by eating white dragon meat allowed Tang Xi to learn mist and cloud technique without any guidance. You know, this is the innate skill of the white dragon clan. When the cloud technique that was fixedly wrapped around the fire bat was combined with the lightning chain, it formed a new set of combos. If a time traveler were here, he would definitely exclaim, "Holy shit." Towns didn't know that there was an even more amazing part to his combo just now. The winding chain of lightning hit the rainbow horse. And then, because the horse seemed to be immune to the wind element, the chain of lightning connected to the fire bats without any attenuation. Sizzle. The audible sound of the fire bats, along with the terrifying ultrasonic waves, attacked Towns. The fire bats were falling from the sky like rain. And Tang Xi, who was attacked by the dying fire bats, also groaned in pain. He collapsed and instinctively hugged a big tree. But he couldn't stand up. His limbs were twitching, and he almost completely lost his strength. At this moment, the rainbow horse unexpectedly flew down and came to Downs. It was only then that Downs realized that this horse did not seem to be an adult horse. It snorted and actually sniffed Tang Xi with its nose. Tang Xi suddenly smiled bitterly. "Damn it! I wanted to kill you too. But now I can't bear to kill you." The silver pony with rainbow mane blinked in a very human way. As if to say, we are in the same boat? Tang Si wiped the blood dripping from his nose. And his bitter smile became even more intense. He took off his wrist guard and put it in the horse's mouth for it to hold. If you can understand what I say, then fly to that lonely peak to find my master. He is the only one who can save us. The rainbow horse actually understood what he heard. But it did not choose to report the news. Instead, it held on to Tang's tightly in its mouth, staggered and flew up again, and flew tremblingly towards the valley that represented hope. Over there, Ryan, who was originally researching the recipe for white dragon meat, was extremely surprised to see the rainbow horse carrying his good apprentice from the sky. His first reaction was to hear a magical melody rising in his mind. You are nay 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 nay. Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Chapter 21. The outrageous legend continues. My own eldest son. Bah. It's my eldest disciple, who is the kind of person who will make big news for you if you don't pay attention to him for a long time. At this moment, Ryan finally caught a glimpse of the prompt quietly displayed in the system. Congratulations, host. Your disciple has used Mist Cloud in conjunction with Lightning Chain to attack a group of fire bats with maximum power, and has mastered the metamagic feat, Spell Power. When paired with this feat, all variable values of the spell are increased by an additional 50%. Since the principle of this metamagic feat was taught by the host has acquired this feat permanently. Even though Ryan was already the minister of the shock department of Chaos World, he was still shocked when he saw this expertise. Metamagic feats can be understood as super magic additional skills. There are not many types of metamagic feats, each of which is very rare and extremely useful. For example, increasing the magic range by 50%. This spell enhancement is equivalent to raising the upper and lower limits of magic attack damage by 50% at the same time. The only way to describe how someone feels at this moment is outrageous. As for this little rainbow white horse marked as wind-controlling divine horse by the system, it is simply outrageous and outrageous. It is outrageous to the extreme. Little white horse. Actually, it should be called little silver horse. But little white horse is more pronounceable, so we call it that. You Fengju most of the time. The appearance is just a steed that is abnormal, different from ordinary horses. It is essentially a flying magic beast that likes to live on the sub-cold mountain with high wisdom. If it was before Ryan traveled through time, he definitely wouldn't mind getting a wind-controlling horse as a mount. When it reaches a high level, the strength of the wind horse is questionable. Again, strength is a matter of one patch. But being handsome is for a lifetime. Ordinary wind-controlling horses are sold at sky-high prices in the hands of players. Not to mention this rare wind-controlling horse that clearly has a faint trace of divine blood and has significantly higher vitality and strength. Let's put it this way. If anyone sells this thing in the game, it's as expensive as a house in the suburbs of Demon City. Second only to Dragon and Phoenix mounts. Not to mention the combination of magic that Towns just performed, which is comparable to the terrifying combo of Storm Priest and Warlock in the game. Once you have mastered this trick, clearing the screen with one click of Lightning Chain is no longer a dream. Those hard-working warriors, who had to fight the boss for more than 10 rounds to kill, would often be killed in seconds when facing this kind of super magic lightning attack. At this moment, Ryan was completely convinced by his disciple's luck. Master, I beg you to save it. It was injured by a group of fire bats, with blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Tang Si pleaded miserably for the Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse, who knew that at this time, the little white horse actually retreated. Ryan was embarrassed. You don't look very serious when you take a half step back. Ryan was more and more certain that this chaos world was quite similar to the game he had played. Yu Fengju was a typical neutral good creature. It would instinctively reject the existence of disorder or evil. What was even more outrageous was that this magical beast also had telepathic abilities. Ryan believes that he should be in the lawful camp. Then, most likely this time traveler has a flexible moral bottom line, which probably scared the wind horse. Ryan turned his face 45 degrees to the sky and looked at the horse with his nose up. Humph! So many powerful beings begged me to help, but I still ignored them. You little beast. Dare to put on airs in front of me? The little white horse seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then sensed again, and found that this master seemed a little evil. But his actions did not seem that evil. After hesitating again and again, it finally came over and lowered its proud horse head. A voice came from the mind. It was the neighing of a horse. But Ryan still felt that intuitive mental feeling asking the great wizard to save me. Save you? Sure. I will give you enough respect. But in the future you have to be the mount of my apprentice Tangxi. Otherwise, forget it. The little white horse hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally nodded seriously. In fact, saving horses is just Ryan's way of showing off. He is not a veterinarian, and he knows nothing about saving horses. There's a saying that goes, treat a dying horse as a living one. Ryan glanced at the shocking wounds on the horse's body that were eroded by flames, and pointed his finger at a distance. Downs. Cover the horse with those white dragon skins. As for whether it can survive, it depends on whether the goddess of fate favors it. Tangxi suddenly realized, Master is going to use the cold dragon skin of the white dragon to offset the fire poison brought by the fire bats. As expected, he is the master. He knows everything. Tangs didn't care about his injuries. He staggered to the temporary warehouse beside the pond, took out a large piece of white dragon skin, and draped it on the little white horse. It's a mixture of ice and fire. The sour feeling is just like having your testicles shot without any anesthetic. The little white horse almost jumped up. It reacted violently at first, and then its entire body froze. Huh? It worked. The fiery scars left on its body by the fire bat's claws and fangs were actually offset by the white dragon's unique cold aura. It still hurts, but while it doesn't cause further damage, the cold frost element also has a slight paralyzing effect. The little white horse neighed and snorted happily, and nodded to Towns to indicate that his condition was getting better. That's great. Thank you, Master. Towns bowed to Ryan gratefully. Ryan glanced at his apprentice and said, as for you, it was right to kill all the fire bats in one go. Once the loss of more than a quarter of the beasts, they will evacuate, and then hang behind you, looking for an opportunity to cause trouble again. It's just that you don't take care of yourself. You have to bear the injury this time. Think carefully about what you did wrong, and what you did right. Yes. Towns happily went to rest. To be honest, Ryan guessed that Towns was injured by the ultrasonic wave. In addition to the disgusting attached flame attack, the fire bat also has ultrasonic waves. Ryan really didn't know what to use to treat the damage caused by ultrasound. He said think about it carefully, but it was just a casual remark. Who knew that the system prompt would come that night? Your apprentice, Don Quixote, has learned how to deal with ultrasonic attacks by recalling your lecture on isolating sound waves with soundproof materials. His immunity level has been increased to toughness +1. The people of Ren were all confused. He had long known that his apprentice's comprehension was at a demonic level, but a mage actually improved his toughness, which is easy for melee fighters to train, by taking a beating. What do you mean? The Cleaver team is about to cry. Ryan's fist was a little stiff, but he still comforted himself. It's okay. He is my good son. No matter how strong he is. Ryan, am strong. 3 seconds later. Damn it! I'm still so envious of him. Chapter 22 Bull. There are some hazards of ultrasound, which are generally concentrated in 3 aspects. 1 is skin, 2 is eyes, and 3 is nerve damage. Downs is indeed a former knight apprentice. He sleeps for a day, and is full of energy the next day. Although he is probably not as good as his former buddy, he is definitely not much different. Judging from the standards of D&D games, Ryan estimated that the guy's physical fitness would not be less than 14 points. For a wizard, this was definitely a crooked talent. It's a pity that we can't apply the standards of normal people to this gifted monster with extremely high comprehension. Ryan strongly doubted that understanding was not included in the basic attribute of intelligence, but was an implicit attribute. As for the level of evilness of his disciples, Ryan knew that this was just the beginning. He flipped through the old magic book that the Cervantes mission had brought with it, using it as a reference. Although due to the collapse of the magic network, it is impossible for modern people to cast the corresponding magic through the above spells. But a stone from another mountain can be used to polish a jade. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. But once you look at it, you will find that your good disciple has successively learned the lightning magic belonging to the energy system, the lightning and arrow protection belonging to the protection system, and the cloud magic belonging to the spell system. All in all, Towns not only developed all-roundly, but also learned magic from 3 of the 8 major magic systems. As the saying goes, everyone has their own specialty. Even if Ryan cannot teach other types of magic in the future, Ryan will be proud of the 3 types of magic that Towns has mastered. What does it have to do with his master if the disciple cannot learn other types of magic? Ryan thought that by the time he had finished teaching all the high school physics, the only magic that Towns could not understand would probably be the necromancy. This cannot be said to be a shortcoming. Towns just needs to learn how to deal with the undead. At worst, how about a physical exorcism? For the next 3 days, Towns was a little distracted from studying. He would run to the pond to look after Sunshine Rainbow and the little white horse almost as soon as the get out of class was over. What made Ryan extremely sad was that in addition to looking around for suitable fodder for the little white horse, Downs also shamelessly misappropriated the carrots reserved for himself by his master. The latest batch of carrots planted by a certain master has not yet reached the harvest season. They were found in the valley some time ago. It can be said that eating a little less. This forced a certain master to increase the amount of meat on his menu with tears in his eyes. 3 days later, the little white horse was able to stand up and regain its spirit. Ryan sat on a big rock in front of it and said to Downs in a serious tone, "Little white horse, I know you can understand human language. I won't waste any more words. Since you will be the mount of my eldest disciple in the future, I will give you a name." When the little white horse heard this, it shook its head violently and snorted, strongly expressing its dissatisfaction. Through the telepathy of this magical beast, Ryan could vaguely feel that this wind-controlling divine horse had its own name, which literally translated was probably the word bow. Ryan's face darkened, and he said seriously, "I have the final say in this valley. I saved you too. Since you don't agree, even if I didn't save you, I can only let you die." The little white horse decisively assumed a vigilant and defensive posture, except that its front legs were stretched out, lowering the angle with the ground, while its 2 hind legs were bent like a compressed spring, as if it was considering whether to run away. Tangsi suddenly became anxious. "Master, isn't this a bit too much?" Ryan glanced at his disciple with angry eyes, and the disciple shrank his neck, not knowing what to do. Ryan continued, "The way of magic is about equal exchange. Tangsi saved you from the claws of the fire bat, and you were willing to be his mount. And I saved you. And if you don't give me something, I can only take your life. Changing your name is the minimum price you have to pay." The little white horse's face was as bitter as a bitter gourd, but its wounds had not yet healed, and now it could not fly. There was only a valley like this. Where could it run in the hands of a great wizard? Very reluctantly, the little white horse finally nodded. "Don't be reluctant. Since your name contains the character Bow, you will be called Bow from now on. Don't think this name is simple. In my world, all the good horses in the world must be approved by you before they can be called good horses. This name will not humiliate you, but will elevate your status." Yu Fengzhe has telepathy, and it almost immediately understood the meaning of Bo Lu from the surface of Ryan's mind. When he thought that all the famous horses in the world had to be approved by him before they could be considered famous horses, it was like letting a normal man be a judge in a beauty pageant. Suddenly, this half-grown stallion showed a very shameless side. It dripped a small broken step towards a small broken step, rubbing Ren's hand with a horse face. This scene made Tangsi dumbfounded. "Master, it's okay. This won't affect your relationship with Bo. Didn't you see that he was happy to change his name? It's settled." The ignorant Towns had no idea what his master was up to, and he didn't think much about it. Only Ryan was delighted. System hint? Mission completed January 2nd. As long as the host forces one more high-level monster to change its name, the host will obtain the master's exclusive talent, Master's Majesty. When the master casts command magic that requires a will test, he will gain an additional 30% success rate bonus. This mission was accidentally triggered by Ryan when he was reading an old magic book. There was a spell called Command Beast in the book, which basically forced a beast creature that did not belong to him to do something. Unexpectedly, the system that was often pretended to be dead even sent him a task, with the mentality that if you don't do it, it's a waste, and if you do it well, you'll make money for free. Ryan bullied the little white horse. Now it seems that it's good for you, me, and everyone. Having dealt with Bo Lu, Towns finally returned to his normal learning state before this naughty horse, which might soon become an adult, had a good rest. On that day, Lane taught the second law of thermodynamics. Heat can be transferred spontaneously from a higher temperature object to a lower temperature object, but it cannot be transferred spontaneously from a lower temperature object to a higher temperature object. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, "No." Maybe Towns hesitated for 5 seconds. And then a ball of icy air appeared on the palm of his right hand. Tangsi shouted with joy, "Master, I understand." "Ryan? Have you realized it again?" Although he knew that his good disciple had a talent for comprehension. When Ryan learned from the system prompt that Towns had comprehended the level 3 magic ice explosion on his own, Ryan's heart still trembled violently. At this pace, it won't be long before Towns masters 3 level 3 spells and becomes a level 3 wizard. If he continues to perform well, he will successfully advance to a level 6 wizard or above and become a high-level wizard in less than half a year. At this moment, Bowl suddenly came running over a little unsteadily, making a warning sound and turning its head to look up at the sky from time to time. Ryan thought actually he didn't sense it. He was just pretending to sense it. He raised his eyelids and said in a nonchalant tone, "Tangsi, do things from beginning to end. Do you understand?" Tangsi turned his head sharply and stared at the huge flaming bat in the sky, and said sternly, "No problem. Master, please help me to hold the line. Go!" Ryan raised his hand. Chapter 23. Am I that awesome? High emotional intelligence. It's just a fire bat. There's no need for the master to do it himself. Low EQ. Let alone that seemingly awesome fire bat. Master might not even be able to defeat an ordinary fire bat. Ryan had complained about this teaching system more than once. Logically, as a time traveler, he should be a noble wizard. The point is that no matter how he looks at his attributes, strength, agility, physique, intelligence, perception, and charm are always followed by a string of question marks. Cough. Even the back of intelligence is +2. Is it? The system is just trying to tease you, turning the Master Ryan into a complete blind box. Even though Ryan used Tesla Tower to kill a white dragon in one breath last time. If you ask Ryan to perform magic normally, he really can't cast a single one. As long as he saw that the physics experiment demonstration in the system was in a gray state, he knew he was doomed. Having been acting like a master for so long, he doesn't dare to stop. Now Towns asked Ryan to take charge, and Ryan could only pretend to stand with his hands behind his back, pacing and proudly walking to the side of the Tesla coil that had become a lightning perception trainer. In Tang's mind, his master could easily summon a terrible bolt of lightning, let alone next to such a divine weapon. A mere elite fire bat. What's the use of it? In the eyes of a certain time traveler, Towns had an aura that said, "You have been strengthened. Go and get it." But in Tangsi's mind, it was like his master's kind eyes were examining him, and he had to behave well. Towns couldn't contain his excitement. He looked excited and walked faster and faster, rushing towards the fire bat in the sky that was flying towards him with a group of his minions. Towns narrowed his eyes slightly and seemed a little dazed. From the moment he passed by Ryan, Ryan realized that his good disciple had once again entered that wonderful state of enlightenment. Next, it is not unusual to do what happened to Downs. Sure enough, although Tangsi felt that he was a little tipsy, his mind was clear. He murmured quietly to himself, "This is another test from Master. It not only tests whether I can comprehend magic, but also tests my ability to react to enemies. If I use the ice magic of the transmutation system directly, I will definitely fail the test. Since Master just mentioned the hot dance system Tyre law, I must use it. Ahem. For a young man who was originally a knight apprentice and became a mage, the word thermodynamics was too difficult to pronounce in chaos human language. Downs read it many times, but still couldn't pronounce it correctly. This is also where Towns' uncanny understanding lies. He can ignore the process and directly achieve a certain result. When Towns raised his left hand again, flashing a faint white glow of water element, even Ryan, who was watching from behind, was sure that he was going to use the one-click screen clearing combo skill again. But it is not. The aura of magic was already surging around him, and the water vapor in the cold pond not far away was quietly rising. It's hard to say about other departments, but in the field of shaping that controls elements, Downs is worthy of the title of genius, even when it is his first time using it. The perfect balance between his magic power and the elements is like that of a formal wizard who has practiced magic for many years before the Dharma ending age. For a moment, Ryan thought that what Towns had realized was the third-level magic spell Rain and Snowstorm. This magic, which uses cold winds and rainstorms to destroy the enemy's balance, can kill 2 birds with 1 stone against a small elemental creature like the fire bat that is typically afraid of water. It not only counteracts the fire bat's attributes, but also makes it fall headfirst. Ryan was wrong again. Waves of water waves that sounded like Buddhist chants rang out in the air. And the strong surging waves quickly entangled the group of fire bats. Before these domineering fire beasts could react, the sound of water waves splashing erupted in the air. There was no golden light or fire rising into the sky, but only a ball of icy mist that seemed a little out of place at the time and in the occasion. Bull, who was not far from Ryan, could not understand the actions of his future master. Ryan was different. He didn't know why, but the system allowed him to see a large amount of heat energy being forcibly extracted from the fire bats' bodies by this mysterious magic. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert sees the details. Ryan was really shocked. This method of sucking energy from the enemy. If Towns could use this fire element for his own use, then it would not be a low-level magic, but the most powerful level 9 magic energy absorption in the game before he crossed over. Even if you only do half of it, it would be terrifying. This is power deprivation at the elemental level. Without the flame, the fire bat is no longer called a fire bat. At this moment, the fire bats were like matches that were lit and thrown into the water, and they went out one by one, unable to exert their elemental damage. They were no different from ordinary bats. Before they could flutter their wings to do anything, they were enveloped by freezing mist that was almost like water balls and fell miserably to the ground. Only the largest fire bat, even though it was soaked all over, looked like a large moth, flapping its huge black wings over 1 meter long and flying high in the sky with great effort. Don't even think about leaving. Towns raised his right hand and threw an electric explosion ball over. He expected that this crackling ball of lightning would definitely hit the big bat. Who would have thought that at the critical moment, this big bat burst out with an amazing will to survive. It changed direction and barely avoided the electric ball, probably only being hit by less than 30% of the electricity. Then it dodged the second lightning strike from Towns and was able to fight back with a beam of sonic shock. There are some things that you can't adapt to just by trying them. When a more powerful ultrasonic attack came, it was Towns' turn to barely open a shield made of wind element. How should I put it? The air shield is essentially a protective magic against arrows. It has a certain protective effect against ultrasound, but it is still not ideal. When the ultrasound penetrated through the shield and invaded Tang's body, he felt that every nerve ending in his body was shaking violently. Towns knelt again. At the last moment, he turned his head to look at his most respected master, but was surprised to find that Ryan calmly let the fire bat, which was at least an elite, fly away. Master, you, Tangs, who had checked the Monster Encyclopedia of Chaos Continent, of course knew what kind of person the fire bat was. This vengeful monster would definitely look for opportunities to sneak attack him in the years to come. A typical scam. A sneak attack. The thought of this made Towns' scalp tingle. At this time, Ryan pretended to be profound and said, "Everything has cause and effect. What you sow is what you reap." That's right. Ryan was teaching his great disciple a lesson. Don't try to be a hero by trying to save such a beautiful horse. Be prepared to be hunted down by the horse's enemies. If you try to stand out without any ability, you will suffer. Tang's face was full of confusion at this moment. This was like letting the bats return to the mountains. After finally recovering a little, Towns dived into the cold pond. He wanted to get out of the valley and hunt down the fire bat that had escaped. Ha ha. Ryan was not annoyed. He thought that when Downs got tired of searching, the boy would naturally come back dejected. Then it would be time for him to show off his master's majesty. The result was quite different from what Ryan expected. In less than 10 minutes, Towns rolled back with a bone box. When it was opened, the escaped elite fire bat was inside. A certain master was extremely shocked inside, but he looked calm on the surface. Oh? Tangxi's face was full of enthusiasm, and his eyes were so excited that they could almost spit out flames. Master, I am a dull disciple. I didn't know what you meant by cause and effect until I left the valley. Ryan? Tangxi continued. Master had no intention of letting the beast go just now. Master used a powerful aura that I couldn't sense to force the elite fire bat to fly to the designated location. As a result, as soon as it flew out of the valley, it crashed into the head of the white dragon and was frightened by the dragon's might. It couldn't move at all and fell headfirst into an empty box I placed outside the valley. I went over and closed the box and it was done. In the battle just now, Master seemed to have not taken any action at all. But in fact, Master had already controlled the overall situation. Ryan played again? Do you know why I put a question mark? It's not that I have a problem, but that your imagination has a problem. Am I that awesome? How come I don't even know it? Chapter 24. Lai Fu? Lai Fu. Ryan's head was buzzing. Before the time travel, people often said, Wuling is a magical car. Its power is unknown. It becomes stronger when it meets a stronger opponent. Its data has never been compared, but it has never lost in actual combat. Now Ryan suddenly felt that he had that feeling. In fact, he estimated that his fighting ability was not even as good as one finger of his best disciple. On the surface, he is a rare legendary wizard in the world. Even though he had a sometimes smooth physics experiment demonstration ability, he would never have been able to get such a status. If anything went wrong in any of his pretense, he would have been labeled a liar. He also didn't want to live a life where the title was the untold stories of 7 young boys and a web celebrity, one after another. But people were tricked into downloading it only to find out it was Halua. After all, the feeling of being struck by lightning at any time when you failed to show off was really unpleasant. And he, Ryan, was probably the man in the world who was least afraid of being struck by lightning. You said this good luck has come. It seems to have come, but it also seems not to have come. Perhaps this vague feeling is the legendary Tathagata. Ahem. Not the Tathagata of Tathagata Buddha. At this moment, the cartilage box was filled with cold water, and the miserable fire bat elite poked its head out of the box tremblingly and timidly like a drowned chicken. It opened its narrow eyes timidly and looked at the mysterious man who was playing with terrible thunder in his left hand, but had no magic power overflowing from his body. Every cell in its body and every corner of its soul are filled with a factor called fear. For no reason. Just because of the dragon's might that caused it to fall from the charred skull of the white dragon that had died tragically. The fire bat could clearly feel how unwilling and fearful this predator at the top of the food chain was before it died. Although it was only an elemental creature with low intelligence, it could clearly see through the remnant of the white dragon's corpse that the one who killed the white dragon was the man in front of it who controlled the power of thunder. A legendary powerful man who should not appear in the mortal world. After looking at Ryan, the fire bat actually lowered its head, humbly expressing its submission in this way. This extremely spiritual move even brought Ryan back to his senses from the crazy talk his disciple had imagined. How can I have such a powerful planning ability? Oh! Ryan turned his eyes and looked at the fire bat elite who was making the most humble gesture. You actually understand human nature? As if sensing Ryan's intention to take the fire bat in. Not far away, Bull was paddling his hooves anxiously. Originally, Ryan had no idea about this fire bat elite that came to chase the wind horse. Come to think of it, didn't he have any resentment towards the wind-controlling divine horse? He couldn't stand the cold pond and couldn't leave the valley now. If this little white horse with sunshine and rainbow was willing to let him ride, he wouldn't have to put on airs as a master and could ride Pegasus out of the valley in a dignified manner. Thinking about it again, Ryan remembered that the famous wizards in the game all liked to collect a magical pet to play with. So a sarcastic expression appeared on his face. He decided to wait and see. Little bat, you want to live? Sure. Offer your soul fragments to be my magical pet, and let me change my name. Otherwise, die. The majestic voice was filled with an overwhelming sense of oppression that could not be refused. This is the judgment of the strong. This is the winner's declaration. The fire bat instinctively felt a little aggrieved. It subconsciously refuses to yield. After all, the only person in the world who can make a fire bat surrender is the most powerful fire arcane spellcaster. And it is clear that the man in front of him does not meet this condition. It almost let out a hissing sound to express its rejection, and used ultrasonic attack as its final resistance. Just before the last moment, it was carefully sensing the other party's soul, and suddenly an unexpected discovery made its whole body stiffen. It recalled a very tiny detail. Just when he was hit and deprived of a large amount of fire elements, it felt the power of the original law of the world. It was indeed another young man who cast the spell, but it could feel that the power of the laws recognized by the fire elemental world came from the man in front of it, who controlled thunder and lightning. I is definitely not as weak as he looks. It was this mysterious application of the law of the element of fire that made the fire bat change its mind. In front of the two of them, fire bat nodded heavily. The next second, a translucent shadow emerged from the fire bat and floated in front of Ryan. For a moment, Ryan was also stunned. I was just talking. You really surrender? The system prompt popped up. Congratulations, host. You have gained the service of the legendary fire bat king Decada Mingyan. He is willing to offer his soul fragments. Would you like to accept him and make him your magical pet? Ryan's left eyelid twitched wildly. He really never thought that this thing was actually the legendary fire bat. Of course, he knew that among Warcraft, a large size usually meant a strong strength. But before the system determined it for him, he really didn't know that this thing was a legendary. As for World of Warcraft, well, having the title of legend means it is definitely at the top of its own species. Legend, it also depends on what kind of legend it is. It's like a legendary army ant. It may be able to bite a big bloody hole in an adult human with one bite. But if a real fight comes, it can be killed with a hammer. The upper and lower limits of strength of different species of creatures vary greatly. To give another example, a standard 5-man legendary team often cannot deal with a legendary red dragon. Don't be fooled by the fact that this Fire Bat King is crowned with the title of legend. In the game, a team of high-level professionals with an average level of 6 can actually fight against it. On the other hand, the benefits of having the Fire Bat King as a magical pet are also obvious. Elemental creatures, like fire bats, have a normal template of only level 3. In battle, apart from their high agility and fire attacks, they have no other highlights. They are the kind of characters that can be easily killed by any experienced team. But as long as the fire bats are not used as the main attack, but as scouts instead, the situation will open up instantly. The fire bat's skills are hide, listen, and scout. When it restrains its flames, it can easily blend into any environment. With it as a magical pet, the wizard has an extra wide area reconnaissance radar. With this thought in mind, Ryan no longer hesitated and replied softly to the system, "Take it." The next second, everyone saw Ryan stretch out his right hand. And a ray of spiritual light emerged from the shadow of the fire bat and was sucked over by him. Huff! Huff! Bull snorted in dissatisfaction. Towns took it for granted. Then the fire bat happily climbed out of the water tank and heard the name given to it by its new master. Originally, I wanted to name you Bruce Wayne. But you're too ugly. I want to beat you up when I see you. Anyway, you have the word bat in your name. So you should just be called Reifu. Laifu froze all over. He felt that his new master really didn't like him very much. It's a cloudy day, and I'm just beating up my magical pet. I have nothing to do anyway. Ahem. It turns out that this kind of thing is probably true. Laifu suddenly felt that his future was bleak. Chapter 25. What a huge misunderstanding. Almost at the moment the naming was completed, Ryan heard a crisp reminder sound indicating that the task was completed. He was thinking, what kind of command system magic that needs to test the will attribute? I have to use it. With Laifu, Shun brought a little surprise. Or rather a shock. It is detected that the host has 25 fire bats. A high standard monitoring tool in this world. Ding! The classroom monitoring system is turned on. There is currently one student in the classroom. Ryan? Still bringing this? Ryan calmed down a little and immediately sensed what the so-called classroom monitoring system was. First of all, the classroom. When Ryan taught physics before, the sky was the ceiling and the ground was the floor. It rained twice recently, so Ryan found a relatively intact abandoned house as a classroom. It is called a classroom, but it should have been a prayer room of some religion. It's just that it is so old that it is impossible to tell which god was worshipped there originally. But the system recognizes the entire valley as the classroom range. As for monitoring, it's not the traditional video monitoring, but an outrageous monitoring mode that combines ultrasound and hearing. If Ryan sensed carefully, he could clearly feel circles of ultrasonic waves spreading out with the fire bat's senses, then coming back, and finally combining the senses of all the fire bats to form a three-dimensional map that could clearly see every detail. The clarity of different parts of the map is different, and Ryan found that the area closest to him has the highest clarity. At first glance, I realized that this was determined by the strength of the fire bat. Take Laifu as an example. This guy's skills are hide plus 15, listen plus 12, scout plus 16. The result is that if the picture resolution of an ordinary fire bat is 720p, then the picture on Laifu's side is an 8K high-definition large screen. And it's a wide area. After taking a closer look, Ryan found that it seemed to be of little use. After all, he is already the legendary one-on-one teacher. Ryan grumbled. Why are you called Laifu? Why don't you change your name to Ting Chong Chiao? Laifu didn't dare to talk back to his new master. He shrank his head and waited for the new master to wave his hand. Then he took the order, and immediately took his little brothers, and rolled away as far away as possible. Fire bats are omnivorous magical beasts. They will attack other magical beasts that they don't like. But they also don't mind eating vegetarian foods such as fruits. Ryan didn't want to feed them, because once the fire bats were too full, they would reproduce asexually on the spot. And one ball of fire would split into 2 balls of fire, which meant 2 fire bats. 2 weeks passed like this. After almost every day of teaching, Towns can comprehend new magic. Unknowingly, this guy has learned 2 level 4 spells. If he learns another one, he will be recognized as a high-level wizard by the system. On this day, Ryan was teaching the law of reflection. When 3 lines are coplanar and 2 angles are equal, the images are all virtual. The mirror image is symmetrical on the axis of the mirror surface, and the mirror surface and concave surface are all applicable. Ryan found it very funny to see Towns scratching his head, but he's used to it. Every time he taught a physical law and explained the basic definition, he didn't push Towns. Anyway, Towns will think the wrong way. It's like Ryan wrote a code called Downs. No matter how careful Ryan is, there will be bugs in this code after running it. But this program can be perfectly self-consistent and run. This becomes a situation that no one can understand. Anyway, any code that works is good code. Ryan had no other ideas except to burn incense and offer sacrifices to his good disciple. Just as Ryan stepped out of the classroom, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked up at the clear sky, he felt a little emotional. Apart from the fact that I couldn't leave, this little valley was quite beautiful. The valley is not too big or too small, covering nearly 1 square kilometer. Looking out from afar, you can see steep cliffs several dozen meters high, which divide the valley and the outside world into 2 distinct worlds. The wind and rain outside are difficult to come in, and the clouds and fog inside are difficult to drift away. Except for the only 2 paths to the top of the mountain. This is a typical paradise. Unfortunately, there is no road down the mountain to the outside. This made Ryan very distressed. He wondered whether he should grit his teeth, swallow his pride, put on a bunch of thick clothes, and let Towns pull him out of the mountain. Just then, he accidentally glanced at an unexpected message, which immediately made Ryan's face look ugly. Generally speaking, friendly people will be displayed as green dots. Enemies will be highlighted in red, and neutral people will be flashing white dots. The system clearly told him, 1 student, 2 auditors. The prompt was posted 10 minutes ago. Perhaps because the opponent was not aggressive, Ryan did not receive any highlighted warning. Ryan's heart sank. If the other party had malicious intentions, their relationship as master and disciple might be over. The thought of this made Ryan very unhappy. At this moment, he was wearing a robe that King Cervantes had sent him last time. The robe with a water blue background is not only cool and breathable, but also inlaid with gold threads on the cuffs. This kind of low-key luxury itself gives Ryan a special temperament. Not to mention that when he turns on the switch of the Tesla coil, the temperament of the King of Thunder and Lightning is instantly full. Electric lights were jumping around Ryan's slender fingers, and his cold face became gloomy as the lightning flickered, as Ryan's cold snort echoed in the valley. The atmosphere in the valley suddenly became tense. You came but didn't listen. You listened but didn't understand. You understood but couldn't do. You did but didn't do it well. You two have come thousands of miles to be here. I wonder what advice do you have for me? Quiet. Quiet. Very quiet. There was no sound of wind, nor the chirping of insects. Apart from the gentle crackling sound of electricity, there seemed to be no other sound in the valley, and no other living creatures. Under the shadow of a big tree 30 meters away from the classroom, 2 very inconspicuous shadows quietly blended into the shadow of the tree. After several seconds, a shadow finally moved slightly. The shadows twisted on the tree trunks, forming a question mark. Is it a fraud? At this time, another shadow squirmed and turned into 2 eyes, looking around vigilantly. Finally, the 2 gazes fell in astonishment on another tree not far behind them. Amidst the dense leaves, a tiny bat that looked like a sculpture was hanging upside down, looking at the 2 of them intently. The eyes suddenly trembled, and then a long sigh was heard. A second later, the pair of shadow eyes grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a person. It was a white-haired old man dressed as a thief. When Ryan saw the emblem on his chest, which was a black shadow wrapped around a dagger, his pupils couldn't help but shrink on the spot. Damn it! It is the Wanderer's advanced class shadow dancer. as a high-level extraordinary profession. Shadow Dancer can not only summon a shadow belonging to the undead creature to drive itself, but also perform a shadow jump similar to Flash, briefly allowing its body to enter the shadow plane, and then return to the main plane, achieving the effect of a short-distance space jump. It can be said that there is no weakling who can be a Shadow Dancer. The only question is whether the opponent is a Master Shadow Dancer or a Legendary Shadow Dancer. What's interesting is that although Ryan was nervous inside, the other party was obviously more nervous. As soon as the old man came out, he bowed and saluted. "My name is Nathan Black Shadow, and next to me is my disciple Sanders Dark Guard." As he spoke, he pulled another younger Shadow Dancer out from the shadows beside him, almost pressing down on the back of his apprentice's head, and bowed to Ryan together. Ryan intentionally or unintentionally tilted his chin up 45 degrees and pointed his nose at the other person. He hummed as a response. The other party continued. "We have no intention of offending the respected legendary wizard. After all, 100 years have passed since the collapse of the magic network. I really didn't think that I would meet a true legendary wizard in the last days. This is our fault. If we can do something to make the master forgive our mistakes, we will do our best to complete it." Ryan hesitated for a moment and said, "I killed a blind white dragon a while ago. Find its treasure and bring it to me." The old Shadow Dancer Nathan was obviously relieved. "I will follow your instructions, Master." After saying this, he ran away with his disciples without looking back. After a gust of lightning, they finally got out of the valley. His disciple couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, I don't think that guy is that powerful. Why should we be afraid of him?" "Idiot!" The old Shadow Dancer slapped his apprentice on the head and cursed. "If you don't have any experience, just watch and learn more. We sneaked into the range of a great wizard's tower, which is a typical offense. Even if he kills us, His Majesty will come to apologize for us. And that was a fire bat just now. And it was a legendary fire bat. 100 years ago, only great wizards at the master level were qualified to keep that thing as a magical pet. Our self-proclaimed concealment method was never hidden from him from beginning to end." Sanders was really scared this time. Chapter 26. Why do people like to work for wizards? Whether we are rogues or shadow dancers, we are not suitable for direct combat. If we are really that strong, we should become warriors or paladins. Sanders nodded in agreement with his master's words. Nathan continued, "You and I were born in the last days of the Dharma. Only my master has truly witnessed the horror of the Archmage. There is a trick called turning fossils into mud in magic. The Archmage can turn a large square into a quagmire in an instant. Imagine what would happen if you had no place to stand and had to jump onto a tree or use the limited shadow walk you can use every day to get close to the opponent." Sanders shuddered and didn't dare to answer. Just imagine. There is a legendary wizard who is good at lightning magic and has a magic range of more than 1,000 meters in front of you. You only have 2 moves. But the opponent has more than 100 ways to kill you easily. Sanders suddenly shuddered. "Master, since the other party killed the white dragon, why didn't they take the white dragon's treasure themselves?" Of course, the young shadow dancer would not know that a fake wizard who seemed to be omnipotent could actually not even leave the valley. The old shadow dancer sighed and said, "You'll know when you get there. As professional thieves, they naturally have their own unique skills in tracking and searching for enemies." After climbing 2 mountains and spending a whole day, the master and apprentice finally found the white dragon's lair on a towering snow-capped peak. Just by getting close, Sanders silently tightened the mask on his face. It stinks. Although white dragons have the habit of freezing their food before eating it, they excreted randomly. Even though the cold and strong winds blew away a lot of the smell, the dragon cave was still filled with a pungent odor and the smell of blood. Sanders saw many skeletons of beasts, humans, and humanoids. The horrific bite marks on the bones meant that they were eaten raw. The point is, there are guards in the white dragon's lair. Powerful dragons sometimes mess around and create some half-dragons or dragonborns with light blood. And these impure-blooded dragonborns like to provide services to the dragons, which is a supreme honor for them. What appeared in the eyes of the 2 masters and disciples was a group of nearly 20 white-scaled lizard men. The defending army had no idea that their master was finished. There was nothing much to say. Sanders first reached the huge cave and stabbed the necks of 2 lone lizard men with backstab. Then he jumped down from the edge of the cave, which was about 6 meters high on both sides, with his head facing the ground and his feet facing the sky, and cut the throats of the 2 lizard men at the moment of diving down. At this time, The elite Lizardman leader, who had reacted, would have led the Lizardmen to launch an effective counterattack. Suddenly, the Lizardman leader, who was almost 3 meters tall, was surprised to find that the shadow in front of him moved. Sizzle! After the strange sound, the Lizardman leader felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, and then his strong body began to quickly lose strength. Before he could react, the opponent turned around and slashed at his other brother with a knife, and he was kicked in the lower abdomen with great force. To be honest, the impact force of just 1 ton was not enough to kill the Lizardman leader, but it was enough to destroy his body balance and make him fall into the ravine at least 100 meters high. A stream of cold blood splashed out and landed on Nathan's face. The smell of blood stimulated the old shadow dancer. He waved the 2 short weapons in his hands like dancing, and cooperated with his apprentice to shuttle among the remaining Lizardmen with extremely smooth movements. The dance of death is over, and all that remains is to clean up the battlefield. The spoils collected by Long were in a very messy state. Many of them were stained with blood, and even had dried and smelly flesh and bone residue. There are all kinds of things, including the skins of Warcraft, the battle flags of a noble family, and the fragments of glass windows that are eye-catching but actually worthless. The 2 masters and apprentices only found the Chaos Gold coins and a batch of equipment that looked valuable. It was obvious that a long time ago, at least a team of adventurers with considerable strength tried to defeat the White Dragon, but they failed. It was too long ago that the 2 masters and apprentices did not even find anything to identify their identities. It should be said that it is worthy of being the dragon's treasure. There are quite a few valuable things. The history of some of these things can be traced back to before the Dharma ending period. Under normal circumstances, they might have become greedy. This time, they had no idea at all. Sanders, don't try to deceive a legendary wizard. In the prophecy magic, there are spells like advanced scrying and advanced peeping eye. Even if that lord didn't come in person, after losing its owner, nothing in this treasure house can be hidden from that lord. Understood, master? Although strength is not the main attribute of the shadow dancer, it is a melee profession after all, so it has no shortage of strength. The 2 Kuhaha worked hard for 2 days before they pulled 5 large boxes of things into the valley and placed them in front of Ryan. Ryan felt the awe of the 2 shadow dancers and saw the ardent worship of his good apprentice. He sighed in his heart and thought to himself, my pie is getting bigger and bigger. Fortunately, I had previously created a neutral wizard character. As the saying goes, as long as I have no morals, the other party can't blackmail me morally. Otherwise, if I join the good and lawful camp, I will have to confront any evil faction I see, which is really annoying. There was a lot of inner drama, but on the surface, Ryan was very calm. Okay, I can forget the offense you have done to me. The 2 masters and apprentices on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief. Old Nathan is more knowledgeable about the ways of the world, master. Do you have any other instructions? We are willing to help if we can. This was actually just a courtesy. When Ryan thought about it, it was true. Can you forge iron? Old Nathan nodded. I am still an intermediate blacksmith. Go to the blacksmith shop over there and help me make something. When you're done, I'll give both of you a white dragon skin. Old Nathan was stunned for a moment. Then his face showed undisguised joy. Thank you, sir. Your generosity illuminates the entire valley. Sanders followed suit. To be honest, anyone who can become a legendary shadow dancer must not be that poor. Old Nathan himself doesn't like the white dragon skin. But don't forget that he still has a lot of disciples. As long as he doesn't retire or die, he will never give this equipment to his disciples. Even though Sanders is a master-level warrior, dragon skin armor is still something that can only be obtained by chance. It is true that white dragons are the shame of colored dragons. In reality, white dragons are not easy to kill, and if they attract a family of white dragon relatives, a kingdom will be overwhelmed in a matter of minutes, with the great wizard Ryan taking the blame. This white dragon skin is a completely clean and trouble-free good thing. What's the big deal about doing odd jobs? The key is to get the good stuff. The 2 shadow dancers ran off to help Ryan build the second version of the Tesla Tower. Chapter 27 Barbarossa's Empire. Don't laugh at the 2 shadow dancers for licking their boots like that. If it were a high-level warrior from another profession, they might lick even more fiercely. The mage profession is different from the kitchen knight profession. It can't be said that close combat warriors are everywhere, but at least before the Dharma ending age, their absolute number is far greater than that of magic warriors. Almost every melee professional in the chaos world has obvious weaknesses or flaws. But the mage is different. The strength of the mage lies in the fact that he can always find a magic to deal with the enemy. This is like the criminal law for criminals. There is always one that suits you. The problem is that not only does a wizard need talent, but his chances of success are also extremely low. Before the age of magic, according to incomplete statistics, among high-level professionals, the ratio of kitchen knife professionals to mages was an average of 10 to 1. If one compares legendary physical professionals to magic professionals, the ratio reaches a staggering 50 to 1. What's interesting is that the mage is a magical profession in the world that combines the two labels of powerful and fragile in one. Even though legendary or even demigod wizards can easily cast devastating magic, once their magic shields and protective items are broken, their weak bodies often cannot withstand the beatings of a stronger male servant. This leads to high-level wizards often preferring to bring a group of followers to protect themselves. Coincidentally, mages pursue knowledge far more than material things, and they don't want physical equipment. This has led to a phenomenon, not to mention a trained mage. Even before a mage is trained, there will be a group of physical experts surrounding him. The nobles especially like to bet on young magic apprentices. Everyone is betting that a certain magic apprentice will become successful. Now is the Dharma ending age. Wizards are almost extinct. And even the magic of priests in major churches is sometimes effective, and sometimes not. Sanders knows very well how valuable a powerful wizard who can cast spells stably is. Mages cannot wear leather armor. The dragon skin, which is worthless in Ryan's eyes, is priceless to Sanders. I'm not exaggerating. But a shadow dancer who has just entered the master level is not qualified to get a set of dragon leather armor from the Emperor. In the next few days, old Nathan took Sanders to the blacksmith shop very obediently, except for going to the house next door to eat and sleep. They were busy forging iron almost every time they were awake. They don't look like thieves at all. It's nothing. They just don't want to cause trouble. With fire bats acting as sentinels, the effect is outrageous. They had no intention of going against Ryan. So of course, they had to be as well behaved as possible. Of course, it was impossible for Ryan to build the perfect Tesla tower in his mind. The original one was 187 feet long, or more than 60 meters high. There was no way that could be accomplished with just a few iron ingots in that abandoned blacksmith shop. Ryan plans to make a weakened version, about 3 stories high, about 9 meters, with a hemispherical metal dome with a diameter of 3 meters. He didn't know if he could still perform the magic to kill the white dragon with one strike. From an outsider's perspective, a magic tower is something that a magician can do without, but cannot live without. It's rare to have 2 hard-working people working for me, so Ryan would not waste any of them. A week later, the master and apprentice finished assembling the electric tower under Ryan's guidance and left with many thanks. Ryan was extremely envious when he saw the 2 of them jumping down the mountain swiftly in a few leaps. But he could never say the words "take me with you." Perhaps this is what is called dying for dignity and suffering in the end. 5 days later, the master and disciple, who had traveled all the way back to the capital of the Barbarossa Empire through wind and rain, did not breathe a sigh of relief until they saw the iconic white walls of their own imperial city. In the clear sky, the clear neighing of horses occasionally came from the clouds. As the white clouds rolled, 3 golden lights swooped down. 3 golden armored knights rode their Pegasus in a V-shaped formation across the sky, flying all the way to the pure white imperial city. The 2 masters and apprentices could clearly hear the envy and praise from the citizens on both sides of Emperor Avenue. The citizens took off their hats and saluted the knight in the sky. Praise the Pegasus Knight. Long live the Barbarossa Empire. Old Nathan was a little emotional. This is the great Empire Barbarossa that supports the entire human race in the last days of the Dharma. The Chaos world has entered the Dharma ending age, and the most direct impact is on humans. Among so many races, humans are all-rounders, but they are not proficient in any one thing. In terms of agility, humans are not as good as the elves. In terms of strength, they are not as good as the various half-dragons and orcs. In terms of magic, they are not as good as the half-demons and half-devils. Even in terms of numbers, they are not as good as the goblins and kobolds. In almost every single item, humans are at the bottom. It is only because human beings are good all-rounders that they have a place in this world, thanks to its good comprehensiveness. When the world suddenly changed its version and became dominated by physical professions, Barbarossa, one of the 2 major empires of mankind, decisively transformed itself into a knight kingdom and spent a lot of effort to cultivate Pegasus knights, rhino knights and other knights to resist the siege of various races. The most respected among them is naturally the Pegasus knight. That's right. Owning a Pegasus is the ultimate symbol of wealth, power, success, and luck to their owners. Even if a knight tries to become the master of a Pegasus when it is still a foal, the foal will still stubbornly choose its master according to its own standards. The existence of evil will be disgusted by the Pegasus first, and then the test of the dialogue of the soul. Only a strong kind of kind knight can become a head of the horse. Pegasus is much stronger and faster than the mightiest warhorse in the world. It can easily crush an ogre's head with one swing of its hooves, and can fly great distances in a short time. So much so that over the past 100 years, Pegasus has become the symbol of Barbarossa's empire. Every Pegasus knight is a living battle flag. As old Nathan and his disciples gradually approached the exaggerated 8-story high city wall, in addition to once again marveling at the greatness of this imperial city, he naturally noticed the 12-story high, extremely magnificent mage tower not far from the main gate of the imperial city. Even if this is embellished with blue crystal, the mage tower industry in the scepter has lost its owner for more than 100 years, and it still exudes a unique tactics. Its former owner, the legendary wizard Antonio, died because of the collapse of the magic network, which was definitely a tragedy for the empire. What's worse is that the collective death of him and his disciples did not stop the mage tower from exerting its might. The stubborn tower spirit continued to faithfully perform the task of guarding the mage tower, blasting anyone who dared to approach the mage tower, including members of the Barbarossa royal family, to pieces. The mage tower, which was originally built with 10 years of empire treasury revenue, has become a malignant tumor that attacks indiscriminately regardless of friend or foe. This has long been an unspeakable pain for the imperial family. Chapter 28. I want to be low-key, but my strength does not allow it. As they walked along the road, old Nathan instructed his apprentice, "When you return to see His Majesty this time, just report the truth and don't say anything extra." "Why?" Sanders was puzzled. Looking around, all I see are things related to knights. On both sides of the wide avenue that can accommodate 8 carriages, there is a statue of a knight on a horse almost every 10 meters. These lifelike statues are either beheading demons, fighting against barbaric foreigners, or holding up swords and spears in heroic postures. Even ordinary people would feel a surge of emotion and trance when they see these statues. In addition to the statues, the most common shops on the roadside are weapon shops, armor shops, saddle shops, and various knight training classes. If you look further into the distance, you will find that what actually surrounds this wide avenue on both sides are knight arenas of various sizes. Old Nathan sighed. Barbarossa is now a pure knight country. Knights come first. Knights come first. All other professions are sidelined. At least 80% of the cavaliers related professional in the Barbarossa Empire. Even the infantry were foot knights or knight squires. Those who wield bows were archer knights. And below the knights were all peasant soldiers. This gives it a rather top-heavy feel. There is no way. When magic disappeared 100 years ago, it was the knights who defended the empire's territory with their flesh and blood, and naturally became the mainstream of the empire. When his master said this, Sanders was a little speechless. In fact, when they came to the palace, after reporting one by one, they did not have an hour, and they were received by the emperor. But this scene made the 2 masters and apprentices feel a little uneasy. The emperor received them in the main hall, and below him stood the 3 masters of the knightly orders and the patriarch of the god of light, shadow, dark guard. "My 2 beloved ministers, please tell us what you have seen and heard." The 60-year-old Emperor Barbarossa XIII looked very old. He had long white hair, and if it weren't for the crown covering his head, the Mediterranean would be very conspicuous. The wrinkles on his face and the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes seemed to tell the vicissitudes of him and the empire. Sanders felt the sharp gazes of several big men, and even felt that the coolness of the white dragon leather armor on his body could not offset these burning gazes. At this moment, he even felt in a trance that the heroic spirits represented by the 3-person high knight statues around the hall also transcended time and space, and cast their gazes on them. Still said by Lao Nathan, "The judgment of the minister is indeed a living human legend, master." There was a low commotion in the hall. "Please continue with your statement." Lord Black Shadow, the palace prime minister, waved his hand, temporarily suppressing the commotion of the group leaders. Nathan sneaked himself into the Fulong Mountains according to the route provided by King Cervantes, and then found the valley. He found that the white dragon corpse, which was thundered by the thunderous waterfall, was discovered by the fire bat after entering the valley. At one time, the master of the master run was unhappy. Finally, he said that he made his hand back and helped the mage tower. There was really no deception throughout the process. A legendary archmage with an evil neutral legendary fire bat familiar? Don't forget. His apprentice rides the wind-controlling horse. Several group leaders began arguing on the spot, as if realizing that this argument was fruitless. The emperor waved his hand, and the hall fell silent again. In any case, thank you, my dear Lord Black Shadow, for your hard work. The emperor waved his hand, and naturally a servant touched a small box. The servant opened the box and old Nathan took a glance. The emperor's gift was quite generous, and it was the deed to a small manor in the suburbs of the imperial capital. Honestly, it was a decent position for a legendary shadow dancer to take the risk of testing a possible legendary archmage. It was a decent reward, but compared to that adult who casually gave away the white dragon skin, the emperor was a bit stingy. To be honest, the emperor is very busy, and I don't know if the master and his disciple can get a set of white dragon leather armor. Just like that, the master and disciple were sent away. Master, will they invite Lord Tesla to the imperial capital? Old Nathan shook his head. No. This is a country of knights. Sanders was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Every Barbarossa person has a deep understanding of this sentence. The country that the knights had protected with their blood and sacrifices would not be given away easily. Perhaps in the emperor's view, maintaining a balance is the most ideal. But how easy is it to change a huge country? This requires an opportunity. A very huge opportunity. Ryan didn't know all this, and didn't have the energy to care. Not long after seeing off master and apprentice old Nathan, Ryan received a system prompt. Congratulations, host. Your strength has been recognized by the legendary shadow dancer Nathan * Black Shadow. And your legend degree in the entire human world has been increased by 1. Ryan blinked at the hint. After reading it carefully again, I realized that this was actually a real hammer. The news that the kingdom of Cervantes had previously spread had been certified by the Barbarossa Empire. If what old Nathan said before he left was correct, there would most likely be no more insignificant people bothering him in the future. Either he doesn't come, or if he comes, they are here to invite him to come out and be the country's royal wizard. Master, if you really don't want to be the royal wizard, you can just refuse directly. Just ask the king to pass on the message, Tang suggested. No. Actually, I want to be one. Little work, lots of money, and the ability to slack off. And it would be best if I could be worshipped every day. But as a teacher, I'm afraid of being exposed. When Ryan's words came to his lips, they became, I have no interest in worldly power. I just want to complete my research in a low-key manner. Master, I know you want to keep a low profile, but your strength doesn't allow it. Children speak without restraint? No. This is youth without restraint. Tang Si, this young man, learned the occasional speaking habits of a certain time traveler. And someone really likes to hear him speak this way, no matter how much he liked it. He couldn't show it casually. Ryan put on the airs of a master. Humph. I have my own arrangements. But you? When you become a high-level mage, don't rely on me. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. The rise experience of every legendary figure is unique. Get out of here immediately after you become a high-level mage. Yes. Tang Si's voice suddenly dropped. Ryan continued teaching. The so-called law of conservation of mass is that no matter how the shape, state, or position of an object changes during physical changes, the mass contained in it remains unchanged. Tang Sifu came to his senses. He took out a small dagger, and in front of Ryan, a large number of black spots flew out of the mud and gathered on the dagger. After a few breaths, the dagger had turned into a thing that looked like a long sword. Looking at the system prompt, Ryan knew that his apprentice had once again comprehended magic on his own. He said coldly, You are attaching the metal from the soil to the dagger. This is a process of increasing mass. It does not violate the law of conservation of mass. Master, I'm thinking, what if I remove the mass in this metal sword at this moment? After saying that, Tangs pointed his finger into the air, and the long sword that looked crooked and even a little rusty was moved away from its original place. However, the sword was moved away. So what the H? I was the sword left in its original place. Ryan looked at the system prompt with great pain, Congratulations, host. Your apprentice successfully cast a level 3 magic of the shaping department, Iron Dance, and then successfully cast a level 3 magic of the illusion department, Advanced Illusion. Oh shit! Is this okay? First create an object. And then use the power of I think to remove the mass inside. And the remaining image is an illusion? Downs. Are you sure the quality you're talking about is the same as the quality I'm talking about? Physics. No longer exists. Chapter 29 It smells so good. Ryan really wanted to tell Downs that even if he wanted to create an illusion magic, he should first imagine all the details of the object in his mind, understand its structure, its material, and even restore its history. At most, he could add an old joke called take off lace asterisk, and at the end to create a real illusion. Ryan kept his mouth shut. If his kind of illusion is aimed at creating the most perfect fake, then Downs' method of taking away the quality of the real thing is undoubtedly a step further. In fact, when Ryan checked the system carefully, he found that there was a line of intangible notes behind Downs' advanced illusion. When Downs masters this magic, it can be upgraded to true illusion. That's just right. It's just, I feel very unfulfilled as a master. Strictly speaking, there is nothing wrong with this apprentice, except that the master's blood pressure tends to fluctuate, sometimes high and sometimes low. Towns' outrageous behavior is almost like reading a 4-frame cartoon. The other party quotes a price in the dialogue box, and then you take out the things in the other party's dialogue box to pay. This kind of operation of breaking through the dimensional wall so easily made Ryan habitually doubt his life. And he had to comfort himself again and again in his heart. This is a magical world. Of course, every time at the end, a certain time traveler would still overturn the table of his mind in dissatisfaction, looking at his master standing with his hands behind his back, facing the west at a 45-degree angle and looking up at the sky, with a somewhat desolate back. Tangsi panicked again. Master, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Did I understand magic wrongly? Ryan didn't answer directly. He pointed his right index finger at a branch fluttering in the wind not far away. What is that? Branches? Downs answered uncertainly. What happens after the fire? Carbon? What's making it sway? Wind. What if I say that it's not the wind that's moving, but your heart that's moving? Town stopped talking suddenly, and he suddenly thought of what he had just done. Yes. He just wanted to remove the quality from the iron sword. Yet he succeeded. Tangsi began to understand what the master was talking about. Master, you are saying that the same thing can have different properties and produce different changes? Ryan didn't answer directly, but just shook his head gently. I said, I only teach knowledge. As for what you understand, that is your business, and has nothing to do with me. It's not surprising that you can understand 1,000 kinds of magic based on the same theory. At this moment, Ryan's aura as a senior master was at its peak, and Town suddenly felt awe-inspiring. The good disciple immediately bowed deeply to Ryan. Yes, master. Actually, I have figured out a little bit about the focusing of the convex lens you taught me yesterday, and the telescope you mentioned. Oh, really? Ryan tilted his head slightly. As a time traveler, it is normal to want to get a telescope or something, but Ryan made it by himself, and his craftsmanship is not up to standard. The two hazy lenses obviously cannot meet the needs of a telescope. At this moment, Towns raised his hand, and two air masses suddenly condensed in front of his eyes, forming the lens that Ryan had taught him. Different from glass lenses, this lens formed by condensing wind elements seems to be purer and clearer. Before Ryan could make a comment, the magic that took Towns half a minute seemed to be completed. The system prompt arrived on time as always. Congratulations, host. Your apprentice Don Quixote successfully cast the 3rd level prophecy magic, Eagle Eye. The casting time is 30 seconds, and the viewing distance is 500 meters. If that were all, Towns had not yet shown his evil side. His next performance was enough to make Ryan drop his jaw. Master, I was thinking, can this be used in conjunction with the electromagnetic gun? So Towns did what he thought. He placed 2 wind element lenses not far in front of his left eye, and took out a silver coin in his right hand. The next second, with the buzzing sound of thunder and lightning, the silver coin shot out 200 meters away and accurately hit the branch of a large tree, shattering the branches and sending leaves flying. Finally, it was deeply embedded in the mountain wall behind the tree, leaving behind a deep cave the size of a fist and dense spider web-like cracks on the mountain wall. The electromagnetic gun is outrageous enough, But now you can also add an 8-fold scope to it. The system is here again. Congratulations to the host's apprentice, Tang Si. For mastering the super magic feat, magic range increase. He can cast spells farther. Effect: this feat can double the distance of close range, medium range, and long range spells. This super magic feat can be shared with the master. Since Tang Si has successfully cast 3 level 3 spells, his professional level has been upgraded to level 6, making him a formal high-level magician. Happiness, surprise, comes too suddenly. A certain master couldn't understand why his disciple was so evil even if he thought his hair turned bald. I want to be quiet. Who is Jingjing? Damn it! It's so easy for an apprentice to get promoted. As a master, do I still have anything to teach in the future? Doesn't my master have any respect? Congratulations to the host. Since the host has successfully taught a high-level professional for the first time, this system has begun to upgrade. Cough. It smells really good. Freed from the aura of the senior master again, Ryan's voice has become calm and indifferent. Silly boy. Don't you feel any changes in yourself? It seems my body has become lighter. Well, the perception distance has become farther. And my magic power has increased. Towns looked at his hands in disbelief. Not only were there a pair of hands with calluses from sword practice, he also saw wind elements flowing at the fingertips, as well as other elements not far away. The whole world seemed to have changed in his perspective. His every breath and every movement seemed to affect the changes in the surrounding elements. Ah! Master! What am I doing? Ryan walked over slowly, smiling, and gently patted his disciple on the shoulder. Don't get too excited. And don't abuse your power, Mr. Downs Quixote, the high-level magician. After saying that, Ryan passed by Towns in a casual manner. After a brief moment of shock and awe, he suddenly looked back and saw his master's tall and mysterious back, the corners of his clothes fluttering in the wind. His ears seemed to still ring with his master's encouraging laughter. Tang suddenly realized that he had finally become a part of the mysterious legend of his master. Instead of chasing after him, Tang Si knelt on the ground, cowed out heavily, and said loudly to his master's back, "Thank you for your cultivation. Although I am not qualified to be your disciple, one day, I will definitely make you proud of me." Chapter 30 Light of Heaven. Towns is a fast-growing player, and Ryan no longer has the prejudiced view of him that he had in the past. At first, Ryan always felt that he could only teach this kid magic at noon, because it would be finished sooner or later. Now it seems that the most likely reason is that Ryan, a mortal, cannot understand the pace of genius growth. For disciples of this level, Ryan only wanted to say, bring more. As a master, your mentality will also change. After saying don't think about other magic today, and don't cast too many spells, Ryan floated away. He had to leave quickly. After all, acting like a master was sometimes very tiring. Only after confirming through the fire bat that he had left Towns's perception range did Ryan burst into laughter. Ha ha! I made a killing! On the retina, system prompts flash across the screen at high speed. This time, the teaching without tire system popped out several subsystems. The first is qualification sensing, within Ryan's perception range. All young disciples with promising magical potential will be highlighted and outlined on Ryan's retina. Ryan's resentment came immediately. He still couldn't leave the valley. The second is school address. I do know what ghosts are engaged in. The system determined that this bird's not shit is the general school that is locked in the system. The third one is the security department, which makes Ryan feel a little weird. Security department subordinates. Monitoring system. Legendary Fire Bat King. And 24 Fire Bats. Dragon Head School Gate. Hanging a white dragon head can intimidate all enemies of high level or below. Active Protection Tower. Tesla Electric Tower. Full power range is 1.5 kilometers in radius. After exceeding the full power range, its ultimate lethality depends on the master. The last one is the element pool that gathers magic power. The element pool belongs to the school. As long as Ryan does not leave the school, he can call upon the magic power in the element pool at will. This effectively corrected the bug that his master, the so-called legendary wizard, could not use magic at will. What made Ryan's teeth ache was that this element pool was more like a battery at this stage. He couldn't even charge the element pool with magic power. When he opened the element pool in the system, Ryan was stunned. There were only two ways to charge. One is to use the Tesla Tower to charge the elemental pool with magic power when it is windy and rainy. Second, It is provided by disciples. Well, poor Towns is charging the elemental pool with a total upper limit of 1 million magic points at a rate of 5 magic points per hour. The problem is that any level 2 spell requires at least 500 points of magic power. What's even more annoying is that when bound to the elemental pool, the number of times each spell can be used per day is limited. And it must be magic that the master or the disciple can perform. If the system hadn't recognized that the move Ryan used to kill the white dragon was a level 7 transmutation magic advanced lightning strike, Ryan's copycat school wouldn't even have a powerful magic guard. Seeing this, Ryan withdrew his gaze. It's not reliable to rely on luck. We must do something to speed up the charging of the elemental pool. Do it when you think of it. Since he didn't need to teach his disciples today, Ryan rushed into the blacksmith shop and started making glass using the traditional method. It must be admitted that this abandoned blacksmith shop was not as bad as Ryan had originally imagined. First of all, the temperature of this furnace is extremely unscientific. It looks like a typical earthen furnace, but it can easily soar to 1,500 degrees Celsius. Secondly, the fired glass contains fewer impurities than expected. Finally, the ventilation system of this blacksmith shop seemed to contain some kind of power that Ryan could not detect. Alas, the end of science may be magic and metaphysics. Ryan didn't want to think about it anymore. After more than a dozen attempts, Ryan finally made a fairly decent convex lens. Ryan was so happy to see the large glass lump, which was about 60 centimeters in diameter, gradually cooling down. He didn't know how effective this convex lens would be, if the explanation of the element pool hadn't deceived him. As long as he injected a high enough concentration of light element into the ground in the center of the valley, it could also be converted into magic power and stored by the element pool. The next day, Towns went to find Ryan and wanted to continue his class, but he found that his master had run to the mountain. "Come on, give me a hand." The two masters and apprentices hammered and banged around for half an hour before they finally managed to mount the basin-sized convex lens onto a Y-shaped metal bracket. "Master, is this the convex lens you mentioned?" "Yeah." Ryan wiped the sweat off his face and smiled. "Towns, although in your eyes, everything I do is magic. In fact, is there a possibility that what I do is not magic, but the purest science?" Towns' expression was a little strange. As soon as he saw his dreamy look, Ryan knew that this kid was overthinking again. Towns was 17 years old, just the right age to be imaginative. Ryan couldn't say anything to him. Be a good person. You should be down to earth, and don't dream of achieving success overnight. There are not so many horrific spells in the world that can kill a large number of enemies instantly with one move. First consolidate the magic you already have. Ryan was preaching when he suddenly heard the scream of the Fire-Back King. Through the soul connection, Ryan knew very well that this was an alarm. "What? Master? Look over there." Tangxi's voice trembled rarely. His good disciple was not some young man who had never seen blood. In the battle at Ramonk City, his performance was remarkable. A wizard who has seen blood will definitely perform much better than a pure academic who only knows how to study magic. Following Downs' direction, and through his eagle eye, Rin finally saw these villains who committed suicide. A horde of demons. In the world of chaos, devils and demons are two different entities. The former belongs to the lawful evil camp, and the latter is chaotic evil. Simply put, neither is a good thing. But the devil is more law-abiding and more organized and disciplined when fighting. The devil has more people, but likes to fight like Xiaoji. Ryan suddenly felt a bitter taste in his mouth. At this moment, he finally realized that sometimes people are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat. Perhaps he succeeded in bluffing all the human nations. The problem is that the good camp is willing to follow the rules with him. But what if they encounter other races that don't follow the rules? It is not easy to be a neutral force. If Ryan was a vassal of a human country, he would be able to find someone to take the blame at this time. After all, if the sky falls, there will always be someone taller to hold it up. At this moment, he himself was the tall man. Along the long and narrow mountain road, a group of hundreds of devils were coming in a line. First, a man with typical goat horns and brown-red skin came to the mouth of the waterfall, glanced at Brother Bailong, who died with his eyes open, with contempt, and laughed. He was wearing a gorgeous red velvet robe, the collar and cuffs of which were all trimmed with gold, and precious rubies were just the buttons of his robe. As he walked, every step left a blazing footprint, as if he was not walking on an icy mountain path, but a trail in a flaming HL. Behind him, two devils were arranged neatly. The front row was a group of green-skinned, sturdy, and short devils. Based on the devil atlas sent by consultant Gannis last time, Ryan recognized these irritable-looking guys as Anzu demons. According to the rating of the Adventurers Guild, each of them was a high-level devil that required a high-level adventurer team with an average level of 7 to contend with. But at a glance, there were at least 20 guys. In the back row is a large group of Tiger Peak demons that look like wasps. These guys are not very strong, probably on the same level as fire bats, but their stingers are very troublesome. The system scanned and found that there were a total of 218 demons of the two types. It is no exaggeration to say that such a devilish army is enough to destroy an earldom. The semi-devil man, who was mixed with the devil in front of the team, cleared his throat and made the sound of unpleasant ducks. Human mage. I am Falco Memphis, the descendant of the greatest devil, Anak Memphis. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what your strength is. I now command you to submit to me immediately. Otherwise you and your disciples' souls will be burned forever by the flames of H.L. In response to this domineering remark, a colorful beam of light descended from the clouds. This beam of light suddenly crossed the clear sky without any warning and fell on the top of the mountain. Then it refracted strangely and covered the head of this thing called Memphis, the half-devil, who had just issued a pride and persuading declaration. Suddenly froze. The demons behind him also looked up at the colorful beams of light hanging from the sky. They did not know Master and Apprentice Ryan on the top of the mountain, but they knew similar methods. An extremely uneasy feeling enveloped the entire devil brigade. That feeling was too familiar. It was the same horrifying aura that had struck them in front of the holy mountain of light a century ago, shattering their bodies with one blow. Their desperate souls had no choice but to return to H.L. and start over as little devils again. Who would have thought that I would see this attack again in this remote corner? Light of heaven. The devils all let out miserable screams, wishing they could shrink their huge bodies to the size of a fist, or find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's too late. The seven-colored rainbow light swept across the narrow mountain road that was only wide enough for a carriage to pass, and destroyed the three-digit devil into ashes. When the flying dust settles down, where is the devil army? All that was left was a mountain path emitting evil light, and with walls covered with devil's flesh and blood. On the top of the mountain, the master and disciple looked at each other. Towns, believe it or not, this is just a large convex lens used to focus sunlight. Master, I understand. This is also science. The good disciple said so. His eyes clearly said, I believe you a ghost. Chapter 31, there is a kind of beauty called intensity. Why is Downs playing electromagnetic gun? Ren's electromagnetic cannon? Why is the Tesla coil harmless to humans and animals, but the Tesla tower can kill white dragons? Why can an ordinary convex lens only be used to light a cigarette, but a large convex lens can sweep away the devil's army? There is only one answer to the above three questions. The gap between them is a kind of beauty called intensity. God knows. Ryan really didn't know that when a convex lens is not made well, the focusing effect will not be so obvious, but it can accurately refract the sunlight and separate it into seven-color rainbow light, and when the intensity of the seven-color rainbow light exceeds a certain level, it becomes this magic called light of heaven. This is just great. When Ryan saw the system's description of the entire process, he was completely speechless. Light of heaven was originally only level 3, and is also known as third ring magic in this world. In actual operation, elemental land adds an element of power to it, and the school security department adds another element of power by adding fortification mode. This is outrageous enough. But Light of Heaven has another feature. It has an extra bonus to damage to undead creatures. And the extra damage to undead creatures and evil alien creatures that are afraid of light is doubled. It just so happens that the devil is an evil alien creature. In addition, Ryan's spell power metamagic feat adds 50% damage, which turns the damage of this thing into 7th level magic. Theoretically, magic in Chaos World only reaches the 9th ring. Once it reaches the 9th ring, it becomes some outrageous stuff like large plane collapse magic. Even if the power reaches the 7th level, it is already a magic that only a standard legendary wizard dares to cast. But who would have thought that Ryan relied on physics as the core, the system, and the bonus of this strange academy land to have such power? The problem is, the other party doesn't know. Somewhere in Bateau Hell, A female half-devil with a golden ring wearing a wealthy manner, a golden ring on the horns, and a light red skin, actually watched the scene of the light of heaven through the black crystal ball in his palace. At this time, one step ahead of the monster with a very burly body and 3-story high rise, adult. I always think that this so-called great method is not true. How can a magician use the magic of the light god? Please let me take this arrogant guy in front of your host. The hot female devil smiled evilly, and did not answer directly. Instead, she asked charmingly, "Cast, how old are you?" "I'm over 80. "You're just a baby then." The owner's evaluation immediately caused the laughter of other high-level devil. Ha ha ha. 80 years old. But still a child. There is really nothing wrong with that among the devil. The female devil chuckled. Before the Dharma ending age, those annoying great wizards like to use all kinds of magic to defeat their enemies. Since this gentleman has hung the head of a white dragon on the door, and covered the wall with the flesh and blood of demons, I will temporarily recognize his neutral position. All the demons under her command looked indignant, but they could do nothing about it. Not everyone can use the word neutral. It is ridiculous in itself for a weakling to claim to be neutral. There are so many wolf-like and tiger-like guys, and they offer you the trick of treat, drink, behead, accept as your dog. Isn't that great? If I can enslave you, I will never talk to you. Do you think the devil's family runs a charity? This rule also applies to the earth. Why can Switzerland, a well-known neutral country, call itself a neutral country? Isn't it because the Swiss people beat the Habsburg family, whose members became emperors of the Holy Roman Empire for hundreds of years? Switzerland is a poor place with bad mountains and rivers and many unruly people. So other countries recognize Switzerland's neutrality? Now, someone hiding in the Fulong Mountains also has this feeling. There has always been more than one dragon's nest in the Fulong Mountains. The large troops went in, and it was not allowed to mess with other dragons. A top-level legendary dragon, one that even gods can rival. The large army is not cost-effective, and the small troops may not be able to do that legendary master. Then just leave it alone. On the other hand, after seeing his master's extraordinary power again, Towns's mentality had changed from the initial shock and surprise to numbness. Ah! This is what you call keeping your feet on the ground. Master. Indeed. After the flesh and blood of so many demons melted, even the road became smooth. Ryan, I have a swear word that I don't know whether I should say it or not. He felt that most of his crow's mouth was opened. It was true that the demon brigade was reduced to ashes after being illuminated by the light of heaven. But the remaining demon flesh and blood first turned into a large amount of dust containing high spiritual power, and then fell on the road, filling almost every inch of the road, because they have been purified by the divine rays. These flesh and blood not only have no sense of evil and no aura of fear, but also have a warm and sacred atmosphere. But any strong person can tell what these are. The implication of killing a chicken to scare the monkey is too strong. Interestingly, Count Ramek and the people of the Barbarossa Empire were also staring at the Fulong Mountains. When their people passed the news back, a king and an emperor fell into deep thought at the same time, and then issued similar orders. Continue to observe, and then find a way to contact him with a friendly manner without anger. The devil's flesh and blood wall incident. If Ryan himself wasn't the instigator, he would have almost believed that the guy who did this must be a brutal being. I swear to God, before I traveled through time, I had never even killed a chicken. This time, it is hard to explain clearly. What annoyed Ryan the most was that within 2 days, the system reminded him again. Congratulations, host. Your story of instantly killing a group of demons has spread to the abyss, and is well known by the dark elves. Drow. Your legend in the abyss is +1. Then rumors about him began to spread among the dwarves and halflings. After a few days of fermentation, it seemed that Ren found himself famous. The only thing to be thankful for was that the system didn't seem to prompt him. And the handsome scene of him killing the Devil Brigade alarmed the god-level boss. No. The key is whether there is still a god in this world. This is a big problem. When Ryan thought of this, he felt a little anxious. However, the most urgent thing now is to continue to train good apprentices. You know, the stronger Towns is, the stronger he will be as a master. The key is that Towns can still play a demonstration role, and help him bring in more apprentices. This way of relying on the mountain to eat the mountain, raising apprentices, and then eating the apprentices' gameplay gave Ryan a strange illusion of being the leader of a pyramid scheme. Chapter 32. Just say there is no parallel connection. Ryan had to admit that people were different. For an ordinary person like him, teaching an apprentice feels like teaching a combination of Edison, Tesla and Newton. He felt that he was more like a tutor at some foreign fake university, who just threw out a title randomly and then let the students figure it out on their own. And finally, he just signed his name as tutor, and that was it. Anyway, the school is a pheasant level. Students pay tuition fees, do not learn things, and do not recognize their academic qualifications in the future. Perhaps this is the legendary Rishue. Have you learned it? You learned it. Right? Teach down sliding friction. And he figured out a 4th level spell, magic sticky orb, by himself, which can summon a ball of snot-like sticky liquid to restrain slow-reacting enemies and make them unable to move. Teach thermodynamics and figure out a bunch of fire spells. If these are all related, Ryan can imagine what Talons has learned roughly. And the most recent peak of abstraction is teaching him atmospheric pressure. Generally speaking, if we don't consider other factors such as power, the higher the temperature, the faster the atmosphere expands due to heat, and the lower the air pressure. He did teach. And after Ryan finished teaching, what Talons realized was opening a blind box. A few minutes later, Ryan seemed to see an imaginary light bulb light up in Talons' forehead. Master, I understand. You realized it again? Yes. If the place is too high, the pressure will be low. Then can I give myself a pressure, so that the pressure is high, and then stand firm anywhere? Talons' description was too abstract, and Ryan couldn't keep up with his apprentice's thinking for a while. It doesn't matter if Ryan doesn't understand. As long as the system understands, try it. Anyway, it wouldn't be the master who would die after trying. Down stood on the trunk of a big tree on the spot, completely parallel to the ground, at 90 degrees to the earth, and walked straight towards the treetop. Congratulations, host. Your disciple, Tang Si, has mastered the 4th level transformation magic, fictitious gravity. The caster can walk on any solid surface, and can also fall in a certain direction according to his own will. Seeing this, Ryan bared his teeth. This is cool. Let's turn it on. It's interesting. For a while, Ryan thought that his evil disciple would be able to become a legendary wizard. Until this day, Lane taught series and parallel circuits. Lane wrote the most basic theorem on the blackboard. Series connection. 1. There is only one path for electric current. 2. The current in a series circuit is equal everywhere. 3. The total voltage of a series circuit is equal to the sum of the voltages at each point. 4. The equivalent resistance of series resistors is equal to the sum of all the resistors. In parallel. 1. A circuit has several paths. 2. The voltage in a parallel circuit is equal everywhere. After writing, Ryan put down the chalk, clapped his hands, and ran off to go fishing. Who knew 10 minutes had passed? 20 points. 30. 1 hour. This time, Ryan didn't wait for the words master. I understand. Instead, he saw a frustrated, puzzled, and even a little mentally broken face. Master, I really didn't think of anything. Am I too stupid? Ryan was stunned for a moment. And the words "you are the worst class of students I have ever taught" turned into a little stupid. But don't worry. At least you are not the kind of hopeless idiot. Young people have a lot of drive. But what happens if one day they suddenly get tired, exhausted, and can no longer move forward? If Ryan still holds on to the original mentality that his apprentice is courting death and will get into trouble sooner or later, and that he must be replaced as soon as possible, he will probably breathe a sigh of relief and then decisively sell his apprentice. But before they knew it, they had been together for 3 months. Non-vegetation. Not to mention such a grown-up human being. Even if it was an ordinary cat or dog, you would have developed feelings for it after raising it for 3 months. Master, I can still be saved? Ryan reached out and flicked Talon's head with a finger. Ah, it hurts. It can be saved. It depends on whether you are really obedient and have a good attitude. I will definitely listen to you. Tang immediately squatted up. And the kneeling posture unique to this world was very standard. The word well-behaved was radiated from his whole body. Learning is like this. Many times, the initial progress is fast and smooth. And you can learn new things and gain new things every day. But one day, you will suddenly find that you can't move to a higher level. Ah! Tangsi cried softly. Ryan raised the fake Coke glass bottle he had made himself in his hand, This is the bottleneck. Bottleneck? Town's voice was almost a whisper. Seeing his apprentice in trouble, Ryan suddenly felt like a teacher. In the past, he taught a law of physics. But this guy comprehended another magic. As a teacher, Ryan really had no sense of accomplishment. Over time, people become numb. If it weren't for the fact that the bonus provided by this shitty apprentice was so good, Ryan would definitely shout, "I'm tired. Destroy it. Now I finally feel like I'm guiding lost lambs to the 1024 website. Or rather, guiding students onto the right path." Yes. Bottleneck. When you feel you are stuck, you need to find a really good book. Experience it carefully. And then accumulate your knowledge. Of course, you don't have to read just any book. In my world, there is one-click short essay generation, which can write a 100,000-word document in 1 second. There is also quantum reading, which can read a book in 8 seconds. There are even more hateful readers who spray those novel authors with "you can't write as fast as I read." When Ryan said this, Downs' eyes widened and his mouth opened so wide that an apple could be stuffed in. These outrageous things are typical Arabian Nights in Downs' worldview. Ryan complained, but this kind of thing has no soul. You need to read books of the same type. No. Even occasionally read some books on music and art, so that you can learn by analogy. What Ryan originally wanted to say was that those online articles produced by automatic typing programs were totally unreadable. And then, he spoke a lot in a very kind manner. Who knew that when he heard the word soul, Towns' mind suddenly became active, while filtering out Ryan's subsequent words. Soul. Yes. Soul. When Ryan saw his good disciple's eyes light up, he suddenly had another ominous premonition. A certain master was a little scared. The soul I mentioned. Are you sure it's the same thing as what I understand? Soul. Literally. Tangsi shouted. Master, I got enlightenment again. No. Wait. This is not scientific. Have you figured it out? Ryan stared with his eyes wide open, watching his good disciple suddenly stretch out his left hand and grab in midair. A bunch of wind elements seemed to scream and roar angrily because they were suddenly pulled down from the void. Towns didn't care and spread out his arms. It felt like he was opening a huge dictionary or spreading out a big net. At first glance, this should be the level 3 transmutation magic lightning bolt. Ryan immediately realized something was wrong. This beam of lightning was too wide. And it wasn't just one beam, but 3. No, 5 beams in total. Ryan was shocked to find that when 5 winding lightning bolts were placed side by side and floating in the air. This scene was like. Tangsi puffed out his chest proudly. Thank you for your advice, Master. It turns out that the key to making a parallel circuit is to inject a wind elemental soul into each circuit. Just as a certain master's mind was struck by an outrageous blow, the system prompt came. Congratulations to the host's apprentice for comprehending the super magic feat, spell expansion, which can increase the burst, diffuse, linear or diffuse spell impact area. All the values of the spell are doubled. This super magic feat is permanently shared with the master. A certain master, grass, a kind of plant. You just say there is no parallel connection. Chapter 33, who is standing behind the newbie? Yes. Master. Is the quantum reading you mentioned the legendary reading magic? Ryan's mind was a little stuck. Quantum reading on Earth is just a scam to make money. Have you read it? Like reading. But in the world of magic, reading magic can really help you read quickly. Tired? Destroy it. Damn. There's really no sense of accomplishment in coaching Towns. He doesn't listen when taught, and doesn't understand when he listens. Even when he understands, he still goes astray. And yet the deviation is the right thing to do. I feel like this is the legendary Schrodinger's teaching. The process is not important. As long as you get started, there will definitely be a good result. After a while, Ryan became desperate. He just wanted to teach him. He accepted it anyway. Don't think that the magic that Towns is performing now is level 3 or 4, which is usually used by high-level wizards. With the help of a long list of super magic expertise in Downs' magic list, the power of his level 3 and 4 magics all started at level 5, and were close to level 6. If any naive enemy mistook Downs for an ordinary high-level wizard, he would definitely suffer a lot. The only thing Ryan didn't know was that the story of parallel circuits was only the beginning. As autumn approached, Ganis, the advisor to the kingdom of Cervantes, came again. This time he brought 2 teams of adventurers as guards, and walked along the mountain trail. Even though he had received news early in the morning that a large group of demons were blocked by the angry legendary wizard. Knowing is one thing, and seeing it with one's own eyes is another. It's so beautiful. This thing actually reminds me of the elven artwork from my other hometown. The half-elf Gannis exclaimed sincerely. Isn't it? The originally featureless, dull yellow mountain wall now presents a colorful glass appearance. Not only is it smooth, but when the sun shines on it, it also reflects clusters of charming halos, which are not even dazzling, but exude a faint sacred atmosphere. If you say this is a work of art created by a good and lawful artist, people will believe it. But these things that look like fire glass are actually the flesh and blood of the devil. That's really off-putting. If it were a time traveler, this would probably mean telling someone when you invite them to dinner that the chili in the hot pot is not actually chili, but cockroaches. Ryan, the instigator, had no idea that the large convex lens he created would cause terrible psychological trauma to those who came after him. Anyway, the two teams of adventurers, those who had been here before were very well behaved, and the new ones were very well behaved. Well, the kind that doesn't even dare to let in the air. The arrival of this group of people naturally alarmed the fire bats from afar. Gannis, who didn't even notice the hidden fire bat, was once again convinced that the adult's perception ability was really several miles away. When they first arrived in front of the waterfall, the large pool of water in front of them was already boiling. Puff puff. The water in front of me was boiling like porridge. Gannis and the others remained in a bowed posture, watching the white dragon pond monster in front of them reveal its true form. Ryan did ask Towns to greet Gannis. Just greet them normally. This is what Ryan ordered. And when Towns' words reached his mind, they were naturally distorted. Ordinary? Oh, I see. Is it the ordinary type of legendary wizard? Nothing I say can diminish the reputation of my master. This time, Towns didn't swim, but walked under the pool. Step by step, the powerful yet docile wind element kept swirling around him, forming a huge elemental shield that prevented any elements other than wind from approaching Towns' body. But there was not a single wind element more than 1 meter away from Tang's. This level of control over the elements was so pure that Gannis and others were so shocked that they temporarily lost the ability to speak. With the vision of a half-elf, how could he not see that although Tang seemed to be a high-level wizard, his control over the elements had actually reached the true master level? The only thing that Towns lacks is the accumulation of magical power and the learning of master-level magic. Before the Dharma-ending age, we often heard about so-and-so's wild wizard who was stuck at the advanced level because he could not learn a master-level magic in his entire life and died with hatred in his heart. Tang's, who has a legendary wizard as his master, is obviously not on this list. For Gannis, Towns' bright future is now visible to the naked eye. So Gannis was not paying tribute to a high-level wizard, but to a future great wizard who was destined to reach the pinnacle of magic and imprint his name among the legends. Tangsi was very satisfied with Gannis' sincere and respectful attitude. He pretended to be mature and said in a low voice, "Your Excellencies, I wonder if you have any advice for me since you have come here." "I dare not. I just thought that it was about time for Lord Quixote to be promoted to a high-level wizard. So I came here to congratulate him. I didn't expect it to be a coincidence." Gannis said this, feeling very lucky in his heart. You know, he went against all odds and asked King Cervantes to send the high-level wizard equipment from the royal treasury in advance. His reasons at the time were, in the Dharma-ending age, our country no longer has the need for these things, and Mr. Quixote will be promoted to a high-level wizard sooner or later anyway. So why not do him a favor as soon as possible? Unexpectedly, he found that he was still conservative. It's not like he's about to be promoted, but he has already been promoted to a high level. Damn it! This is a 17-year-old high-level wizard. Even if placed in the history of Chaos Continent in the last 1,000 years, he would be ranked as a top-notch monstrous genius. Fortunately, as an old man who has lived for more than 200 years and has seen many great wizards, Gannis has good eyesight. He clearly sensed that Towns' magical aura was still a little impure, and deduced that Towns' promotion should be a recent event. Gannis waved his hand, and naturally a high-level paladin came as a servant, holding up a large box and opening it, revealing a glittering robe. This is the Thunder Vestments. This treasure allows you to strike back with lightning at those who attack you. You can charge it 3 times a day, and expend 1 or more charges to surround your body with a lightning shield, causing lightning damage to any other creature that attacks you with natural weapons or non-ranged weapons. This effect lasts for 3 rounds, and it won't harm you. This is the Filter Mask. This is the Heart Ring. This is one after another. High-level magic treasures that would have made people scramble for them before the end of the Dharma era were presented. Dazzling downs? A bumpkin in the magic world. It's not that there aren't some good things in the White Dragon's treasure last time. But the White Dragon doesn't just kill mages. There aren't many things for mages. And they're not high-end stuff. A White Dragon with a challenge level of 9 can't kill a master-level mage. This time, Towns was really shocked and was obviously a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Ryan's voice sounded in a void in front of the waterfall. This is school-wide broadcast feature. Tang Si. Just accept it. Just ask what trouble the person has. Things need to be accepted. But favors are not owed. Transactions are made on the spot. No cheating. Gannis's facial muscles twitched subtly. Nothing. There is an ownerless high-level wizard tower in the Cervantes city. It has a great impact on the city's defense system. I wonder if Mr. Quixote is free to help clean up the wizard tower. As soon as Gannis opened his mouth, Ryan secretly praised him for being smart. So smart. It's like when he took his relatives to the hospital for a checkup before he traveled through time. And the doctor he saw was a rookie. Just because a newbie can't treat a disease doesn't mean he can't ask for help. You never know who a new doctor might come up with. The doctor who came to see him was the old specialist who had been waiting for 3 months for an appointment with Ryan's relatives and was ranked first in the province in this subject. Chapter 34. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Of course, having someone behind a newbie is not always a good thing. For example, Ryan knew that one time a friend of his went to the hospital to have his appendix removed. The friend was too fat, and they didn't see the intestines after cutting for a long time. The doctor who did it was a rookie. When he called for help, the attending doctor brought a dozen interns in white coats. The grand scene scared the family members, and they cried on the spot, thinking that the guy was going to be sentenced to death. Ouch. I am getting off topic. The matter fell on Town's head, which was not a big deal, but also not a small deal. Before Ryan traveled through time, the Russians had a famous proverb. When the people are gone, the troubles are gone. This means that the Russians like to eliminate troubles on the physical level. This is not the case in Chaos Continent. People may be gone, but their troubles may last 100 years is the most popular proverb. The end of magic killed all the royal mages of various countries. But the mage towers left behind by these dead mages happen to have a fully automatic defense system. This results in a useless thing. If the enemy is foolish enough to attack these towers during a siege, the towers will automatically strike back and kill the attacker. This is a good thing. But there was a battle example 30 years ago where a stray stone hit the side of the mage tower close to the inner city, triggering the defense system on the mage tower. It first expanded the counterattack range, then madly threw lightning chains indiscriminately, killing half of the defenders of the Earl's Lord city. Unfortunately, when the lizardmen attacked the city, the mage tower ran out of stored magic power. This eventually led to the fall of the entire city. From then on, the heads of state of various countries were very troubled by the mage tower. Gannis said sincerely, "This is just a request. If your Excellency Quixote has the time to completely paralyze this magic tower, not only can you use the things in the magic tower as you like, but His Majesty Cervantes will also give you an additional reward of 50,000 gold coins as a reward." At this point, the half-elf paused and said, "If Mr. Quixote is willing to accept our country's invitation, become our royal wizard, and take over this magic tower, that would be the best thing. Of course, this is just our wishful thinking." Gannis was very humble, knowing for sure that there was a legendary wizard behind Towns. He never questioned whether Towns had the ability from beginning to end. This attitude really made it hard for people to find any reason to blame him. Towns hesitated. The young man didn't know how to deal with it. To be honest, he was a little itchy in his heart. After all, he had studied magic for so long, but he was not sure what his magic level was. Tang Si instinctively turned his head to the waterfall. He wanted to listen to his master's arrangements. If his master asked him not to go, he would obey. The roar of the waterfall continued to come, and when this sound was mixed into Ryan's school-wide broadcast, it seemed extremely majestic. A kind of momentum called powerful rushed into the hearts of visitors, engraving the shock into their DNA. Ha ha. That's a good plan. Ryan's words immediately frightened all the members of the diplomatic corps. I dare not. Gannis knelt down without hesitation. We just need each other. Master Jikit also needs experience. Right, Master Grand Mage. We can also provide all the architectural drawings of the Mage Tower. But we cannot know what changes the previous owner, Mr. Madeira, made to the Mage Tower. Compared to the maze of the evil camp, this man-made wizard tower can be said to have rules to follow and is easy to crack. Moreover, everyone is a high-level wizard, which means that the magic traps inside are difficult to break through Tang Xi's protective magic. The security is almost at its maximum, and the rewards are likely to be rich. Before the end of the Dharma era, this kind of trial would be regarded as an outing by classical wizards. Ryan grinned, but he didn't know that his action magically caused the water to pour down from the waterfall. A huge human face appeared on the waterfall with an identical smile. This scared the powerful people in the diplomatic corps quite a bit. Everyone took a glance and lowered their heads deeply, not daring to raise them even a little bit. Ryan's voice, like a judgment, echoed in the sky again. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Downs, you should go for a trip. Yes. Tangs bowed excitedly towards the human face on the waterfall, which demonstrated majesty and powerful control over the elements. No one knew that Gannis was even more excited. Reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. What a philosophical saying. If I had not been loyal to the Cervantes royal family early on, just for this sentence, I would have practiced hard for 100 years under the tutelage of such a great sage. Even if I could only listen to a few words of the great sage every year, it would be enough for me to benefit from it for a lifetime, and even pass it on to the younger generation as a family motto. Gannis admired Ryan, the legendary wizard, even more. He raised his head and said loudly, "In that case, we will wait here for a while. When Mr. Quixote is ready, we will go to the capital of Cervantes together. No need to go through so much trouble." As soon as Ryan finished speaking, everyone saw that a stone-like thing suddenly moved on an inconspicuous big rock next to them. The next moment, this stone turned into the most ferocious flame, like a big fireball, shooting towards Towns. Fire bat. Gannis lost his voice. Ah! Instinctively, Thamit put his hand on the handle of the battle axe. Before anyone could react, this huge bat, which was nearly half a person's height even with its wings folded, actually extinguished the flames on its body and landed obediently on Towns' broad shoulders. Ryan's thunderous voice echoed again in front of the waterfall. "Lifu will accompany you. You can leave now." "Thank you, Master." Towns was extremely excited. He was carrying a large bat weighing more than 20 kilograms while kneeling in a standard posture. Little did they know that this performance once again shocked Gannis and the others. Thamit asked in a low voice, a little unconfidently, "Legendary fire bat?" Gannis nodded imperceptibly. "Last time, Master Naton didn't tell anyone about the legendary fire bat." Fortunately, Gannis had good eyesight, and he and his companions immediately realized that the guy who could use the legendary fire bat as a magic pet must be a master. A legend is not uncommon, and a demigod is hard to say. Anyway, it's just 2 words: awesome. This powerful monster is the ears and eyes of the Archmage. When the legendary fire bat appears, it is just like the legendary wizard coming in person. In the eyes of Gannis and others, whoever provokes Towns may be rushed across time and space and kill the opponent in the next second. No one knows that Lifu is the only treasure that Ryan can show off. Firstly, the poor legendary wizard couldn't leave the valley. And secondly, without those so-called mage towers, it was questionable whether Ryan could perform his sometimes effective magic. When Tangs whistled, a sunny rainbow little white horse, the wind-controlling divine horse, immediately flew out from the valley and obediently became his mount. Gannis and his companions, blinded by the colorful rainbow light, completely lost the ability to speak at this moment. Whether it is strong or not is another matter. Being handsome is a lifelong thing. Just look at the legendary wizard's disciple. This appearance, this scene, this style. It's all at its best. It's true that comparing yourself to others makes you feel nauseous. What else can they say? Just perform the formal ceremony and be done with it. Chapter 35 Opening Remarks. Leaving behind a pile of gifts for the fire bats to carry into the valley, the not-so-large but valuable team soon left along the narrow mountain path. Gannis chatted with Downs all the way. "Well, may I ask the name of the respected teacher? After all, we have come here twice, and it is difficult to report to His Majesty. Alas, to be honest, I am not yet Master's disciple, but my Master has said, I can tell you. His last name is Tesla. Sir Tesla? For some reason, Just by mentioning this name, Gannis and other powerful people around him naturally thought of the image of Thor, who appeared with terrifying lightning. I have to say that the impression created by preconceived ideas is too profound. After asking the name, to show respect, Gannis led everyone, put one hand on their chest, and bowed to the legendary fire bat on Town's shoulder. This etiquette can be said to be fully implemented. Everyone knows that this fire bat is the eyes and ears of the legendary Master Tesla. They did this only out of courtesy and respect. And they really didn't know how powerful this eye and ears could be. Well, the images that LiFu can provide through the soul connection are roughly the same as those provided by 4K high-definition surveillance cameras on Earth, plus night vision and Dolby surround sound. In fact, this thing can actually provide ultrasonic perception sharing. But that thing is not for human hearing. Relying on LiFu, even if Ryan couldn't get out of the valley, he still felt like he was playing a story-based first-person adventure game. It's a bit strange that the other person knows what you are watching but thinks you are using old film from the 19th century, while you are actually watching 4K ultra-high definition. Gannis continued to chat. If Sir Quixote can successfully deal with the Wizard Tower, what are your plans next? Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll ask Master for advice when the time comes. I feel like Master will let me travel around. If you are traveling, it would be better to find some followers to protect you. Even in the heyday of magic 100 years ago, wizards above the official level would travel in groups. Master Famet next to him said enthusiastically, "The kingdom of Cervantes will be your strongest backing." Tang Si was a little embarrassed. "This Master seems to have never been interested in your kingdom. If you don't mind, I would like to go to the Adventurers Guild to form a small team." Adventure is the romance of the young. Even though Downs had received strict knight training since he was a child, his desire to explore mysteries, to take risks, and to let himself go in the vast and free world had never been extinguished. Seeing the longing in Town's eyes, Gannis smiled bitterly. He exchanged glances with Famet and immediately understood the other's thoughts. Logically speaking, such a novice wizard, even if his strength has reached a high level, would still be very likely to die 100 years ago. The world is a dangerous place, and no one will pamper you. If Downs is too reckless, even the Principality of Cervantes will not be able to support him. Having such a legendary wizard as a master is a different matter. You never know for sure that in the next second, the master will split the space and beat the shit out of anyone who messed with his disciple. When big shots protect their own people, it is sometimes so unreasonable, and there is no need to reason with them. What else can Gannis and the others do? Just serve carefully. Gannis had originally planned to support this young master, but after walking for a while, Tang suddenly said, "Yes, my master likes to keep a low profile." After saying that, he clapped his hands, and a psychedelic halo suddenly enveloped him, and the sunny rainbow little white horse under his crotch. This time, his attire did not change much. Bola turned into an ordinary horse that looked quite majestic, and LiFu turned into an ordinary pet owl. Bola expressed his dissatisfaction in a very anthropomorphic way, panting heavily. It was not until Downs stuffed a few carrots into his mouth and persuaded him that the human world was a bit dangerous that Bola snorted and reluctantly agreed. The team continued to move forward. Fortunately, Towns, who was a knight's apprentice, not only had an excellent physique, but also did not have the spoiled problems of those wizards in history books. The team got along quite well along the way. It took them 10 days to leave the Fulong Mountains and reach the city of Cervantes. As the capital of a kingdom, it can't be compared with the capital of the Barbarossa Empire. The 15-meter-high city wall is magnificent, but it can only intimidate a country wizard like Downs. Ryan, who was peeking at the screen, just said "oh" and didn't take it seriously. Walking across the 15-meter-wide moat on the suspension bridge and arriving at the city gate that could accommodate 4 carriages passing side by side, Downs felt the strange looks from all around. There are apparently 3 access routes into the city, but in reality, there are only 2. Civilians line up in one line, and adventurers carrying weapons in another. The common people certainly didn't have the guts to look over. Just by glancing at Gannis and the guards, they would have bowed their heads in salute. The only ones who dared to look over were naturally the adventurers. Once they caught a glimpse of the bright purple-blue robe with a lightning symbol on it, they couldn't take their eyes off it. Mage? That's impossible. Apart from those frauds, who claim to be real mages, but can only do magic tricks. There are no mages these days. It must be a warlock. But he looks like a decent person. The adventurers couldn't help but get agitated. Although this is the Dharma ending age, it does not mean that no one will use magic. Warlock is the exception. If a mage is someone who studies and masters magical knowledge and principles, and casts magic in a regular manner, then a warlock is the opposite of a mage. Warlocks cast spells without knowledge or reason, but purely on instinct, or by awakening the magical talent in their blood to release powerful explosive energy through their bodies. The most classic sorcerer is the descendant of a race that is good at using magic, such as the noble descendants of ancient dragons, or someone who bathed in dragon blood like a baby, allowing the power of dragons to fill his whole body. It is also possible that they were born in a magical vortex, which injected the power of chaos into their bodies. Compared to the wizard who uses the power of order to restrain magic and can release magic regularly, the warlock is the example of someone who can only use magic at noon because it will end sooner or later. Think about it. What would you do when pulses of arcane energy beat beneath your skin, calling on you to let them go? Shoot directly? Or should you use your strength with restraint and explore the limits of your body's endurance bit by bit? Or raise your upper limit little by little? Sorry, even the warlock himself doesn't know his own limit, let alone others. Therefore, adventurers have a very conflicted attitude towards warlocks. They are eager to borrow the magical power of the warlocks, but they are also afraid that these guys will suddenly lose control and turn themselves into suicide infantry. Interestingly, people in this world are divided into categories. People in different professions often use badges pinned on their chests or sleeves to tell others their identities. The adventurers waiting to enter the city gates stretched their necks, but could not see any signs. When they tried to get closer, they were shocked to see how powerful the escort team was. They even entered the city through the noble passage. They couldn't help but look away embarrassedly. Gannis, shall we go to the state guest house to rest first? No. Go directly to the Adventurers Guild. Well, Your Excellency has the final say. The Adventurers Guild of the Royal City of Cervantes is located in the south of the city. The outer wall of the guild hall is decorated with a pile of marble sculptures and is filled with statues of famous adventurers. On this morning, the hinged wooden door at the entrance was pushed open by an overly young wizard. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, he bowed quite beautifully. Good day, everyone. I need to find a few partners to accompany me into the Nuon Mage Tower. Decent and easygoing ones. Calm tone. Childish face. Smiling mouth. Logically speaking, this kind of newbie would naturally be laughed at and mocked by the old birds in the guild. No, because a Thunder Man, with the exact same body contour as him, was right next to him, perfectly replicating every movement of his body. Such an opening remark shocked the whole audience. Chapter 36 Eyes of Evil is an attributive. No, not only did it shock the entire audience, even a certain master who was peeking at the screen through live 100 miles away was shocked. Bah! This bastard. Didn't I teach you to be humble and not aggressive? You haven't learned any of the traditional virtues of the Celestial Empire, have you? Ryan muttered to himself through gritted teeth. As the saying goes, it takes one day to learn bad things, but it takes 3 years to learn good things. A certain master always adheres to the principle of never delaying revenge. If Bailong dares to take advantage of him, he will ask Bailong to be the gatekeeper. If the devil dares to lead a team to cause trouble, he will make the devil the enemy. Every guy who dares to jump in the face becomes the most powerful support for someone's legendary level. If the master is like this, how can Tang Si, the disciple, be a good man? Tang Si continued in a clear voice. My name is Tang Si Jikuda, a high-level wizard. At this point, the copycat wizard who was peeking at the screen nodded with satisfaction. Oh, it seems that my apprentice finally listened to me. A person should be neither humble nor arrogant. Who would have thought that Tang Si would add another sentence? I learned from a legendary great wizard. If anyone wants to know my master's name, you can ask me after you beat me. As soon as Talon said this, Ryan's eyes turned dark first. For no reason. These words gave Ryan, the time traveler, a sense of déjà vu. Isn't this the villain from those third-rate fantasy novels he wrote before he traveled through time? My master is so-and-so. My father is so-and-so. If you dare to touch me, my family will hunt you down until the end of time. Generally speaking, the guy who says this won't survive more than 2 chapters. For a moment, Ryan wanted to use the soul connection to let Lai Fu act as a mouthpiece to scold his arrogant little apprentice. Alas, in the final analysis, the thinking mode of Ryan, a Chinese, is different from that of the people in Chaos World. The master repeatedly instructed not to tell his full name. But Tangxi accepted it, although someone's original intention was disciple. When you get into trouble, don't say that your master is me. But when Tangxi heard it, it became that the world is not qualified to know the master's name, but has the obligation to know the master's existence and pay respect to him. Perhaps this is the alien version of I am no longer in the world, but my legend is still circulating in the world. At this moment, this huge hall with an area of more than 600 square meters and a floor height of more than 4 meters is extremely quiet. The noise from a moment ago suddenly stopped. The oil lamps and the light that came into the hall through the large glass windows were all overshadowed by the dazzling flash of lightning at the gate. People couldn't help but be attracted to it and subconsciously held their breath. If it were someone else, perhaps an old hand would have jumped out and taught Downs the rules of the Cervantes Adventurers Guild. No! Not only did Towns' superb control of the wind element stun the entire crowd, but there was also the big man at the door, carrying a battle axe and crossing his arms. It's Master Famet, a master-level expert. This is a super big man that is rarely seen in normal days. In the small field of Cervantes' kingdom, a master is at the top of the pyramid. Even if Famet does nothing and just stands there, it is already the greatest support for this mysterious boy. Not to mention the low-class ruffians. Even the guys who thought they were not strong enough didn't dare to get close to Towns after weighing the pros and cons. The most crucial thing is the so-called owl on Towns' shoulder. No matter how useless Lai Fu is, he is still a legendary fire bat. As a high-level creature, it was enough to beat any high-level professional on the scene in a one-on-one match. No high-level 5-man team could even compete with it. Not to mention, it also acts as the eyes and ears of a legendary wizard. In this regard, Ryan still underestimated the significance behind legendary degree. It not only represents the reputation of an existence, it is also the recognition of the world. Without enough legendary points, the world will not even allow a professional to be promoted to a legendary strongman. The word murderous eyes is an adjective on Earth, but it is not the case in Chaos World. This world will record the words and deeds of any intelligent life, and anyone's actions will seriously affect his camp in this world. It is like when people in the good camp do evil, they will be deviated to the evil camp. So eye showing ferocity can be an attributive. Ryan himself was not aware of that at all. But the beings with high enough perception attributes at the scene could sense at that moment a powerful being who had once truly slayed dragons and demons, transcending the dimensions of time and space. And lightly glancing at the scene, just this fleeting glimpse was enough to scare the dozens of high-level professionals present so much that their hair stood on end. Do you feel it? That profound gaze. Gods, are there still powerful and legendary magicians walking in the world these days? Don't be afraid. It feels like a strong neutral person. Huh? Is the world going to change? Towns' eyes were like lightning. And those eyes, which were physically charged, swept across the entire audience. Even though he didn't say another word, the aura of everyone here is garbage was already overwhelming. But no one dared to disobey. Even if you don't submit to him, you dare not submit to the peerless strongman represented by the owl on his shoulder. For about 10 seconds, the whole place was dead silent. Fortunately, a pretty waitress saw Famet's encouraging look and decisively went up to Towns. Hello, Mr. Quixote. Are you going to initiate a call? Then, please register your basic information at the Adventurers Guild first. Downs went through the motions. And soon, a recruitment notice caused an uproar in the Adventurers Guild and even the entire kingdom. This time, it was ostensibly a high-level wizard recruiting companions to explore the wizard tower. In fact, the great wizard hidden behind Towns is the one that makes everyone most excited. Towns' background and resume are almost semi-public, and anyone with some connections can find out his original identity as a knight's apprentice. A pure human being whose body is not polluted by chaos magic and does not have alien blood is naturally unlikely to be a sorcerer in disguise. The first high-level wizard to be formally and systematically taught and educated in 100 years. Not to mention other great nobles in the kingdom. Even spies from other countries heard the news and took action. Fortunately, everyone prefers to wait and see whether Downs, the new high-level wizard, really receives a comprehensive magical education as the legend says. Because warlocks have an obvious shortcoming that their magic is not learned. But what they learn is what their bloodline has. For example, dragon vein warlocks often do not have protective magic. After all, the body of a dragon is the best defense. So dragon vein warlocks often attack the strong and defend the weak. It was under this circumstance that 4 high-level applicants were recognized by Towns. Juan Sandro, a giant shield warrior, a typical defensive profession. Pat Corral, priest of the light. Christine Levender, ranger. John Shadowdagger, the rogue. How to say it? Even if Ryan didn't say it, Towns could feel that these 4 people were actually relatives of the professional envoys of Ganis. The 4 of them didn't know each other, but from the intentional or unintentional eye contact, it was clear that only Towns was an outsider. Tangs was not annoyed. He prepared for 2 days, and then led his team into the Mage Tower in a mighty manner. Chapter 37 Condition, clear with 1 life. The world outside the wall is peaceful, with vendors shouting their wares and civilians walking through the messy market. But no one dares to approach the towering metal fence. Although the building behind the iron fence looks extremely luxurious, and although the old man guarding the door seems nonchalant, such places often mean danger. At the gate, Ganis reminded again, in the past 100 years, no less than 30 adventure teams have entered this mage tower. But no one has returned. Although Mage Madeira is only a high-level mage, his research direction is space magic. So, please be careful. Tangsi raised his lips and said, "Don't you and your majesty think that difficult work should be accompanied by corresponding rewards?" His speech was not at all like that of a former knight's apprentice. To put it bluntly, you have to pay more. Well, his mind has completely taken on the shape of a wizard. There is no way. The magic world emphasizes equal exchange. Ganis coughed awkwardly. Your majesty will pay a reasonable reward based on success. Down stopped teasing the king's chief advisor, and nodded to the burly warrior holding a huge silver shield. Under the complicated gaze of the gatekeeper, the tough man named Juan pushed open the iron fence. Just by stepping over the threshold, everyone seemed to have entered another world. A strange purple-blue halo swept across the treetops, and the branches seemed to be decorated with colorful lights, constantly flashing with arcane light. Not only that, the ground was obviously shaking slightly, and the space in the yard seemed to be offset from the space outside the wall. Although Downs could still clearly see Ganis and others outside the iron gate, he felt as if he was greeting people on the surface from the bottom of the water. The 4 high-level professionals around Tangs all stared at this truly once-in-a-century mage with expectant eyes. The failure of so many teams over the past 100 years, the death of so many masters, and even legendary professionals of other professions, is enough to prove one thing: the next realm will be the mages. This is not to discriminate against spellcasting professions such as warlocks and priests. In a situation like this, only the knowledge of the mage can save the situation. Frankly speaking, the 4 of them can only be considered a pendant. Towns was actually a little nervous. He was hailed as a hero in the last battle of Ramonk City. To put it bluntly, he was so excited that he rushed to the city gate without thinking much. Only after the battle did he feel a little scared. What about this time? Will it work just based on the few theories taught by my master? No. Even what the master taught him was a bit vague to Towns at this moment. There's nothing he can do. Every time the master teaches him, Towns only seems to understand it vaguely. But he can always comprehend new magic. So the master gives him the okay. Speaking of magic theory, he is probably at the level of 6 out of 7. Tangsi asked Lai Fu in a low voice. Master? Unexpectedly, Lai Fu actually nodded slightly. Ryan thought he is indeed there, even though they entered different dimensions. His soul connection with Lai Fu seemed to remain stable, which was magical. Not to mention Towns was nervous. Ryan was also nervous. Although Ryan feels like he is playing a third-person adventure game, he must not forget that he must complete the game with 1 life. Otherwise his rare apprentice will be finished. Go in. At Downs' command, the wanderer acting as a scout took the lead and pushed open the door of the wizard tower in front of him, which looked only 5 stories high and had a top like a spindle. The 3-meter-high brass metal door opened smoothly beyond everyone's expectations. 100 years of wind and frost did not seem to have caused any rust to form on the door. When the scene at the door appeared before the 5 people, they couldn't help but swallow. So clean. It looked as if a team of servants had carefully cleaned it every day. There was not a trace of dust on the black and white square tiles on the ground. And time seemed to have stopped at the moment when the magic net collapsed 100 years ago. Occasionally, one could see scratches from sharp metal boots on the ground, which were obviously left by later comers rather than the owner of this place. After walking for a while, everyone felt something was wrong. There's something wrong with it 12 out of 10. Whether viewed from the outside or based on the architectural drawings provided by the Cervantes royal family, This wizard tower with a circular cross-section and a single floor of no more than 500 square meters could not have such a straight corridor with a length of more than 100 meters. Even though the door behind him did not close automatically, the surroundings became increasingly quieter. Even the whistling wind outside died down. There was only a rhythmic mechanical sound and a series of confused murmurs coming from the front, as if seducing them. The other four pendants couldn't help but look at Towns. If we want to retreat, this might be our last chance. But now that we've come this far, who would be willing to retreat? Even if they don't believe in this wizard who seemed to jump out of the ground, they still believe in their own master, the legendary wizard behind Towns. They gritted their teeth, formed the most common formation of an adventure team, and continued forward. The Wanderer leads the way. The giant shield warrior is in the second place, guarding Downs in the middle. The priest is in the fourth place, and the ranger is in the back, gently pulling the bowstring. The sound coming from afar became clearer. This is not the sound of a musical instrument, but a clicking sound similar to that of mechanical gears turning in a fixed rhythm. Downs was no stranger to this. He had witnessed with his own eyes how the water wheel continuously transformed the power of the water element into the wind element, entering a large atrium. Everyone blinked instinctively, as they felt the light around them becoming brighter. The scene before them made them a little frightened. Everyone finally knew the whereabouts of the adventurer team that had entered the mage tower before. They are almost all here. Hundreds of vengeful spirits were floating in the air 2 meters above the ground. These poor people who died because of being driven crazy were still unaware of their own situation. They were bent on revenge and frantically chased after the enemies, who drove them to their deaths. In the 5 people's view, most of these vengeful spirits were either beating each other meaninglessly, or desperately scratching the walls and doors next to the atrium with their pale, translucent fingers. If it was just a vengeful spirit, it might be okay. The problem is that there are many animated objects on the ground in the courtyard. They saw with their own eyes that a brass candlestick twisted itself into a pretzel. The candlestick looked like a trident, but a twisted human face grew out of the fork. It screamed and drove the 3 candles on its forehead to extend out like a whip. If I'm not mistaken, it was trying to strangle a wooden wild boar that was most likely a sideboard before its death. Although I really don't want to describe a sideboard as a wild boar. It does look like one. Not only are the 4 legs shaped like pig's trotters, but the arched back and the huge wooden boar's head cannot be said to be very similar. They are just exactly the same. The scenes before their eyes were so bizarre that they frightened the 3 physical professionals present. The ranger girl, Christine, was sweating and whispered, "Can we go around it?" But before she could get a response, perhaps because they had discovered the arrival of these uninvited guests, all the foreign objects in the atrium suddenly screamed collectively, and then rushed towards them in unison. Ah! The giant shield warrior felt his head tighten, and his head was spinning. The vengeful spirit has the characteristic of going crazy. The perception shock wave formed when hundreds of vengeful spirits go crazy is definitely beyond the capabilities of a high-level warrior. Just as the warrior's brain was blasted into a blank, the priest Pat, who had managed to survive, shouted, "I can't possibly handle so many evil spirits." Finished. The 3 of them had almost the same idea. They could fully imagine the tragic scene of themselves being devoured by the army of evil spirits, having their souls chewed up, and even their flesh and blood melted, turning into those twisted animated objects. Just then, thunder and lightning struck. Boom! The huge thunder and brilliant lightning became the only main theme of this atrium. The 4 people's vision was filled with white light, and they almost instinctively covered their eyes with their hands. Chapter 38. Are you kidding me? This is a high-level magician. Tang Si, the legendary wizard who appears once in a century, has a reaction speed and response method that exceeds the cognitive limits of others. In their minds, even a warlock who relied on blood instinct to cast magic could not be so fast. When the priest was still trying to concentrate and chant the spell to start the exorcism magic, Downs's chain lightning had already hit out. Even his mantra is as simple as this, in the name of Ampere. Ampere? Who? A new god that we don't know about. Before they could react, the dancing electric light had already washed away their 3 perspectives. No accidental injuries. No misses. The purple-blue lightning, which was thicker than a human thigh, was like a long bamboo skewer used for barbecue, easily stringing together the vengeful spirits that were rushing towards it. The ghost's facial features were distorted due to mental disorder, and it often uttered painful groans. Now, It seemed as if it was electrocuted by Tang Si. A certain unscrupulous audience member was thinking, does my disciple also have the talent to be Yang Jiashou? Wow! The horrifying pale color in the eyes of the vengeful spirits was forcibly dyed with purple light, and their hideous and ethereal bodies completely disintegrated in the powerful thunder and lightning, completely transforming from translucent virtual bodies into dissipated nothingness. Being able to electrocute hundreds of evil spirits in one breath is already amazing. What's even more outrageous is that the jumping electric light was under Talon's control from beginning to end. Several times, it almost touched the body or armor of its companions. As a result, even if its companions moved their bodies due to instinctive reaction, the electric light still made all kinds of incredible refractions at the last moment and bounced out again. Almost all the evil spirits in the field of vision were cleared out. At this moment, the ranger suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Without waiting for her companions to react, she shot an arrow. It's useless. The swarm shooting, which was full of the natural power of the forest, was absorbed by the huge activated wooden cabinet. The spinning arrow shot out a drawer, but passed through the other end of the cabinet, unable to stop the momentum of such a large cabinet from falling. But at this moment, the most powerful warrior in the field had not yet recovered from the crazy mental attack of the evil spirit. In the blink of an eye, a sharp lightning whip suddenly lashed into the air. Bang! This medium-sized animated creature, whose strength was at least at the high level, was beaten to pieces by Downs' medium-range attack. The wood chips full of spiritual power were like flowers scattered by a fairy, and they were scattered all over the sky and the ground. The companions gasped in unison, feeling guilty for not being able to rescue Towns in time. This kind of response, this all-around fighting style, is he really the fledgling novice mage he described when he introduced himself? Tang's companions were secretly shocked, and a certain fake wizard, who was peeking at the screen, also put his mind at ease. Just now, for a moment, Ryan almost wanted to control Lai Fu to throw a big fireball at that thing. Then Ryan realized that he was too nervous. At this moment, he was just like an old father who was worrying about nothing. Here, after withstanding the initial large-scale impact, things went much more smoothly afterwards. Not every vengeful spirit rushed over at the first opportunity. When the main force was moving, a small number of vengeful spirits were still doing something unknown, or were entangled with their former enemies, who were now theoretically another vengeful spirit of their companions, or continued to poke at the stone slabs and doors in vain. Seeing that there were not many monsters left, Pastor Pat took the initiative to take over the task of exorcising the wronged souls. "Sir, please save some magic power. I will definitely need your magic later." "Yes. Just leave it to us," the other three said in unison. If they were skeptical at first about this high-level wizard with a mysterious origin, they no longer had any doubts after seeing Talon's brilliant and agile combat performance. Without saying anything, just based on this ability to deal with things both near and far, Talon's level is definitely the best among high-level mages. "Hi, Warlock. What is a Warlock? We are really unfamiliar with each other. Don't contact each other anymore. We are afraid that the Master Mage will misunderstand us. Besides, this is the domain of mages, and there will be places where they must rely on mages. Keeping their mages in the best condition is a disguised way to increase their survival rate." The monsters began to be killed one by one. 15 minutes later, the atrium was completely quiet. After a short rest, everyone followed the map given by the kingdom and headed towards the wizard's workshop, which was theoretically on the top floor. Just when the four thought that this was Towns' peak performance, who knew that Towns was just warming up? Tangs, who had been practicing hard for a long time, was already exhausted when he saw the black mass of armored warriors rushing towards him with heavy steps. His eyes flashed with excitement, and he could not hide it at all. After all, he had studied science for so long, but except for that time in Romancho City, he had never had the opportunity to put it into practice. Towns was naturally eager to fight as he finally got the chance to make a fair move. Pastor Pat kindly reminded, "Mr. Quixote, be careful. Those are the horror guards. They are not undead creatures, and their quality is very high. In theory, any wizard with the construct creation feat can transform any set of heavy armor into a terrible guardian. In actual combat, even the worst horror guard is enough to give a formal adventurer team a hard time. Not to mention this group of terrifying iron lumps that are obviously larger in size. Any one of them is 2 meters tall. In all the monster manuals of the Adventurers Guild, if a monster is larger than the standard, It is a good idea to increase its threat level by one level without thinking. Warrior 1 clenched his shield with both hands. But no matter how hard he tried, he could only stop 3 at a time. John's shadow dagger felt his head buzzing. The cost of any terror guard in his vision would not be less than 5,000 gold coins. In the world of magicians, expensive is often synonymous with good. These magic constructs in front of him are definitely the opponents he least wants to face. Sir, it is not a shame to retreat temporarily. We can come back with full preparations. The corner of Tang Xi's mouth curled up. I am the one who is fully prepared. When he finished speaking, the 4 of them were shocked. Rumor has it that this Towns gave up his knighthood and went to learn magic. He did learn it. But his brain still doesn't seem to be working well. No. Now it seems that it's not just that his brain is not working well. He is simply not knowing how to live or die. Don't you consider your own strength? The enemy is coming. The skull emblems on the horror guard shield seemed to be grinning. The spikes on their shoulder armor and elbow joints were stained with reddish-brown blood. And the 2 points of light unique to the constructs in the middle of their creepy horn helmets were flashing coldly. Dozens of horror guards formed a torrent of death and rushed straight towards the 5-man team. In the name of Tesla, I grant you destruction. Tangs roared, and his magic power surged. Purple-blue electric snakes flashed out from the void, making crackling sounds. They lingered around Tangs like living things. The next moment, as the 2 palms were pushed out, dozens or hundreds of lightning snakes immediately transformed into angry dragons that devoured everything, roaring and rushing towards the frightened guards. The endless roar of thunder and lightning filled the spacious passage. What steel torrent? Ridiculous. In the face of the even more violent waterfall of thunder and lightning. What is the difference between these terrifying guards and targets in the shooting range? Boom! The terrified guards, each weighing at least 300 pounds, were like scarecrows blown by a hurricane. They were easily blown away, whipped by lightning, and torn apart by huge force. After the thunder and lightning, the place was in a mess. The terrifying guards that had been so aggressive just now were now like a pile of broken puppets, scattered all over the corridor. Some parts were stuck in the wall and could not be pulled out. This, Wanderer John swallowed. Were all wizards in ancient times so powerful? Christine asked the elderly Pastor Pat in a low voice. Old Pat wiped his sweat, forcing himself to believe that this scene was real, and said, No. I heard from the older bishop that the mages in the past were definitely not this strong. Soldier 1 laughed. Who said retreat just now? John shrank back in shame. Shit! I am the idiot who doesn't know how to measure my own strength. Chapter 39 An answer representing destiny. A blue-green lizard jumped out from a dark and deep cave at the side of the passage. The crocodile head, as big as a dragon's skull, not only has the distinct appearance of a giant dragon, but the frosty breath it spews out makes one feel scared as soon as it appears. Half of his body was trapped in the ice, and for a moment, one thought he was finished. Unexpectedly, Towns acted faster than the ranger. As soon as Christine pulled the bowstring, an electromagnetic gun containing terrifying lightning power had already taken the initiative to attack the lizard, and shot through the head of the large frost lizard. Thank you. One felt like he had lost the ability to speak. Too exaggerated. He is obviously a wizard. Not only does he have superior intelligence and perception than the other 4, but in terms of agility and physique, he is no worse than anyone else. Perhaps one is slightly stronger than Towns. But when a warrior compares strength and physique with a wizard, the warrior has already lost by 9 blocks. Towns is like a mobile magic turret, located in the middle of the team, ready to support the overall situation at any time and sweep the entire mage tower. Ryan looked through Lai Fu at the small account in front of him that he had drawn by himself, and felt as if he was playing a musemoing game. If this is how the master feels, let alone others. His friends truly realized their identities as pendants at this moment, and were completely stunned. Kristen complained quietly, Tang shouldn't come to this kind of high-level magic tower. He should go to clean up the master-level magic tower. Are the ancient mages too powerful? Or do we modern people simply not understand what a mage is? Anyway, the 3 views of these 4 people were refreshed time and time again by Towns. They didn't even know how to start writing the secret report to His Majesty the King after they returned. If they just keep on boasting without thinking, will Your Majesty kill them later? The point is that this extremely young wizard is really that strong. Then blow it. Blow it to death. Anyway, I have a good master who can handle anything. Towns felt the envious and astonished gazes of his companions. And he was truly happy. The feeling of sweeping away a group of enemies and clearing a level by yourself is so cool. Although he warned himself not to waste time along the way. As the resistance dissipated, they had already reached the top floor of the Mage Tower. And everyone found that it was a small space. The 10-meter long and wide hall, as a living place, is very large. As a battle area, it is too narrow. For a nimble professional like the ranger who needs space to maneuver, this place makes her instinctively resist. What made everyone feel strongly depressed was that they had discovered the masters who had entered this place before. Without exception, the masters were on the walls on both sides, in the form of corpses. The worst thing was that they had changed from 3D to 2D. Even though it's been a long time, you can still clearly see that their armor and bones are completely flattened and deeply embedded in the wall, making it impossible to pick them out. Looking at their postures and their open jaws, one can easily imagine how much pain they were in during the last moments of their lives. That is death that cannot be resisted or even delayed no matter what means you have used. A master who was peeping on the screen could not help but say, seeing ghosts. Is this a second-dimensional entrance? Everyone was already sweating profusely. Suddenly, a huge face was alive on the wall where the hall was relative to the entrance. Through the field of vision, Renaud saw that it was a rough face, like the giant stone carving on the earth. The biggest difference was that the face was made of a black iron like metal. The square upper and lower jaws moved, and the other party began to introduce himself in an inorganic and loud voice. Good morning, everyone. I am the Tower Spirit Iron Mask, who guards this mage tower. I am Downs Quixote, a high-level wizard. Following Downs, the other 4 people introduced themselves one after another. Good day, gentlemen and ladies. Tower Spirit obviously possessed extraordinary wisdom. Tang Si first put forward a fact. Mr. Tao Ling, you know, the owner of this magic tower has already. I know that Lord Madeira has fallen. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt something was not right. This meant that it was difficult to take shortcuts. The master said that if he dies, the mage tower can be given to any child of destiny who is qualified to inherit the mage tower. Any conditions? Towns asked calmly. Yes. Just answer one question. The oldest Reverend Pat interrupted and asked, what about the price of failure? Taring said solemnly, the premise of answering the question is to put your life and knowledge on the tray of the scales of fate. Failure means death. Very fair. And a very mage-like approach. To gain arcane knowledge and wealth, one must pay a corresponding price. Towns was a little dazed for a moment. It would be better to say that the almost selfless teaching from a master was ridiculously generous. No matter what era, knowledge should not be free. Children from poor families are not entitled to education. And this has been the norm throughout history and in all countries of the world. Free and universal compulsory education is an outlier. Tangs didn't know how open-minded his master, who had been influenced by his 9 years of compulsory education, was in this regard. His greatest feeling was a tremendous blessing. Towns took a deep breath and said, it doesn't matter who can answer it. The huge graphite-like eyeballs in the eye sockets of Iron Mask, which were as big as basketballs, turned around. It seemed to see through something. Yes. Any existence. Tang Si looked around and saw everyone nodding. He gritted his teeth and said, okay. Please tell me your question. Tianmian immediately showed his ruthless side. His eyes seemed to tremble. Towns immediately discovered that a terrible gate had fallen on the way they came. Boom! It was not just a simple metal gate. The shining and mysterious magic symbols on the gate clearly told everyone that this gate also had terrifying protective power. Problems arise. What is the shortest distance between 2 points? Almost at the same time as the question was raised, the mechanisms behind the walls on both sides of the hall began to work, and the hall was narrowing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If nothing unexpected happened, in 3 minutes at most, they would be crushed into a meat paste by the walls of the mechanisms, just like their predecessors who had been here before. This is a test of courage. This is a clear demonstration of wisdom. This is a baptism of the soul, no matter which one it is. It is an extremely severe test for a 17-year-old rookie wizard. The other 4 people all broke out in cold sweat. In their opinion, this wizard who seemed to have extremely high power should be able to answer the question in seconds and lead them to the final level. They were disappointed. The same cold sweat actually seeped down from Tang's forehead. Only Towns himself knew that he might have gone too far. For a normal mage, knowledge is power. Only by mastering enough magical knowledge can you drive spells and transform them into cool magic. In the final analysis, Towns is an SSR card that was obtained through the crash course. He might possess incredible combat power that far exceeds that of his peers. And he doesn't even need any spells to cast magic. But does he really understand magic? Is it the kind of understanding that means being proficient in the entire process? From principles to practical operations? The tower spirit in front of him was like the most pungent mentor, making Towns, a student who was good at answering questions but not good at solving them, feel stuck for the first time since he started studying magic. Crack! The terrible sound of the gears turning was like the death knell. The wall of the mechanism kept closing. The gradually narrowing space in front of you can easily make people panic. Pat was more mature. He suddenly shouted, "If I answer incorrectly, will there be any punishment?" "No additional punishment," Talding said calmly. "There is no additional punishment because the current punishment is sufficient. If you can't answer it, it's still a dead end." Pat's question was like an encouragement, and Towns summoned up the courage to shout. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. For a moment, the other four thought that everything would be over, because this was the answer from a high-level wizard with a bright future. An expression of surprise froze on their faces, because the mechanical wall never stopped. A wrong correct answer. Tearing's words are puzzling. "Right?" He said. "You were wrong." "Wrong?" He then said. "You were right in principle." "What does this mean?" Towns was in a panic, and the other four were completely panicked. One got furious and rushed forward, using his huge shield to push against the mechanism wall on the right, trying to delay the closing time. No effect. A huge force like a mountain collapsing came from the other side, easily crushing his resistance. He retreated again and again. Christine screamed, "Can you think of any other answers? Just try anything." Wanderer John pounced on the relief of the tower spirit, trying to physically break through the damn guardian. The four tried to resist in various ways, but in vain. Their screams and shouts made down sweat profusely in the narrow passage. Narrow. Even narrower. There is less than 2 meters of space within the field of vision for a person to stand. Towns' mind went blank. However, at this critical moment, a faint voice suddenly came from Towns' shoulder. "Between 2 points. The fold is the shortest." Suddenly, this shockingly narrow space stopped shrinking. Chapter 40, Space Magic Branch. "Ah! No. This is correct." The tower spirit relief, who had been cursed countless times by the 5 people, uttered a cold and powerful word. It was the judge of the underworld who easily determined the life and death of 5 people. The brains of the 5 people in the passage briefly crashed at the same time. The moment before, they were struggling in vain on the brink of death, feeling that their souls were about to slip into the gates of H.L. The next second they had already escaped safely, and passed the level successfully. The feeling of ups and downs was so exciting that all of them, without exception, had disbelief written all over their faces. Towns was the first to react. He looked suspicious, and tried to turn his rusty neck to look at the little owl on his shoulder. At this moment, the illusion faded. The owl no longer existed, revealing Lai Fu's true identity as the legendary fire bat. Lai Fu flapped his wings and flew to the ceiling. His sharp claws easily grabbed through the floor, and his whole body hung down. Tangxi vaguely saw his master's face from Lai Fu's face that affected the city's appearance. He knew that his master was staring at him through Lai Fu's eyes. "Master, father!" After these words were spoken, the other 4 people understood that it was the master of this seemingly invincible high-level wizard who helped his disciple at the last moment. He can even pass this kind of fatal level. Not only does he have a legendary wizard behind him, but he also knows how to handle things when they happen. The 4 frightened people seemed to have just woken up from a dream and saluted the fire bat in unison. Ryan ignored them and stared at Towns through Lai Fu's eyes through the soul connection. "I'm sorry, Master. I'm not skilled enough. I'm sorry for bringing shame to you." Tangs forgot everything around him and knelt down on the spot without hesitation, tears of regret bursting out of his eyes. He really regrets it. From the moment he entered the Mage Tower, he had been crushing everyone in his way with his absolute strength that far surpassed this space. No monster could be his match. Is it fun to mow the lawn with Wushuang? Of course it's cool. At least the initial excitement made him unable to extricate himself. He didn't even wonder why the master didn't stop him and let him indulge in the sweetness of unparalleled power. As romantic as it is, it can also be as unsuccessful. Waves that are not strong enough are destined to pay a price. He almost became that price. If the master had not helped him just now, he would have been deeply imprinted on the wall, like his predecessors, who ventured into this wizard tower, and became a part of the horror legend of this wizard tower. It was not until this moment that Towns understood what the shortest fold between 2 points meant. This is like an open book. If you simply measure the distance from the upper left corner to the upper right corner, the straight line is naturally the shortest. This is the shortest in the ordinary physical sense. When this concept is introduced into the world of mages, it's another matter. To make this distance as short as possible, we can also fold the space, just like closing a book, so that the upper left corner and the upper right corner will be stuck together. Right? Towns knew that perhaps at the last moment of his life, some of his predecessors must have thought of the answer, but unfortunately it was too late. But before things became irreversible, the master used his wisdom and his extremely noble hands to prevent the tragedy from happening. Not only did he save him, but he also saved the 4 companions who followed him into the mage tower. Thinking of this, Tangsi cried even harder, "Master, I was too naive, too arrogant. I thought I could solve all this by force with my magic power." Woo! Ryan was also sighing. If he hadn't encountered such a tower spirit and such an outrageous trap, if it were any other wizard tower, with Towns' outrageous strength, he would most likely be able to rush through it. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? The previous owner of this tower was a space mage. The last level not only had physical and magical blockades, but also space attributes. Downs was really reckless. It's not your fault. This place is beyond your scope. Woo woo woo. Tangsi had a new and unforgettable understanding of the phrase knowledge is power. Thank you, master, for your admonition. No, I don't mean to lecture you. When the words came to his lips, Ryan found that he couldn't say them. The 4 people watching didn't say anything, but showed an expression of great envy. How could their master have such a temper and patience? If you can learn it, learn it. If you can't, get out of here or die outside. Who the L is your babysitter. People who have no ability, no understanding, and no luck deserve to die outside. I really don't know where this Towns got such incredible luck to have such an absurdly powerful and extremely patient master. Woohoo! I'm so envious. At this moment, the tower spirit Iron Face suddenly spoke. According to the agreement, the new owner of this magic tower is you, respected legendary wizard. Ryan? After a brief moment of shock, Ryan said frankly, I cheated. I didn't put my life on the scales of fate. No, you didn't use magic to solve the test questions left by my former master. This is the greatest fairness. Moreover, you not only put your disciple's life on the tray of the scale, but also the most important knowledge. Tao Ling's explanation made Ryan stunned again. If you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. If a true legendary wizard wants to take down a high-level wizard tower, even if the opponent has the advantage of home court and has more magic reserves, the rank crushing is real. Not to mention being 2 ranks higher. Even being 1 rank higher is still a crushing situation. Well, the premise is that someone is a genuine legendary wizard. There was a look of great embarrassment on Ryan's face. Fortunately, Lai Fu would not replicate his every subtle expression. It was just a mouthpiece. Ryan instinctively wanted to refuse, because suddenly accepting a wizard tower on the territory of another kingdom felt a bit like being led by the nose by the king. As everyone knows, the system prompts. Tesla Magic Academy detected that if the host accepts the incorporation of the Madeira Mage Tower, it will successfully open up the primary space magic branch, and the speed at which the host's disciples study space magic will increase by 50%. The Academy will also open up a solidified space portal to connect the main Academy and the branch. After accepting the branch, given the characteristics of the space magic branch, if there is enough magic power, the branch can be moved to any land controlled by the host. Seeing this, Ryan's heart suddenly became hot, because on the map in his retina, he saw clearly that in order to win over Downs, Count La Manche had already directly divided the fiefdom passed down from generation to generation in the Quixote family, as well as the surrounding territory. To Downs, it was an attitude of you can refuse it, but I can't refuse it. Ryan could easily move the space branch to Downs' territory. Thinking of this, when Ryan saw the system asking him, "Do you accept the Madeira Mage Tower?" Ryan no longer hesitated. Accept? Why not accept it? I'm afraid of the cold, and can't leave the cold pond. Now I use the space portal to leave the valley, and go to the branch to inspect it. By the way, I want to experience the customs and habits of the city of Ramonk around the branch. Is this reasonable? Isn't this going to lose my status? I have nothing to do today. So I go to the brothel to listen to music. Is this normal? The thought of this made Ryan's heart beat faster. Lay asterisk Eben, fake, Zheng asterisk and put on the airs of a legendary wizard. What use do I have for this wizard tower? It's better to give it to Tang Si. Without waiting for Ta Ling to speak, Tang Si interrupted him and said, No. I know Master despises me. But if Master doesn't accept me, I will be even more uneasy. Please accept me with reluctance. The other four also said, Please accept it. Master. Just think of it as a gift for the people of the kingdom of Cervantes. What a joke. If this tower is not dealt with, it will ultimately remain a malignant tumor in the royal capital. If this great wizard doesn't accept it, who knows when the next person who breaks the situation will come. Don't think that knowing the correct answer will be enough. The wisdom of this tower spirit is too high. If there are backup questions, it will be difficult to deal with the next one. Ah! In that case, I'll take it first. Talon rarely showed an expression that should be joyful, although his voice still sounded inorganic. The acceleration of his speech was still obvious. Iron-faced greetings. Master. Chapter 41 Who wins? Ryan saw the system as he wished, but his facial muscles stiffened instantly. Nothing else. The system wrote that the portal could indeed transport people and materials, but only if someone was in charge of its operation. At this time, in this academy with only 2 teachers and students, the only person who met the requirements was Ryan himself, who had mastered the basic teleportation technique. Without a qualified host, forced teleportation is bound to fail, and the person being teleported will most likely be caught in the turbulence of space, with a 9,999 chance of death and no chance of survival. But the person a certain master wants to teleport the most is himself. Ryan felt that his body and soul were instantly petrified. When the wind blew, they were completely scattered. Scattered. The Mage Tower, which was almost bought for free, suddenly doesn't seem so attractive anymore. Ryan really wanted to sing My Sorrow is Made of Water, but he was afraid that if he sang it out loud, he would kill himself after hearing the broken gong sound. Oh! No more. I will cry if I continue. Tang Si subtly sensed the change in the atmosphere, and he immediately concluded, Master is still disappointed in me. Woohoo! I am so complacent after becoming a high-level wizard. I am really too frivolous. I must work harder in the future. Master more magic. Step onto the legendary ladder, and keep up with Master's footsteps. Let's not talk about them for now. Ever since Tang's brought 4 people into the Mage Tower, the palace has been paying attention to the situation here. King Cervantes specially selected a large terrace in the palace, with a view of the Madeira Wizard's Tower, calling it rest time. But in fact, he was just looking at the Wizard's Tower nervously. As soon as there was any sign of trouble, the king made sure he was the first to know. Your Majesty, the protective array has been prepared. The speaker was a priest of light. 100 years ago, after losing the protection of magic, the capitals of various countries had to change their defense structures. Now the protective array is no longer driven by magic, but by divine arts. Although divine magic also has the problem of random failure, it is better than running naked. King Cervantes nodded slightly. Compared with the magic array, the large group of heavily armored royal guards in front of the terrace made him feel more at ease. The king turned his head, forgetting how many times he had asked Gannis, they will succeed. Yes. The half-elf advisor gave a gentle and patient affirmative answer again. Your Majesty may not believe my judgment, but at least believe in the power of that legendary wizard. The king became anxious again when he thought that the legendary wizard might take over the wizard tower in his capital. The most ideal situation would be for the high-level wizard Don Quixote to take over. Don Quixote was from Cervantes, and the king had 10,000 reasons to win over this promising young wizard. But it is very difficult for King Cervantes to support a legendary wizard, and the other party's origin is unknown. If the kingdom invests all its resources and the other party runs away, he will have no place to cry. Just like that, after the king and his ministers, including Gannis, had been suffering in anxiety for 2 hours, they suddenly saw a blurry and brilliant blue light rising from the top of the wizard tower, piercing through the sky and sweeping away the large chunks of white clouds. This is the king, who was pacing, stopped suddenly and looked at Gannis first. As one of the people with the best eyesight in the whole kingdom, Gannis carefully compared the Mage Tower with his memory and immediately smiled. In any case, The Mage Tower is under control. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The king was very pleased. He knew very well that there were only 5 people who entered the Mage Tower, and that Tang's master never showed up from beginning to end. If his estimation was correct, it was his lovely little wizard hero who accomplished the feat of conquering the wizard tower that had been out of control for 100 years and swallowed up countless elite teams. King Cervantes had no interest in dealing with a legendary wizard with a bad temper and erratic moods, compared to the great wizard who is both difficult to support and hard to train. The young man Towns is more adorable. Youth represents hope and future, but also represents immaturity. Judging from Towns' resume, King Cervantes is very sure that he can control this kid. Towns is too young. Even if he was born in a court full of intrigue, his age would still be a fatal flaw. The king said happily. Order! Welcome our kingdom's new hero, His Excellency Don Quixote. With the greatest ceremony. All preparations must be made according to the highest standards. I will not allow any recognized single beauty in the royal city to refuse to attend tonight's banquet. I have also received a supply of beautiful boys. I will prepare the foreign beauties first. The last 2 sentences made Gannis's mouth twitch slightly. From the perspective of the kingdom, His Majesty's actions were beyond reproach. If they don't even pamper their own young heroes, are they going to leave them to be poached by other countries? However, just as the king was issuing a series of orders, he saw his shadow guard swiftly passing through the main gate of the kingdom and sprinting towards him at an extraordinary speed of less than 5 seconds to cover 100 meters. His Majesty the King instinctively felt that something was wrong. The shadow dancer came to the terrace and knelt on one knee while keeping a safe distance of 5 meters under the watchful eyes of the guards. Report to Your Majesty. The Madeira Mage Tower has been successfully activated. The problem is that Mr. Don Quixote failed at the last moment, and his mysterious Grand Mage took over the Mage Tower. Not only did the muscles on the king's face suddenly stiffen, but the ceremonial officials, who were about to run to work after receiving the order, were all like being petrified and stood there motionless. It's so hacking embarrassing. The young hero mage taking over the Mage Tower and his master taking over the Mage Tower are 2 completely different concepts. One is a newbie who can be rolled into a ball and flattened. One is a monster that may be older than his grandfather. It's clear who is controlling whom. His Majesty the King was completely numb, and even the look he cast towards Gannis was filled with fear. He had already imagined the scene where a legendary wizard took control of the Madeira Wizard Tower without any moral principles, and set up the legendary magic cannon towards the royal palace. Even if they appear to be neutral, if they don't show up for a day, who can say that they are absolutely neutral? Gannis was more sober. He immediately questioned the shadow guard and asked about the whole incident. After asking clearly, the awkward atmosphere on the scene became even more intense. Towns was indeed powerful, invincible in his class, but he almost failed at the last magic question. The disciple almost fell over and died, and the master came out to help him, which was really amazing. Even knowing this situation, the king felt very upset. His Majesty Cervantes could not be happy in this state of being in a state of neither stopping completely nor stopping completely. How about we propose to that excellency to take back control of the Mage Tower? Gannis suggested carefully. Well, this 3-handed wizard tower is a bit like a girl who ran away from home. Although after being so damaged, she won't become a female knight baptized in a goblin's nest. But His Majesty the King always feels that her situation is similar to that of the girl with the word Shung written all over her thighs. And there is no guarantee that they will leave any backup plans. What if the Mage Tower is controlled by outsiders again one day? Chapter 42 clicked wrongly. King Cervantes was extremely conflicted, whether at home or abroad. In all dynasties, the Barbarossa Empire only had a legendary wizard stationed there to help guard the place with the Wizard Tower. But it lasted less than 30 years. After that legendary wizard was killed by a demigod dragon lich in a duel, there was no record of legendary wizards helping to guard the royal capital in the long river of human history. As powerful as the 2 great human empires are, they only have master wizards to help keep watch. In an ordinary kingdom, it would be a blessing to have a high-level wizard to support the kingdom. This is like someone who had a very limited budget before traveling through time, and could only gamble on whether the 90% new graphics card for girls' personal use on Shinyu was real. Hi! Gamblers gamble every day. How can they lose every day? I, Cervantes 13, am blessed by the heroic spirits of my ancestors. I bet that the legendary wizard will not be so shameless as to come and steal my apprentice's small wizard tower. His Majesty the King gritted his teeth and said, "Ganys, go and contact that person and see if he is willing to give the mage tower to his disciple. Then, you can give this amount." The king made a furtive gesture. As a longtime servant, Ganys understood what he meant and went to congratulate with his men. In fact, Cervantes and his ministers were overthinking it. Ryan was completely out of tune with them. After receiving the iron mask, Ryan was busy looking at the system. It was not until the friends around towns followed towns and knelt deeply that Ryan realized. Oh, there were 4 more passers-by. "Greetings, Master Tesla," with a whispered reminder from a certain disciple. These 4 peripheral members at least knew what the legendary wizard's made-up last name was. "Oh, thank you for your hard work." Ryan was busy looking at what plane his newly generated basic teleportation technique could connect to. Madeira, a high-level wizard, does not really look like a high-level wizard in terms of attainments in space magic. It is no exaggeration to say that his strength has reached the threshold of the master level. After his death, his authority was released to Iron Face, and eventually to Ryan's hands. Putting aside the mage's treasure house that Ryan could not personally check, his most direct legacy alone had dozens of spatial coordinates. This discovery aroused the curiosity of Ryan, who had been very bored recently. Madeira was a halfling less than 1 meter tall, and the magic manuscripts he left behind were also written in halfling language. Ryan couldn't understand it at all, but he was itching to learn it. At this time, Town's friends wanted to make themselves familiar faces in Ryan, but they ended up flattering the wrong person. Ryan said casually, "There are a lot of lost people's things in this wizard tower. You can help deal with them. If you have any questions, find Downs." "Yes." The 4 were overjoyed. They knew their identities, and certainly didn't expect to get in touch with a legendary wizard. But getting in touch with the wizard's disciples was also a great reward. Not to mention, they were asked to clean up the adventurers' equipment left behind in the wizard's tower. To be honest, the tower now belongs to the great wizard. Not to mention dividing the meat. Not even a single drop of soup is left. These 4 guys can only accept it with a pinch of their noses. At this moment, they had a deep understanding of the old law from 100 years ago. Mage is either poor or rich. Tang Si, please keep in touch in the future. If you need anything, come to me. I will definitely protect you from the sword. May the holy light grant you luck. Come visit my forest sometime. Towns cordially saw several comrades who had fought alongside him, and he felt warm in his heart. There is no other reason. Until the last moment, they may be desperate or angry, but at least they did not vent their anger and blame Towns. Tangsi also knew that there would be people who would come to him to curry favor with the powerful. He couldn't expect that everyone would be truly kind to him. But for those 4 people, at least he could trust their backs to a certain extent. Tangsi watched as they, under the guidance of the tower spirit Iron Face, directly found the remains of the victims and began to clean up. Tangsi breathed a sigh of relief and looked for Lai Fu again. "Master, are you there?" "Exist." Tangsi instinctively felt that his master seemed to be dealing with him. If Towns had enough life experience, he would realize that his master is in a situation where girlfriends can be changed. But team battles must be won. Ryan's eyes were full of spatial coordinates. He was struggling to use the system to analyze the possible connections between the various spatial coordinates and assess their risks. How could he have the time to pay attention to his silly apprentice? Even if he can't get through, can't he let others take a look? There is no way Towns could understand this kind of fun, which is similar to opening a blind box and drawing a 2D wife. Unexpectedly, Tangsi didn't realize that his master was in the process of ideological decline, and began to reflect on himself. "Master, this time, I finally understand why you usually emphasize science and theoretical knowledge so much. As expected, knowledge is power." How ridiculous. I only mastered a dozen or so spells, but I thought I was a true emperor. I always thought you were lying when you said you were the worst class I have ever taught. Now it seems that I am still far behind my senior brothers and sisters. I've decided, when this matter is over, I will return to my master and concentrate on learning the basics of magic. Ryan's tone suddenly changed. In fact, Ryan really wanted to happily type 3 question marks. But due to his master's authority, he didn't dare to ask Tangsi to say it again. Should he tell Downs if he had just listened? Ryan, through Lai Fu, said in a conscientious tone, young people should neither be too ambitious nor be indecisive when doing things. Obviously, Ryan used an ambiguous statement, but it completely changed the meaning in Town's ears. Oh! Cervantes, people become adults at the age of 20. And only when they reach adulthood can they be called young people. The master meant that I should not have too high expectations before I turned 20, and that being a legendary wizard was enough. He also meant that I should not be indecisive, and should have a firm belief and never waver. Woohoo! Master actually thinks highly of me. When Tangxi heard this, tears welled up in his eyes. Master, I will study hard and make progress every day. Ryan was dumbfounded. How could his silly disciple get so excited? Ryan was distracted and accidentally clicked on a spatial coordinate that was rated as primary by the system. On his retina, a black halo appeared like ink dripping into a pool of clear water. The next second, the outer perimeter of this mage tower that had been silent for hundreds of years suddenly shook violently. Entirely suddenly, after a flash of green light, a large group of monsters rushed out from the open space on the south side of the mage tower. Even though King Cervantes had prepared a guard force for the expedition team's entry early in the morning, the soldiers were still frightened. Isn't the mage tower already under control? Looking at the underground monsters rushing towards them, the city guards fought hastily. For the first time in 30 years, the alarm bells rang in the Cervantes city. Chapter 43 Mr. Tesla is angry. In response to the last Royal City alarm, or the last Centaur Rush incident, King Cervantes still remembered that he was only 10 years old that year. Those damn centaurs ignored in cities in the heart of the kingdom, and rushed over to release a wave of arrows at the top of the city. The warning bell that year almost caused Cervantes 13 to change his regime. Listen. That's the sound of a myocardial infarction. It's a revisit after 30 years. His Majesty the King almost jumped up on the spot. What happened again? Soon. The news from the front made the king feel as if he was falling into an ice cave. Grey Dwarf. These villains, who generally only operate in the underground world, have habits that are almost completely different from their kind dwarven compatriots. Cruel, cunning, brutal. Of course, their evil deeds are nothing compared to those of their black masters. However, the invasion of the Grey Dwarves often means that a large army is likely to follow. The Grey Dwarves, who are known for their lawful evil, are typical social creatures. They hate other races, and are not liked by other races. This characteristic makes them stick together unusually. It is rare to see a Grey Dwarf acting alone. The only good thing for King Cervantes is that these dead dwarves, who have lived in the underground world all year round, have a strange characteristic. Although they have powerful dark vision, when they see strong sunlight, they will be dazzled due to their sensitivity to strong light. These guys attack by surprise, but not completely by surprise. Even though their loud roars caused some confusion to the defenders, their own disorientation gave the city guard commander enough time to react. Go! Kill these evil guys! The commanders encouraged the soldiers and tried their best to form a relatively neat shield formation. They used large shields and spears to push back the army of hundreds of Grey Dwarves. Normally, 5 ordinary soldiers might not be able to kill a Grey Dwarf. The opponent's ridiculous behavior of being blinded by the sun gave Cheng Wei an opportunity. The dwarves' armor was fairly good, but no matter how good the armor was, it wasn't necessarily much better than the guards of the royal city. After paying the price of 3 unlucky guys being seriously injured by the opponent's dying counterattack, the commander wiped his sweat with lingering fear and said, finally, "We killed these inexplicable guys." This scene had a completely different meaning in Gannis' eyes. Lord Tesla, is he warning the kingdom of Cervantes? As soon as he lost his voice, Thamik quickly asked, "What does that lord mean?" Gannis' face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Maybe that adult saw through our intention to win over Towns' Quixote, and refused to show sincerity to him. He also wanted to use Towns' morality to blackmail him. Finally, that adult got angry. Of course, Thamik knew what his king was planning. However, if this happened to him, he would probably be very angry too. He only paid for an apprentice, but wanted to get the master's help for free. Which master can bear it? Not to mention that he is a legendary wizard. If you want a horse to run fast and not eat grass, it's not that easy, Thamik said in a trembling voice. Gannis, how sure are you of your calculations? 70%. No. 80%. Gannis' back was covered in cold sweat. He called an attendant and said, "Go back immediately and tell His Majesty my calculations." The first wave of enemies that seemed to be delivering food was just a small warning. If I am not wrong, the next wave of enemies will be stronger. but will not be beyond the control of that lord. Until what? Thamid demanded. Gannis really didn't want to give this answer. But as an old man who had followed the Cervantes family for nearly 200 years, he really couldn't bear to see the kingdom destroyed, until Our Majesty completely angers Lord Tesla. 5 minutes later, when the king heard the news, he was completely numb. No, I'm just a little stingy. Is it that serious, old man? While Gannis, the king and the others were frantically imagining things, the scene inside the Mage Tower was a completely different one. Talons! After this experience, one thing is certain. When you go through this storm called desperate situation, you will no longer be the same person, Ryan said earnestly, reciting the words his elders had taught him. Tangsi was happy and touched when he heard this. Master, I will continue to grow. Please watch over me. After Ryan touched the first spatial coordinate, nothing seemed to happen. No, it should be said that something happened. But he failed to activate the enemy searching function of the Mage Tower in time, and did not see the situation outside at all. So, Ryan connected a second spatial coordinate, which was evaluated by the system as higher order. Ryan felt he could handle it. This time, Ryan finally got the response he wanted. Although the door he opened was very small, a ray of divine consciousness from the other party quickly came through. A shadow of a graceful woman almost brushed past Ryan in his spiritual world. It wasn't that he missed. It was intentional. The pair of deep red fiery eyes stared directly into his eyes. Ryan clearly felt that the other party was unscrupulously probing his mind with a mysterious force. Human, since you foolishly opened this space coordinate, I, Lisank Shambhala, hereby order you to offer everything you have, including your body and your soul. Perhaps the true strength of a certain master soul failed to fool the other party, and the other party became more aggressive. Even the tone of his speech was that of a complete possession, with a tone full of contempt and arrogance. What a pity, because the two masters and apprentices have the great potential to become great magicians at the age of 30, and they have obtained a strong bonus on the will test. They passed the test easily. Ryan's face was as gloomy as water, and he said ruthlessly, boycott illegal taxes. Everyone has the responsibility. So funny. You are a dark-skinned elf, Drow. Why don't you look in the mirror? She has grown up to look like a little mermaid. It's okay for her to deceive the White Prince, but she can never bully us good socialist young people. Obviously, Ryan broke the human confusion spell in an instant, giving the Shambhala a big blow. What was even more unexpected to her was that as soon as she made the move, she triggered the active protection tower of the security department of a mysterious academy. A terrifying lightning bolt 8 meters wide crossed the space and lit up in a dark area. On this day, the legend of Thor spread in the dark world. On this day, hundreds of dark elves were forced to jump into an inexplicable portal in order to avoid the deadly thunder. And in a blink of an eye they arrived at the capital of the kingdom of Cervantes. At this moment, Gannis and the king looked pale. Sure enough, Master Tesla is angry. Chapter 44. I can't give it up. But you can't not give it up. If the appearance of the Grey Dwarves only shocked the city guards without causing any serious damage, then the appearance of the Dark Elves was undoubtedly a formal invasion. Huh? Kill! After a brief moment of surprise, even though they didn't understand the current situation, the Dark Elves, who were dressed in gorgeous clothes and holding exquisite weapons, started killing the city guards without hesitation. This is not a level fight. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a massacre. Although the Dark Elves that appeared in the city were all men of low status in the Drow society, and they basically did not know magic. Don't forget that the internal circulation of other races is at most a competition of wisdom and strength. But the internal circulation of the Dark Elves is about life. Weaklings have no chance to grow up. They will be sacrificed to the spider goddess in various ways, or fail in their promotion and become half spider, half human monsters. The direct result is that the number of Drow, Dark Elves, is pitifully small compared to humans. But the average level of their soldiers is much higher, faced with a shield formation composed of more than a dozen human city guards. What do you think the Dark Elf warrior on the opposite side would do? In 2 or 3 steps, he leaped onto the roof of a building at the edge of the alley, and with a beautiful roundhouse kick, he kicked down a large vat that the citizens used to store things. Ah! Run away! A large vat weighing more than 100 kilograms fell on the head from the 2nd floor. It was not something an ordinary soldier could withstand. They scattered in panic. The big vat exploded, and the moment, the fragments flew everywhere. The people rushed over to kill them. The scimitar with strangely twisted lines looked more like a failed work of an unreliable artist. However, this thing that was so exquisite that it didn't look like a weapon easily pierced the 2 mm thick armor of the city guards and ruthlessly reaped their flesh and lives. Ordinary human soldiers are not qualified to wear iron armor, although the protective power of iron armor is far inferior to that of forged plate armor. It is not affordable for ordinary soldiers. Only the guards of the royal city have such luxurious configuration. Even though the city guards had such strong defenses, they were still easily broken by the enemy. This battle could not be continued. In fact, only the adventurers who came out of the Adventurers Guild could be compared with these black-skinned warriors in terms of individual quality. Led by several master-level masters such as Famut, the high-level extraordinary people are ready to take action. Only by using crushing means can we immediately control the situation and minimize the damage caused to the royal capital by these visitors from other worlds. Perhaps they are full of complaints, and complaints about the culprit who caused all this. And now is not the time for them to hesitate. Who would have thought that all the white clouds in the originally clear sky would suddenly change color? The pitch-black thunderclouds surged, demonstrating the power contained within. All this happened so suddenly that there was a moment of dead silence on the battlefield. In the dark clouds directly above the Malad Mage Tower, magic circles suddenly appeared. They were neatly arranged in a matrix like soldiers. Bright purple light bands suddenly burst out from the magic circles composed of tens of thousands of magic runes. Lightning struck from the sky, emitting an intense light. The brilliant light attracted the attention of everyone in the city. Is this the magic tower's defense? Impossible. How can there be such a powerful power, whether human or drow? All discussions were drowned out by the rumbling thunder. In this world, only the sound of thunder echoed. The man who had single-handedly led this invasion seemed to come to his senses and clean up his mischief. It was as if there was a scepter with supreme power that was slowly descending from the sky above the world, killing the invaders and beating the natives who refused to give in. The chain of lightning made it impossible for people to open their eyes. When the roar subsided, they were shocked to find that most of the dark elves that had just been wreaking havoc on the entire block had disappeared without a trace. They were like sand blown away by a strong wind, sweeping across the entire battlefield and then disappearing without a trace. This is not an exaggeration. Famut saw with his own eyes a black man being struck by lightning, turned into something like scorched earth, and then dissipated in midair. It's not that there were no dark elves struggling desperately. A skilled wanderer first hid in a private house, but was chased into the house by a ball of lightning and jumped out in terror. At the end of his life, he kept dodging left and right, trying to escape the fatal blow. Unfortunately, it's useless. After Ryan locked onto this guy through the system, this guy gave the fake great magician the feeling of a lightning rod jumping left and right. After that, it was time to test his ability to resist lightning. Well, if the judgment is not passed, there is nothing we can do about it. I, Master Lei, am a kind-hearted person, and I will take care of the killing and burial. Boom! The world is quiet. In fact, at this point, Ryan realized that he had gone a little too far. However, he was like a child who got a new toy. He really couldn't control himself if he didn't tinker with the wizard tower. Fortunately, he thought of the reason before doing anything. Ahem. This wizard tower is a little difficult to deal with. The previous owner left behind some terrible legacy, but I have eliminated the danger. When Gannis and others rode to the front of the mage tower, they heard this voice coming from the mage tower. Ryan didn't know that the Madeira Mage Tower was the core of the city's defense of Cervantes' capital, and his voice would also be transmitted to the palace instantly. The next second, the faces of Gannis and King Cervantes turned blue. There was nothing wrong with Ryan's words in Ryan's eyes. He really didn't understand space magic, even though the system thought he understood it, and the tower spirit also thought he understood it. He himself felt that he just didn't understand it. Besides, everyone has his own specialty. It is reasonable for him, a lightning master, not to know space magic. But in the other person's eyes, it's completely different. Thinking back to Gannis's message, His Majesty the King felt extremely regretful. Throw monsters and enemies at me without hurting anyone. Not once, but twice. What's the next time? It should be a high-level monster group. Right? What does it mean? This is clearly a warning to them. Let them covet other people's apprentices, give money to the apprentices, and want to work for the master for free. How can such a good thing be so cheap in the world? Look, he's starting to lose his temper. How could the mere Cervantes kingdom have the confidence to have a legendary wizard? You're so determined to commit suicide. Now you've gotten yourself into trouble. Haven't you? At this time, the old palace minister who was over 70 years old beside the king spoke up. Your Majesty, I may not understand what magic is, but I understand human nature. Your Majesty, you can't hesitate any longer. King Cervantes' face turned bitter, but he finally nodded heavily. Then, Gannis in front was suddenly reminded by his followers. Lord Gannis, the palace has sent a signal. There were 3 red braziers lit on the gate walls of the palace, which meant that His Majesty the King was willing to give everything. Gannis looked extremely solemn. He found Tang Si, who had just walked out of the mage tower, and asked very tactfully, Excuse me, if our country wants to ask your master to accept us as disciples, what should we do to win his favor? Down solemnly repeated what his master had said. My master said that once a king presented him with the entire treasury, but he disdained it because his children really didn't have the talent. Gannis immediately understood what he meant. He understood it completely. This is identity. This is status. The legendary wizard only has an attitude. I can give it up, but you can't not give it to me. If you don't give it, it means you have a bad attitude and you deserve to be beaten. I don't take it because I'm in a good mood and don't owe anyone any favors. Chapter 45. Legend comes true. Cough cough. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. After all, the kingdom of Cervantes is an old country with a history of more than 200 years. When such a kingdom is willing to rely on billions to get close to people, it still has some financial resources and status. Especially when Gannis brazenly stated, Your Majesty greatly admires Lord Tesla, the master of Lord Quixote, and is willing to offer the kingdom's treasury to Lord Tesla for use in exchange for your protection. Downs was shocked, but then he thought it was natural. Oh, don't you see who my master is? He was the man who had punched the evil god, trampled on the demons, and brought down the kingdom of God. Tang Si straightened his back proudly. To be honest, Master may not be interested in your treasures, but you have shown enough sincerity, and I believe you will be recognized by Master. Oh, well, this is natural, Gannis replied awkwardly. Towns was a little arrogant when he spoke, but it was because he had a good master, and he was also a legendary figure who might very well represent the revival of magic. This is the tragedy of a small country like Cervantes. It cannot afford a legendary wizard and does not have many bargaining chips. Even if you offer all your treasures, the other party might still look down on you. This is like an old country farmer offering treasures to a rich man, but in the end, all he offers are local specialties. This is the embarrassment of laymen. But this attitude still needs to be fully implemented. Gannis' mouth was full of bitterness, and he could only swallow his pride and continue to ask about Master Tesla. He didn't know that a certain legendary wizard had finally managed to get rid of the other party's entanglement. Damn it! I almost fell into the colorful black. Not only did Ryan strike down the other person's dungeon with thunder, he also kidnapped some dark elf warriors and threw them into the Cervantes royal city. This naturally angered the black man named Shambhala across the street. You? Actually, ignored my beauty. The voice was as sharp as scraping glass. With an extremely high pitch, Ryan could clearly feel the other party's tremendous anger. However, let alone that Ryan traveled to a time when the dog-licking economy collapsed. Even if it wasn't, he really didn't like that half-human, half-spider black-skinned creature. Sorry, my XP system is not compatible. That's right. The Drow Priestess looks like a human, but her lower body is actually a spider. Ryan has seen many such games, such as following the light in the deep sea and encountering anglerfish. Isn't it just the dungeon version of Giayozi? And when the other side tried to fight back, the big one came. In the eyes of the spider priestess, this hateful wizard was completely making fun of her, as she frantically mobilized the dark magic to trace back to the past. She could clearly feel that the space portal was making a low buzzing sound. The priestess did not dare to withdraw her perception from the door for a moment, because the other party's space coordinates gave her a feeling of uncertainty. The light flowing in the magical texture of the portal pointed east and west. The priestess finally concentrated all her magic power on one point. But as soon as the magic power penetrated into the portal, it immediately formed an extremely abrupt black nebula. She realized that her magic was incompatible with the other party's arcane energy. A huge suction force was sucking her in, as well as the power bestowed upon her by that god. A childish trick. The priestess spat with disdain. This is a typical mistake made by a beginner in space magic. When he finds that he has lost control of the power of space, he will subconsciously lead the opponent's power into what he thinks is a turbulence of space and time. However, although the world of chaos is vast, long-term exploration is enough for experienced space masters to explore the dangerous airspace thoroughly. Just as the half-spider priestess tried to sneer at the other party's clumsiness, she was dismayed to find that her own perception was seriously distorted. Am I not in the temple? The astonished priestess found herself in a long and narrow corridor. She broke out in a cold sweat, unable to imagine that her soul could be pulled out of the strongest fortress in her imagination and thrown into this world in this way. Stopping is not an option, as the faint light coming from the crack of the archway in the distance is attracting the priestess's attention. She couldn't help but move forward, gently push open the bronze door, and suddenly an open space appears in front of you. It is a spherical hall. The hall is like the 12 o'clock on a clock, with a total of 12 identical arches. However, from every archway, there was an aura that was familiar to her spreading out, forming a mist, which began to swarm over and entwine around her. Her eyes suddenly became extremely resentful, and a word flowed out from her thin lips. Devil. The dark elf priestess had no idea what she had just seen. In fact, even Ryan, the instigator, didn't know what he had done. Even after the system repeated it once, Ryan still didn't quite understand it. Impure thoughts have been detected invading the campus. To prevent a 369-year-old witch from seducing innocent boys, the virtual director of the teaching department system is activated, matching opponents for invaders. Match successful. The advanced illusion, magic of student Downs Quixote has been officially upgraded to True Illusion. Lisankasi Shambhala must either pass a will test with a difficulty coefficient of 20, or read Junior High School Ideology and Politics, and get more than 95 points in the test to get out of the illusion. Seeing this, Ryan grimaced, observed a second of silence for the old witch who dared to invade his mind, and a crocodile tear squeezed out of the corner of his eye. Could this, the chaotic evil dark elf priestess, who was educated by iron fists, become lawful good? Ryan suddenly felt a little excited. It seems that one of the things men like to do most is to persuade XX to become a good woman. Here, Ryan had just gotten rid of the priestess's mental invasion, and after using the Tesla Tower to deal with the dark elves who invaded Cervantes' royal city, he felt a little guilty. I was careless and caused trouble to others, and I feel a little guilty about it. Unexpectedly, he immediately sensed that Towns, who had just left the tower, was running back happily. Master, King Cervantes sent an envoy, willing to serve you as his imperial teacher, and hopes that you can use the Madeira Mage Tower to help guard the royal city. In return, His Majesty the King is willing to open the kingdom's treasury, and you can choose anything inside. Downs excitedly relayed the words passed on by Gannis. Towns is really excited. Once upon a time, he fantasized about how great the legendary senior masters were. One day, when he really encountered it, under the guidance of his master, he became stronger step by step, and witnessed his master's legend come true again step by step. Master is so powerful and great. It turns out that there really was a king who did not hesitate to give away the treasures passed down from his country for hundreds of years, just to win a gift from his master. Chapter 46. Things with high power are usually good. To this day, Towns feels that he and his master have always shared weal and woe. The glory of the master is also the glory of Tang's. When the master's power could easily surpass that of an entire kingdom, Tang suddenly felt that the high position and generous salary promised by the king seemed to be just that. How can the power of a mortal be compared with such a great cause as my exploration of arcane secrets? Towns was grinning from ear to ear, feeling like he was almost dying of laughter. He had no idea that his good master was in an awkward situation. Ryan muttered to himself, could it be that I accidentally opened the portal and frightened everyone in the kingdom of Cervantes? Ryan felt somewhat guilty. No matter how you look at it, this looks like typical extortion. Am I, Ryan, that kind of person? No, absolutely not. If so, it must be a misunderstanding. The silly apprentice of his own was excited. Master, you once said that you disdained the treasure offered to you by others. Downs kept repeating the boasts made by someone else like a machine gun. Isn't this a tragic social death? Ryan was too embarrassed to correct his own apprentice. You have to pretend to be cool even if it means crying. People are like this. In order to cover up a lie, they often make up a series of bigger and more exaggerated lies. But why does this string of lies feel like it's about to come true? Ryan's eyelids twitched wildly. He called it appeasing the apprentice. But in fact it was to relieve himself. Ha ha. First of all, the kingdom of Cervantes must be worthy of my attack. Tangsi thought about it and agreed. If the kingdom of Cervantes was not worth the master's help, and he broke the master's rules, wouldn't he, as the apprentice, be committing a sin? Tangsi immediately said seriously, Master is right. But what should we do with this magic tower? Ryan said leisurely. We originally agreed to deal with this mage tower. Now that the mage tower has been dealt with, you can go to the treasury and take any high-level treasure. As for offering it to the treasury, don't mention it anymore. I will find time to move this mage tower. Yes. On this side, Towns went out and told Gannis, who was dumbfounded. Move dot away? Yes. Move it away. That's what the master said. Not to mention Gannis. Even Famet and others behind him were all stunned. The Madeira Mage Tower is neither big nor small. After all, even without considering its magical properties, this tower still weighs several thousand tons. As expected of a legendary wizard, he could take it away as he said. The legendary wizard could even cut off a mountain and hang it upside down to turn it into a huge floating city. Do we have to perform this miraculous operation again in front of everyone? Just by hearing it, Gannis and others were so shocked that they were speechless. For a long time, Gannis said, follow the will of Tesla. Oh, yes, Master said, asking me to go to your treasure house to pick a high-end treasure as this compensation. Are you not opinion? Gannis was stunned, then felt relieved. After all, the man was obviously not the kind of person who would do anything extreme. Face is given by people. You give me face and I give you face. At the national level, many things have been revealed. Gannis nodded quickly. Of course. His Majesty's promise is valid at all times. Then let's go. Good. The ancient palace treasury looks like a huge pyramid from a distance. Unlike the pyramids on Earth, this pyramid is gray-green in color. It is made of local bluestone. This stone is not only hard, but also has a certain proportion of rare metals soaked in it through secret methods, and can be engraved with magic runes to strengthen its defense. There's a sentry every 5 steps, and a sentry every 10 steps is not enough to describe the tightness here. The super long tunnel that goes down from the halfway point of the pyramid for a full 500 meters is enough to make ordinary thieves have no intention of stealing. At this time, Towns was accompanied not only by Gannis, but also by the old Prime Minister Doolittle. The old Prime Minister had gray hair and was obviously in good spirits, not even needing to use a cane. In addition to the precious and gorgeous clothes with many gold-plated decorations on his body, what is more eye-catching is the dozens of badges pinned on his left chest. That is the symbol of glory. The old palace minister asked curiously, does Mr. Tesla really only ask you to help him choose a high-level treasure? Of course. Towns raised his chin proudly. The old palace minister was curious and insisted, although that was the choice of His Excellency Tesla. On the other hand, His Majesty's promise has always been valid. Yeah. Downs answered casually, and walked into the treasury with his head held high. The treasury is not the national treasury. Not to mention gold coins and treasures. Even ordinary gold and silver artworks cannot enter the treasury. Instead, various magic armors and divine props were placed everywhere. Tangs also saw the dragon meat that had been well preserved through special means. The dragon meat, which was very valuable in the eyes of mortals, was stored in the treasury in such quantities that any random pork seller in the royal city would be shocked. Mr. Quixote, just tell us which treasures you like, and someone will pack them for you and send them to the place you specify, Gannis said politely. However, he and the old Prime Minister both felt that they had misjudged the child. A magic sword with a fierce aura and overflowing with wind elements was splendidly ignored by Tang Si. A 5-colored scepter that radiated colorful light and made a faint dragon roar all the time was also unable to attract Tang Si's attention at all. These 2 items are truly master-level treasures. In Gannis's opinion, these 2 treasures are quite suitable for Town's attributes. Except that their levels are a few billion points higher. As long as Towns wants it, they will never refuse to give it to him. Who would have thought that Downs ignored dozens of treasures that they considered to be priceless along the way, but finally stopped in a corner and picked up something that looked like a broken fishing net. This is certainly not an ordinary item. It exudes the purest, inorganic arcane fluctuations. It's just that this power is more like Yuan. The feeling of slowly decline at that moment makes people unable to look at it. Gannis and Doolittle looked at each other, and saw the surprise on each other's faces. When did such a thing appear in the treasure house? Treasures in the treasury usually have descriptions and labels. But this thing has neither labels nor has it been cleared out of the treasury. It has just been forgotten in a corner of the treasury. This is very abnormal. Towns turned the thing over and over in his hands, like he was playing with a piece of fishnet stockings. The next moment, the piece of broken fishing net in Towns' hand burst into a bright light. Towns was happy. Ganis boldly asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Quixote, do you know what this thing is?" "I don't know, but I decided this was it." "Why?" asked the old Prime Minister curiously. "Because it has high power. Master said that things with high power are usually good." Chapter 47 Campus Network. Power? What is power? The old Prime Minister asked curiously. Towns was stunned by the question. He scratched his head and showed a typical confused face. "I forgot." The whole reaction highlights a kind of beauty that is not polluted by knowledge. Generally speaking, this kind of shining point of innocence can only be seen in the recognized barbarian professionals, who are read as innocent and written as silly. "But, Your Excellency, you are recognized as the most knowledgeable and cultured wizard. Does your master know that you are doing this?" "Master, only read. Do not cue." The old palace minister and Ganis' eyelids were twitching wildly. But what else could they say? "I want this. Is there a problem?" "No. No problem," they said in unison. The matter was happily settled. After all, the king personally ordered that Downs take whatever he wanted. He was also extremely polite, and only took a high-level item, even if he didn't know what that thing was. This kind of situation, anyone who knew about it would praise the other party for being well-behaved. On the other side, King Cervantes was pacing back and forth. He was anxious and restless, but he didn't want to let outsiders know how much pain he was in. What if that guy really empties my treasure house? He was really in deep anxiety, until he saw a royal guard striding into the hall. He asked hurriedly, "What did he take?" "Collection number 13. Number point 13. His Majesty the King's head suddenly felt like a bell that had been hit hard. His ears were buzzing. One hand tightly grasped the ruby pendant on his chest, and the muscles on his cheeks and right eyelid twitched slightly uncontrollably. "Your Majesty, is there any problem?" Master Famet sensitively sensed that something was wrong. The king knew that a master-level warrior had extraordinary perception, and his reaction just now was unlikely to be hidden from his master-level warrior. He helplessly revealed a happy smile similar to that of a man about to be hanged. He stopped acting and simply revealed the bitterness of being robbed of 100 million yuan. That thing is useless to the vast majority of people in the world. For a very small number of spellcasters, it might be a ladder to godhood. The king was really angry and heartbroken. Although he had said that he could not afford to offend the legendary wizard and that he could take whatever he liked. When the time came and the most dazzling pearl in his treasure house was taken away in one fell swoop, his heart was broken. I still remember that before the death of the previous king, he specifically told him that the value of some things is not as simple as it seems. Such as XXX, which happened to include collection number 13. After all, Cervantes 13 was a qualified and competent king. His heartache was only temporary. Soon, he calmed himself down with a series of actions such as deep breathing and looking into the distance, and wiped away the tears that had overflowed from the corners of his eyes. "Forget it. Don't feel bad for me. The Dharma ending age has lasted for 100 years. It is absolutely the right thing to give this thing, which only mages can use well, to a true legendary wizard. In any case, since Mr. Tesla took this thing from us, he owes our country a favor." The king spoke with such certainty that Master Famet and the others fell silent. Diplomacy is always based on national strength and military force. To put it bluntly, this time it was the Cervantes kingdom that schemed against the good disciple of the legendary wizard, and the latter in turn took a piece of the kingdom's flesh. This reaction was already considered very restrained. Famet wanted to say to the king, "Your Majesty, just admit it. You can't beat the legendary wizard." Interestingly, after Downs returned to the Madeira Mage Tower, a legendary wizard almost said to his disciple, "I deeply appreciate your kindness," when he saw his disciple showing the fishnet stockings to Lai Fu like a treasure. After seeing it clearly, Ryan complained in his heart, "Bah! I almost thought you had gone to some place where you could make money by borrowing other people's wives before me." Ahem. I am talking about a serious commercial KTV. Please don't misunderstand me. After looking more clearly, Ryan was shocked. The system suddenly prompted, "Unknown, magic network fragment, is the product of a certain magic network that cannot be traced back being broken. And part of the magic power is out of control and crystallized." Special note: this magic network fragment can be used to build the magic school's campus network. Ryan was completely speechless. Campus network. A term that made him feel sad, hateful and helpless. What a joke. One person yelled and everyone in the dormitory cursed at him. In a game. When we were about to push the tower. The game suddenly went offline at 11 o'clock. But there are some damn elective courses that you can't get if you don't have the campus network. When Ryan thought of this word, he thought, "Oh, I can't say swear words. Then I have nothing to say." Ryan never thought that one day the situation would change, and I would be the one tinkering with the campus network. Did I do something bad unknowingly in my previous life? And that's why I encountered this thing in this life? Despite all the complaints, Ryan still took this thing seriously. "Tang Si, please come back and show me that thing." "Okay, master. I'll leave right away. If you're in a hurry, I can ride Bull back overnight. No need to go through so much trouble. Just teleport." Ryan was so anxious that he didn't even realize what shocking words he had said. Tang Si was extremely surprised to see that an elliptical light door that was nearly 2 people tall and could accommodate 3 people suddenly opened out of thin air on his right. On the other side of the door was the small valley that he was very familiar with. As Tang Si stood in awe, he immediately solved a puzzle that had troubled him for months. Why did the master never mention leaving the valley? It turned out that it was not that the master could not come out, but that the master simply did not want to. If you can cross space so easily, why would you need to ride a horse or even a dragon? Tang shook his sleeves, as if trying to wipe off the little bit of dust on his body. Then holding the fragment of the magic web in both hands, he solemnly stepped through the portal and presented the treasure to his master, who was smiling in silence. At this moment, Ryan was so afraid that Towns would say, "Master, these are the fishnet stockings you asked for." Fortunately, his good disciple had not yet been poisoned by those alien versions of Japanese teachers before his master. Towns' serious contribution made Ryan feel a little embarrassed. Almost as soon as Ryan touched the magic web fragment, the system gave a more detailed explanation. After system detection, this magic network fragment can be transformed by the host into a magic school network to teach magic apprentices. Magic Campus Network. The host can customize the specialties of the Magic Campus Network according to their own characteristics. In view of the insufficient area and number of fragments of this magic network, the current maximum number of people that can carry the campus network is 5. The host can inject up to 3 super magic specialties into the network. 9 level 0 tricks. 8 level 1 magics. For level 5 magics, the magic power of the magic network is supplied by the academy, and the maximum magic power it can carry is 100,000 points. The host is the person with the highest authority in the campus network by default. This authority cannot be transferred or changed. The host can currently appoint up to 1 other person as a magic transmitter, and the magic and metamagic expertise uploaded by the person can be shared by the entire campus network. The conditions and price that the user needs to meet are set by the host. Host, would you like to establish a magic campus network? Chapter 48 Physical Web. Ryan replied, "Yes." There's nothing to hesitate about. He wondered if he would ever really become the principal one day and shout, "The advantage is mine. Anyway, I have traveled through time, and this broken world is full of dangers. I have to seize any opportunity to strengthen myself. This is the key to saving my life. Those who can't climb up should think early about where they will be buried with more beautiful scenery and more green mountains and rivers, so that grass can grow on their graves." Ryan had no idea how exaggerated the scene would be when others saw him after he silently recited in his mind how the campus network was turned on. At that moment, the entire Fulong mountain range seemed to be in turmoil. Even with the naked eye, one could see that the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind began to condense into strands of elemental threads. These threads quickly became denser. Black soil, the blue of water, the yellow of fire, ashes of wind. The entire valley is bathed in these 4 lights that represent power and mystery. These elemental lines form a very regular network, perfectly embedded in the valley along the mountain. The whole process of the flashing light may take less than 5 seconds. But Downs was deeply aware that this valley, which seemed unchanged on the surface, had actually become a very scary magic fortress. No different from a wizard's tower. while being shocked and impressed by the master's extraordinary means. Another question arose in Tang Xi's mind. Why didn't the master build this elemental network in the first place? Isn't it said that all mages like to build a mage tower? Ryan stood with his back to his apprentice, his hands behind his back, his head slightly tilted back, his eyes calmly closed, feeling the mountain breeze on his face, letting the wind rustle his hair and clothes. For some reason, his quiet and detached posture made Towns feel the urge to worship him again. Worship whenever you want. Such a great master. No matter how much respect we pay to him, it is never too much. Towns, disciple is here. Tang Xi replied respectfully. I am not from this world. Ryan blurted out on impulse. Tang Xi bowed deeply. For 100 years, there has been no master in the entire Chaos continent. Master is not from this world. I guessed it. I only know that Master is good to me and has supreme wisdom, which is enough. As for whether Master is from heaven, hell or the abyss, I don't care. No, your grandpa is from earth. But when the words came to his lips, Ryan was stuck. He glanced at Tang Xi's bright eyes. His good disciple was clearly saying, Master, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to lie to me. So, the fact that Ryan was not from another dimension of this universe was revealed in a somewhat nonsensical way. Ryan suddenly sighed and decided to keep the secret of the time traveler buried in his heart forever. I originally thought that the science I taught you might not be accepted by this world. Unexpectedly, the world recognizes them as the laws of the world. Since you have grown to this point, let's go with the flow and bring some magic in your eyes to this world. Yes. Downs was excited. He realized that he would become a witness to a brand new legendary story. As the saying goes, one generation plants trees, and another enjoys the shade. Some things have to be done by someone. Since fate has led you to get a piece of the magic web fragment, it means that God hopes that you can help rebuild the magic web, bring the light of magic to mankind, and win a place for mankind to survive. Then, this magic network that I named the physical web should be injected with magic by you. Towns' breathing quickened. Every word of the master is full of mystery. Since the master is guiding mankind to rebuild the magic civilization with his supreme wisdom, Tang Xi, as a disciple, should help at bricks and tiles. Yes, the disciple will definitely assist the master with all his strength. Ryan nodded and transferred another magic injection permission to Downs in the system. In fact, Downs knew more magic than a certain master. In almost the blink of an eye, Towns copied all his magic in the spiritual world to the physical network. Ryan only took a glance at the system and was shocked. Ryan didn't find it strange to see magic like electric claw. What was outrageous was that there was an extra note in the system evaluation. By comparing the data obtained after the system review of the magic book that Gannis brought last time, the system evaluated the electric claw of the Towns version with the electric claw performed by the magician of Magic Web era as having a 138% increase in power, a 30% reduction in mana consumption, and a 59% faster casting speed. Towns' version of magic completely crushes the old version. Ryan lamented how outrageous this kid Towns was. For a moment, Ryan wanted to copy the operation of the goddess of the magic network, and let the caster pay the corresponding mental and magical power to obtain the right to cast a certain kind of magic. As the master of the campus network, he just wanted to be a powerful authority dog. Think about it. Inappropriate. This is totally inappropriate. The magic goddess played with the magic net and actually broke it, and also killed all the mages who used the magic net. Ryan has no interest in replicating this earth-shattering thunder. The lesson mankind has learned from history is that mankind will never learn from history. But the demon net goddess is not human. Ryan would never step on this landmine. Although at this time, the physical network, to put it bluntly, was just Towns supplying magic and Ryan was getting it for free. But Ryan was still very considerate and prepared layers of levels for possible new joiners. As long as the user's strength reaches the corresponding level, he or she can try a certain magic 10 times for free for the first time. When he or she decides to bind this magic, he or she will enter the official version. The official version of magic is like taking an online course. First, users need to pay enough mental power and magic power to the campus network, learn relevant scientific knowledge, and pass the small tests given by the campus network before they can continue to use it. Not only individual magic, but also the total number of times various magic can be used per day has clear limits to prevent unlimited abuse of magic. Want to use magic infinitely? Can. Please purchase the advanced edition of magic. which is based on the magic theory left by the physical network, and can call upon the elements or magic power in nature by itself, reaching the level of self-casting, so that you can cast the same magic infinitely. Some people may ask, if others can cast magic on their own, what is the use of your physical network? This is the trap set by a time traveler. No, this is the key. Don't think that any random wizard can use the same magic to achieve the same effect as Downs. It's like when everyone is shooting a gun. Do you think everyone is a sharpshooter and can hit the target every time? The magic created by this monster Towns is almost the best solution in the world. Even if the user doesn't want Towns' magic, there is still Ryan's bonus. The system has a clear explanation for the physical network, since the host's mastery of junior high school physics perfectly matches the basic laws of this world. When the user of this magic network casts a spell, the power of the energy-shaping magic is increased by an additional 23.33%. After seeing this explanation, Ryan was completely speechless. It turns out that in the eyes of this world, he, Lei, is an absolute physical wizard. Chapter 49, Flying Tower. Ryan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that the name was not wrong. He used Tesla's last name to carry himself as a banner. And now the world thinks he is the best at physics. As a result, the energy-shaping system, which is most benefited by the laws of physics, is regarded as his specialty magic. Ryan glanced at the only silent necromancy magic in the system list, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, if I had lied that my last name was Menethil, wouldn't I be able to become the king of filthy demons? Alas, I was still pretending to be so cool back then. And now I have to pretend to the end even if I have to cry. With this campus network called Physical Network, this makeshift school of ours has been built. As for who will access this magical network, which is at most a local area network, in the future, only God knows. Anyway, this small, cute network only covers the school headquarters and this so-called space magic branch. Cold face. You will temporarily take care of those fire bats for me. The security of the valley and this wizard tower is now in your hands. When an intruder appears, you are allowed to use minimal force that is not intended to kill. If you want to kill someone, you must notify me in advance. Yes, Tower Spirit replied in an emotionless, inorganic voice. Although the legendary fire bat is connected to Ryan's soul, anyone who stares at the surveillance screen 24 hours a day will feel bored and tired. Nowadays, there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days. But you can never be on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. For Ryan, throwing away the job is like getting rid of a burden. Not long after, when Towns ran to the state guest house to pull Bola back, Gannis was the first to greet him. Mr. Quixote, where are you going? Keep your promise. My master asked me to help you deal with the Madeira Mage Tower. I can't handle it, so my master has to help me. Deal with? How to deal with it? Gannis and the people around him had a lot of question marks in their heads. In their opinion, demolishing such a wizard tower was not an easy task. If the surrounding houses were destroyed, it would be difficult to report to the king. After Downs finished his announcement, he rode his beloved Wind Rider and ran back to the Mage Tower. Gannis couldn't stop him. At this moment, half of the people in the city were surprised to see that the entire outer wall of the wizard tower that seemed to have been successfully resurrected and controlled before was blooming with a dazzling purple-blue light. Everyone was scared. This sudden change even brought back the king, who was lost in thought on the palace terrace, wondering how to deal with the relationship with the legendary wizard. He raised his head and screamed. Could it be that Tesla? That sir wants to blow up the Madeira Mage Tower on the spot. The minds of the people in the city were blank, and they stared blankly at the space around the Mage Tower twisting. Along the outline of the Mage Tower's outer wall, thousands of tiny purple space cracks and vortices appeared, looking like carvings on a cream cake. If what is in front of you is an oil painting, then these purple lights are undoubtedly a huge rag, wiping away the oil that originally belonged to Cervantes' capital from the capital. However, this extraordinary scene is no less than a miracle or a grand sermon to ordinary people. What's even more outrageous is that through the portal that was like a whirlpool in the void, Gannis had already seen the scene on the other side of the portal. The desolate and lifeless mountains, the rusty earth color, and the mountain city with it as the background. This scene is not unfamiliar to Gannis. Does Lord Tesla want to teleport this magic tower to? At the same time, in the castle in the center of the city of Ramonk, which is the residence of the Ramonk family, and also an inner castle that combines both offense and defense. on the highest terrace of the castle. The Earl was extremely depressed. Alas! Don Quixote is a descendant of the knight family that has served me for generations. How wonderful it would be if he became my vassal. I prepared a fiefdom, beautiful women, and everything for him. But in the end, I still couldn't keep him. It cannot be said that the Earl is not kind. But unfortunately, the title of rebuilding the magic civilization is too big and too exaggerated. And it is not something that a small Earl like him can afford. His knight captain didn't know what words to use to comfort his master. The Earl's chamberlain asked in a low voice, then, "Sir, will the fiefdom left to Monsieur Quixote be used for other purposes?" The muscles in the Earl's cheek twitched. The fiefdom he left for Downes was a transfer of the fiefdom to one of his closest barons. It was a feng shui treasure land that was moved out of nowhere, right on the edge of the city of Ramonk. The lord cannot confiscate the fiefdom of his vassal at will if he has not made any mistakes. As a price, Count Ramon gave up a larger and more fertile direct territory of his own, plus a rich iron mine. And only then was he able to appease his vassals. Now it seems that his behavior is a bit like a clown. Although the king did not dare to break the rule of a vassal is not my vassal. Downes gave up the knight assessment and went to learn magic. Downes was not a hereditary noble, and the king came to poach him. So the Earl had no place to complain. Now the Earl can only hope that the king will eat the meat and leave some broth for him. After thinking it over again and again, the Earl sighed and said, "Let's keep the land for now." Just as a reminder, who would have known that in the next moment, a strong beam of light would suddenly descend upon the open space on the hill outside the city. A wizard tower emitting a purple-blue halo appeared out of nowhere. Although it looked a bit dilapidated, it was still magnificent. When the tower spanned the space and stood outside the city, everyone's mind, from the count to the guards on the city wall, was blank. What the hell is this? Logically speaking, the conscientious city guards should have sounded the alarm immediately. Before the city guards could react, a door suddenly opened on the top floor of the Mage Tower, which was only 200 meters away from the city wall, and a young man in a purple robe, riding an extremely cool wind-controlling divine horse, came flying over. "Don't attack. I am Don Quixote." Downes was better off being cautious, as he flew over with the lightning and arrow protection. Coincidentally, when he used his great power to deal with the bear goblins that day, he was also using the shield. Immediately, a sharp-eyed city guard recognized him. "Ah, it's really the boy from the Quixote family." Before he could finish his words, he slapped his captain on the head and said, "Hack you kid. You should call me Master Quixote." People from nearly half of the city popped their heads out of their homes and everywhere, looking at Downes with surprise and curiosity as he rode the cool Pegasus all the way to Count Ramosh's castle without any obstruction. Downes, in midair, stepped on the four hoofs of Bull in the air. "My Lord Earl, Master Quixote." The two of them bowed to each other. "His Majesty Cervantes asked me to clean up the Madeira Mage Tower in the royal city. But unfortunately I failed. Fortunately, my master helped me in the end. However, my master only promised to clean up the Mage Tower. So I put it here. I wonder if the Earl would mind." "Mind? I don't care. Other families can't even hire a high-level mage, let alone get a Mage Tower for free." Count Ramon was overwhelmed by a great sense of happiness. Chapter 50. The smile will not disappear. "We will not become your vassal, Earl. At most, we will just borrow your fiefdom to recruit apprentices or something." "Okay. No problem. Of course, if the city of Ramonk is attacked in our direction, we will help defend the city." "This is great," Master also instructed. "We may not stay here for too long, and we will leave in the past 3 years. But we will notify you before we try." "Oh well." After a round of discussion, Count Ramon almost thought that he had become a construct that could only nod and say yes. 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 As a shrewd lord, Count Ramon knew that he could not afford to support this great god. Compared with supporting a promising high-level wizard, this way of cooperation was easier for him. He could well imagine the scene where magic apprentices and their followers from various provinces and even countries would come to the city gate and drawbridge in droves once the news of recruiting disciples got out. Even if the Mage Tower does not stay here permanently, if it is managed properly, it can still make a lot of money. As for safety, hey, they have a legendary wizard in charge. What's there to be afraid of? Even if the gods come to attack, the great wizard will be the first to hold them off. Count Ramon didn't dare to look in the mirror at this moment. for he was afraid that his crazy expression would scare himself. On the other hand, Ryan felt at ease. He knew it was time for him to accept a new apprentice. The time required for a professional to advance from a senior level to a master level is usually measured in years. Even if Towns is a true genius, this won't be a short time. In addition, there is another advantage of using the Space Magic Academy as a facade. If something unexpected happens, Ryan can just run away with this magic tower and return to the school headquarters. Regardless, it's at least a new beginning. Just as Ryan was thinking about how to write the enrollment brochure, there was dead silence in the Cervantes palace. When a certain legendary wizard cleared the vision on this side of the portal, it took the king a long time to react. If Cervantes 13 had known a day ago that the wizard tower that had troubled their royal family for generations could finally be cleared, he would definitely have jumped for joy. Now the mage tower is gone, but it has been moved to the territory of his vassal, which completely makes the smile that should have appeared on his face disappear. This is in line with the saying a smile never disappears. It just moves from one face to another. The happier Count Raman is, the more miserable His Majesty the King is. This mentality is typical of fearing that the vassal will suffer, and also fearing that the vassal will become nouveau riche. The vassal is incompetent, and when the king needs help from outsiders, he can't get anyone to help him. The vassal is too capable, and the king is easily unable to sleep. The situation of a weak ruler and strong ministers has always been a taboo throughout history. Anyway, whether King Cervantes suffered a loss or not is a matter of opinion. All Ryan knew was that a certain dungeon had suffered a huge loss. A drow matriarch named Shambhala was going crazy. She felt that the world within her was collapsing layer by layer. The magic she relied on was useless in this strange space. Seeing it, there is only a long corridor. These deep corridors are closed by an absurdly powerful law. The only way to move forward step by step is to answer the questions highlighted on the light doors in the corridor. In fact, the problem is not difficult, because she had a strange book called Junior High School Ideology and Politics at hand, and the answers to every question on the light gate could be found in the book. But she refused to answer the question with the answer inside. It's very simple. The knowledge in the book is the greatest subversion and blasphemy to her beliefs and world view. What a joke. Female dark elves should be supreme beings, as long as they can climb up. Assassination, poisoning, harming, instigating. All means are feasible. How dare you tell me that we should rule the country according to law? I, a female drow, am the greatest magic in this world. I have the final say. This is the supreme principle. Shambhala instinctively believes that this flickering knowledge that is forced into his mind is the most evil brainwashing. Therefore, every time she answered a question, she stayed true to her heart and gave the most outstanding answer. After finally smashing 10 times in a row, she ushered in the end. Bang! In reality, her ugly head exploded like a rotten watermelon. On this day, a horror film called The Headless Mermaid was staged in the dark dungeon, in the drow world that survives in a sinister, cunning, and shameless style. A rare matriarch-level being has died from mysterious magic that requires a willpower test in the past 100 years. You have to know that the Dark Elves are a typical matriarchal society, with female elves as the most respected. The matron is the leader who rules the entire tribe. Although there will be different matrons ruling different drow families in a city or a large tribe, there will definitely be no weaklings among the matrons, and there will definitely not be those with low willpower attributes. The Dark Elves are a typical slave society, and the mistresses often need to use various evil magics to directly dominate certain enemies mentally, control them, and reduce them to slaves. All the mistresses will have low willpower. A person with low willpower cannot be a mistress. Then what? This kind of situation where the brain cannot withstand the opponent's mental shock and explodes after being backlash means that the gap between one's own and the opponent's will attributes is too great and has reached the point of crushing. This is very strange. The matriarchs of other families gathered around the headless body of Lisan Chosi * Shambhala, staring at each other in bewilderment. Of course, there will always be people who gloat over the misfortune of the enemy's mistress falling down for no reason. Oh! Ha. The other party must be a human. The spellcasting gesture she made before her death was confused human. Human? Where can such a powerful human being be found? Is it a mind flayer? Or a brain worm? No! Look at her hand. Lysanchez was indeed dead. But at the last moment when her life and will collapsed, she used magic to control her limbs. Then white spider silk lingered on the index finger of her right hand. With her last breath, she wrote down the name of the murderer. Political commissar. All the drow mistresses took a deep breath. What kind of powerful enemy is this? A matron said tentatively. It's not hard to find out about the human world. I'm just afraid that this is just a trap set by the devil through humans. The drow have done so many bad things that they will never be able to sleep unless they figure out the 5th level of any strange incident. On the other hand, after learning about this, Ryan couldn't help but sigh. Is it possible that the answer is right there on the puzzle? He really didn't know why the system would mess with him. Didn't he gain a foothold in the alien world with physics? Why did they give him ideology and politics, and also gave him a political commissar? What does this mean? Unexpectedly, the system responded as soon as he thought about it. We must resolutely fight back against the evil foreign race that wantonly erodes the host's mind. Since the host also serves as the director of the teaching department. After this system examines the host's memory, the most suitable role for ideological punishment is the political commissar. Host. Is the operation of this system reasonable? Well, that's very beaver. What else could Ryan say? That black car deserves the bad luck. Chapter 51 Boy. Do you crave power? On this day, the entire city of Ramen was in an uproar. Oh my god! That wizard tower that appeared out of nowhere turned out to belong to Don Quixote. No. Didn't I hear that it belonged to his master? What a joke. Would a legendary wizard be interested in such a small high-level wizard tower? That too. In the past, similar disturbances would only occur in pubs. But now, every ordinary resident, and even every professional is discussing this matter on the streets. After all, it was too exaggerated. Such a large wizard tower was moved out of thin air. What's more amazing was that this thing was moved from the capital. The ramen people generally felt a wonderful pleasure similar to that of stealing the king's secret lover. After many twists and turns, I found out that the yellow-haired guy is actually me. But according to Downs, the king had no place to complain. After all, it was the king who sent Downs to deal with the Madeira Wizard Tower. Whether it was to destroy it or move it away, as long as it could be done, how to deal with it was Downs' business. The commission even came with a letter of authorization signed by the king himself and stamped with wax. Count Ramen was delighted. And the people below were equally happy. In this world where gods and demons coexist and monsters run rampant, walking at night is the most dangerous thing. In the past, once he left the town for more than 100 meters. Only the thick darkness that could not disperse with the torch and oil lamps accompanied himself. Now, within the 2 kilometers of the east side of the city, the soft blue Olympic light emitted by this mage tower is around the tower of this mage. The legendary wizard's supreme power can easily drive away the darkness and keep it away from people's backs. Soon, some people with bad intentions led the monsters in the wilderness to the vicinity of the mage tower to test the mage tower's self-defense range. In their minds, it would be great if the mage tower would attack all non-human targets. They could easily use tactics such as flying a kite to get free access to the mage tower's combat power. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The mage tower would not actively attack monsters that entered the illumination range. The mage tower would only respond if the monsters were led within 100 meters of the mage tower and entered the wall. It was not the kind of thunder that fell from the sky as everyone expected. But a large group of terrified guards rushed up and chopped all the invaders to pieces. Yes, all intruders, including adventurers who want to cause trouble. These constructs that once defended the Madeira Mage Tower have now been preserved relatively intact and have become one of the guardians of the Mage Tower. This means that even if someone wants to divert the blame and use the power of the Mage Tower to kill the monsters, they won't be able to pick up the bodies. So the busybodies stopped making trouble. After all, the Lord's announcement made it very clear that this place has now been renamed Master Quixote's territory. And both Master Tesla and Master Quixote have absolute sovereignty over this place. Just when people were wondering what the 2 wizards, who appeared again on Earth, were going to do, an announcement shocked the kingdom of Cervantes, and even the entire human world. No, even the entire continent. A declaration of discipleship was copied onto parchment and distributed to every province of the kingdom of Cervantes in the form of an official document. Tesla's declaration of accepting disciples begins with one sentence. Juvenile. Are you long for strength? Let me ask you, which young boy on the continent of chaos can refuse such an inspiring advertising slogan? Looking down, the young men felt a surge of blood rushing to their heads. Young man, You don't have to have a strong body, a distinguished family background, or amazing wealth. As long as you have a wise mind, you can come to the Quixote Mage Tower in the city of La Mancha. As long as you have a talent for arcane magic, the great mage Tesla will take you into the world of magic, turn the end of the law era into history, and write a new chapter for your own future. After seeing this, which young man would not be moved? The title of nobility is inherited by the eldest son first, and the number of knights depends on the upper limit of a country's resources. So there is a situation of one person for one position everywhere. Want to get a job as a civil servant? It's not that easy. In the past 100 years, martial arts have been prevalent, and the big muscular men have basically dominated the world. The remaining magic professions such as priests and warlocks place more emphasis on bloodline. Young people all over the world are waiting for a new upward channel with their necks lengthened. This was already very tempting, and a certain time traveler even licked the fire. Teaching is completely free. Just by seeing this, not only the common young men, but even the clan leaders of the noble families were moved. As we all know, in this world, knowledge is the most precious thing. Compared to this, the following requirements are nothing but a drizzle. Apprentices are of any race, and their age must not exceed the youth of each race. But they cannot be from the evil camp. Apprentices who go to the Mage Tower outside the city of Ramek to identify their magic qualifications must provide their own food and lodging. Even though the flyer clearly stated that only 3 apprentices will be recruited this time, it was still unable to curb the enthusiasm of the entire kingdom. Countless young people called their friends and followed the caravan on the road to the city of Ramek. A bunch of second sons and youngest sons of the noble families, who had no right of inheritance, as well as those downtrodden nobles, cried and begged their families for some resources, and then formed a huge caravan and drove to the same destination. Even at the palace ball in the royal capital, King Cervantes discovered that half of the young people participating in the ball were missing. His Majesty the King was very angry. Why is this kind of news coming again? Again? Again! So even I, the King from heaven, can't defeat your Earl Chime, right? Even though you were the first to do it. The waters of the Archmage are too deep for a count like you to control yourself. How come in the end it turned out like this? I thought we understood politics and had power, but I didn't expect the great wizard from a mysterious other world to be so rule-abiding. You're going to whip me over and over again for every operation, right? King Cervantes was too conflicted. His thirst for profit made him eager to try, but his instinct to seek profit and avoid harm made him afraid of investing. As a result, his stinginess made the other party dislike him. This feeling of being both right and wrong is really itchy. But the other party is a legendary wizard. This is a typical case of fearing that the other party will not come, fearing that the other party will act recklessly, and even more fearing that the other party will join forces with the devil or something. If attacked from both sides, a small kingdom really can't stand it, especially when the king learned that Count Ramonk and even the entire city had received a low-interest loan to expand the city's inns, as well as food, tents, drinking water supply and other facilities. The king was paralyzed. That amount of money was exactly the gold coins he gave to Archmage Tesla to clean up the Mage Tower. The king felt as if his rice had been eaten. You take my money but don't work for me, and you use my money to support your people. The king had the illusion that he was being tricked. He wants to cry, but has no tears. It's so hard for me. The king stayed awake all night that day. Chapter 52. Simple and unpretentious business war. Compared with the miserable king, Count Ramonk can be said to be in high spirits. His gray blonde hair seems to have rejuvenated, and many of his gray hairs have turned blonde again. I don't know whether it was dyed or done by some other operation. He is happy. His own knight family finally brought him huge benefits. In fact, for a moment, he was worried that there might be something fishy going on. He secretly asked Pastor Ryan of the Temple of Light to have towns checked. Even though this is the Dharma-ending age, some basic spells and divine arts can still be used relatively easily. For example, the 3rd level light spell Anti-Evil Circle. Any existence in the evil camp will be trapped inside for 24 hours unless they break out by force. There is no doubt that Mr. Quixote has a heart of truth, goodness and beauty that protects order. This is old Ryan's guarantee. A neutral master might accept any apprentice, but an evil master is unlikely to accept a kind and lawful newbie as his apprentice. Of course, it is possible that a devil might pretend to be kind in order to seduce a noble heir. But who is Towns? He is just an ordinary descendant of a knight family. A third-rate one at that. Knights were not nobles, and strictly speaking were only one level higher than freemen. Who would spend so much effort to train a commoner, and then tempt him to fall? Count Layman was very relieved. At the dinner, he toasted to Downs in front of all his vassals. Cheers to our future great wizard. However, no matter how many times he tried, Towns could not adapt to this kind of situation. He smiled shyly, and took a sip of the very low-proof fruit wine. There were so many nobles toasting him that even if each of them took a sip, he still almost got drunk. I returned to the Mage Tower, passed through the portal and returned to the valley that I had dreamed of, and saw my master sitting cross-legged on the lake in peace. Master. Sorry. I'm too waved. No. This is a necessary social event. I understand. Ryan said this, but tears were streaming down his face and his heart. I also want to have fun and shout I want it all. Master. In fact, I brought you the best bottle of wine. It is the 50-year-old La Mancha wine that the Lord has collected. Would you like to drink some? Master? Then drink some. He casually took the wine handed over by his apprentice and poured it into his homemade glass. Under the moonlight and the flickering light of the electric lamp not far away, Ryan smelled the intoxicating smell of wine and suddenly felt, I will only drink 2 glasses tonight. One for my hometown and one for the distant place. When Tangxi heard this, he suddenly felt a sense of awe. This kind of poetry, this kind of transcendental freedom, is worthy of a person of great wisdom. Looking at such a free and easy master, Tangxi's eyes were fascinated. And he thought, in order to spread magic civilization, he did not hesitate to cross time and space and come here alone. The master is so great. The good disciple's eyes became moist. But he didn't know that what his good master was thinking at this moment was, when can I get out of the valley? Cervantes is a kingdom in the southern part of the continent. The autumn in most provinces is relatively mild. Although the land in many provinces is not fertile, the climate is still pleasant, considering that most people in this world have neither trains nor airplanes to ride. The poor can only rely on their 2 legs, and the rich can only ride in carriages. Ryan's first round of recruiting disciples is limited to the kingdom. The scenery of Ramen is still in the autumn. That morning, when Tangs got up early, the young high-level wizard stretched out his hand towards the azure sky, blocking his vision with his 5 fingers, letting the bleak autumn sunlight flow out from between his fingers. The Fulong Mountains in the distance were not lush and green, but the sparse spruce and alpine pine trees among the mountains made Tangs feel happy at a glance. This is his hometown. Unfortunately, before Towns had time to appreciate the beauty of autumn, he saw those people squatting outside the wall of the magic tower early in the morning. Even though the master announced early in the morning that the first exam would be held on November 11th, and it was only October 30th, the enthusiastic people and nobles still came to watch early in the morning. They didn't dare to make a noise. After all, the cold and ruthless horror guards stood in a row at the gate, and the scoundrel who was killed yesterday was still hanging by the gate. In addition, the Lord posted a notice early in the morning, stating that those who trespassed into the magic tower were killed for their own good. These powerful scare guards are quite intimidating. When they saw Towns coming out, they immediately greeted him enthusiastically from a distance. But they did not dare to come closer because of the frightened guards. They did it for no reason, just to show their familiar faces so that Towns would remember them. Many of them did not even come to study, but hoped to become Towns' followers or servants, which made Towns quite distressed. Since the master did not show up, all the responsibilities fell on this 17-year-old disciple. Towns was forced to at points to his social talent, which had a pitiful upper limit, and deal with all kinds of people with a dry smile on his face. But Tangxi didn't expect that even though he knew his master had such a big reputation, there would still be people who dared to make trouble. After all, it was because Downs lacked social experience and thought that everything would be fine as long as his master could deal with the nobles. In fact, fighting is the eternal theme of the Chaos Continent. It is true that the nobles dare not cause trouble. Don't forget that this is a polytheistic world, and there are countless forces. The kingdom of Cervantes is generally a neutral camp that leans towards goodness, and its commerce and mining are relatively developed, which means that both good and neutral forces can legally enter the kingdom. A great wizard who suddenly appears and openly recruits disciples is, on another level, equivalent to stealing the jobs of other magic organizations. The nobles generally turned a blind eye to the conflicts between these organizations and attributed them to the category of business war. Business wars are always so simple and unpretentious. Sending female spies to infiltrate the enemy to steal business secrets is just nonsense. Before Ryan traveled through time, a business war in Guangdong province might involve pouring boiling water over the opponent's money tree to death, while a business war in the ancient capital of 13 dynasties might involve reporting that there were cultural relics or ruins under the opponent's shop. Well, the kind where there were holes dug by robbers. In the world of chaos, monsters will hang the heads of their enemies at the borders of their territories. And the business war between wizards is just a matter of casting a spell on the opponent's face and knocking them unconscious. And that's the winner. This guy who was causing trouble was very simple and rough. Before anyone could react, a huge fireball flew past the edge of the crowd, and finally crashed to the ground, hitting the front of the gate of the outer wall of the Mage Tower. The shock wave caused by the explosion blew away all the flowers and plants around. Thanks to the deterrent power of the terrifying guards, not many people approached the gate. Even so, many people were blown to and fro, and they rolled and crawled away from the gate in horror. Only Downs remained motionless. The mud and dust brought up by the violent vortex were blocked by the air shield he summoned in an instant, forming a clear human-shaped dividing line in front of him. Downs narrowed his eyes, using perception instead of vision, and he clearly saw a figure outlined by the element of fire, with his hands proudly behind his back, slowly approaching the gate. Chapter 53. You are only worthy of being my opponent. For a moment, the entire open space, with a radius of 100 meters, was illuminated in golden red. The flames made the faces of passers-by turn fiery red. Amid the screams of passers-by, the figure laughed loudly and walked past them as they watched from afar. The flames seemed to extend endlessly forward, as if they were loyal servants submitting to this man and fearing him. So they circled around him and formed an oval-shaped hole. Wildfire from the vortex of chaotic elements. The holy priest Old Ryan, who happened to pass by, immediately recognized the nature of the fire. Who is this warlock? This Count Cassina, who was riding in the same carriage with him? Asked worriedly. Old Ryan smiled bitterly. If I'm not mistaken, he is Lord Falasandro from the neighboring province, a very famous warlock master. He was granted residency because he helped the Lord defeat a giant ogre tribe that attempted to capture Lausanne. His identity is also recognized by His Majesty the King. Having the King's approval is one thing, but whether others are nervous is another. Many city guards, who were assigned by Count Ramont to maintain order here, even though they saw the other party's five-pointed star epaulets, still gently pressed the hilts of their swords. There is no other reason. Because the person who came is a hybrid of human and demon. He can be called a half-demon, or more professionally called a tiefling. Even though this adult had a typical human outline, he still looked like a humanoid monster bathing in flames. He has a rather gelatinous face, with long horns on his head. His skin is a strange bright red. His muscles are wiry, and he has a burly figure that is much taller than the average human. However, what attracts the most attention about him are the long claws on his hands and his long red tail that twists flexibly and constantly. Regardless of his appearance or his perceived chaotic neutral alignment, Old Ryan was quite unhappy. From the perspective of perception, if his alignment was just a little bit off, Old Ryan would fight him to the death on behalf of the God of Light. However, Old Ryan knew very well that the protagonist today was not him, but the light of the city of La Mancha. Towns Quixote. Without fear, in front of hundreds and thousands of people, Towns took a step forward and stood in the middle of the gate of the outer wall of the Mage Tower. Tangsi raised his chin slightly. His eyes were like lightning, and his voice, faintly like the sound of wind and thunder, spread all over the place. Tell me your name, you rude fellow. This is the Mage Tower of the great Mage Tesla, an extremely noble place of arcane magic. As the outer disciple of the Master, I, Don Quixote, have the responsibility to guard the gate. I will decide your punishment based on your answer. Humph. You brat. You have no right to talk to me. Let that lousy Tesla come out. You accepted a disciple on my territory, but didn't even pay me a visit. Your uneducated master is the rude one. The flame surrounding the opponent's body suddenly grew stronger, and the rage that soared into the sky expanded outwards again, shocking the passers-by and making them scream and retreat in panic. At this moment, Count Ramnatha, who happened to be patrolling the east of the city, rode over with his men. Before he even got off his horse, he shouted, "Don't go too far, Mr. Sandro. I allow you to take in disciples in my territory for the sake of Count Lausanne. But I have never promised to give you the exclusive right to take in disciples. Count Raman stood firmly on Down's side, which made a time traveler, who already knew about this, and was secretly peeking at the screen, feel relieved. It's useless if a lord doesn't even protect his own children. Just as Ryan was thinking this, he didn't know that Count Raman's greatest confidence came from this legendary wizard, who lived in seclusion in the Fulong Mountains. The Earl had completely forgotten the dark history of drinking and chatting happily with the other party. At this moment, his only thought was, Master-level warlock is nothing. Who the H.L. gave you the courage to touch a legendary wizard? I don't know him well. Really not. Don't talk about the future. Don't contact him from now on. I'm afraid that the master of my vassal in the scandal will misunderstand. Therefore, people in the lawful camp hate those in the chaotic camp. It is really impossible to guess the thoughts of these chaotic elements, who don't know what bad things they will do in the next second using common sense. To put it nicely, it means she does whatever she wants. To put it bluntly, it means Xia Ji is promiscuous. Count Raman really wanted to cut open the convulsion sorcerer's head to see what was inside. Regardless, the atmosphere has been set to this point. Ryan definitely couldn't pretend to be dead. If he had to endure the people's insults, he might as well stay in the valley, raise a flock of ducks, and collect duck eggs every day. Ha ha. A burst of laughter suddenly came between heaven and earth. It was clearly just a chuckle, but the crowd that gathered to watch the fun felt as if the entire atmosphere was resounding. At the top of this 4-story spindle-shaped wizard tower, the white clouds in the sky suddenly gathered together and turned into 2 translucent black eyes under the control of an extremely mysterious force. Obviously, this is the eye of the legendary wizard Tesla. No, it is the incarnation of his eyes. The black in his pupils seemed to spread, flow, and swirl non-stop. If it were anything else, everyone would think that this black wanted to devour everything around it. But this pair of eyes is different. They are clear and transparent, and carry the light that can see into the deepest part of other people's hearts. It makes people feel clear and comfortable at the same time. They seem to want to bring all the illusory knowledge and laws that are not understood by people into order. As soon as this pair of eyes appeared, audiences from far and near saluted in unison. Common people knelt down, and those of high status bowed and saluted. Without exception, this scene obviously made Pharos Sandro very unhappy. His voice suddenly became sharp, and he raised his scarlet claws and pointed his index finger at the eyes that Ryan had conjured up through the school live broadcast. Why are you pretending to be a legendary wizard? In the past 100 years, I, Pharos Sandro, have seen many liars like you. Today, I will reveal your hypocritical true face in front of everyone. Ha ha. Ryan glanced at the other person with a look of concern for a mentally retarded child. And then he didn't even look at the guy anymore, and turned to look at his own apprentice, Towns. This devilish kid won't listen to anyone. You should teach him what physics is. When Tangxi heard this, he was stunned for a very short moment. When he knew that the opponent was a master warlock, he instinctively thought that this time his master would come out to help him. He would never know, even if he racked his brains, if they really fought without external force. His master would be even weaker than him. But Towns's astonishment did not last long, because he could clearly sense that the connection between him and the physical network had suddenly strengthened, which meant that the master had opened up almost all permissions of the physical network to him. When the magic gate was fully opened, the magic power that turned in physical network surged into Downs. But when he was as good as a lamb, Downs could not cover the surprises on his face. So this is what power feels like. Master has an order. I will follow him. Downs bowed towards the direction of his eyes, and he turned to face Sean Delu. This time, he was the eyesight in the physical sense. The surging elements flashed in his eyes. Hunting sounds. Pharos Sandro, you are only worthy of being my opponent. Towns' heroic voice exploded in the open space. Chapter 54. Successful in grabbing the sky, but failed in the underworld. When Tangxi's voice was enhanced by the wind element, it suddenly became like thunder. The overly young and even a little childish voice echoed throughout the eastern suburbs of Ramonk City. After spreading far away, it even echoed on the other side of the Fulong Mountains. The low tremors in the valley had now turned into a roaring roar. Not only the sand and gravel, but even the trees and city walls seemed to respond to Downs' declaration, sending out a low and ancient echo. The onlookers seemed to feel an invisible shock wave called courage sweeping through the crowd, stimulating their hearts. It's on fire. People's hearts are burning. The impulse that surged from the bottom of my heart was simply impossible to suppress. Downs is good. You are worthy of being the good children of our Vermont people. Go ahead. Kill that arrogant bastard. Everyone was shouting and cheering, supporting their rising star. In any case, the courage to challenge a master with a high-level body is worthy of praise. Several bards present were like crazy, either lying on the spot or using stones as tables to write and draw something quickly. People's support naturally made the other party very unhappy. Shut the heck up. With a roar, a hot breath emanated from Farah, forcibly knocking over the 100 people closest to him to the ground. Before the audience could react, Farah pointed at Ryan's phantom eyes and yelled, "You liar! Do you look down on me? How dare you let a brat humiliate me?" Ryan's cold voice was full of teasing. "Humiliate you? Do you deserve it?" As soon as these words were spoken, the nobles present immediately felt refreshed all over. Right. Are you worthy? Why would a legendary wizard lower himself to argue with a mere master-level insect like you? You? Farah was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He screamed at the top of his voice, "Okay. I'll kill your apprentice first. And then I'll pull you out of that turtle SHL and kill you." Several audience members, who came from Lausanne, slapped their foreheads and lamented in their hearts, "It's over." If the previous series of mouth corners can be barely considered conflict, as soon as this comes out, a serious change in each other's position immediately. You, Farah, have even threatened to kill the other person's apprentice. This is no longer a matter of slapping the face of the local lord and the other person's wizard. This is a fight to the death. This Count Canarsie beside old Ryan grumbled. That's why I don't want to deal with the guys from the Chaos Camp. Even though Downs received chivalrous education since childhood, he emphasized the 8 virtues. But what this guy did not only did not violate the 8 virtues, but also trampled on the honor that Towns valued most. His face turned pale. "Stop talking nonsense. You want to duel with my master? Step over my dead body first." Count La Mancha, who was not far away, looked at both sides and knew that there was no way to end it peacefully this time. He raised his hand high and announced, "I, the local lord, Count La Mancha, approve of this life and death duel between Don Quixote and Farah Sandro." After saying that, he waved his hand and ordered the civilians to continue to retreat, at least 100 meters away from these two guys. Fight however you like. Apparently, Farah has a bad temper. Almost as soon as the Lord swung his hand, a fire bomb was thrown at him, as the fire version of the Warlock's level 7 magic thunder bomb. The momentum of this attack was extremely terrifying. What kind of blow was that? It was like pouring a bucket of red paint directly onto a blank painting. The flames spread so far that they completely filled the field of vision of most viewers. It was as if there was nothing else between heaven and earth. How to withstand such a blow? Not to mention the ignorant crowd. Even a professional wizard like Lao Rian had no answer. It seems that the only outcome in front of it is turning into charcoal. Towns gave everyone the answer. He raised his hands, but they were empty. Vacuum. With a light shout, the space in front of him flashed with a distortion of light. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the few wizards on the scene could not understand the visual distortion caused by the change in air density. But that extremely bright flame, which seemed to be able to turn the entire earth into a scorched earth in purgatory, disappeared right in front of Tang Siping's outstretched hands. The flame, which was larger than the carriage, was like scrambled eggs on a plate, and was swallowed up in an instant by an invisible big mouth. There was no flame, not even smoke. The fire disappeared without a trace, and the world returned to its original state. What shocked others the most was that he could break the opponent's ultimate move so easily. Ryan's heart was beating wildly, and he was overwhelmed again. To others, his mysterious and deep wizard eyes narrowed slightly. "Downs, have you realized again?" "Yes, Master. I understand again." Downs even had time to bow slightly to Ryan. "Master, you have demonstrated to me that fire cannot be transmitted in a vacuum." Ryan complained in his heart, "Damn it. Is this why you created your own magic and created a 10-meter long and high, 1-meter wide vacuum wall out of thin air?" Ryan still remembers that when his middle school teacher demonstrated this vacuum experiment, the seal was not done well. And as a result, the two connected plungers pulled apart, which made the teacher very embarrassed. Ryan only mentioned this to Towns during the class. But who would have thought that his beloved apprentice Tanyala's self-created magic could draw away the nearby wind elements and form a temporary vacuum wall? Now, even the system can't be fixed. The system tip is owner. Your apprentice. Downs. The self-created protection of the protective system, vacuum wall, which can immune to all the flame magic of the second level 2 of the magic level of the style of the element. The magic level is unknown. This vacuum wall is really cool. It can actually be immune to fire magic that is 2 levels higher. The problem is that this magic is very particular about the timing of casting. It won't work if it's cast too early or too late. It was too early. The wind element was completely drawn out and could not be maintained. The wind element flowed back, and the flame had oxygen as a combustion aid. Late. The elements of the wind have not been removed. And the flames can also spread. This is like catching a knife with bare hands. Unless you have the eyesight and confidence. It is difficult to catch a knife with bare hands 100%. This is a typical case of success leads to disaster. But Towns just showed off to Fowler. The master sorcerer's eyes were bloodshot. And he screamed in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of evil magic did you use? Tang Si showed a charming smile. What a foolish warlock who only follows his instincts. This is just an application of the wind element. There is no need to make a fuss. Warlocks and mages look down on each other. The biggest reason is that warlocks become stronger by following their body's instincts, while mages become stronger by relying on knowledge and elemental sensing. One relies on the body, and the other relies on the brain. So it's no wonder that they can't get along with each other. Thara's face flushed, and she began to rage impotently. It was unacceptable for him to lose to the opponent in magic. Not to mention that his IQ was crushed by the opponent. How could he bear this? Go to H.L. Go to H.L. Thala launched a series of fireballs with his left and right hands. And huge fireballs of incredible power bombarded Towns continuously. Who would have thought that Towns would simply use the vacuum wall again and again, blocking all of the opponent's attacks? The Thara people were numb. Chapter 55. This is a victory for physics. Downs can fight with a master-level warlock for a short time. Lao Ryan did not believe his eyes. Just a short-term confrontation? There was undisguised regret in Viscount Canarse's voice. Alas! High-level professionals in the Adventurers Guild are rated from level 6 to 10, and levels 11 to 20 are masters. But even between a level 10 high-level professional and a level 11 master, even if their strengths are similar on the surface, there is still a huge essential difference in battle. The old priest sighed. How to say? The simplest thing is the total amount of magic power. Even though Brother Tang Si is incredibly talented and can be on par with Thara in terms of elemental control, the problem is that the total amount of magic power of an average magic master is at least twice that of a top-level high-level one. When the Viscount heard this, his expression suddenly became gloomy. But he did not give up. Is there no way for Tang Si to make up for it with some skills? Old Ryan looked at the battle situation again and sighed again. It's difficult. He is too young. High-end spellcasting skills often require a long time of polishing to practice. But the warlock is the type of person with great explosive power. After gaining an advantage, he will use the advantage of his short casting time to crush the enemy in one breath. Sigh. Anyway, I hope there will be a miracle. Viscount Canarse consoled him. It's okay. It's just a pity. Anyway, Downs still has his master to back him up. If Towns could defeat a master wizard with his high-level body, it would be the glory of the entire Remont province. What a pity. Looking at Downs, who was being beaten, Count Raman's eyes were also full of pain. Only Ryan, who was far away in the Fulong Mountains, made a completely opposite assessment. This idiot Thara is finished. After reading the large amount of literature provided by Gannis, Ryan knew very well the nature of warlocks. Warlocks rely on talent. Maybe they don't know much magic, but they use magic more like instinct. Therefore, compared with mages before the end of the law, warlocks have shorter casting times and consume less mana. Towns is an absolute outlier. A peculiar wizard who does not follow the rules of the old times. With his outstanding elemental sensing ability, Towns hardly ever casts spells without chanting any incantations. Instead, he relies entirely on his brain to control the various elements, which allows him to easily keep up with his opponent's casting speed. On the other hand, when it comes to the total amount of magic power, even though Ryan had received professional training and normally wouldn't laugh, he still burst out laughing. In terms of the length of the mana bar, how could Thara, a mediocre warlock, have a total amount of magic power higher than the element pool of Ryan's entire school? Do you really think that the Tesla Tower in the valley is struck by lightning every now and then? And that the light elements that his convex lens injects into the valley every day are fake? Even if the other party is acting like a hooligan. Let's not talk about the total amount of magic power. The quality is far behind. If we call elements directly from the elemental plane, it is like a person drinking mountain spring water. He will not necessarily get diarrhea, but at least it will not be too dirty, and there is a chance of survival. Then Talons is now using the magic in the physical network, which is probably just like drinking boiled water. Maybe it has less nutrients and minerals, but the water quality is absolutely guaranteed. As for Farah, who is used to extracting elements from the chaotic mana vortex, that is probably the clean and hygienic version of the Ganges water from another world. God knows if that thing has been blessed with urine by a three-headed divine cow. Anyway, after Talons blocked the opponent's first wave of attacks, Ryan felt relieved. Sure enough, Talons' counterattack arrived. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to learn good things and 3 days to learn bad things. Seeing too many undecent masters, the disciples are more or less infected with some bad habits. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Talons freed his right hand and threw a gold coin high into the air. This scene made a certain time traveler's face turn into that of a crooked-mouthed dragon king, which was extremely embarrassing. It's coming! The legendary electromagnetic gun is here. This is one of the rare magics that someone can put on the physical web. Previously, Downs could only use the electromagnetic gun instead of the more powerful electromagnetic cannon. Usually, Downs was well behaved and would never abuse the magic power in this magic land. Today is different. Not only did Downs use it, he also boldly used an upgraded version of magic that he had never used before. This is the advantage of the local magic network. As long as you give it enough mental power, you can cast spells more safely and conveniently. To exaggerate a little, if you pay enough and set a goal, you can even hold the back of your head with both hands and let it move on its own. As the onlookers looked on in astonishment, a spiral of lightning suddenly appeared on Talon's right hand. The falling gold coins instantly turned into a purple light, piercing through the exploding fireballs, breaking a huge hole, and even hitting the magic shield in front of Farah. Everyone's dynamic vision could barely keep up. Boom! Not to mention the onlookers. Even Farah himself didn't react until the magic shield in front of him was shattered. As a veteran warlock, his reaction was quick. He instinctively put up an elemental shield in an attempt to block the dangerous wind element attack with intuitive magical counterattacks and protect himself. However, the awesomeness of electromagnetic cannon lies in the fact that it is a dual attribute attack, compared to the lightning attack that comes with the electromagnetic cannon after it is integrated into the chaos world and becomes a magic. This gold coin that is instantly accelerated is the real killer move. Thala was indeed caught. At the last moment, he actually had the energy to use a fire escape technique, trying to transform himself into a wisp of flame and escape. Even though Downs' electromagnetic cannon was not standard, the initial velocity of the gold coins exceeded 1,000 meters per second. This kind of extreme speed is not something a warlock can dodge with his quick reactions. If Farah had protected his body with the rock armor formed by gravel and soil early on, he would have been able to withstand this attack. Unfortunately, it's all too late. For most people, they only saw a flash of lightning, and Farah's left arm, and even his entire left shoulder completely disappeared. The huge wound that could easily hold a grapefruit kept spurting out blue blood. Ah! Amidst continuous tragic howls, Farah approached his end. Normally, even if the left hand is not even on the shoulder, if there is a high-level light priest on the scene, the injured person will most likely be able to survive. Old Ryan and his pastor assistant rushed over immediately. At this moment, Farah, who was still extracting magic power from the chaos vortex, entered a state of magic backlash. From the beginning of the fight, pulses of arcane energy have been pulsing beneath Farah's skin, calling on her to unleash them. But once Farah lost control of his magic power, this rich fire magic immediately turned into a bomb implanted in his body. Gurgle. Gurgle. A strange sound. In front of thousands of people, Farah's remaining body and limbs suddenly swelled up. Oh no! Old Ryan was horrified. At this moment, a blue light suddenly shot out from the mage tower and turned into a shield, completely covering Farah. The next second, the warlock master's entire body turned into a huge, distorted balloon, expanding to the size of a carriage. And then, bang! He exploded, like a firecracker that made everyone laugh. It exploded into pieces. However, All the explosions were firmly controlled within a 10-meter radius by the powerful energy coming from the mage tower. And not a single bit leaked out. The onlookers were so shocked that it took them several seconds to come to their senses, and then burst into loud cheers. Ha ha ha! We win! Long live Monsieur Quixote! Long live Master Tesla! At this time, Count Layman walked up to old Ryan and asked, Sandro, blew himself up? Old Ryan sighed. Either transform yourself into the embodiment of magic, or choose to be destroyed by the magic of chaos. This is a warlock. Not many people noticed that Tang Si bowed deeply to his master again and said excitedly, Master, I didn't disappoint you. Did I? Ryan, who was far away in the Fulong Mountains, smiled. This time, it's a victory for physics. Chapter 56, If you can't beat them, join them. In the eyes of others, Towns defeated the strong with the weak, which was an absolute miracle. In Ryan's eyes, it was Farah who was using the weak to defeat the strong. Towns used his extraordinary control over elements to narrow the gap in the quality of their magic. What remained was the crushing of the entire school's element pool over the total amount of magic power of a single person, as well as a competition in the purity of magic power. Finally, the warlock's overly single magic attribute is itself the biggest weakness. In the past, the reason why mages were considered the strongest profession by the world was that mages could always find the opponent's weaknesses and attack them. Warlocks are mainly divided into dragonborn warlocks, who use dragon magic, and wild warlocks, who use chaos magic. The former is better. On the one hand, its magical attributes may appear single due to its dragon bloodline. But on the other hand, because it has inherited the dragon bloodline, its physique and magical strength have been greatly enhanced. The latter is the unlucky guy like Farah, who lacks a good father, and whose power is extremely impure. You know, not just any ordinary person can give birth to a half-demon. This is like Farah can confirm that her mother is a saint or a female wizard in the first step. And then in the second step, when determining her birthplace, she can only choose a goblin's nest or a demon's home. It is precisely because of his miserable background that this guy has such extreme thoughts. Once someone touches his interests, he will immediately jump up and rush over with explosive anger. Now, this guy finally died from self-explosion. Ryan didn't even have to bear half a copper coin's responsibility for this guy's death. The people around were celebrating. And the nobles were also excited. They were thinking about how to unite with Master Tesla and make a bigger name for themselves in this province. It is human nature to like listening to stories. Only an amazing story can attract more people to join in and create a huge bubble belonging to an era. It is now certain that the most representative story of the Dharma ending age is that Towns, who was originally a knight's apprentice, transformed himself, changed track and advanced to a high-level wizard, and the one who overturned was a master warlock. This kind of counterattack story is loved by the grassroots people, and even those who are not doing well in the aristocratic and adventurer circles are eager to give it a try. It's like buying a lottery ticket. Everyone knows that you lose more than you win. The probability is that your money will be thrown into the river, and at most you will just hear a sound. No one could hold back. What if? What if? It is really me who wins the jackpot? Previously, the story of Tesla, the great mage killing the white dragon, was only circulated among the upper echelons. But now, Towns had defied the heavens by defeating the strong with the weak. And thousands of people had witnessed it. The entire city of Romanche, including the passers-by that day. At least tens of thousands of people had said that they had witnessed the battle. The people of the entire kingdom went into a frenzy. On the other hand, half of the kingdom's upper nobles were having headaches. In a secret underground room in a duke's mansion in the royal capital. Damn it. Even if we sacrifice a master sorcerer, we still can't test the true strength of that person? I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Duke. It is true. The strength of Tesla and his apprentice is far beyond our imagination. The other party did not even use the power of the mage tower. After a long silence, the voice of a superior was heard from the secret room. Let's stop the test here. Our family will also select a disciple from the side branch to give it a try. Yes. It was impossible to try again. Top-level warriors are not weeds on the roadside that can be found just by chance. Without exception, they are all local tyrants who rule the mountains. It's just that most of their territories are outside the range of human activities. In some remote corners, strong people who are willing to deal with the powerful are often second-rate. This time, it was this great noble who secretly sent people to incite Fala. which led to the warlock master running across provinces to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, this further established Tesla's reputation as a legendary wizard. Of course, this is not considered shooting oneself in the foot, because these nobles hiding behind have another trick. If they can't defeat them, just join them. The one who challenged you, Tesla, was Fowler. What does it have to do with my XXX family? On the other hand, when Downs answered Ryan, he completely agreed with his teacher. Yes, it is a victory of physics, magic. Towns secretly added the word magic to this sentence in his mind. After spending time together, Towns also realized his master was good in everything except this strange low profile. He was the only legendary wizard left in the world. But he insisted that he didn't know magic, and that it was all physics or something. Alas, legendary strongmen often have quirks of one kind or another. I will just pretend I don't see this little problem of master. Tang Si, the next task of selecting magic talents will be handed over to you. Ah, master, I'm afraid I can't do well. Tang Si lowered his head quickly. I won't refuse anyone. And I'm alone. There are so many people taking the exam. What if someone cheats or something? Towns' voice dropped. He was really afraid that he would mess up. Cheating. When Ryan heard this word, he was a little distracted. I still remember that year when he caught a cold during an exam in college. And he put the tissue he used to wipe his nose in the drawer. But the female teacher invigilating the exam shouted, "Don't move," which made him and his classmates speechless. Then, in front of half of the students taking the exam and another invigilator, she unfolded the tissue. At that moment, the air froze. Someone has died socially. I won't say who it is. The most amazing thing is that in the next semester, Ryan took the teacher's required course and miraculously passed with a score of 60. Well, thank you, teacher, for showing mercy and not killing me. Thinking of this, the corners of Ryan's mouth curled up even higher. Don't worry. Just let the candidates enter the inner side of the Mage Tower wall to answer the questions during the exam. Is that all it will take? Towns was stunned. Cheating? Not at all. As long as the candidates enter the scope of colleges recognized by the system will automatically examine the qualifications of the candidates. Let me be frank. It doesn't matter how the candidates write the test paper. The act of candidates entering the examination room is itself an examination. Of course, Ryan couldn't tell Towns about this, and it was not easy to announce it to the public. Think about it. People have come here from thousands of miles away. They can't just show up and then be told you can go back. Who can stand that? This is not a peaceful era. Apart from the core farming areas, where the Lord's Knights patrol with militia, and the difficult monster nests are regularly cleared out by adventurers, the remaining remote areas are all chaotic and wild. Not only are there wild beasts and magical beasts, there are also evil races that run out of the underground world from time to time, and demons and devils that sneak out of space cracks and like to take unexpected chances on human caravans. If they come here, not only will they have to pay for the travel expenses, but they will also have to put their heads on the line in any moment. This is too difficult. When Tangsi heard his master's understatement, he immediately had a brainstorm. He seemed to see a mage's eye opened on every brick and stone on the Mage Tower's wall that mortals could not see. Or maybe there was a fire bat with extremely keen perception hiding in every corner. Who dares to cheat? Try it, and you will die. Recalling his master's temper of killing anyone who irritated him, Towns could already imagine what it would be like if the troublemaking candidate became an acquaintance in the physical sense. Towns suddenly panicked. Chapter 57: 3 years of simulation for the 5-year high school entrance examination, physics. After returning from his master, Downs immediately rode his horse to find Count Romanchi. The first thing I heard as soon as I walked in was this. My Lord Earl, please remind the candidates that they must answer the exam papers honestly. If they do not do so, their lives will be in danger. Once my master gets angry, no one can stand it. Is his life in danger? The Count could not help but ask. Oh, thinking back to the time when I became master's disciple. My master electrocuted me and paralyzed me on the first night. I felt like I was almost dead. After saying this, Towns described in vivid detail how terribly he was electrocuted. At the same time, he flipped his right palm, and several winding and twisting lightning snakes emerged from his palm. The crackling electric light was very terrifying. A teacher, it seems that you didn't mention it at all. So you fell asleep and touched the electric switch yourself. Right? The shock caused to the Earl by Downs's move was no less than the mental shock caused to him when a certain master played with the Tesla coil when he first met Ryan. The Earl suddenly felt emotional. No wonder Tangs, with his high-level body, could just defeat the Master Warlock. Oh, this. I understand. The Earl was also sweating. His place had been crowded with people for days. He didn't know how to refuse countless relatives, who were not related to him at all. Now it seemed that at least he had an excuse. While he was helping Towns to speak harshly, he was also praying that certain young masters would not commit suicide. When the white dragon came to provoke, its head disappeared. The devil led the team, and the place was covered in blood and flesh. The master comes to show you how he explodes himself. This Tesla man is not a good-tempered person. Unfortunately, the Earl's subsequent exhortation seemed completely useless. The atmosphere was so heated that no one could suppress it. The candidates were also frantically asking about the scope of the exam. On the contrary, many people with connections looked at Count Ramont with strange eyes. And it was obvious that they were saying, "Are you, old man, hiding it, and want to keep the quota for your family? The Earl is so miserable. His sons are all muscular, and they are all running wildly on the devilish road of no return like knights and paladins." The Earl was not the direct beneficiary of helping Lord Tesla find a magic apprentice. Otherwise, it would be great if his family could also produce a great wizard. The Earl dared neither refuse Downs' request nor offend the nobles. After all, since the founding of the country, unless the families were mortal enemies, all families had more or less intermarriages, and everyone could be considered related. Count Raman was caught in the middle, and felt very uncomfortable. After thinking of a good reason, he found Downs on November 3rd and said, "Is there a limit to this exam? I know that it would be unfair to Tesla to let Mr. Quixote reveal the exam questions, but you guys haven't revealed anything. I'm afraid the devil will take advantage of the opportunity to make trouble, and use some evil scriptures as exam papers to lure candidates who don't know the truth." Towns had little social experience. When he heard this, he was dumbfounded and could only turn to look for Ryan. When Ryan found out, he was also troubled. Originally, he wanted to give full play to his apprentice's subjective initiative. Now it seems that although Towns has amazing comprehension, his ability to coordinate things is really a shortcoming. Ryan didn't dare to look for anyone for a while. He is in a different world. Can he just find another version of Zhuge Liang from another world to help him? What Count Raman said makes sense. Let me roughly define the scope of the assessment. Ryan casually wrote down the law of energy conversion and conservation on the blackboard. Towns was a little stunned at that moment. And then he immediately realized that this was just the beginning. If you can't even get in the door, forget about the ceremony of becoming a disciple. He bowed deeply to Ryan and said, "Then I'll ask Count Lamanque to find someone to copy it." "Go ahead. Copy these word problems as well." Ryan waved his hand, wrote on the blackboard, threw the chalk away, pretended to be a master again, put his hands behind his back, floated away, and ran to the top of the mountain to enjoy the scenery. Tangs had no idea that just after he watched his master walk away, his good master finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Hee, you silly and cute boys from another world. Feel the sorrow coming from the students of the Celestial Empire. Ha ha ha. This time, I want all of you to endure the baptism of 5 years of high school entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. I want you to know that we are all in the same grade of 9. And I am so handsome, ha ha ha." Towns had no idea about his mentor's evil plans. The popular paper on Chaos Continent is quite rubbish. Probably similar to the hemp paper used by someone in the Western Han Dynasty before traveling through time. After all, most civilians now only wear coarse linen clothes. And this kind of linen paper is just another application of flax, white linen and jute. Generally, for official documents between nobles or between officials, parchment, which is a tougher paper, was used. Nowadays, this kind of large-scale copying naturally uses cheaper hemp paper. When the Earl received the scope of the test, he read it out on the spot. Energy can neither disappear nor be created out of thin air. It can only be transformed from one form to another, or transferred from one object to another. During the transformation and transfer process, the energy remains unchanged and has a direction. Someone wrote about the laws of physics. Let a bunch of wizards and shamans taste it, and it will taste completely different. Their first reaction is the call of elements. The law of conservation of energy perfectly explains how a wizard can call upon elements from other planes and transform them into a destructive magic through spells and casting gestures. In the 1,000 years of Chaos World, No magician or sage has ever summarized this law. Once this rule came out, the other wizards in the Earl's mansion were immediately astonished. Old Ryan was so shocked that he couldn't control himself. He even stuttered when talking to Tangsi. The master actually made the principle of element transformation public so easily. Tangsi said calmly, "So what if I know the principle? It's just the basics of the basics." And my master said that knowing the principle doesn't mean knowing how to apply it. But in order to prevent young people who are interested in magic from going astray, he simply announced the principle. Not to mention old Ryan. Several priests from other temples also straightened their clothes and bowed from afar in the direction of the Fulong Mountains. "Thank you, great sage Tesla, for bestowing the truth." It wasn't just one or two, but a whole group of well-known wizards shouted in unison. With their endorsement, the nobles became even more convinced of the power of Grandmaster Tesla. That night, out of someone's dark mentality of "since you want to be my disciple, you deserve to suffer the same suffering I suffered in the past." Excerpts from a book called 5-Year High School Entrance Examination and 3-Year Simulation, Physics, began to circulate in the workshop under the Earl's mansion. Count Raman pretended to be mysterious and first approached the sucker he couldn't afford to offend. "Let me tell you, I found what you want. First of all, this thing is definitely not a test question, but a mock test question of the same scope. Go back and think about it carefully. That's the way it should be. Count, I owe you this." Sure. Just like that. A 5-page white linen paper version of excerpts from the 5-year high school entrance examination physics simulation questions was sold for 10 gold coins. You should know that this price is enough to buy a knight a good steel two-handed sword. Not only were the first batch of 100 copies sold out instantly, but they were also out of stock. Dozens of copyists copied until their arms were almost broken, but still could not meet the market demand. Of course, the Earl would not go to extremes. Just one day later, a jute paper version was also produced, sold to ordinary civilians at only 1 silver coin per copy. This price cannot be said to be cheap, but it is definitely not expensive. First of all, the difference in paper quality is obvious. White linen paper is smoother, and the writing is clearer, while jute paper is not only dull in tone, but also has blurry writing. The key is that the mock test only has 4 pages. The Earl publicly announced, "Lord Tesla said that the simulation test itself is not the point. The point is whether you can apply it. Is it a scam? I think it's a bit of a scam. But the noble version costs 10 gold coins, and you only need 1 silver coin. So why are you complaining? Even though the key points are likely to be hidden." This civilian version of excerpts from 5 years of high school entrance examination physics simulation questions is still snapped up crazily by candidates. 1 silver coin is too expensive? Come on. You are learning magic. The other side. Ha 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 ha. A certain copycat wizard who spied on thousands of people scrambling for 5-year high school entrance examination through Lai Fu has been laughing recently, and he doesn't even want to act anymore. Chapter 58 Small Town Test Taker. After Ryan traveled through time, he always thought that staying in the valley would be boring. Now, using the vision of the fire bats, Ryan fully enjoys the pleasure of peeking at the screen. What kind of alien version of hanging one's head on the beam and piercing one's thigh with a needle? What is this last-minute cramming? The more powerful noble children could even get magic books from before the end of the Dharma era and study them all night long. In Ryan's opinion, the most powerful ones are the group of big talkers in the tavern. The pub that Downs likes to go to has now become the most popular tourist check-in destination in the city. A tiny fire bat, like a stone sculpture, hung upside down on the roof, hiding in the shadow of the beam, quietly watching and listening to people bragging. I say, the scope of the exam is just a lie. No one is prepared at all. What can they learn in just a few days? No. I heard the nobles have an extra page. 1 more page will be useful. If Archmage Tesla really values the children of the nobility, he wouldn't have taken the mage tower from the capital. Would an Archmage who dares to offend the king care about the face and power of the nobility? The words of this local miner touched Ryan's heart. This guy may not understand magic, but he understands human nature. Someone else said bluntly, he who can understand the review criteria of a true great wizard. Doesn't it cost money to study magic? Maybe he is deliberately raising his own value. He? Come on. I know your 2 kids are also going to take exams. So stop being sour. Alas, those noble lords can't monopolize all the good positions. At least they can give us poor kids a way out. Almost as soon as the words fell, the tavern's hinged door, which had broken twice recently, was pushed open. If an ordinary person comes in, most likely no one will take a second look at him. However, the other person's appearance that was out of tune with the people around him caused the people at the tables near the door of the tavern to fall into a brief silence. A half-grown black-haired boy. He has a bowl-cut haircut and wears a pair of old glasses on his nose. The lenses may be okay, but the paint-chipped and scratched frames show that the glasses have changed owners countless times over the years. In today's society full of muscular men and bromance, his height of just over 1.6 meters seems too short. If it weren't for the beard on his chin, everyone would think he was a child. The most eye-catching thing is his robe. The shabby robe obviously didn't fit him well, and it made him look like a torn sack. The point is, someone recognized the emblem on that robe. The last thing the tavern lacked was the crowd, and they immediately started chatting. Ah! Is there anyone who dares to come to the city of La Mancha with the emblem of Faura Sandro? Wait, I know him. He is Faura's anonymous disciple. But I forgot his name. A guy from Lausanne suddenly broke the news. Is he looking for revenge on Lord Tesla? Pfft. His master can't even beat his disciple. What revenge is he looking for? The air seemed to be filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Under the spotlight of everyone, the young man, who seemed unaccustomed to people's strange looks, lowered his head and walked towards the bar. Boom! Even though Faura Sandro was dead, his disciples were obviously not a popular presence here. When the boy walked over, a muscular miner deliberately bumped into him. Without any protective magic spell, the boy was just like an ordinary child. He was knocked half a meter away and sat on the floor of the tavern. There was a burst of laughter all around. Ha ha! Boy! Miners are not welcome here. No. It should be said that people from Sandra's Warlock house are not welcome. Faced with the tsunami-like mockery, the boy got up and walked to the bar with his head down. Hello. Is there any milk here? The timid yet strangely firm voice stunned the bartender for a moment. He really didn't react. Forget it. If you don't have any, give me a glass of water. Thank you. After saying that, the young man pinched out a few copper coins from his close-fitting bag, placed them neatly on the bar, and asked the bartender to take them. The bartender stared at the other's young but obviously weathered eyes. The next second, he seemed to hear a faint sigh in his heart. He forced out a professional smile and gave a blank look to the busybodies nearby, asking them to shut up. If you don't cause trouble, we have everything here. The boy nodded obediently. He swept his hand across the bar, took away only one copper coin, pushed the rest back, fiddled with it for a while, and took out a large cup of warm milk. Half of the bar, more than 3 digits of people, looked at the young man quietly with intriguing eyes as he lifted up the large wooden glass that was originally used to hold cheap beer and poured a glass of milk into his throat that was so dry that it was almost smoking. Thank you. If possible, I'd like to ask where I can buy an outline for the magic exam. I mean, the real kind. In recent days, there have been a lot of bastards selling outlines privately everywhere. The most hateful thing is that these guys are selling fakes at high prices. Don't ask. The genuine products have already been sold out. Count Ramon's workshop can't make them fast enough. Unless you have connections, all you can find on the market are low-quality questions that have been copied a lot. Is that so? The boy's eyes dimmed. The bartender quietly wiped the freshly washed glasses from the sink beside him and recited the law of conservation of energy. Ah, this. The boy savored the bartender's words. He knew very well that this was definitely not a magic law that a bartender could make up. On his thin and shriveled face, his eyes in the big eye sockets burst into hope. Consider this law a gift to you, little brother. I'm not kidding you. At least half of the people in this city know it by heart. Those who want to sell it for money are just trying to fool outsiders. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, you are a good man. The young man bowed heavily. There's free brown bread pie on 3rd Street. Even though it doesn't taste good, at least it can fill your stomach. If you go too late, it will be gone. The boy bowed again and rushed out of the tavern without looking back. At this time, a customer teased the bartender. Hey, old John, what made you so merciful? You just gave away a silver coin. This child has a few money. In order to inquire the news, he entered the tavern hard. And milk is already the cheapest consumption he can imagine. Old John sighed and continued to wipe the cup while sighed. There are many children in the world. I just don't want to see him in the wasteland on the side of the road next time. Several kind-hearted drinkers were also sighing. In the past few days, more than 5,000 people have flocked into this small town, which originally had only 6,000 people, among which the number of candidates is close to 3,000. Master Tesla only accepts 3 disciples at most, which is truly 1 in 1,000. Oh! I hope His Excellency the Grand Master can see the scene. Old John sighed. Oh! I see. Ryan, who witnessed the whole process through the fire bat, suddenly felt melancholy. It was nothing else but this boy reminded him of a very special term, small-town test-taker. Chapter 59. Safety is good. The time for the big exam is getting closer. On November 9th, Ryan called Towns. Towns! I have only one request for this selection. Safety comes first. As long as it's safe. That's all? Towns blinked. I understand. Master means that as long as it is safe, the rest is fine. Yes. Tangsi thought for a moment and said, Master, please lend me your head. For a moment, Ryan was petrified, because he heard it as if you don't abandon me. I am willing to be your foster father. And his fists became stiff on the spot. Is it that betraying teachers and ancestors is also popular in other worlds? November 11th. The day of the big exam. Count Raman was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As a collaborating party, he knew very well that for such a big exam, the organizer, Master Tesla, only required 100 sets of seats. But the candidates gathered outside the wall didn't know this. Early in the morning of that day, a large number of students filled the open space outside the wall of the magic tower, which made Count Raman, who was standing on the city wall watching, extremely annoyed. He really didn't know how the old man would play his cards. The only thing we know is that the Temple of Light seems to be quite happy. There was no organization or so-called discipline in the huge open space. The students gathered in groups of 3 or 5. But overall they formed 3 huge groups based on their backgrounds. The noble children were the most conspicuous, with hundreds of carriages with family crests hanging on them separating them from the crowd. Not only were there servants, but there were also fully armed guards, who were warily scanning the other 2 groups. The number of noble children was the smallest, with only about 300 or 400 people. In the middle were free folks, merchants, and children of knight families, a group of about 1,000 people. The rest were all poor people who came out to try their luck. Looking at the situation in front of the Mage Tower, every young man was wondering in his heart. From the stone-paved Provincial Avenue, there is a road leading to the Wizard Tower. It looks like the road is made of glass, although the glass road surface has obviously been polished by craftsmen so that people will not slip when walking on it. Even the Cathedral of Light would not use so much colored glass. But Archmage Tesla actually used it to pave the ground. Is it appropriate to be so extravagant? But there were a dozen holy warriors strolling in front of the Mage Tower. Looking at the weird smiles they were trying hard to hold back on their faces. Everyone knew there was something wrong with this thing. To everyone's surprise, in front of thousands of candidates and their companions, the person who walked onto a temporary platform beside the road was Ryan, the old priest of the Temple of Light. He cleared his throat and shouted, It's noon. Candidates, please enter the examination room in an orderly manner. This is the selection for magic apprentices. Right? A nobleman stepped forward and asked uncertainly. Of course. This is a stepping stone move from the residence of Grand Master Tesla. A paladin replied. A paladin will never lie. Once this kind of lawful good profession, who strictly enforces the commandments lies, it is easy for them to have a mental breakdown and degenerate into a black warrior. After he said this, the noble children were relieved for the time being. Although Master Tesla did not stipulate who should enter first, everyone assumed that the children of nobles would enter first. Who would have thought that just as the second son of a noble marquis stepped onto the glass walkway, he suddenly felt his feet go empty. The feeling of stepping on air was obviously an illusion. His feet were firmly on the ground. An illusory force rushed into his spiritual sea like a torrent. I saw that the boundless 7-colored light instantly enveloped his soul. And then a terrible pain came from every cell in his body. Pain? No. It hurts. But it doesn't seem to hurt. He didn't know yet that this was the most classic phantom pain. Or phantom pain. All around him were terrifying demons struggling in agony in the colorful light. These demons screamed and wailed, making the most miserable cries for mercy in the world. Nothing helps. The devil's hometown is HL. But this heavenly light is the ultimate torture for the devil. The demons from all directions are melting in the light. Even their souls are disappearing. Only their despair before death turns into lingering spiritual power and condenses in this glass floor. It just so happened that the devil's pain before death was all transmitted to the mind of the Marquis's second son through synesthesia. Ah! The second son of the noble Marquis was successfully promoted to the rank of Shizong. He first fell to the ground in pain, curled up into a ball, and then like a snail, he desperately crawled out, trying to escape from this place that made him so miserable. Well, he really was like a snail, leaving a long, yellow trace along the way. Thousands of candidates were dumbfounded. This road is poisonous. Right? What's going on? In the name of Marquis XXX, I demand an explanation from you. The guards of the Marquis's family immediately rushed forward and tried to question Tang Si. But before they reached Tang's, they were intercepted by a group of holy warriors. Old Ryan's face was icy. Please go back. Your son's mind is too chaotic. He is not suitable for Master Tesla's magic. To say that the boy's mind was in chaos was already a respectful statement. The only difference was that the word dirty was spitted in his face. It was obvious that the boy had done a lot of dirty things in the past. But the extent of his evil deeds had not yet deviated to the evil camp. At this time, someone who knew the business finally figured out what was going on. Damn it! That's the power of light of heaven. It said that Master Tesla killed a whole group of demons with ease. This is actually true. Under the glass walkway, the demons' dying howls are condensed. This is equivalent to a powerful psychic shock magic. It's an anti-evil one. This scene immediately scared many people. Count Layman rushed down the city wall in a hurry and ran to Downs in a sweat. Mr. Quixote, isn't this a bad idea? Tang Si raised his chin and said, Master has repeatedly told me to organize this exam safely. Your Excellency, just tell me, is this safe or not? The Count was speechless. It's safe. Actually, it's quite safe. It's just an upgraded version of the anti-evil array, with some mental shock added. What's outrageous is that with so many nobles and bigwigs present, not one of them thought that this move was wrong. Isn't this a test of the examinee's mental strength? That is, the ability of will immunity. If a person does not have a strong will, and his spellcasting is interrupted by being frightened by the enemy, what kind of magician is he? Look! With just this one move, nearly 1,000 people were killed immediately. Who knows? This is just the appetizer. After the candidates walked through this real devil's glass walkway trembling with fear, they immediately had to face the next level dragon head chopping. No. It's the scary white dragon head hanging above the gate of the wall. Time went back to that day. After Downs said to Ryan, borrow your head for a while. The boy finally made it clear, Master. I'm talking about the white dragon head on the cliff of the waterfall outside the valley. After a brief moment of surprise, Ryan regained his demeanor as a hermit and waved his hand gently. It's just a white dragon head. Then, should I also remove a section of the glass wall outside? I said. As long as the candidates are safe. Fast forward to the present day. These freshman students, who have not yet entered society, were scared to death on the spot after just taking a close look at the ferocious dragon head. Chapter 60, take it away. Next. Not to mention the candidates. Even the bigwigs who were watching were sighing with emotion. They never expected that one day shit and piss flowing everywhere would not be an adjective, but a statement of fact. A whole row of 10 candidates had just experienced the spiritual shock of the devil's trail and understood that the end of doing evil was to be used as stepping stones by the big guys. And they were immediately faced with long ways beating. Even if the examinees didn't look directly at the dragon head, everyone felt a distant dragon roar rising in their hearts. This dragon roar didn't seem to come from a dead object, but from the Fulong Mountains that were visible to the naked eye. As if a terrifying white dragon would swoop down from the mountain peaks in the next second and tear them into pieces. The extreme pressure penetrated deep into the soul, and the candidates' hearts began to shrink sharply due to the instinct of fear, to the point that they felt as if their hearts had forgotten to expand again. Some people's vision instantly went black and they fainted. The weaker ones were even frightened to the point of feeling a warm, sticky feeling filling their crotch. Even those who were barely able to hold on were like bellows in a blacksmith shop, pressing their chests and gasping for breath, as if they would suffocate to death on the spot if they took one less breath. The gate, which was obviously not far away, became the gate to H.L. in the eyes of the examinees. Extreme fear drove them to flee. Ah! It's so terrible. I won't take the exam. Anyone who can still yell is considered to have performed well. Some people even put it simply, "Oh my God," because the previous group of candidates had behaved so badly. The path and the entrance were in a mess. The smell was so strong that some candidates with mysophobia hesitated to move forward. The weird old Ryan had to ask the paladins to help clean up. In the crowd in the distance, the disguised consultant Yanis began to sigh. I was still wondering how to screen thousands of people. Now it seems that I was too naive. Master Famine also sighed. If it was a normal selection, this would be too much. If it was 1 in 1,000, it would be just right. They both knew that the disciple of the great wizard Tesla, Tang Si, was a typical practical man. In the first battle in the city of Ramek, he fearlessly beat a bunch of bear goblins. Quick reflexes, commendable courage, fast spell casting. Even before the end of the law, Towns' performance would make him the most popular wizard in the adventure team. At first, they didn't understand what kind of master could teach such a disciple. Now they looked at each other, and saw that what each other wanted to say was exactly what they had said. Well, I wonder what they would think if they knew that all these tricks were made by Towns alone. The first 2 levels were so difficult that a large number of candidates were immediately discouraged. Oh my God! I'm here to learn magic, not to risk my life. Most of those who say this come from wealthy families, and have so-called backup plans. Old Ryan was not annoyed with such people, and shouted loudly, "Those who give up the exam, please retreat to the other side of the road. Those who continue to stay here will be arranged to take turns to walk the trial road." With a loud noise, a large group of people retreated in a hurry. In an instant, there were only 700 or 800 people left in front of the Devil's Glass walkway. Those who still dare to stay are mostly young people who are somewhat confident in their courage and magical talent. Finally, after more than 100 people were screened out in the first 2 rounds, the first candidate who passed the round finally appeared. He looked very imposing, although there was an unconcealable immaturity on his face, and the beard on his chin was the short one typical of young people. But one look at his physique and standing posture showed that he was probably a muscular man before. Obviously, Town's success has stimulated a large number of Cavalier's apprentices, who have no hope of promotion. He broke through 2 gates in one breath, strode through the huge door that looked like a guillotine, and came inside. In the middle of the road, Downs sat on a carved wooden chair and smiled at the newcomer. "Oh, it's you? Cannon." The young man called Cannon did not treat Downs with respect just because Downs was a noble wizard. He nodded and said, "You didn't say that someone like me can't come, right?" Tangsi smiled and shook his head. "I didn't say no. But this is a trial for a magic apprentice. And in the end, magic must be used to speak." Towns pointed his finger, and Cannon's face suddenly changed. Cannon saw that underneath the strange metal sphere that was emitting electric light was an iron bucket. And inside the bucket were some metal plates that were about the same thickness as an adult's thumb. "Cannon, please take out your number plate, and find your own examination table according to the number on it, and sit down." For the first time, Cannon hesitated. The dancing electric light on the electric ball is very bright. It is like this in nature. The brighter the color, the more dangerous it is. This is an instinctive warning. But how could a knight apprentice, who had the courage to charge past the white dragons, be cowardly at this moment? Cannon gritted his teeth and reached out his hand. Z. A strong electric shock came, violently stimulating Cannon's heart, causing it to shrink into a ball due to overstimulation. Blood rushed back from all over the body, and his vision seemed to be instantly shut down and turned black. Cannon fell to the ground on the spot, foaming at the mouth and fainting. Town silently pressed the button at his feet, and the flickering electric light on the Tesla coil stopped instantly. Down said expressionlessly, "Take it away. Next one." Suddenly, a horrified guard came up, lifted Cannon up, and threw him out of the gate. The gate was open, and anyone near the gate could see Cannon's miserable condition. This scene made Count Raman feel extremely annoyed. But Tangsi had greeted him before. "Hey, Master used the lightning magic weapon of the Transfiguration Department to shock me before." "A certain master, I am not." "I did not." "Don't talk nonsense." Now, without even seeing the test paper, these 3 levels alone have eliminated more than 95% of the people. There are retreaters, and there are also warriors. The young and conceited candidates continued to charge forward with the momentum of one after another. And finally they got the first one, the second one, and the 50th one. Seeing that at least dozens of people had successfully sat in the examination seats, Gannis sighed on the spot. It seems that the adult has calculated everything. Not many people noticed that a skinny teenager also came to Towns. When Towns saw the badge on the opponent's robe, he was instinctively stunned. The other party said weakly, "Well, I used to be a disciple of Master Sandro. Will this affect my qualification for the exam?" Tangsi thought for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "We don't have such a saying here. As long as you meet the requirements, you are the master's disciple." The other party rarely showed a slightly bitter smile, then put his hand into the iron bucket. In fact, this kind of electrified iron barrel is very deceptive. The number plate in front is on the top. If you can be patient, you can actually take it out by force. Although after Downs knew the principle, he reduced a few turns of the Tesla coil at a certain position, making the original safety voltage of less than 36 volts a little higher. It is not impossible to take it out by force. The fingers of several little guys in front were black, but they could bear the pain. When it comes to the last few number plates, it means you have to reach deeper to get the plate. Downs noticed that the electric light from the Tesla coil actually bypassed the boy's hand. Chapter 61. Just not getting caught is enough? Looking at the boy, who was a little timid but forced himself to walk bravely, and gradually walked away, Towns touched his chin and said, "Interesting." In fact, the thin boy ranked 88th was the last candidate who successfully entered the examination room. Later on, even if you could pass the first 2 levels, no one could withstand the electric shock and get the number plate. Glancing at the empty space outside, Downs stood up and announced to the people outside, "I declare that the above 88 candidates are eligible to enter the final exam today. The exam will last for 1 hour, and the papers will be collected immediately after the time is up. My master, Mr. Tesla, promised that the final exam results will be announced within half an hour after the exam is completed." Oh. The crowd outside made sounds that expressed their curiosity. No matter what, this method of selecting apprentices was really too fresh. Not to mention those who came to watch the fun. Even those who were eliminated stayed unwillingly. Anyway, it's only an hour and a half. Everyone can wait. So thousands of people were like camping, spreading out mats and blankets on the ground in the slightly cold weather, taking out their belongings that they had prepared long ago, and waiting while bragging and chatting. Gannis in the crowd was filled with emotion. "From what I have seen so far, this has been an extremely fair and open exam. I wonder what kind of education that adult received to have such a broad mind." Master Famet was puzzled. How did the mages before the Dharma ending age accept disciples? Gannis looked at the clear sky in the distance, his eyes a little absent-minded. For most mages, accepting disciples is a very personal matter. Every mage has his own standards. What about the School of Magic? Generally speaking, the first thing you need is a letter of recommendation from a big shot. The letter of recommendation will only come from aristocrats, or a family that once produced a wizard. Most magic academies are superstitious about bloodline. When Gannis said this, he recalled his sad past as a half-elf who was not recognized as a compatriot by the elves. Hearing this, Famet fell silent. Gannis continued, "A letter of recommendation means that children from poor families will never be able to pursue this path in their entire lives. Alas, learning magic is very expensive. Most of the instructors in the Magic Academy have similar ideas. It doesn't matter whether the seedling is good or not, as long as the soil is fertile enough and fertilizer is applied frequently. A decent tree will always grow." Famet sighed. "As a soldier, at least you can fight hard on the battlefield to make a future." Gannis smiled. "That's why I admire Master Tesla. You see, the first level is to eliminate the evil ones and give an explanation to the kingdom of Cervantes. The second level is to eliminate the cowardly ones and drive away the cowards who have difficulty adapting to the battlefield. The third level is an elemental sensing test. Each of his levels is carefully designed and coincides with his brilliant achievements. People like this are true wise men." Gannis didn't know that a guy who relied on Rayfoot to peek at the screen overheard and saw the scene and broke out in a sweat. "Ryan, I'm just following Town's lead. Where do all these designs come from? This is like the Chinese language test before time travel. Often the original author of the article does not know the central idea of the correct answer to the test question. Did I express this? Is this really the correct answer, I think? No way. No way. It's impossible? Oh, it's all capital embarrassment." If Gannis knew that Towns just wanted to repeat what he had experienced, I wonder how Gannis would feel. On the other side, the exam began. After Towns handed out the test papers, he watched the candidates act out what it meant to be completely confused, with everyone scratching their heads and ears. Suddenly, he felt a sense of superiority in terms of IQ. Ha ha. It turns out that no one understands what the master said. The candidates almost wanted to vomit blood. That's right. Tesla, you came up with the law of conservation of energy, and won the praise of a bunch of old people and bigwigs. And then what? You immediately came up with this kind of question? Are you still a human being? Asked. Xiaoming is swinging on the swing in the park, which is the conversion of underscore energy and underscore energy. Pulling the bellows in the blacksmith shop converts underscore energy into underscore energy. Generally speaking, the only people who can answer this kind of question are qualified time travelers, who have received 9 years of compulsory education. But this really put the young people of the Cervantes kingdom in a difficult position, because many people don't even know what mechanical energy and internal energy are. When some asshole time traveler set the scope of the exam, he didn't even give all the other basic definitions. Yes, Ryan did it on purpose. If he gave the complete definition of physics, perhaps some talented person would be able to comprehend it all and apply it to other situations, or even 10 other situations. When he has done all the tests correctly, it would be a bit unreasonable for you to say that he has some kind of magical defect and block him from becoming your apprentice. Ryan had another concern. If he really popularized all of physics, would it lead to an overabundance of wizards? Of course, he is happy to popularize science. To instruct? No. To educate the poor children of this world. On the other hand, if the result of popularizing science is to cultivate a large group of evil wizards, who commit murder and arson and do all kinds of evil, it would be terrible. Physics, such a powerful weapon, is best kept in the hands of people who are not evil. The result of the extremely difficult test questions is that all the candidates are dumbfounded. In the valley, Ryan held up a tall glass and drank the red wine sent by Count Ramakant, his mouth almost gritting to his ears. He smirked. All right, boys. What do you do when you have to face a bunch of questions you don't know the answers to? On the surface, this is an exam. But behind the scenes, isn't it also a test of human nature? In the examination room, Tang Xi felt the commotion of the examinees. Even though his master had told him to ignore the examinees' cheating behavior early in the morning, Tang Xi guessed that his master had a more advanced anti-cheating mode. So he couldn't help it. You are all forbidden to cheat. If I catch anyone cheating, I will disqualify him from the exam. That being said, faced with only one chance in a lifetime to change one's destiny, faced with this hopeless test paper, are there really so many people who can endure it? Maybe someone like Downs, who had been studying the way of chivalry, emphasizing honesty and belonging to the good and lawful camp, could hold back. Don't forget, there are candidates from the other 5 camps. People in the neutral camp don't care about this. They just need to stick to their principles. None of the candidates who can come here have the so-called bright future. If a noble family does not have a legitimate son, the family will give him a sum of money or a small amount of property and send him away when he reaches adulthood. He may go out to do business, or be assigned a job like a royal guard by the family, or be sent to a remote area to be a manager of a property. Anyway, the second son or the youngest son will never be as good as the eldest son. If this is the case even for the children of nobles, youngsters of lower status will have an even greater urge to cause trouble. It would have been fine if Towns hadn't said this. But once he said it, many candidates' minds suddenly became active. If you are caught, you will be disqualified from the exam. Right? So, as long as you don't get caught, it's okay. Chapter 62. The first place is. Towns is so young that he once again underestimated human nature. He really didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking. He felt the fluctuation of magic power in the examination room. Even though Towns is only a high-level mage now, in terms of elemental and magical sensing, he is definitely not inferior to a master-level mage. If his master hadn't instructed not to catch cheaters, Towns would have probably gone crazy by now. Ryan's original words were, even these test papers are not real exams. So do you think their cheating is still cheating? Don't worry. Those clever guys will not become your junior brothers. When he thought of this, Towns felt much better. Not to mention Towns. Even Ryan, who was peeking at the screen, was amazed. First, let's take a simpler approach. Touching the elbow and then the wrist. This kind of secret code which is disdained even by old mahjong players in the eyes of a certain time traveler, is used very freely here. At least these guys can block the view, and specifically choose places that towns theoretically can't see to cause trouble, and highlight one of them working in the middle and back rows, to give towns, who theoretically could become the eldest brother, some face. Half an hour later, the magical creature called Suicide Truck appeared. There was a guy who looked like he was from an internal affairs officer family. He had no magic items or signs of a union organization, and he was wearing a flannel suit that looked like an internal affairs officer. This kind of person may know nothing about magic, but he or she has a thorough understanding of common sense and basic knowledge. He stood up suddenly and shouted, "I give up this test." "Well, just give up. It's not uncommon." Tang Si narrowed his eyes, put down the paper. "You can go now." But this guy walked while shouting, "This is a stupid question. This is a stupid question. Oh, hack your uncle. Hack my uncle. This is a stupid question. Oh." Hearing this, Town stared in amazement. The problem with the good and lawful camp is that without evidence, it is difficult for Downs to get angry. It is different for the evil camp. "If I suspect you, you deserve to die." Cough cough. Although this guy spoke in the common language of humans in Chaos Continent, using Cervantes slang, the above was the localized translation provided by the system for Ryan. But Ryan, who was peeking at the screen, understood it instantly. "Isn't this a cheating code? Oh, what a stupid question. Hack you." Sure enough, when the other fire bats turned their attention, they saw more than a dozen candidates silently writing down the alien version on their answer sheets, backed. Bah. It was obvious that the candidates had collectively paid for the test. They didn't know which suicide truck would make it to the final exam, but they definitely prepared more than one. What's even more amazing is that through system review, Ryan discovered that the elemental sensing ability of the suicide truck was actually not low. The boy was afraid that Towns would get angry, so he left the examination room quickly after he was done. When he stepped out of the outer wall of the magic tower under the gaze of the horrified guards, and was surrounded by his family and servants of other noble families, he suddenly heard a long sigh in his ears. "Alas, boy, based on your qualifications, I could have reluctantly accepted you as my disciple. What a pity." The second son of the interior minister of Lausanne, who originally thought he had a good plan and had completed the tasks assigned by various noble families, experienced a cycle of changes on his face within a second. Then his facial expression suddenly collapsed, and he let out a whoa and burst into tears. "Oh my God! What on earth did I miss?" He could not forgive himself at all. It was useless to win the noble's insignificant favor. Wouldn't it be great if he could become a magic apprentice, who only comes once in a century? It had long been rumored that the king was willing to give Downs a treatment equivalent to that of an earl. Ryan, who was far away in the Fulong Mountains, was very satisfied with the boy's reaction and secretly sent a fire bat to follow him. If the boy still had a conscience, there might be a chance to help him. Let's see what his subsequent fate will be. According to the system scoring, if Towns's qualifications are 100, then this kid is 40. Don't underestimate this number. Tang Si is a once-in-a-century monster. In an ordinary year, that kid would at least be in the top 3 of the Magic Apprentice exam. The current situation is that the Dharma ending age has lasted too long, and a large number of magical talents have no way out. They are piled up together to take exams, which has led to a blowout-like explosion. Compared to this suicide truck, Ryan paid more attention to the several spots of light in the field. Although Ryan, who is like the rising sun, is sitting on the stage, there are still a few bright stars below the stage. Perhaps this is the cheating craze of the otherworldly version of 8 immortals crossing the sea. In addition to fill-in-the-blank questions, the test paper made of white linen paper also contains multiple-choice questions. Using the fire bat's eye, Ryan clearly saw a candidate dropping his pen. There are no pencils or pens in the world of chaos. Only feather pens dipped in ink for writing. Losing a pen is not a common occurrence. Ryan thought the candidates would come up with a set of rules for this world. If there are 3 longs and 1 short, choose the short one. If there are 3 shorts and 1 long, choose the long one. If there are 2 longs and 2 shorts, choose B. If there are uneven ones, choose C. Who knows? The end of science may be metaphysics. System prompt. It is found that candidate number 67 uses a prophecy instrument. Ryan. This magic is similar to pathfinding, which is used to solve maze environments. The powerful prophecy spell is equivalent to the divination of the top charlatans. It is the kind of outrageous thing that ignores the process and directly gets the answer. Now is the Dharma ending age. Just because we cannot train any mages does not mean that magic is completely ineffective. This prophecy-related magical instrument, which has a history of at least 100 years, can definitely be called a cultural relic in the standard sense. This kid, who obviously comes from an aristocratic family, is planning to die. Compared to this kind of mid-level play that seems like a show of skill for an amateur, the real masters are in the last row. That guy is number 81. Stuck before the list of preliminary candidates is full. He looked gentle and artistic. Not only was he well dressed, but he also had the typical taste of someone who had received a court education. He wore a round monocle on his left eye socket. It was so cool that Ryan almost cried out loud and called him a younger version of Amon. If there was no system prompt, Ryan would never know that the monocle was actually a passive magic weapon. It was immobilized with eagle eyes and perspective. In short, as long as he paid attention to the focus of his sight, he could see the test paper of any candidate in the room. He even had enough time to carefully compare the answers of each candidate and then choose the one he thought was most appropriate to copy. Actually, judging from the fluctuations of magic power on him, this guy can definitely be ranked in the top 3 this year. The bad thing was that his perception seemed to be a little too high. While looking around, he actually caught a glimpse of the legendary fire bat that was hiding in the shadow of the corner, and completely blending into the environment. It's really like staring at each other. Ryan could see with his own eyes that the boy's face was turning pale, probably realizing that everything was irreversible. The boy's face was full of shame. He suddenly stood up, put his hands on the trouser line, and bowed hard in the direction of the legendary fire bat. I'm very sorry. This is all caused by my greed and ignorance. I am willing to bear any punishment. His sudden remark startled the candidates nearby. Just now a suicide truck successfully caused trouble. How come someone blew themselves up again? He is not from the Duke's family. As soon as the examinees began to discuss, Tang Si, who was sitting at the top of the class, shouted, "Silence!" Suddenly the commotion died down. Over there, looking at the young man in white clothes, who was bending over and unable to get up, Ryan whispered, "It's okay. You can go back. Take care of yourself in the future." "Yes." The young man strode away with shame on his face. About 40 minutes later, the first person to hand in his paper showed up. He was the thin boy wearing the wizard robe of the Sandro family. The moment he handed in the paper, tears burst out of his eyes like a dam breaking. As he walked out of the examination room dejectedly, a voice sounded in his ears. "You are the first one to hand in your paper, right?" "Yes," the boy whispered. "Then you must know all the answers." The boy responded with a sad expression, which looked like a crying cat. I just wrote my name and handed in a blank paper." Ryan was also speechless. He saw the boy flipping the pages and making a very loud sound. Isn't this the classic? You don't have to know how to answer the questions, but you must turn the pages aloud? This is called momentum. Regardless, Ryan said, "Haha. If you are willing, you will be my second registered disciple in this world." Chapter 63. It's actually you who handed in a blank paper. The boy couldn't believe his ears. He seemed to have heard the most ridiculous thing in the world. What? Is it possible that some people can pass an exam by handing in a blank paper these days? Is there some shady plot going on here? The young man was completely dumbfounded. He kept recalling his family background over and over again, but he couldn't find anything noteworthy about it. He comes from the most ordinary poor family in Lausanne province. His father died early, and now only his mother and sister are left at home to take care of a few acres of thin land. They can only eat one meal a day and have been struggling on the brink of life and death for a long time. He had no money, no connections, and the only thing he could say was that he was nominally a disciple of Master Faulas Sandro. But an anonymous disciple like him was definitely a peripheral disciple among peripheral disciples. If we have to say it, this is not zero background, but a background of natural negative. He thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure it out. "No, sir, I definitely question your decision. It's just that I don't understand," Ryan said gently through the school's voice transmission magic system. "You don't understand? That's right. If you understand, you are at least a formal magician. Now don't think about anything. Stay here and wait until the exam is over. I will reveal the answer to this exam to everyone. Yes, sir. The boy said a little timidly. My name is... Shoo. Ryan's operation made the boy unable to do anything. The boy stared at the mage tower with his eyes wide open. It's interesting when the trump card is revealed at the last moment, Ryan said wickedly. On the other side, there was a slight commotion among the crowd outside. They all saw the boy preparing to step out of the examination room. Generally speaking, the first person to hand in the paper is either extremely talented or extremely incompetent. At first people thought that the poor boy was the former. But when he suddenly stopped and seemed to be listening to something, a frightened guard came over, brought him a chair, and asked him to sit near the door. These actions made the boy's identity suddenly intriguing. In the crowd, Master Famet frowned and asked, You are not allowed to leave early after the exam? Ganis shook his head. In that case, the one delivering the message would not be Master Tesla himself, but a familiar. Or he could just let the horror guard stand at the door. And that would be it. Famet sighed. I was mistaken. I thought it was the offspring of those families. Although the Dharma ending age has completely cut off the inheritance of magicians, it does not mean that the magicians' bloodlines have all been cut off. After a short period of panic, various countries rushed to protect the surviving descendants of wizards, and allowed them to intermarry in order to rebuild the magical civilization. 100 years passed, and with no new wizards appearing, the rulers of various countries became somewhat slack. But the marriages between wizard families continue. In the kingdom of Cervantes, almost all the descendants of such wizard families are here today. If the poor boy was the one chosen, even if it was only one of the three, it would undoubtedly surprise everyone. However, the development of the situation seems to be beyond the expectations of all the audience. An hour passed quickly amid the audience's boasting and chattering. Down stood up and announced loudly, Time is up. Everyone stopped writing. The candidates stopped writing consciously. But of course, it is possible that some of them thought that Downs did not notice, and continued to write quickly in an attempt to get a higher score. No one knows the answer to most of the questions. There are always people who try to write down the answers in order to see if they can get a higher score, and pray for the approval of the great master. At this moment, the sound of the guard's orderly footsteps made all the candidates dare not move. The boy with a blank paper, who received instructions, also returned to his examination table. Strangely, these magical constructs gave each candidate a wooden basin. Then, on the mage tower, the pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through time and space, and see through everything, appeared out of thin air again. A projection that was 400 meters wide and 100 meters high suddenly appeared in the void in front of the mage tower, causing the onlookers to exclaim, Look! The Grand Master's methods are indeed powerful. Is this the omnipotent legendary wizard? This huge projection that looks like a mirage is divided into 4 parallel screens. The resolution is so high that you can clearly see the expressions on each candidate's face from multiple angles. Ryan's loud voice echoed in the sky. The results will be announced now. All candidates, please put your test papers in the basin beside you. After the candidates did as they were told, water balls suddenly fell from the sky. These water balls swayed down like balloons and fell into the basin. This extraordinary method caused a series of low cries of surprise. Wait, can this white linen paper still be used after being soaked in water? Master Famet exclaimed. Ganis suddenly thought of something, and a drop of cold sweat the size of a soybean slid down his cheek. No. What we see may not be true. The test papers that the examinees had worked so hard to answer, the words on them just melted away in front of me. Their hearts also broke synchronously. Broke. They simply couldn't believe their eyes. But due to the terrifying pressure from the legendary wizard, no one dared to raise any objections. Ryan's voice came from the sky again, compared with a previous majestic voice. This time, there seemed to be a hint of cunning in his voice. If anyone has any words on their papers, please hold them up high. Give me a shit. White linen paper is not waterproof, and the ink on the feather pen is all soluble in water, let alone soaking it in water for such a short time. Even if you leave it like this, the writing will not dry out and will easily dissolve. More than 80 candidates were struck by lightning. Their whole bodies were shaking, their lips moving non-stop. They simply could not accept that, after several days of intensive review and an hour of racking their brains, they finally came to such a result. Finally, a young man with a prominent status and well-dressed clothes raised his hand high. Candidate number 38 requests to speak. You ask? The pair of eyes in midair flashed with wisdom mixed with cunning. The white linen paper soaked in water has ruined all our answer sheets. Is there any point in taking such an exam? He asked loudly and courageously. Ryan had obviously expected someone to ask this question that everyone was concerned about. He smiled gently and said, "Who told you that your test paper is made of white linen paper? Pick it up and take a look." The unwilling candidates quickly reached into the basin and fished out the test papers. "Ah! It's so cold. This is..." The questions on the test paper were still there, but the answers written in ink had long since melted away. The only difference was the material of the test paper. In the sky, the pair of eyes that represent the highest level of magic today seemed to be sneering. This is paper made of ice dragon skin. You can also call it dragon skin paper. In the examination room, I have specially opened all the channels to the elemental world. Unless you can intentionally or unintentionally borrow the power of elements to answer, no one can leave a single word on these dragon skin papers. The answer was revealed, and the whole world was shocked. This is too outrageous. Not to mention the candidates and ordinary audiences. Even a wise man like Ganis, who has lived for more than 200 years, and is knowledgeable and experienced, could hardly accept this fact. Before the Dharma-ending age, ordinary magic apprentice exams would at most test whether the candidate had elemental affinity. Yes, then pass. If the school has strong affinity, then it means the college has found a treasure. How can there be such a perverted exam? Ganis knew very well that an adult white dragon was in existence that only high-level professionals could contend with. Adventurers of level 5 or below in the Adventure Association could not even scratch the skin of a white dragon. Even if the dragon's skin is processed, its resistance to elements is greatly reduced. When it comes to infecting dragon skin paper with elements, it is not something that elite candidates in the traditional sense can do. Then don't blame the candidates for handing in blank papers. Wait, is it really possible for someone to leave words on such an outrageous paper? Count Ramonk and the other nobles watching the ceremony asked the same question. Impossible? At this moment, Ryan's voice echoed in the air again. Whoever can leave handwriting on the dragon skin paper, please raise your test paper. Finally, a thin candidate among the 88 candidates raised his test paper tremblingly. Ryan specifically gave a close-up of the boy's paper. And surprisingly, there was nothing written on it except his name. God damn. I passed the exam with a blank paper. No. Is this really a blank paper? Ryan said gently. Young man, tell everyone. What is your name? The boy received the greatest encouragement in his life. He repeatedly shook the test paper covered with water droplets with trembling hands, and said to everyone, to the audience, who might be from the same hometown as him, with an extremely excited trembling voice, Harry Winston. Chapter 64, Returning Home in Glory. How can one travel at night in his splendid attire? Is it envy? Is it jealousy? Is it disdain? Is it resentment? Thousands of eyes, thousands of different emotions, and millions of hearts are focused on the same thin boy. Looking around, feeling everyone's gazes, Harry was not used to the feeling of being the center of attention. He felt a little excited and a little nervous. He had no idea what expression he should use to face everyone. At this time, a noble boy who was obviously born into a noble family stepped forward and shook Harry's hand. Congratulations, Mr. Winston. You are? Harry was a little confused. He didn't know the other person. Blanc Lozon. The fair-skinned young man showed his white teeth, which seemed to complement his fitted white suit with gold trim. With him as the leader, more candidates of noble status gathered around and congratulated Harry. What a happy picture. Master Famet was deeply moved by this scene. Sure enough, even if they are not the eldest son, no noble son is a good person. If I can't become a magic apprentice, can't I win over the novice, who is about to become a high-level wizard? Realizing that he had no hope of promotion, the nobleman immediately switched to Plan B. But that's a story for later. Ganis breathed a sigh of relief. That adult really saw through everything. Famet, what do you mean? Of course, he can recruit as many apprentices as he likes. But the result is that he will no longer have the support of the nobles, or even the entire kingdom. It will be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find an apprentice of this caliber next time. He held such a fair and just examination very beautifully. I can already foresee the grand occasion when he recruits apprentices next time. Is Master Tesla picky about his disciples? Really picky. But he made a good choice, since it was announced early on that he would only accept 3 disciples at most this time. How could he convince others if the new disciples were not so extraordinary? What does it mean to pick one out of 1,000? This is, on the other hand, Magic may have no borders, but magicians have nationalities. After the apprentice has completed his studies, he must be released. We can't afford a legendary wizard, let alone a high-level or even a master-level wizard. That will be a feast for all countries. It was because we figured this out early on that the whole country cooperated. As for whether other countries will cooperate, it depends on the quality of the second apprentice of Master Tesla. Congratulations from strangers always have an end. After learning that the Grand Master would only accept one disciple this time, the crowd finally began to disperse under the guidance of Count Ramont's men. There is no doubt that this unique examination for recruiting disciples, which is of interest to outsiders but important to insiders, will become the talk of the entire kingdom and even the entire human world in the next few months. The bards no longer had to worry about lack of new themes. The noise and bustle were far away from the wizard tower, and there were no outsiders around. Harry looked at his senior brother a little awkwardly, and from time to time, he looked up at the pair of wizards' eyes full of mystery in the air. Harry plucked up the courage to greet. Mr. Tesla? Ryan, calling me by my last name is too strange. I've thought about it. You are all my registered disciples now, so you should all call me Master from now on. Yes, Master, the two young men said in unison. Harry, is there anyone else in your family? I have a mother and a younger sister, and our family has a few acres of land. We fled here 10 years ago and have no other relatives in Lausanne. Harry answered truthfully. Ryan thought, if Harry's family is left alone, Harry will most likely be exploited or even threatened. During the Three Kingdoms period, Su Shu's old mother was arrested, which gave rise to the story of being in Chao's camp, but his heart was with Han. It is so easy for a group of old bastards to control a young man from a poor family with a promising future. Ryan checked the system and found that there was a setting called janitorial worker. He hesitated for a moment and said, Towns, please bring Harry's mother and sister over as soon as possible. Let them farm in the valley in the future. Downs was stunned for a moment. His situation was different from Harry's. Both his parents were dead, and he had no family property. The most valuable thing he had was the armor. If he was well fed, his whole family would not be hungry. Since his junior fellow apprentice is in trouble now, it is his duty, as the senior apprentice, to help. Junior brother, I'll leave this matter to you. Your senior brother. Yes, Master. I don't have anything that can be used as a gift for becoming a disciple. Ryan didn't care and said with a hearty smile, when you have the ability in the future, you can make up for it for me. Your master. More than 100 kilometers away, on the plain southwest of Lausanne City. This is a rural village that can be found everywhere in the human world. It is not a prosperous place, with only a few pedestrians on the village main street. In this small village with only 300 or 400 people, it is typical that good news does not travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. A group of half-grown children were surrounding a little girl of 11 or 12 years old and teasing her. Ha ha ha! Your stupid brother is dead. His master has been killed by Master Tesla's apprentice. Quixote! Perhaps your brother was also angered by the Archmage, and was killed as well. Ha 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 ha! Children who have nothing to do are unlikely to know what property means. They just instinctively seek fun. The little girl who was bullied was wearing a patched linen dress. She was so angry that her face turned red. She argued, No! My brother will not die. He promised me that one day he would learn magic, open a flying gate, and take me and my mother to the magic world to enjoy happiness. Her rebuttal, naturally, was met with even greater malicious ridicule. Ha ha ha! A magician. He's been studying with Sandro for more than half a year. What has he learned? I heard that rubbish Harry didn't learn any magic at all. Ha ha ha! The girl wailed. You lied to me. You are all big liars. My brother will really come back and use magic to beat you all up. The girl's crying attracted the attention of a middle-aged woman. When she found out that it was her own child who was bullied again, she was heartbroken. She didn't dare beat those naughty little bastards. She just took her daughter away, who knew that those little bastards would become more and more excited the more they cursed. Your Harry is trash. When he runs out of money, he'll sell you all out. Ha ha ha. Not only the little kids were laughing, but many adults, who had just returned from working in the fields, also joined in the laughter. Just then, they suddenly heard a strange flapping sound in the sky. Following the sound, all the villagers, young and old, regardless of gender, were dumbfounded. What a beautiful Pegasus this is! It shines with colorful light all over. Holy and beautiful. That beautiful appearance looks like the Mount of the Angels in the huge murals of the churches of the major good camps. On the saddle, there were 2 young men, one tall and one short, wearing wizard robes. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the girl suddenly discovered a familiar face on the back seat of the horse. "Brother!" the girl shouted with joy. "Brother! That's my brother Harry." "Ha ha ha! Are you stupid? My brother is already a wizard." Through Lai Fu's vision, Ryan was very satisfied with the reactions of those rustic villagers. He smiled and said, "How can you travel in the night, wearing splendid attire, after returning home in glory?" Chapter 65 is a good summary. Don't summarize it next time. The divine horse that controls the wind bowl was about to reach adulthood and fully grew up in a few months. Perhaps this was inseparable from the abundant magical power in a certain mysterious valley. Of course, the adult Yufeng has a much worse temper. At first, Bowl didn't want to carry Harry because he didn't like his kindness, and he was too heavy. Downs tried to persuade him, and even offered him a bunch of carrots and delicious food. And Yufeng reluctantly agreed to carry 2 people on one horse. As soon as the wind-controlling divine horse appears, the effect is naturally outstanding. Not to mention such a glorious flying divine horse. In this remote village, even if you send a knight to ride an ordinary horse with a good saddle and a set of gorgeous decorations, he will be sought after by the whole village. Now, it's getting fierce. This is not a torpedo bombing a fish pond. This is a nuclear bomb rain. Everyone in the village had a buzzing sound in their heads and completely lost the ability to speak. After a while, the half-grown children, who had just mocked the little girl, said nothing. "No, Harry. He actually became a wizard?" Harry turned around when he heard that, and immediately scared the brats, who were not much younger than him, into shrinking into various places, such as corners and behind trees. They then curiously poked half of their heads out, looking as if they wanted to see but were afraid to. Ignoring those guys, Towns lent a hand and helped Harry get off the horse. Harry quickly ran to his mother and sister. He had 1,000 words in his throat, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into a silly smile. "Mom, sister, I'm back." Harry's mother was over 40 years old, and her hair was completely gray, like an old lady. Her wrinkled face finally showed a hopeful smile. "Harry, have you really become a wizard?" Harry said embarrassedly. "To be precise, I participated in the apprentice assessment of the legendary wizard, His Excellency Tesla. I passed, and am now a magic apprentice under the master's name. The master was afraid that you would suffer here, so he asked the eldest brother to bring me here and take you to school." Harry then told about Ryan's arrangements. Although Harry's family was poor, they were still free people. The land was rented from a knight's fiefdom and was subject to the same tax as the whole country. 50% of the grain was paid as tax. 25% was kept for food, and 25% was kept for seeds. The problem is that the surrounding environment is not good. Monster attacks occur from time to time, and as a result, there are often additional expenses. For example, if there is a monster near the village that the militia can't deal with, the whole village will have to pool money to hire adventurers to deal with it. In fact, most farmers could not even make ends meet, and Harry's family lacked labor and could only struggle on the brink of starvation. It was not difficult to leave. Towns went to find the young Night Lord and originally wanted to pay a small amount of money as liquidated damages to cancel the land lease contract. That little Night Lord was only a level 2 adventurer, not even qualified to be Downs' vanguard. Seeing this situation, he dared not take Downs' money, since he refused to take any money no matter what. Towns had no choice but to accept this small favor. Harry's family didn't have much belongings, and the key point was that the wind horse couldn't carry so many people. Fortunately, Towns had made arrangements. As early as the Magic Apprentice assessment, the 4 passerby professionals who had worked with him in the royal capital had already rushed to the city of Vermont. Just as Towns needed help and needed someone to help him, they came to meet him. After all, they had fought together, so Towns asked them to help. The 4 of them traveled more than 100 kilometers in half a day, and even the horses were almost dead from exhaustion. They then escorted Harry's family to the city of La Mancha. This was a second shock for the villagers. This is a team of high-level adventurers. Even their own lord had to follow them and serve them. There was no other way. The giant shield warrior one happened to be the senior brother of the poor knight. Moreover, one was a direct disciple. and the other was practicing martial arts in the big square. Sometimes things are just like this. When the gap between each other's identities and status suddenly becomes huge, there is no jealousy at all, and only envy remains. As the whole village watched with envy, Harry's family left with their few belongings. It took them 2 days to reach the Mage Tower outside the city of Vermont, just when everyone was curious about how Master Tesla would arrange them. Outrageously, the entire wizard tower disappeared. This naturally caused an uproar among the people. It was Count Ramonque who stood up and announced, His Excellency the Great Mage Tesla will temporarily reclaim this space magic tower. But in February next year, he will have the tower fly outside the city of Ramonque again. And His Excellency Don Quixote still has a joint defense agreement with this city. This news made Ramen feel at ease. That is a wizard tower with amazing defensive firepower. We have good things that even Wandu doesn't have. The second piece of news the Earl announced was commissioned by the Grand Master. I will publish some laws called physics on his behalf, and leave a few exercises for the candidates taking the second apprenticeship examination in February to study. In front of a crowd of dignitaries, big businessmen and citizens, the Count showed a thin book on the universally recognized laws of magic, as well as 3 thick exercise books. Of course this thing costs money, but there are many people who are willing to spend money on this thing. Until this moment, the world was still unaware of Ryan's insidiousness. Tangsi had personally heard his master smirk when he couldn't hold it back. The original sound was, ha ha ha. It's time for you to personally experience the fear from the 5-year high school entrance examination and 3-year simulation. None of this concerned Ryan. On the other side, before entering the Mage Tower, Towns looked at the anxious Harry family and comforted them. Don't be afraid. It's just that what you are going to see next will be a little beyond your imagination. The master himself is very easy to talk to. Yeah. Harry nodded in agreement. But he found that his mother secretly held his hand, and his sister pulled the corner of his clothes. As we walked into the Mage Tower, a ball of blue light soon lit up all around us. Very soon, with just a slight shake, the scene outside the Mage Tower changed. A small valley with beautiful scenery appeared before them. If there wasn't an electric tower on the top of the nearby mountain wall that occasionally emitted dazzling lightning hundreds of meters long, and if there wasn't a lighthouse that swept colorful rainbow light across half of the valley, it would look no different from an ordinary hidden valley. Outside the main entrance of the Mage Tower, a young man in a purple-blue robe with gold edges was waiting for them with a smile on his face. Before Harry could react, he saw his senior brother come forward, not caring about the dirt on the grass under his feet, and bowed deeply in front of him. Greetings, Master. When Harry heard this, he was stunned. Master? This handsome black-haired man is my master? Very young. What's even more amazing is that my ignorant sister actually whispered at a volume of 70 decibels at this time. Isn't he one of those half-elf monsters who looks young but is actually hundreds of years old? Big sister, make some trouble. Harry was so frightened that he almost died. Instinctively, he and his mother pressed the back of his sister's head and bowed deeply to apologize. Harry and his mother said in unison, My sister, the little girl, is ignorant. Please don't blame her. Your Excellency the Grand Wizard. No problem. Ryan tried hard not to let the cross veins on his head pop out. He complained in his heart and explained with the airs of a master, I am really a young man. I know so much only because I stand on the shoulders of giants. Of course, the 3 of them didn't understand what standing on the shoulders of giants meant. But this didn't prevent a feeling of awe from welling up in their hearts. Ryan casually designated a piece of wasteland for Harry's mother and sister to take care of. From then on, they would work as janitors and be responsible for the food supply of this elementary school. Land reclamation is originally a difficult task, and the heaviest work here is done by the horror guards. If anyone knew that a certain outrageous wizard actually asked the horror guards, which cost more than 5,000 gold coins each, to plow the fields, even the wizards would probably scold that person for being a spendthrift. Hey, I never feel sad to use the things I picked up. After settling his family, Harry found Towns and asked secretly, Big brother, will the master's teaching be very strict? Tangsi touched his chin and recalled, It's normal not to understand what the master taught. Just understand as much as you can. Except for the occasional life-threatening situation. The master was kind most of the time. Occasionally life-threatening? The junior brother's face turned pale in an instant. They didn't know that Ryan, who happened to see this scene on the screen, was already furious. Shit, apprentice. Good summary. Don't summarize next time. Chapter 66 skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 67 is the second disciple going to be failed. Looking away, Ryan began to worry about another thing. How should he train his second apprentice? After spending a long time together, through the tireless destruction teaching people system, he can now see the attributes of his eldest disciple Tang-Si more clearly. Through Town's six-dimensional radar chart, we can see that it is no exaggeration to say that Towns is a real hexagonal wizard. His so-called physical weakness depends on who he is compared with. Compared with his knight apprentice friend, his strength and physique are really not outstanding. But in the field of mages, his physique is absolutely top-notch. In terms of magic, except for necromancy, he is proficient in almost all of them, and has no so-called shortcomings. With these numbers and attributes, if it were on Earth, it would be absolutely unreasonable not to give him the title of Kingdom's Destroyer Dragon. The only problem is that Downs' intelligence attribute is a bit distorted. The system describes it so seriously. His thinking mode is different from that of ordinary people. And he is not an orthodox magic research talent. Sometimes Ryan was also impressed by the fact that the system could play spring and autumn style for him. Translated into human language, the above description is like a husky in the magic world, with high intelligence, but with strange thoughts. Compared to Towns, Harry's basic attributes have not yet been determined, and can only be estimated through the radar chart. Well, this is very mage-like. Strength, agility, and constitution are poor, intelligence, perception, and charisma are maxed out. This is also reflected in his body shape. Towns has grown taller recently, and looks tall and thin. It is estimated that his height will be at least 1.9 meters in the future. Harry's shortness and thinness are visible to the naked eye. In terms of the magic potential of the 8 series, the other 7 series are mediocre, and only one series has a potential that directly breaks through the upper limit of the radar chart. What's hateful is that, perhaps due to insufficient understanding, the system shows that it is? This made Ryan a little confused. Who would have thought that Harry was such a genius, who only specialized in one of his 7 areas? Never mind. I'll try to teach him the same way I taught Downs. If he can do it, that's great. But if he can't, we can still connect to the physical network and let him be a tower guard mage in the school. When Ryan thought of the skinny and short Harry shouting as long as the man is there, the tower will be there to the enemy. The scene made him feel drunk just thinking about it. It took 2 days to settle Harry's family, and on the 3rd day, class has finally officially started. The time has not come yet, and Ryan has not arrived yet. Harry? He looked at Tang-Si, who was sitting next to him in confusion, and said, "Brother, you are already a high-level magician. Why are you still attending the basic magic apprentice class with me?" Tang-Si disagreed. "Alas, you don't understand. I didn't understand these lessons at the beginning. But Master's lessons sound simple. But if you listen carefully, they are extremely profound. Even if I listen to them again, I often have new insights and comprehend new magic." Harry was shocked. "There is such a thing?" Tang-Si said seriously. "Master has emphasized countless times that a master can only lead you to the door. But it's up to you to understand it. So you must remember that if you don't understand what Master teaches you, or can't learn magic, it's not Master's fault. It's because you are too stupid and your understanding is too low." Harry was overjoyed and bowed solemnly to his senior brother. "I understand." Senior brother? A certain master had no idea that his beloved second disciple, who had never attended a single class, had been led astray by his eldest disciple. The class finally started, and Ryan, as usual, seriously folded his armor. "Harry, exist. Your talents are different from your senior brother's. He is more well-rounded, while you are a bit of a mediocre person. I can see that you are only good at one subject, and you are just mediocre in other areas." "Ah, then the direction of my efforts is..." Harry was shocked. "Do not ask. Even if I'm your master, I don't know what your specialty is. I, Lay, may not understand teaching, but I know how to fool people." The expression and temperament of the legendary master surnamed Lay immediately became unfathomable. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through a person's fate, his past and future. His deep voice seemed to have magical power. You can only know your own limits by constantly and carefully testing and exploring. And then you can know your own strengths. The person who knows a person best is always himself. Little Harry was in awe. "Master, I understand. Begin teaching." Ryan still teaches junior high school physics principles. Unlike Downs, A genius whose thoughts were prone to deviation, but who could always find a new way. Harry's behavior was much more normal. He was like a studious junior high school student, who could more or less understand Professor Ryan's laws of physics, and could even raise questions and give feedback on many principles and problems. But the most feared but has come after teaching lever balance conditions. Next is law of inertia, Archimedes' theorem. For 7 consecutive days, Harry didn't figure out a single spell. Even though Ryan tried to comfort Harry from time to time, Harry was really anxious. He found Tanksy privately. Brother, I remembered when I was studying under Master Sandro. He asked me to experience and feel the power in my body. But I really can't feel it. What should I do? Towns was also confused. No. Can't you feel the magic of so many elements? Look. This side is fire. And that side is wind. Towns pointed around. And poor Harry was like an ordinary person without the third eye, unable to see a single element. Harry was really anxious. Downs saw his anxiety and wanted to comfort him. But Harry said, "If I don't understand any magic, will my master drive me away? What about my mother and sister?" It was true that his mother and sister were farming now. Farming here was far different from farming outside. Ryan didn't charge them rent, and the harvest from the land was only enough to feed 5 people. Harry's mother estimated that this would mean only collecting about 20% tax, and there would be no need to worry about issues such as security and temporary tax increases. Such a good lord cannot be found anywhere in the world. Harry really wanted to master magic, become a formal wizard, and finally stay. His anxiety also showed in the classroom. On the 8th day, Harry brought it up when Ryan was teaching law of refraction. "Master, you have been teaching science and physics. But what do these have to do with magic?" "That's a good question. Ryan himself doesn't know. He is now a wizard who can cast spells. Where did he get his magic?" Most of the magic was shared by him from his own disciple. A few of the magic was demonstrated by him in physics experiments. And then the world nonsensically recognized it as magic. If you had to explain what the profound connection between physics theory and magic was, or how it was achieved by calling upon the elements, Ryan himself couldn't tell. Don't ask Towns. That funny guy Towns is just an unreasonable weirdo. If you talk to him, he will only tell you I thought about it. And then I did it. The pressure came to the master. Ryan first cleared his throat tactically, then pretended to be profound. Since the collapse of the magic network in this world 100 years ago, there is no simple, unified way to use magic in the world. You have to forget the legend of the magic network and connect with the elemental power of this world. Therefore, every spellcaster has different ways and habits of using magic, and you have to explore it yourself. Towns was about to say, "Don't we still have the physical network?" Before he could finish his words, Ryan glanced at him with a sharp look, and he dared not speak. Harry was a little upset, but, "Master, I don't believe I can do it anymore." Ryan wailed in his heart, "It's over. It's over. I'm afraid the second apprentice is going to fail me. After trying so many laws of physics, he didn't come up with a single magic trick. Could it be that the 1 in 8 probability is right? Could it be that he is good at necromancy? Oh my god! When it comes to necromancy and physics, the only thing I can think of is the cliché Newton's coffin lid can't hold it down." On the surface, Ryan's expression softened. "Harry, you cannot believe in yourself. But you believe in the master?" Little Harry nodded with an expression that looked like he was about to cry. "I believe it. I picked you out of 3,000 candidates who claim to have magical talent. If you don't believe in yourself, you should at least believe in me, who has always believed in you." This was a bit confusing, but after Harry understood it, he suddenly felt strong again. "Yes. Why shouldn't I believe in the most powerful legendary wizard in the world?" Harry said. "I'm not as smart as my brother. Master, is there any spellcasting gesture that can help me cast magic?" Seriously, this legendary wizard doesn't even know how to use spellcasting gestures. Ryan was speechless. The spellcasting gesture is not necessary, as long as it helps your mind communicate with the elements and arcane forces. "You can use it," Harry said shyly. "Master, then just teach one at random." Ryan was a little annoyed and a little funny, with the mentality that this stupid apprentice would be a failure in his hands. He taught him nonsense. He posed like a primary school student raising his hands, with his left forearm parallel to the ground and his right forearm straight up, forming an inverted L shape, and jokingly said, "You can shoot anything you want, and you can also pronounce it by ubu." By Ubia? Yes. How do you feel now? Do you feel like wanting to come? Harry grimaced. No. Towns was anxious. Look. When I heard this, I wanted to shoot something. Towns is the kind of wizard with explosive perception. Sometimes his mind cannot distinguish between simulation and reality. When he really did this, he actually missed, and 3 purple-blue magic missiles were shot out. Everything happened so fast that Ryan didn't even have time to stop it. At the critical moment, 3 short and quick bias sounds suddenly came from the classroom. Harry just made a pose of Superman releasing a dynamic death ray, and a huge translucent light shield shattered the magic missile. The system prompts a pop-up window immediately. Congratulations to the host for discovering that the disciple Harry Winston's specialized magic is protection. Huh? No way. Is this even possible? On this day, Ryan didn't know that in the future, a new type of protective magic called I Will Defend Your Doorstep would appear on the continent of chaos. Chapter 68. 2 negatives equal a positive? Magic Extra. Good news. Good news. The second disciple of the legendary wizard can use magic now. Bad news. Bad news. Harry only knows abjuration magic. For several days, Harry's magical studies progressed rapidly. He learned a total of Level 1 Spirit Armor and Shield, Level 2 Resist Energy Damage, Enhanced Resistance and Protection from Arrows, and even Level 3 Reverse Explosion and Reverse Arrow, which could reflect both types of attacks from the opponent. Harry was able to fight back somewhat. If we have to count according to the standards of ancient magicians, Harry is definitely a formal wizard in the true sense of the word. Harry himself was very happy. Even though he only knew one branch of magic, he was not ashamed of it. Instead, he was proud of it. He even had time to show off to his family. Everyone has a different worldview and different standards of life and study. In Harry's opinion, it was already a remarkable thing that he had learned so much magic in such a short time. Compared with Towns, there is a big gap. Ryan is a pain in the ass. You are the worst class I have ever taught. This hacking title has been successfully passed from Towns to Harry. Harry was not as fast as Towns in casting magic, but that was fine. What really frightened Ryan, the master, was that Harry could not cast a single magic spell unless he made those eye-catching poses and cast by Ubia spells. Do not ask. The question is, isn't this the casting gesture and magic activation spell that you taught me? Master? Ryan kept questioning himself. Did I do something wrong in my past life? Why are all my disciples weird? Can anyone who plays Dynamic Death Light all day be a serious person? Apart from the main character, Dynamic Superman, they are either some abominable little brat with a sloppy painting style who thinks exposing himself is fun all day long, or they are some good-looking anchor in the live broadcast room before the time travel, who would do the dynamic light wave or a big pendulum if given a little reward. Ryan was very angry. After teaching for half a month, Ryan was cured of the terminal illness of low blood pressure that he had been suffering from for many years. That day, Ryan finally quit his job. The path of physics requires balance. There has never been a single theory that can be applied to everything in the world. Every phenomenon. There will be no classes for the next 7 days. Harry, think carefully. Can you rely on only one approach? Harry was lectured by his master and weakly replied, only defending and not attacking. I think it's actually okay. Humph. Ryan threw down the chalk and walked away. His action frightened Harry so much that he quickly asked his senior brother. Senior brother Downs? Does Master hate me? Tangsi scratched his head and said, it shouldn't be that serious. Master is just harsh in words, but soft in heart. He is actually doing this for your own good. Harry was so anxious that he almost cried. Then how should I understand what Master said? Master's words are always full of mysteries. Sometimes his words can only be understood literally. And sometimes you have to figure it out on your own. Anyway, you have to come up with more solutions without misunderstanding his words. Tang Si imparted his experience in a serious manner. The point is, Harry believed in his so-called experience, which often leads people astray. For example, just like what happened just now. Master told you not to just defend but not attack. Why don't you learn some offensive magic? Harry was anxious again, but I only want to defend myself. Since I was a child, what I wanted most was to learn magic to protect myself and my family. Before, when I was with Master Sandro, no matter how the master beat me or scolded me, I would never fight back. If Ryan heard this, he would know that the child was not grown up properly and had serious post-traumatic stress disorder. Unfortunately, Ryan was so angry that he failed to use live food to peek at the screen this time. As a result, what is supposed to be crooked will always be crooked. Down said something inexplicably. Then can't you practice some magic that can be both defensive and offensive? For example, forcing the opponent to hit you, so that you can fight back with peace of mind? When Harry, who was in great distress, heard this, his eyes sparkled, and he seemed to be brought into a whole new world. Yes. Why not? If I can't get over the hurdle in my heart, then I'll just let the enemies fall into my defense world. Isn't that enough? This time, Towns thought he had fulfilled his duties as the eldest senior brother. He had no idea what kind of Pandora's box he had opened. The two apprentices were free. But Ryan unexpectedly was not free. He felt a strange palpitation for no apparent reason. At first, he thought it was an illusion until he saw the prompt from the system. It's better not to watch it. But once you watch it, you will feel uncomfortable for the whole day. Host. Your apprentice Harry was inspired by his senior brother Downs and created a new school of magic, hiding attack and defense. From now on, all of Harry's protective magic will have an unknown additional skill effect. What the hell is this? Is it just the protective magic that is mutated? Is there nothing about other types of magic? Any other magic department will do. Ryan was itching to do something, but he didn't know what was going on with his apprentice. In this case, it's pointless to ask. At one point, even the apprentice himself didn't know what had happened to his magic system. If Towns is at least an SSR, then Harry is like jumping back and forth between R, SR and SSR cards, challenging Ryan's psychological endurance limit. Regardless of how their master, Ryan lamented that he felt like he had drawn the wrong card pool in a mobile card drawing game. After the two of them solved their immediate problems, they actually had some free time. After lunch, the two of them, along with Harry's sister Anne, gathered together to chat. Harry, big brother, you've already ridden the wind-controlling horse. I'm a little curious. What kind of mount does Master ride? Why haven't I seen it before? Tangsi said disdainfully. Hey, Master knows space teleportation magic. Not to mention Chaos Continent. Is there any place in the major planes that he can't go to? He must have his reasons for staying in this valley. A teacher, I can't dive into ice water. And I can't teleport myself. Is this a reason? The two siblings were impressed by Ryan's prowess. And Sister Annie was extremely curious. The great wizard must have his own mount. Right? Towns fell into reminiscence. In fact, when I rescued Bowl, I also mentioned that I wanted to give Bowl to my master. But my master didn't want it. A certain master. Is there a possibility that I am not kind enough and cannot afford it? No. Harry was puzzled. What was Mr. Tesla thinking if he didn't even want such a majestic mount as the wind steed? Tangsi scratched his head and said, Yes. Master said at the beginning that if he had to ride, he would ride in a BMW. What BMW? Harry and his sister were completely curious. In their imagination, the colorful white horse was the best horse. Even Barbarossa's Pegasus was not necessarily better than him. Town said with a bitter face, I am very stupid. I often don't understand what the master said. The master said that the advantages of BMW are faster speed, seat belts, and it doesn't lose temper like Bowl. On this day, two more ignorant boys and girls were implanted with the strange concept that BMW was very powerful. Chapter 69, Jedi? No. This is on the ruins of a house that had collapsed to the point where only the triangular structure of the roof remained. A brown-haired boy and a black curly-haired boy stood at each corner. He let the strong wind blow through the space between them, listened to the rustling sound of the corners of his robe, and waited for an order. Not far away, Ryan, who was also wearing a robe but sitting cross-legged, watched Towns and Harry preparing for the competition with a smile on his face. If he had a goatee, he would definitely touch it to show off his non-existent immortal spirit. Ryan said loudly, when fellow disciples compete, we should stop when we reach a certain point and avoid hurting each other's feelings. Understood. The two teenagers answered in unison. They both clasped their hands together and bowed. Brother, please teach me. Junior brother, please let me go. Some people may ask, isn't this a magic competition? Isn't this style of painting wrong? The time traveler named Lay said that since God had sent him to revive the magic civilization, he had to speak his mind and do some cultural output, so that all future wizards in this world will have their styles DNA messed up. Ryan raised his right hand into a knife-like gesture and swung it down fiercely. A purple-blue flag fell from the sky and was inserted into the abandoned eaves between the two people. Then the flag turned into dissipated lightning, exploded on the spot, and disappeared in the wind. Start. This is the latest version of the teaching without tire system, which is an upgraded and updated exchange system. In the past, Lay seemed to be embarrassed to give Towns the beating of love because of his status as a master. In fact, before the campus network came out, if Ryan did not use the system, he would be defeated by Towns in minutes. Moreover, he only has one disciple, Tangs, and he has no rivals to compete with. Now it's good. I have Harry as my junior brother. A week later, not counting Harry's serious imbalance in his studies, after Harry mastered more than 3 level 4 protective spells, he had become a high-level wizard by the standards of the old era. Towns couldn't bear it any longer and proposed a competition. As soon as this guy opened his mouth, the system was upgraded. The principle of the competition system is very simple. As long as the disciples are competing within the school, the system will strictly monitor the physical and spiritual state of both parties during the competition. Once one party is seriously injured, or Ryan, who is hosting the competition, feels that something is wrong, he can immediately cut off the space connection within the entire competition venue, isolating the disciples from continuing to mobilize elements from the elemental plane, thereby minimizing the power of magic. The rest depends on the referee's skill. Originally, Downs had secretly wondered whether his master would think he was bullying the weak. Unexpectedly, Ryan approved the competition with the words practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Harry was also eager to try. Now it's good. Ryan just announced the start. Downs was indeed the Kingdom Destroyer dragon in Ryan's mind. Almost at the moment Ryan swung his arm, the sky changed color, and thick dark clouds instantly gathered in the small space of 100 square meters above their heads. Because the clouds were so dense, it gave the illusion that the body of this thing was actually a sesame bun. Several bolts of lightning struck Harry's head and exploded less than 2 meters above his head, with several loud bangs. Harry's sister Anne, who came to watch the fight, was so frightened that she crouched down with her head in her hands. She couldn't help but look to see if her brother had been blown to pieces or his body was burnt black. Amidst a series of bayubiubia sounds that made a certain master feel hacked up, an egg-shaped blue shield was opened, and lightning struck the shield and deflected away. The purple-blue electric light opened several large holes in the ruins of the house, where only the roof was left. Bricks and tiles that were blown into pieces fell like hail on the wasteland farther away, and for a moment, a chaotic sound filled the world. Harry on the left side of Ryan's vision did not just take the beating. After his senior brother launched the first attack, Harry perfectly applied the law of refraction he had learned. It was not accurate at first, but after 3 or 4 lightning strikes, Harry finally adjusted the angle and performed a perfect reverse explosion. Even though Towns had guessed it long ago and had seen what his junior did, he was still shocked when he saw the lightning that struck the ground vertically suddenly refract 90 degrees and blast back in front of him. He also held up the shield and got through it. Bang! Cough, cough, cough. Lightning flashed everywhere, causing brick and tile fragments to fly everywhere, and some of the dust was rolled back, which made Towns very uncomfortable. Tangsi frowned. First changed to the level 3 magic fire arrow, and then to the level 3 magic ice spear. Without exception, they were all reflected back to Harry, causing Towns to become flustered and almost want to curse. Towns stopped, and as soon as he stopped, the whole scene became quiet. Brother, why don't you attack? Junior brother, my random attack will rebound and kill me in a minute. Do you think I'm stupid if I still attack? The situation suddenly became awkward. If this is a professional boxing match, the referee can naturally judge one party to be in a passive competition and let him attack. If he does not attack, he will be deducted points. Ryan couldn't do that. The unserious master smiled evilly and said, Harry, if you can't learn other magic in your life, you can try the taunt skill. What kind of magic is this? The 2 disciples asked in unison. Alas, this is not magic. This is being a human. It's a little bit sinister. But sooner or later you will have to go out and see the world and deal with all kinds of bad guys. Just consider this as an early preview for you. Yes, they said in unison. Listen carefully. Ryan Tactics cleared his throat and spoke. Shugo, can you do it? If you're a man, face it head on. No way. No way. No way. You really don't dare to attack me. Ryan's output is fast and varied. And he can also hit chickens with great accuracy. For the first time in their lives, the two disciples felt their worldviews explode. In their minds, the master who was so powerful, mysterious, and wise could have such a sarcastic side. No! This is not the master's nature. The master just used his rich experience to teach us how to deal with those bad people, in order for us to avoid falling into the trap in the future. Master was willing to give up his master and demonstrate it to us. Master is so great. The two young men's eyes suddenly became moist. Harry asked, Master, are there any more vicious words in the world? Ryan said seriously. Of course there are. Demons and devils have blasphemous words. Not only are their curses dirty, but every note carries the attributes of curse and mental shock. They will constantly test your will, and even force you to shift your camp. If you can't stand this, you will still be killed even if you become a master. Understood. Then, Harry put his learning into practice. Then Towns glanced at his master sadly. Even though he knew Harry was reciting the text, he was still very angry for some reason. Thank you, master. Now I am really angry. Ha ha. A certain master laughed in his heart, and warned calmly, don't use the electromagnetic cannon. That thing is too powerful. If you mishandle it, my brother will end up in H.L. Towns suddenly raised his hands, and his brain seemed to be divided into several parts, working perfectly in sync. Harry was dumbfounded. The senior brother in front of him transformed into a purple electric sword with flashing lightning. In fact, up to this point, Ryan didn't feel surprised. He was just wondering if his eldest son was cosplaying as a Jedi Knight. Who knew that when the lightsaber of the Jedi Knight began to fork, the style of the painting would go awry. Just where the hilt of the electric sword should theoretically be, a fire sword suddenly appeared. And a moment later, an ice sword surrounded by frost appeared. Tangsi was sweating profusely, but he still had a smile on his face. Junior brother, I know you can switch the shield so that my elemental attack can be reflected back, but I am using 3 elements at the same time. I wonder how you will deal with it. Junior brother? Harry's face suddenly turned as pale as a deathly person, and his mind went blank. Ryan, who was watching the game nearby, looked like an emoticon stunned. As we all know, even if it is ice and fire, few men can stand it, let alone 3 attributes at the same time. What kind of Jedi is this? This is the hacking mage version of I want 3,000 lives. Ryan, whose back was soaked with cold sweat, decisively called a halt. Stop here. It's Town's victory. Chapter 70. The scum who wants to kill the small trumpet. Tangsi, please be normal. Teacher, I am really scared. Towns had been behaving relatively normally recently, so much so that Ryan had become lax and numb mentally, thinking that his eldest disciple had become much more stable after being promoted to a higher level. This is like a fat cat weighing 15 kilograms. Once the weight increases, it has to be more stable. After all, Ryan still underestimated his eldest disciple's ability to make trouble. As a spellcaster, the mage is like a cannon barrel that fires magic. He can load high explosive SH, LS, armor-piercing SH, LS, and armor-piercing SH, LS into it as he wants. But they cannot be loaded together. Otherwise there is a high probability that the barrel will explode. It is extremely difficult to cast 2 elemental magics with different attributes at the same time. Towns did a big job for Ryan without saying a word, which scared Ryan half to death. For this talented disciple of mine, Ryan looked around and saw that it was noon and the sun was shining brightly. Fortunately, otherwise something bad would have happened sooner or later. Of the 2 disciples, one was still in shock, and the other was frustrated. The way they came over waiting to be criticized was a little funny. But Ryan, who had received professional training, held it in. He comforted his second apprentice first. There is no indestructible shield or spear in the world. Everything is relative. Think about it carefully. Can you rely on protective magic alone in the future? Yes. Harry agreed and turned his concerned eyes to his senior brother. As for you. Ryan turned his eyes sharply. Do you know where you are wrong? I shouldn't have used the physical network without permission. Ryan? It was only then that Ryan caught a glimpse of the system prompt, which said that Towns had cast 2 spells using the campus network. Good job. You secretly used my cheat. Ryan was furious. He knew that the physical network managed by the system was definitely many times more secure than the demon-destroying network 100 years ago. Towns, is this your reason for using a 5G network to bully your junior, who can only use 2G data? Ryan frowned. Whether it's the physical network or the magic network from 100 years ago, this kind of magic network always has dangers that you don't understand. Otherwise, why did such a convenient magic network collapse 100 years ago? And all the mages in the world died at the same time. And the whole world entered the end of the law era? I'm sorry, Master. I was wrong. I won't punish you by temporarily prohibiting you from using the physical network. But you need to think carefully about the price you will pay for abusing the magic network and using magic beyond the capacity of your body and soul. Yes. Towns lowered his head. Harry. You too. I will give you the lowest level of access to the physical network. You can experience it to a limited extent every day. Yes. Harry nodded in agreement. Ryan walked away with his hands behind his back. And Annie ran to help her mother cook. Only Towns and Harry were left looking at each other. Brother. What did you just do? Tangsi was a little absent-minded, savoring his master's words. And for a moment, he didn't hear. What? You say it again? Harry repeated his question again. Tangsi said strangely, Don't listen to master's harsh words. As if he is very scary. Sometimes his words should be interpreted in reverse. For example, what he just said means that if we can afford the price, we should consider whether to use it or not. Huh? Is this possible? Harry seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Hey! Master really forbade me to mess around, and would have beaten me to death back then. Why did he wait until now? Tang said righteously. Harry suddenly felt that what his senior brother said made a lot of sense. He had a feeling that his senior brother was making trouble, and he couldn't help but follow the rhythm and listen. Didn't Master ask us to figure it out on our own? Aren't we figuring it out now? Tang's voice was full of temptation. Won't people go crazy if they cast 2 spells at the same time? Harry asked in a low voice. Well, I feel a little crazy. But once I get the hang of it, it seems to be acceptable. How? Master said that the temperature will automatically flow from high temperature to low temperature. Yes, that's correct. I was wondering. Junior brother, can you use a few wind element shields to trap the enemy? And then open the physical network to let the magic network help us transfer the fire element from the fire elemental realm to drown the enemy. When Harry heard this, his first reaction was that it was outrageous, and he instinctively refused. However, if you think about it carefully, it seems that it is not impossible. The protection magic he specialized in, at level 4, also included damaging spells like Fire Trap. If he focused on using protective magic to control the enemy, and then let the physical network help inject the corresponding elements in a targeted manner, then there should be some hope. Right? Harry hasn't realized yet that his senior brother is such a weirdo who both follows the rules and doesn't follow the rules. What about you, brother? What are you going to do? Well, I have a bold idea. A smile appeared on Towns's lips, which made Harry feel uneasy. Perhaps a long time later, Harry would have a stress reaction when he heard his senior brother say this. But at this point in time, he was just a 16-year-old novice wizard, and he would listen to whatever his master or senior brother said. The people in the valley didn't know that the world outside the valley had already been undercurrent, not to mention the 2 major human empires. Even other races in the kind or neutral camps have different ideas. No restrictions on race? Can we send candidates to take the exam as well? I thought there was no chance for me to learn magic systematically. Now it seems that Master Tesla has given all races a new hope. In the Dharma ending age, among the races that have cut off their mages, the races that are more likely to produce warlocks will have an advantage, such as Dragonborn, Tieflings, Elves, etc. In comparison, races like the Halflings, who lack both strong physique and natural magical talent, are very miserable. Every time they resist foreign enemies, they have to pay with their lives. Even though they were not sure whether Master Tesla could train a second apprentice, they had already sent people to escort a group of young people who had the potential to become magic apprentices to the city of Ramonk in advance. On the other side, in a palace in a certain layer of H.L., the continuous sounds of whipping and screaming became the cruelest theme in this ferocious demon palace. The walls were covered with wriggling monsters, with faces on them that looked like they were wrapped in water-soaked parchment. One couldn't see their facial features clearly, but could hear their blurred faces groaning in pain all the time. On the execution platform in the middle of the hall, a terrifying devil wrapped in iron chains was whipping a bloody and barely recognizable human being. Not long. I surrender. I surrender. No matter how depraved I am. Just give me a quick death. This man's weakness did not earn him the forgiveness he desired. After hearing a disdainful snort from the chief's seat, the chained demon strangled the poor creature to death without hesitation. His body was like a pile of garbage, thrown into a corpse disposal ditch filled with demonic insects beside the wall of the hall. At this time, a voice came from the main entrance of the hall. Dear, last time I proposed to kill Tesla's 2 disciples. What do you think about it? Chapter 71 Weird Wall of the Magic Eye. The evil throne opposite was shrouded in an indelible aura of terror, and countless wrong souls formed a small tornado, slowly and continuously rotating around the throne. After a few seconds of silence, a response finally came. Are you crazy or am I crazy? How dare you instigate me to attack 2 high-level magicians, who are protected in the Magician Tower by the legendary wizard? The sharp voice was quite neutral, making it difficult for bystanders to figure out whether the speaker was a man or a woman. The male devil at the gate was not annoyed. A genius who became a high-level wizard in just a few months is at least once in 10 years in the human world. And he might be a super genius once in 100 years. If we leave such a terrifying little guy alone, he may become an obstacle to the purgatory plan in the future. Humph. Legendary wizards are all fearless people. I'm not crazy enough to confront a legendary wizard directly. If I anger this madman who is probably from ancient times, he might drive his floating city over and crash into my magic palace. The big devil at the door sneered. Well, why don't we use irrelevant things to entangle the great wizard, and then take action? Oh! The man at the head of the hall finally seemed to be interested. Tell me about it. Even though he is a legendary wizard, he is still a powerful yet fragile guy. According to my plan, at the very least, I can hold Tesla back or even kill him. At midnight the next day, Ryan was about to go to sleep. But everything happened so suddenly. Security Department warning. Alert. Alert. An unknown entity has been discovered attempting to launch a magical attack of unknown nature against the host. A cross-space attack is about to be launched. Seeing this, Ryan's heart almost jumped into his throat. The attack will start in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. At this moment, Ryan completed several instantaneous magics, and put on layers of different styles of non-conflicting magic shields on himself. However, these shields did not bring him even a little sense of security. The strange thing was that even after the system finished counting down, the attack that brought him such a terrifying feeling still hadn't arrived. Quiet. Nothing happened. This enemy made a fatal mistake when casting a spell, and the cross-space attack spell failed to lock on to the target. The spell was seriously deviated. The caster was severely damaged. Huh? What the hell is this? The next second, Ryan felt as if someone had stuffed his head into a chime. And when the hammer came down, his ears were filled with the sound of clang. 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 He waved his hand almost instinctively. Gap Realm. A wonderful magical power spread out from his 5 fingers that were stretched to the limit. This is one of Harry's latest level 4 protective magics. When Ryan released the magic power accumulated by Physical Web, coupled with various super magic expertise, it became a powerful spell comparable to level 6 magic. In Ryan's retina, a net formed by golden light spread rapidly. This light was destroying the fluctuations in the surrounding space, forming a closed space, refusing cross-dimensional spells and abilities to enter this area with a radius of 20 meters. This is the most powerful space technique that Ryan can use. It's a pity it's useless. The other party directly invaded his spiritual sea. A strange white fog, like the dry ice used in physics experiments in middle school, spurted in with a hissing sound, easily obscuring Ryan's entire spiritual world. He was distracted and found himself in a very dangerous and strange place. He shook his head vigorously. Although Ryan knew that this was in his own spiritual world, and this action had no real meaning, psychologically doing so helped him get rid of the dizziness brought about by the other party's invasion of his spiritual sea. He immediately confirmed whether the system was still there, looking at the green subtitles that were swiping across his retina like crazy. Ryan forced a bitter smile. Not bad. However, the next moment, Ryan felt unwell. Suddenly, a wall of 4 times 4 eyeballs, a total of 16 eyeballs arranged in a square, appeared in front of him. Each of these large eyeballs had a large diameter. If they were a balloon, Ryan could sit in it as long as he squatted down. At first, these large, cloudy eyeballs were glowing with a strange brown halo, and the huge, animal-like vertical pupils were out of focus, giving Ryan the feeling of being blind. But gradually, Ryan found that the 16 eyeballs were turning their pupils towards him little by little, and the lifeless feeling disappeared without a trace, as if every big eyeball would come alive in the next second. It's definitely not a good feeling to be haunted by so many weird big eyes. Ryan felt like he was going crazy. What the hell is this? An eye demon. The eye demon is a very famous outer monster in the world of chaos. They do not belong to this world. They are simply monsters from other dimensions. Their most eye-catching feature is naturally the big eyeball. In fact, in addition to the eyeball, there is also a kind of biological tissue called eye stalk around it. Some beholders have eye stalks that are linked together like worms, while others are linked together like insects, with joint-like bends in the middle that allow them to turn in any direction at will. What was strange was that the 16 eye demons in front of him were completely naked, with only the biological structure of their eyeballs remaining. The eyeball is covered with something similar to an egg-shell, and it is this egg-shell that forces the eyeball to rotate, thus achieving a similar purpose of searching for enemies. And it seems that in order to prevent them from colliding with each other, the egg-shell allows the eyeball to move only at a limited angle. The system prompts, "Warning! Warning! Host, please give the order immediately." The opponent's eyeball will lock onto the host's spiritual core in a maximum of 10 seconds. At this time, the host will immediately have to conduct 16 extremely difficult will tests. If the test fails, the host will be permanently mentally controlled. Even if the host passes all the tests, in a maximum of 5 minutes, the wall of magic eyes will devour the host's soul and body. A terrifying warning. This time, Ryan was really panicked. Ryan Tesla, is a world-renowned legendary wizard. What the hell? He borrowed the magic of the disciples for free and stayed in the magic academy designated by the system. That's why he got the name of a great wizard. To be honest, his strength is only at the high level. He didn't even touch the edge of the master, let alone the legend. If we really consider his own strength, how could he deserve the other party to send 16 beholders to beat him? Ryan wanted to cry, but had no tears. 8, 7, 6. The system's countdown was like the death knell of hell. Ryan instinctively searched quickly for magic that could be shared with him in the physical network. Offensive magic was the first thing to be ruled out. He was not attacked physically, but mentally. Ordinary protective magic is useless. For the same reason, just as he was quickly sliding through the magic list with his mind, when the system counted down to 3, a magic came into his sight. Do not care. Try to save the situation. The next moment, an extremely huge mirror appeared in Ryan's spiritual sea. It was so bright and clear that 16 large eyeballs with fixed side angles on the opposite sides saw each other on the smooth mirror surface at the same time. The terrifying spiritual thoughts penetrated the sky above the spiritual sea in all directions, following the targets they locked onto, and attacking the other party's spiritual world. Chapter 72 ABA. Please note that Wall of Eyes itself is a 7th level conjuration magic. Just casting it face to face is enough to pose a threat to a legendary wizard. The worst beholders were at least master level monsters, and were best at using mind control spells. If you encountered this spell, unless you were a strong-willed professional like a paladin, you would be killed in a matter of minutes. When this magic is upgraded to Wall of the Demon, using the big eyeballs of Eye Demon as materials, and considering the difficulty of casting across space, this is definitely a standard level 8 magic. It is known that 9th level magic is enough to destroy the world. This mysterious attacker used level 8 magic to attack a wizard, which was a huge expense. In this situation, Ryan cast a level 3 mirror spell. To others, it was like a drowning man grabbing something and ending up grabbing an iron weight. It was extremely ridiculous, because this magic can only reflect low-level beam attacks, such as the level 2 transmutation magic Sunlight Ray. However, the magic judgment in the world of chaos is a magical version of the competition between spear and shield. To put it bluntly, it is a dispute over authority. When Ryan performed this magic in a hurry, the physical law of reflection emerged in his mind. When light is reflected, the reflected light, the incident light, and the normal are all in the same plane. The reflected light and the incident light are separated on both sides of the normal. The angle of reflection is equal to the angle of incidence. The formula becomes 3 lines are coplanar and 2 angles are equal. The images are all virtual. The object and image are mirror symmetrical axes, and the mirror surface and concave surface are applicable. To Ryan, this is a very simple law. It was just that when he silently recited it in his mind while casting the spell. With the bonus of the school's element pool, Harry's expertise in protection, and some kind of mysterious power in the valley, the sound suddenly spread, broke through the blockade of the spiritual world, and entered the vast world of Chaos World. Everything has changed. A thunderous sound began to echo throughout the valley. The trembling of the atmosphere has now turned into the howling of the wind, the scorching sun, the boiling water, and finally the roaring earth. Even the rocks gave off a deep, ancient sound, repeating in the elemental language 1,000 times over, 3 lines coplanar, 2 angles equal. This is both a repetition and a response to this passage. On the other side, in fact, the moment Ryan was attacked, Towns and Harry, who were less than 2 houses away from him, sensed it. The turbid and vicious thought tore through the space and attacked the house where the master was. This made the 2 brothers' faces change drastically. They ran out of the house one after another and wanted to get close to the master. But an invisible force burst out from the main house, sweeping across the entire valley and forcibly pressing them to the ground. It has nothing to do with magic. It is purely a spiritual suppression that makes it difficult for them to move. Master! They screamed subconsciously. At this moment, the sunlight above the valley suddenly became brighter by who knows how many times, and an extremely dazzling golden light descended from the sky, as if the rising sun was slowly descending into the valley. The original sunlight seemed as weak as a firefly in front of this light. What was reflected in everyone's eyes was a fiery red light that spanned the sky and the earth, driving away the chaotic aura that was entangled with Lord Tesla. Even though the light was so strong, there was no dazzling feeling at all. Because this is the light from which all things are born. Because this is the world recognizing the law that Ryan said and incorporating it into the law of the world. The world of law was shaken. The strong men in every corner of Chaos Continent and even in the outer planes were alarmed. They felt their hearts palpitating and tried to sense where this big event was happening. But they could only sense changes in the laws of the world and a strange nothingness. Very weird. Apart from the parties involved, no one else was aware of what was happening. No. Not even the parties involved know. When the system prompts Ryan, congratulations host. Chaos World has accepted Law of Reflection as one of the world's laws. Your mirror spell has been upgraded to a world-class law-based magic. Within this world, this spell can reflect all light-based magic attacks and mental attacks. Ryan, meow meow meow. What would it be like when a small magic rises to a height to which it does not belong? Rebound. In times the rebound. Not only did the 16 eyeballs messy charm human, hypnosis, telekinesis, fright and other stuff bounce back, but even the great dissociation thrown out by the largest eyeball in the wall of magic, when it turned from illusion to reality also bounced back. However, this great disintegration strictly abides by the law of reflection like other mental magic, and the angle of exit and the angle of incidence are consistent. As a result, after a period of reflection, these spells do not hit the magic eye wall, but cross the void and return to the caster. When 16 large eyeballs broke into the air above the valley from the illusory spiritual world, and were bombarded back by the magic they had shot out, the airspace suddenly became very lively. More than half of the colorful magic was cast at his eye, especially when the biggest eye demon also threw out a powerful magic like Death Ray. The result was doomed. Puff puff. The big eyeballs turned into devilish versions of exploding balls. As they exploded one after another, the horrible and smelly liquid balls of mental pollution and evil energy that burst out from their corpses were actually sucked back into the interspace portal that sent them there. Originally Ryan thought this was the end. No. This is just the beginning. What just happened is this. Beholder A, become an idiot. Stupid guy. Beholder B, you will all become my slaves. Then their mind control spells blasted at each other. In theory, A controls B to F, and B controls several other beholders, as their limited self-awareness is forcibly cleared by magic. This relationship of mutual mental control becomes I Demon A, I Demon F. The remaining 6 large eyeballs on the opposite side, after losing the restraints of the edge, LS that should have been the controllers, stared at each other in silence, floating stupidly in the air. This scene made Ryan a little dumbfounded. The legendary wizard squeaked tentatively, ABA ABA. The weird scene is coming. Abba! Ababa! ABA ABA ABA. This sound, which sounded like an attack of dementia, actually spread among the eye demons. They turned into tape recorders, constantly repeating the orders issued by the only intelligent being in this space. Right. If you don't understand a command, repeat it. This is the most classic reaction of someone being mind-controlled. However, the repetitive sound of ABA became a kind of spiritual pollution, which made Ryan's head hurt. Stop! Stop! He shouted loudly, and the 6 big eyeballs actually obeyed his order and stopped. The system prompt finally came. 6 beholders who have lost their self-awareness have been found. Would you like to accept them as your demon servants? Ryan said yes. The next moment, Ryan felt his head spinning. Just before he was about to lose consciousness, he only had time to yell to his 2 beloved disciples. Protect yourselves. Chapter 73 Harry's Cold Salad. Wren fluttered. So the waves. The long-term role of master, coupled with continuous surprises, made him forget the fact that he was at most a high-level wizard. His current basic attributes are comparable to those of high-level mages. With this level of skill, it would be difficult to recruit an eye-demon as a servant. Fortunately, these beholders had been brainwashed by the mysterious opponent and had little self-awareness. Now they were brainwashed again by themselves and had lost even their basic consciousness. In this regard, it was easy to control them. The only problem was that these guys were all master-level monsters, and the largest eyeball was close to the legendary level, which was converted into a challenge level of 20. Adventurers below the legendary level would be killed instantly if they encountered this kind of monsters. Under normal circumstances, the legendary wizard would not want to deal with this thing. The wizard hates monsters that attack with the mind the most. A sober and self-aware top master beholder can cause a legendary wizard to fall into the gutter in minutes. Even if these 6 big eyeballs are cut again and again, and the requirements are lowered again and again, it is still not something a high-level wizard can easily control. The disgusting memories of the eye demon's life before his death flooded into Ryan's mind like crazy, almost making his brain explode. Even though Ryan quickly asked the system to help him and filter out most of the seeds, the feeling of having to stuff 1 terabyte of seeds into a 500 gigabytes USB flash drive was still unbearable for him. His brain was constantly filtering and compressing the other party's information. Unfortunately, as long as his consciousness touched any memory of the eye demon, he would accidentally click in and read the terrible things inside. Ryan is temporarily useless. What's hateful is that at this critical moment, the mysterious attacker hasn't stopped his attack. No, this should have stopped. Maybe this is what Rousseau means. The 2 portals were suddenly connected to the valley according to the established procedure. When the first portal opened, Towns and Harry were stunned. What kind of monster is this? The main body of this thing is a soft spore-like sphere, much like a giant brain. 2 huge octopus-like tentacles hang down from both sides, together with other small tentacles hanging down from the bottom of the brain structure, forming its legs. On the gray gelatinous layer in the lower part of the brain, there are large and small golden eyeballs with black pupils. In the gaps between these eyeballs, there are dozens of sharp mouths of various sizes that keep opening and closing. There are no lips, only terrifying bloody gums and fangs. Just a glance at this thing made the 2 brothers feel their scalps tingling. They didn't even realize that they had just survived a willpower roll. Those with weak minds would fall into a long-term state of panic if they even looked at this monster. Towns didn't know that this monster was called the horror monster, and he didn't know that the challenge level of this large monster was as high as level 15. Even if Famit's master level team came, they might not be able to withstand it. With the help of physical network, Towns shouted, "Junior brother, I will deal with this thing. You go protect your family, brother." Then, Harry originally wanted to help, but the large number of small demons pouring out of another portal made him give up the idea. He could already hear his sister Annie screaming. Harry, who is about to be crazy about, is the first time in his lifetime eager to master the magic of other departments, such as the change of feet oil, which can greatly increase his speed. But now he can only rely on his own 2 legs. On this side, Towns threw a fireball from 30 meters away. It's outrageous. With a swish, the 2-meter-tall twisted monster showed an extraordinary agility that was inconsistent with its size. Its head shook, and several tentacles moved at a dazzling speed, making a sideways movement, causing the fireball to fly past it and finally hit the ruins next to it. The horror demon was screaming with its dozens of little mouths, emitting terrifying screams that made one's scalp tingle, while waving its tentacles in an attempt to quickly approach Towns. As a quasi-hexagonal wizard, Towns' magic is very comprehensive, speaking of 2 magic shields for himself. Without saying, A moment ago, Harry longed for the oil of the footwell magic to downs with his physical fitness of his cavaliers with acceleration. When his feet ran up, there was a shadow under his feet. Not only did he increase his speed to 40 miles per hour, he also had enough time to use the physical network to do something. Convex lens light. The magic names that Down shouted out at the top of his lungs would make any clergyman want to kill him if they knew about it. The good light of heaven was unexpectedly translated into maliciously by Towns using physical terms. As the person with the second most authority in the entire school after Ryan. When Ryan is unable to manage the affairs of the school, it is natural that Towns will take over. The huge convex lens on the mountain wall turned. 3 seconds later, brilliant light poured down from the sky, and a 7-color rainbow hung upside down on the cliff. Along the light column, there was a flame burning the ground. A sacred light that drove away evil. The horror demon instinctively tried to use its speed to dodge. At this moment, Town's protective magic arrived. Vacuum shield. This magic that drives away the surrounding wind elements will also produce a strong absorption effect when the air flows back. The horror demon was caught off guard and was hit on the spot. The colorful rainbow light covered it, and the touched horror demon's skin made a sizzling sound like barbecue. As a master-level monster, the horror demon's defense and vitality are extremely terrifying. A single beam of light of heaven cannot kill it instantly, and can only carbonize its surface flesh at the first time. As Towns freed up his hands to conduct live fire shooting with the electromagnetic cannon, the defeat of this monster with amazing vitality was only a matter of time. The one who really had trouble was Harry. "Brother, save me!" and hugged her mother and shivered. In front of them was a group of filthy coyotes, and the product of the mating of abyssal demons. This kind of monster, with long fangs sticking out of its long jaw, a row of curved spines on its back, and a thin tail full of poisonous stings, has a formal name called abyssal violent demon. These demons are known in the abyss for their violent and aggressive nature, and they will attack any creature they see or smell. When they spotted the two women, they attacked without hesitation. Hundreds of blue poisonous stingers made a sharp sound of breaking through the wind and shot towards the two women. Just then Harry arrived in time. He stretched out his hand, and a translucent curtain wall immediately appeared in front of him. The poisonous stingers that shot out hit it directly, and there was a series of crackling sounds of needles breaking. It was as if a rain of poisonous stings was falling in front of the crowd. Countless poisonous stings fell down and formed a layer on the ground. Just as Harry used several shields to form a huge wind element box to trap the dozen or so abyss demons, he became worried. He doesn't know any offensive magic, so how can he eliminate these jumping demons? What to do? Serve cold? For some reason, Harry suddenly remembered one of his master's catchphrases. Cold, cold, cold. Harry suddenly realized something, and he used the physical network to open a water element channel. Chapter 74. You are such a Harry. One of Town's main characteristics when facing his opponents is speed. As a student of Ryan, who was obsessed with lightning magic, when he killed the enemy, from beginning to end, it was often just a blink of an eye and everything was over. A wizard like Harry, who is strong in defense but weak in attack, is destined to have no chance of instant kill. But no one thought that Harry would develop in the direction of grinding king. As soon as an abyss demon pounced towards the invisible wall in front of it, it was immediately met with the most ruthless rebound. For adventurers, it is well known that since the abyss is mostly covered with flames, most demons are fire type. At this time, whether it is adding fuel to the fire or pouring cold water on the hot pot, the reaction will be quite exciting. When the first column of water shot into this makeshift wind element space, the abyss demons had not yet reacted. After all, it was just ordinary water, which would make them uncomfortable but not fatal. The essence of cold salad is to keep it cool. Harry slightly adjusted the element transmission of the physical network, and what was poured in became a bone-chilling mixture of ice and water. Water at 0 degrees is enough to cause harm to these demons, who are used to living in fire. As the water element poured into this small space was transformed into frost element, causing its temperature to drop to -100 degrees. Good news finally appeared in the system prompt of a certain unconscious legendary wizard. Congratulations, host. Your apprentice Harry Winston has comprehended the second-level evocation magic, Quenching Prison. The original Quenching Prison meant to suddenly drop an area to extremely cold, which made sense until this moment. Who knew that the demons started to go crazy in pain, and they rammed Harry's wind wall frantically, causing Harry to be in a panic and Anne to scream in fear. There is nothing more heartbreaking than your own sister's screams. Harry gritted his teeth and decided to add some ingredients. He just changed the motion-like gesture, stretched out his hands, clenched them, and flipped them suddenly. As the three of them watched, the huge box made of wind elements suddenly turned upside down, and the half-filled ice water mixture inside of it of course poured out. This was a complete disaster for the abyss demons inside. Roar! Gulp! Gulp! Before he could finish his angry roar, water started pouring in. For humans, the worst thing that can happen when drinking ice water is that you choke. For these fire demons, this was like pouring strong acid into their stomachs and onto their faces. If it's just a bath, the strong abyss demon can still ride on the weak companions and use the trick of "I'd rather die than my friend." After a brief moment of daze, each abyss demon began to struggle violently. Their eyeballs kept spinning because of extreme fear, trying to find an escape route in this space that was blocked from all directions. The extremely anthropomorphic wolf faces were filled with looks of utter horror. At this point, Harry's magic has mutated and has become self-created magic cold demon in someone's system. The abyss demons were tearing at the wind wall with all their might. The power they unleashed in their attempt to survive in desperation was obviously beyond Harry's expectations. In addition, a lot of magic power was consumed in flipping the entire wind element box. Harry actually felt like he was out of control. Harry realized that he had to do something. At this moment, my elder brother's earnest teachings came to my mind again. Master means that if we can afford the price, we should decide for ourselves whether to use it or not. At this point, the foreshadowing is recovered. Harry devoted a small part of his mind to let the physical network add material to his wind wall. In essence, it is a simple wind wall formed by a high concentration of wind elements. After Harry added the power called order, it became a mixture of the wind wall and the wall of order. All the demons in Chaos World are from the Chaos Camp. Wall of Order has the same effect as Anti-Chaos Array, which prevents chaotic creatures from attacking and moving. This thing, which can barely be called the Wall of Wind Order, has an immediate effect. The demons that were violently rebounded screamed "Gug-gug-goo" and tried to move away from the wall. Retreat? Where can I retreat to? The frost elements continued to increase rapidly, and they were like swimming in a pool of sulfuric acid. The corrosive pain covering every corner of their bodies drove them to once again attack the prison walls that imprisoned them. Impact again, and bounce back again. This repeated process had already caused the weakest abyss demons to have their skin corroded by the frost, revealing the abnormal blue muscle tissue inside. As they struggled violently, the water became turbid. This kind of cold salad is a bit like throwing a group of living things into a meat grinder. Ah! Coo coo coo! A vague roar came through the water and the wall of wind. Harry's mother had already fainted from fright, and had never seen such a bloody scene before. This poor girl from the village had only seen chaotic things since she was a child. Now she saw her own brother punishing the devil so cruelly. After going through the initial psychological torment, Little Anne actually thought that her brother did a great job. "Annie, don't look. Your brother didn't torture these demons on purpose." Harry said this even though he didn't quite believe it. Why is he only proficient in protective magic? After all, he practices magic to get ahead, to have money to buy nice things for his family, and to protect his family at the same time. Why do I feel like I'm practicing something wrong now? A dozen abyss demons were tortured by Harry for 10 minutes. Their strong vitality became a burden at this moment. They screamed and sent a message to Harry with their mental power. "Give us a quick death. Kill us." Harry didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I want to kill you guys as soon as possible. I really don't know how to use offensive magic." Finally, Harry suddenly thought that he could still use his master's convex lens. When the light of heaven passed through the wall composed of the mixture of wind and order power, it finally descended on this mixture of demons that was corroded to the point of peeling off its skin. "Thanks. Can you believe this?" These are the last words of a group of abyssal demons. Harry was dumbfounded. When Downs arrived, there were only pillars of ice that were almost frozen. From the outside, it was almost impossible to see the body tissue of the demon. Only by carefully sensing it could one find that this thing was actually a large mass of demon residue that had been thoroughly stirred and even purified with the light of heaven. Brother, Harry, who had killed an enemy for the first time in his life, had his mind in a mess. Tangsi was stunned at first. Then he grinned. "Ha ha ha. I was wondering why the master chose you as his apprentice. You are not like me at all. Now I finally understand that people from the same family stick together." "Huh?" What? The master used demons to paste the walls. And you use demons to build the pillars. As expected, a great master needs a solid foundation. As soon as Harry heard this, he knew that his senior brother had misunderstood. His face fell on the spot. No, senior brother. I really didn't think of torturing them. Wow. You can create such a masterpiece unintentionally. Could it be that you are the true successor of Master in this regard? Harry found himself getting worse and almost burst into tears. What's there to explain? Master said that explanation is covering up. And covering up is useless. The one who delivered the fatal blow was Ryan, who rushed over as soon as he woke up, looking at the demon pillars that had been stirred and purified once again, and glancing at the prompt in the system. Ryan was surprised and said, "You are actually this kind of Harry." At this point, this counterattack has become an art. Chapter 75. Not revenge. To be honest, chopping up the enemy, mixing it, purifying it, and then making it into floors and pillars is generally an act that normal people find difficult to accept. Others will only think that this guy is cruel. Oh, it's to the devils and demons. That's okay. At this moment, Master Ryan and his apprentice had not yet realized how much psychological impact this battle had on Anne. Looking around, seeing the frightened Harry family and the lively eldest apprentice, Ryan asked as usual, "Are you okay?" "It's okay," everyone answered. "Master, this attack is..." Tangs couldn't help but ask. Ryan shook his head with a bitter face. He had already used the system to help scan it. The space portal connecting us here leads to a very small space crack. There is no trace left inside. Although I can simply blame this on the devil. But this method of leaving no trace, I highly doubt it is the devil. There are so many big devils in H.L. that it is not enough to use a general term devil. In the great war between gods and demons 100 years ago, the divine realm, H.L., Abyss, and all the outer planes experienced a serious reshuffle. Many gods, great demons, great devils, and evil gods that were previously known to humans perished. No one can tell for sure which ones have fallen, which ones are still around, and which ones are merely lingering on. Not to mention that Ryan, a fake legendary wizard, does not have the Sky City as his mobile fortress. Even if he does, assuming he is also a genuine legendary wizard. So what? Did he really go to kill his way through all of hell just for a few minor offenses? What if it wasn't the devil who did this, but some evil god who wanted to frame the devil? Wouldn't that mean he was being used as a pawn? Looking at the two disciples who were somewhat confused, Ryan sighed in his heart. Don't worry about it. I will find out the truth. You just need to focus on improving your own strength. Master, are we really just going to let this go? Talon said loudly with a bit of resentment. And Harry beside him nodded vigorously. Ryan was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten that his disciple was at the peak of his youth. The 18-year-old boy had no sense of propriety when it came to fighting. This time, the enemy's conspiracy hit him right in the face. Even if he could endure it, his two disciples could not. But what about Ryan? He can only eat it cold. Ryan sighed and said earnestly, "Not everything in the world can have a good ending. However, you just need to know that revenge should be taken and grievances should be paid. It's not that I won't take revenge. It's just that the time has not come yet." Tangsi asked unwillingly, "Then what is the time that Master mentioned?" Ryan was stuck. He knew that any sentence or even a single word he said next would likely affect his glorious image in the minds of his disciples. The question is, what else can he do? Just 5 minutes before Ryan got stuck. In a demon palace on a certain level of H.L., the two lords' thrones were placed opposite each other in the center of the hall. The hall was surrounded by demonic energy, and the rich evil breath covered all the terrifying scenes around. Two beings, equally haunted by evil spirits, sat opposite each other. I still have this uneasy feeling. What are you afraid of? Unless the other party can come up with a law-level spell. This guy named Tesla is dead. I know. But we did it perfectly. So what if he knows? Is he really going to rush into H.L. to hunt us down? Before he could finish his words, he was shocked to find a ball of green light reflected in the other's purple pupils. It was sparkling, and the breath of destruction was ready to come out. The Lord of H.L. actually fell backwards subconsciously. An extremely uneasy feeling gripped his heart. The feeling was too distant, but he was not unfamiliar with it. He didn't know how many years ago a similar aura of destruction almost killed him. The last person to do this was the former demon king of this floor. Impossible. His face no longer had the calmness from a moment ago. And instead, he let out a heart-wrenching scream like a powerless woman. His reaction was extremely fast. His burly body shrank to the size of a fist in an instant. And he managed to squeeze through a hole in the back of his lord's throne to the back of the chair. At the same time, several pitch-black light shields appeared out of thin air in front of him. Unfortunately, it's too late. Right in front of the Devil Lord opposite, a ball of green light appeared out of nowhere and flashed across the void. Under the astonished gazes of all the devils present, the green light broke through all obstacles in one breath. Continuous green flashes followed his retreating trajectory, as if there was some kind of will in it, which enabled the light to activate the automatic tracking function. Along the way, first it was the throne, then the hard floor tiles, and even several high-level devil guards who had no time to dodge. All those who were scratched by the green light would turn into a ball of green light in the blink of an eye and disappear in this evil world. Great disintegration technique. Finally, a devil recognized this technique. Yes. And no. How could an ordinary great disintegration technique have such terrifying power? At most, it would hit 2 scapegoats before its power was exhausted and dissipated. Although the male demon lord retreated so fast that he left an afterimage, he was still caught up by the green flash. There was no terrible explosion. No blood and flesh flying everywhere. No shields were useful. There was only disappearance. Starting from the place where he was hit, his left leg and arm disappeared inch by inch. But precisely because this dissociation is so slow that it is even visible to the naked eye, this technique becomes even more terrifying. Ah! The scream of the Devil Lord resounded throughout the entire demon palace. The reaction of one of his men was extremely fast. He raised the huge evil battle axe and chopped off the injured hands and feet of his master, leaving a large part above, who knew that the horrific dissociation would show no signs of ending. This time, not only his broken limbs, but also his intact right hand and right foot began to turn into green light and disappear inch by inch. This is Bator Hell. The devils that die in H.L. won't even have the chance to be reincarnated as the most worthless demon worms. This is what scares him the most. No! Save me! Save me quickly! Before he could finish his roar, several mysterious spells bounced back to him across space. Now it was the other demon lord's turn to be afraid. Ha! Realizing that the magic that bounced back was not great disintegration, but a mental attack from the eye demon, a scarlet mental power shield suddenly appeared in front of the lord. Useless. It's useless at all. This guy, like the poor fellow who had been mostly dissociated, underestimated the power of this doubled rebound. Immediately afterwards, the entire demon palace was in an uproar. After a long while, the buzzing sound completely disappeared. Outside the demon palace, the demons on duty were completely stunned. Time goes back to the present. In the valley of the Fulong Mountains, Ryan was about to give in when the system suddenly gave him a prompt. He was stunned for a moment, and instinctively muttered to himself, "TSK. I thought that guy didn't fight back to death. But he jumped around for so long before he died." Chapter 76 Report now. The timing of the system prompt is a bit nonsensical. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Devil Lord. Your legend level in Bator Hell +2. Congratulations to the host for using the magic to successfully give 2. Your legend degree in Bator is +1. Your legend degree in Bator is now 3. And your legend degree is famous. The name of Master Tesla is now widely known among the demons. Almost all demons know your name and are afraid of your magic. The achievement, Enemy of the Demon, is enabled. When all demons below the legendary level encounter you, they will be forced to conduct a will test. Those who fail will fall into a state of fear for 30 seconds. Ryan? Etc. What did I do? Who was killed by me? There are a bunch of question marks in the system prompts. Ryan's mind was full of question marks. This tip is so weird. So weird. Watch it again. I still don't understand. Ryan guessed. It should be that his mirror technique that was upgraded to the world law successfully tricked the 2 big devils who tried to plot against him, killing one and injuring the other. What made him feel bitter was that this prompt was worse than no prompt at all. It was just like a thickly coded action movie before time travel, with the entire screen coded. What was there to watch? Ahem. Please don't get me wrong. Ryan was thinking about the goods 200 and 300 in the record of the battle between De Mao and Air Mao. Because it is too bloody, the uncensored video cannot be posted on the video website. As Ryan stared at the prompt in a trance, he didn't notice the changes in himself or the complaints he inadvertently said. In the eyes of the two disciples, a completely different scene was presented. The master who seemed to them to be omnipotent and defiant just a second ago actually admitted his defeat. This is unscientific. This is absolutely unscientific. How could the master swallow this? The next second, the master who killed gods and demons in their eyes was still the same. This is magic. This is really magic. The master didn't intend to swallow this breath. They definitely didn't see it wrong. As the rare top-grade magic seedlings in the world, they could clearly feel the extremely profound and mysterious aura suddenly emanating from their master with their full perception ability. Especially for Tang Si. This was not the first time he had felt this aura. The last time was when he killed Bai Long. They don't know yet that this is the legendary degree bestowed by the world. The world is indifferent to what ordinary people do. But everything an extraordinary person does may affect his camp. Because the world will record every move of every extraordinary person. This mysterious aura is actually the world's recognition of Ryan. Looking at the increasingly mysterious master, Tang Si was stunned for a moment. And his voice suddenly dropped 8 degrees. Master, what did you just say? He died? Just 3 simple words. Yet they reveal supreme dominance. Not to mention the 2 masters and apprentices. Even little Annie, who was watching, was stunned and fascinated. If you insist that this is just talk, then the ironclad evidence brought by the sudden appearance of a huge eyeball in the next moment is solid evidence. Sieve. When an eyeball big enough to eat a person and tearing through space appeared in front of everyone, Towns and Harry were really ready for a fight. Hey! This is my newly captured demon servant Krypton Gold Dog Eye. Ryan had just clarified when he saw Brother Dog Eye suddenly split apart. And a crown emitting a strong dark aura was thrown out from his lower body with a clang. There are 3 ominous skull reliefs on the forehead of the golden headband. The shape of the human skull is relatively easy to recognize. And the remaining 2 can be seen from the golden wing decorations on the ears and the horns on the head. They are the heads of angels and demons. Bah! Bad luck. Ryan spat and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the convex lens on the cliff turned slightly, and immediately poured a large amount of light of heaven onto this thing, as if it were free. Everyone could clearly see that countless translucent black souls were pouring out from this evil crown. But before these vicious spirits could cause any damage, they were liberated by the holy 7-color rainbow light. But this thing is really full of evil spirits. And it can't be cleared away in a short period of time. It's okay. If you can't finish cleaning, you can continue cleaning. Ryan estimated the progress through the system. This thing was first severely damaged by the Great Dissociation technique. And now it is being cleared. It is estimated that it can be done by the afternoon. While he was thinking about this, Harry spoke up, Master, how did you do this? How did you do it? I don't know either. Ryan flicked the long sleeves of his robe, stood with his hands behind his back, and turned his back to his 2 disciples. Suddenly, he looked more mysterious, and the aura of a mysterious master was overflowing. He raised his chin and turned his head slightly. The sidelong glance he gave them made them feel uneasy. A kid who hasn't even reached the legendary level wants to get involved in a battle of this level? It was my fault for being rude. The 2 disciples were so scared that they knelt down on the spot. Study hard. Wait until you have thoroughly mastered physics before you tell me this. Watching their masters receding back, the 2 brothers got up and looked at each other in bewilderment. Harry's heart was beating wildly. Master is really unfathomable. Tang Si raised his nose arrogantly. Of course. He is the only legendary wizard in the world. They didn't notice that little Annie behind them had eyes shining with envy. Here, Ryan paced and strolled up the mountain. To be honest, he was scared. People are like this. Showing off is addictive. He had gained an absurd status in the underworld by pretending to be so powerful. As his status and reputation increased, more and more enemies came out of nowhere to kill him. This is the classic example of a tall tree attracting the wind. Oh! We must strengthen the valley's defense as soon as possible. Ryan climbed to the top of the cliff, looked at the Tesla tower, then at the convex lens, and always felt uneasy. If the enemy comes again, and we suppress him first, then the 2 strongest defense towers in the valley will be half useless. Learn from mistakes. Although we were caught off guard by the enemy this time, we did gain something. For example, the 6 castrated beholders that had just been brainwashed and fell into Ryan's hands would come in handy in the future. This time, the enemy came too fast and too quickly. So the tower spirit Cold Face failed to play his role. There was no way. The fire bat on it was weak. And the legendary fire bat was not directly controlled by him. The remaining horror guards had a fatal weakness. That is, they were too slow. When the Abyss Demon killed Harry, the horror guards were still crawling on the road. Cold Face. Ryan roared in his spiritual sea. My lord. I am here. I will give you 5 eyeballs. From now on. If you find an enemy within a radius of 3 kilometers around the valley, you can use the fire bat to warn them once. If they don't listen to the advice, you can directly launch a fatal attack. Clear. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Ryan saw a bunch of fire bats flying out, followed by big eyeballs. Less than half a minute later, suddenly, from a few ordinary-looking cliffs in the distance, there came an intense bayuba sound. Then the world became quiet. Congratulations, host. Your legend level in the abyss is +1. Congratulations, host. Your legend level in the shadow plane is +1. Congratulations. A series of system prompts left Ryan confused. No. Wait. How many guys are staring at my broken valley? Chapter 77 Ryu. Territory. Why is it called territory? It is because there is a king who occupies this land that it is considered a territory. Throughout the ages, no matter it is animals, monsters, or humans, there is only one condition for occupying territory: defeat all those who disobey. And the territory is yours. Just like the male lion in a lion group. He can do nothing on weekdays. Yawn and sleep. Have sex with the lionesses. And even be the first to enjoy the prey caught by the lionesses. The only thing a male lion must do is to keep the situation under control. If other male lions dare to enter their territory, or if maned dogs dare to come and harass them, the male lions in the territory will kill every enemy that dares to offend their territory. Done! The male lion is the undisputed king. The situation is also the same in this seemingly deserted small valley in the Fulua Mountains. The next day, when Ryan asked Downs to embed the purified crown that originally belonged to the Blackberry Turtle Demon Lord into the cliff next to the waterfall, the whole world was quiet. From now on, no one will dare to doubt the power of Master Tesla. Kill the White Dragon. Purify a group of demons. If the first 1 or 2 times could be said to be borrowing the power of the Mage Tower, then how do you explain crossing space to kill a Devil Lord? No one in this world would doubt the Devil's caution and insidiousness. Everyone knows that this poor devil must have made what he thought was complete preparations before he came to cause trouble. He must have found a way to hide his tracks so that the other party could not find evidence that he was the mastermind. Even so, he died. What does this prove? Now in the entire Bator Hell, the most widely accepted argument among most demon lords is, asshole. This bastard named Tesla is so proficient in prophecy magic. Yes. In this world with supernatural powers, evidence is needed to convict someone. But evidence is not needed to know who the mastermind is. Among the high-level prophetic magic, there are some outrageous things like retrospective vision, perception of location, cross-spatial peeping magic eye, fate lock, etc. This high-level technique involving fate and the laws of the world is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. All the concealment and destruction of evidence done by the big devil is as ridiculous as blindfolding yourself in a game of hide-and-seek and thinking that others can't see you. I'm not being reasonable, and just ignore the process to find the answer. What else can you do? The big devils were all complaining: evocation, enchantment, protection, prophecy. Doesn't this guy have any weaknesses? They obviously regarded the defense of the Mage Tower as an enchantment system. And since it could withstand this level of attack, the protection system would naturally not be weak. Unconsciously, they imagined Lei to be the strongest demigod-level wizard who could defy heaven and earth. Little did they know that someone could only be considered a high-level wizard at best. At this point, even if Ryan ran out and shouted loudly, "I have something to announce to everyone. I am an idiot. I challenge the legendary Devil Lord with the strength of a high-level wizard," no one would believe a word Ryan said. Ryan felt himself panicking. Everyone treats me as a top boss. But I am not. What if something gets exposed in the future? I think I'm going to be depressed. It's hard to say whether Ryan is depressed or not. Even if he feels that he is. It's just depressed. The ones who really start to get depressed are the human kings and emperors. When Ryan asked Big Eyes to clear the area, he only spared those human spies who were not hostile to him. They were really terrified. Just imagine the scene. A big eyeball almost as tall as a person just flew over swayingly. at 30 kilometers per hour. On flat ground. A high-agility profession like the ranger might be able to escape by sprinting. But how do you run in the rocky Fulong Mountains? The eye demon who likes to play mind control can wipe out a team of master-level adventurers in minutes. For a moment, they were all frightened to the point of cardiac arrest. When they returned to Cervantes' palace to report, they reported the truth to the king. You said that a beholder of this size just stared at you for a few seconds, ignored you, and then flew to the other side of the canyon 200 yards to your left and killed a drow wanderer? Are you sure it was a beholder? Did it see you? King Cervantes was almost speechless by the reports of the two spies. The story was so magical that the king had to confirm it again and again. Compared to the king, Gannis asked more detailed questions. What kind of magic eye is it? What color is it? Does it have structures like eye stalks and eyelids? What about tentacles? The answer was a pale blue body with a whitish tint, and shiny flying eyeballs. Gannis groaned for a moment, then turned and saluted the king. Your Majesty, that should be correct. This is a common method used by the great magician to brew beholders. The whole body is light blue, proving that the magic power infused into the beholder is arcane, not other energy. This means that they are most likely the servants of the great magician Tesla. They did discover our spies, but chose not to kill them. The king was still worried. Will we offend Mr. Tesla? Gannis was stunned for a moment, but still shook his head. It shouldn't be. That lord still seems to be strictly adhering to neutrality. It's only because the devil's attack angered him that he expanded the control over the area around his territory. That's good. Your Majesty, let's just keep it as it is now. Don't forget, among the gentleman's disciples, 1.5 are Cervantes. Gannis comforted the king. That's true. To the king, Towns is a legitimate family member. And Harry, who fled here, is half of the family. Even though the king had foreseen that the great wizard would most likely not choose someone from Cervantes when he accepted disciples in the future, since the eldest and second brothers were of similar backgrounds, unless both disciples were expelled from the sect. The relationship between the kingdom of Cervantes and Master Tesla would not be too bad. On the other hand, when the news that Tesla had killed a demon lord reached the Barbarossa Empire, the shadow dancer Sanders * Dark Guard immediately said to his teacher with fear, Master, it turns out that the master showed mercy at the beginning. Nathan * Black Shadow stroked his short gray beard and sighed. Our initial response was indeed correct. It is obvious that the master had hidden these modified eye demons at the beginning. The fire bats were just used to scare the thief, and the eye demons were the real killer. The eye demon can be said to be the nemesis of the Wanderer lineage. This terrifying monster is born with a powerful ability to see through concealment. Unless the shadow dancer can stay in the shadow plane for a long time, nothing can hide from the eyes of the eye demon as long as it is in the main plane of Chaos Continent. Thinking of this, the young shadow dancer felt a pang of fear in his heart. Suddenly, the old shadow dancer said, Sanders, if you have the chance in the future, you should leave the Barbarossa Empire and serve that master. Ah! Sanders was shocked. They are too rigid. They, naturally, refer to the entire top leadership of the empire. The young shadow dancer was silent. The teacher was telling the truth. In the Barbarossa Empire, which advocated chivalry, the professionals of the Wanderer lineage were useless. On the one hand, they would not be trusted by the mainstream of the country, and on the other hand, the knights would not invest too many resources in them. This is at most a place to work. If you are accepted, there will be discrimination, and there will not be much room for development. Chapter 78, An Inexplicable Sense of Deja Vu. Why do people feel moved? It's because Master Tesla has thoroughly proved his strength. There were still many masters who were capable of slaying dragons. As a record, killing a white dragon was good. But only killing an ancient white dragon with a challenge level of 21 could be called a record that a true legendary master could show off. Now, the crown of a demon lord has been hung up. Interestingly, within 2 days, news came from the dark world that the owner of the crown was based on one of the demon lords in the 4th layer of Botwar Hell. Thus, the victim finally made his grand appearance. The information came from more than one source, and they all came from cult organizations that believed in different devil lords. After integrating the sources of information, the heads of various countries and major organizations were dumbfounded. The intelligence they received showed that the other devil lords were caught off guard and had no choice but to urgently mobilize their subordinates and start to seize the territory left behind after Base Nanti's fall. The death of a devil lord is not a rare occurrence. What is really rare is that Base Nanti, and several of his subordinates, who are capable of replacing him, died at the same time. What is Bator? The devil's home. These devils are best at playing vicious conspiracies. And murdering the boss is commonplace. Generally speaking, when the boss dies, as long as the devil who killed the boss shows strong enough means, he can often take over the predecessor's territory after 1 or 2 border frictions between the territories. This time it was obviously different. Rumor has it that the Lord and the second, third, and fourth in command were all killed, and the original leadership was almost wiped out in an instant. The devil lord who cooperated with him was also injured, and perhaps his situation was not much better, but at least he saved his life. When the big devils fight for territory in HL, it often means years or even centuries of conspiracy and gaming. How could it be a simple and violent fight for territory like this? In the eyes of the devil, this kind of operation is as low as those brainless demons who fight head-on. Coupled with the fact that the Lord's crown was hung as a trophy outside the Tesla Valley in the Fulong Mountains. The answer is clear. Base Nanti, together with another devil lord, teamed up to assassinate the great wizard Tesla. But they failed and were killed instead. If his conspiracy was discovered, he would be doomed to be labeled a dumpling by his fellow big devils. Not to mention being found and killed. This guy truly brought shame to all the devils in Bator Hell. In any case, Master Tesla has completely cleared his name. Even if the entire HL no longer has a unified demon king. And even in the 9 hells there is not even a big devil lord who dominates an entire layer of HL. The value of a devil lord is still not low. From today on, let alone dealing with Master Tesla. Anyone who wants to touch his 2 disciples must consider their own strength. A great wizard who is proficient in space magic comes to seek revenge along the network cable. This is no joke. If he can kill a genuine devil lord, how many beings in the world are there that he dare not touch? Ryan was unaware of the turmoil in the outside world. He was worried about another thing. Towns' advancement seemed to have stalled. This time, by teaching Harry Junior High School physics theory, Downs reviewed it again and developed a bunch of new magic. The problem is that the level of these magics is not high. At most it is level 5 magic. Towns seems to have hit a bottleneck again. Logically speaking, Towns is still young, and there is no need to force his growth. A certain legendary wizard who has offended all the devils, demons, and white dragons is feeling bitter. The current paced environment is like a majestic big A, with green everywhere. Apart from maintaining an optimistic attitude, scratching our heads, and convincing ourselves to wait a little longer. What else can we do? Initially, Ryan just wanted to be a fake teacher. When he couldn't teach Towns, he took the small amount of money from the apprenticeship gift and ran away. Now that he has offended and killed so many evil people, how dare he leave the valley casually, without learning the maximum level of disguise and soul breath transformation, plus the concealment technique comparable to the legendary Shadow Dancer. Ryan really wouldn't dare to go out casually. If Towns doesn't upgrade, Ryan can forget about upgrading. So Ryan decided to give Towns some more burden. Young man, check it out. Did you drop this People's Education Press's 5-year college entrance examination 3-year simulation? Or this Hunan Press's physics question C? The way Ryan looked at Towns changed, as if the words high school physics were chiseled on the eldest disciple's forehead. Not far away, Towns, whose perception was off the charts, suddenly shuddered. With a bitter face, he whispered to Harry, "Master will be in your care from now on." Huh? Harry was puzzled. Look at Master. Isn't he just like those parents who haven't seen their children for a long time? He just made delicious food for you in the first 2 days. But after 3 days, he thinks you're an eyesore. How come? Alas, you don't understand. The disciples that Master taught before were all peerless geniuses, who could reach the Master level in 3 months. Only legendary mages are qualified to formally become Master's disciples. We are the worst group that Master has ever taught. Harry's lips turned a little pale. He also felt that he was stupid. He had finally learned magic, but he only learned a bunch of protective magic, which was a serious imbalance. Now that Downs said this, Harry felt even more guilty. When they saw their master approaching slowly, Tangs knelt down first with the spirit of a warrior ready to die. "Master," he once said, "it is better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of miles." Before Downs could finish his words, Ryan slammed him on the head and said, "It's traveling 10,000 miles is worse than reading 10,000 books." "Ah, Yes. Tangsi didn't dare to look up. Disciple requests to go out and practice again. And this time, Disciple hopes to practice alone without the help of Master. Ryan pondered. Logically speaking, Downs wouldn't be in too much danger. After all, it had only been a short time since he had killed a demon lord. And neither side should have taken revenge immediately. No. It would be better to say that Towns' appearance at this time makes people more suspicious that Lay is using Towns to fish. Everyone thought this was fishing. But in fact Towns was really training. In this wave, Towns was inadvertently on the 5th level. Ryan was actually very reluctant, worried and conflicted. However, a guy who always has his elders to clean up his mess is definitely a giant baby who will never grow up in his life. No legendary strongman's growth experience can be replicated. There is no legendary strongman who did not rise through the experience of life and death. Sword and fire. Ryan was silent for a moment, half closed his eyes, and stared at Tangsi calmly. It was not until his eldest disciple felt a little uneasy that Ryan said, "Okay. I respect your choice. You really lack a stronger challenge. If you die because of this, it is your fate. Of course, if an old and powerful person shamelessly attacks you, I will avenge you. Thank you, Master." Downs bid farewell to Ryan and came to the capital of Cervantes through the portal. Yes. Even though the Mage Tower, which was the Space Magic Academy, was no longer here, the two places outside the capital and Ramonk were still the space coordinates where Ryan could teleport directly. This time, in order to keep a low profile, Towns transformed Bola into an ordinary war horse. However, when he came to the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital again, he was dumbfounded. Hundreds of high-level, and even master-level warriors from different places lined up neatly on both sides of the gate. The moment he entered, they all bowed to him at a 45-degree angle. "Welcome, Mr. Quixote." The majestic voice resounded throughout the Union. Towns' expression froze instantly. In fact, Ryan, who had been secretly followed by Laifu, was also stunned. This scene always gives me an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Why does it look so much like going to a commercial KTV? Chapter 79. Who says Master is not Father? The atmosphere in the Kingdom of Cervantes has been a bit bad recently. The most widely circulated saying is that no matter how fast a horse is, it can't be faster than Lord Quixote's horse. When Ryan heard this, for some reason, it sounded similar to no matter how fast the 86 is, it can't beat my uncle's Mercedes. But Uncle is actually my apprentice. Look at Towns again. He has such a vague status when he is less than 18 years old. He is definitely the young version of a tall, rich and handsome guy. For some reason, Ryan suddenly felt a little envious. At this moment, it seems that the people are arranged in a disorderly manner. But in fact, the handsome men and beautiful women, those with the best looks, are arranged in the front. It is difficult for the women in the Adventurers Guild to compare with the daughters of nobles in terms of temperament. Before Ryan came out, this was an era when muscular men were rampant. None of the female professionals here had a petite figure. Even if there were some with good looks, they mainly had a neutral beauty. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as handsome. What's more, Towns was not short to begin with. After his height exceeded 1.9 meters, the 1.8-meter tall strong woman, who seemed agile and even a little burly in the eyes of ordinary people, still felt like a little bird next to Towns. As expected, the pseudo-hexagonal mage is a universal killer. Ryan glanced at those handsome men and guessed that someone who was planning this behind the scenes had secretly opened the pattern. It is obvious that whether in Ramonk City or in the royal capital, there are people watching the places where the two wizard towers were once located day and night. Otherwise it is impossible to explain why the other party was so thoroughly prepared. Here, Towns was obviously stunned for a moment. He sighed inwardly, feeling like he had come to the wrong place. Even though he was so young, he still knew that Cervantes and the whole country were eager to tie him to a certain family. When he thought of this, Towns knew what he was going to do. At the front of the line were the four people who had worked together twice before. The light of hope on their faces was the brightest. Towns smiled bitterly at them and shook his head. He couldn't choose these four people because they were most deeply involved with the royal family. When Towns walked by with a wry smile, the expressions on the four people's faces instantly stiffened. They never expected that what Towns did was to kill old friend first after landing. In an instant, their mood went from nervousness and excitement to an endless abyss. They had no hope. And the people who followed immediately became excited and straightened their chests one by one. Tangs walked along like an almighty emperor reviewing princesses from various countries, just glancing past without stopping, until he saw a shadow dancer who was squeezed into a corner. Huh? I remember you were. The other party bowed and saluted. Mr. Quixote. I am Sanders * secret guard. I have had the honor of serving your excellency. Ah! I shaved my beard. It's no wonder that towns failed to recognize this shadow dancer from the Barbarossa Empire at first, because Sanders was like two different people before and after shaving. Generally speaking, men in Chaos Continent like to grow beards, because it makes them look powerful and full of masculine charm. And the society widely accepts the concept that a man without a beard cannot be trusted. This is based on the ethos of Muscle Tyrant. However, Sanders noticed that Ryan did not like to grow a beard. He always shaved himself with a small razor in front of a small mirror. This time Sanders did it on purpose. Obviously, he made the right bet. Tangsi looked at this high-level shadow dancer who had nothing to do with the Cervantes kingdom, with a satisfied expression on his face. Why are you here? I am a free adventurer. I just accepted a 1-year contract from the Barbarossa Empire. Now that the contract has expired, I will not renew it. Very clever answer. Oh, I need a partner to save me when I'm about to die on an adventure. Can you do that? When you're about to die? Yes. No matter how stupid I am. Don't stop me. Even if I get hurt. Because this is my experience. Not to mention Sanders. Even the passerby adventurers who were listening were stunned. What kind of experience is this? A wizard who can conquer the world? What about division of labor and cooperation? What about avant-garde? What about therapy? Shouldn't a mage be a profession that is coaxed and protected by a group of people, and only comes out to exert force at the critical moment? But the next moment, everyone suddenly realized that this might be the request of that adult. However, everyone has his own specialty. Isn't this a test of the strength of the disciple's crown and neck? Upon hearing this, the four of them suddenly felt better. If someone else met this young man with a prominent background, they might shout, "Someone come and keep him in captivity. I'm afraid he'll find a human trafficker and sell himself in his current condition." But Towns is different. The slaughter of the bear goblins in the city of Ramnatha and the battle at the Mage Tower in Madeira both showed that Downs was a practical mage. Although Sanders was worried, he knew that this was the only chance for foreigners like him here. Yes. At the last moment, I will use Shadow Jump to save you with all my strength. TSK. Countless people around spat maliciously. Sure enough, the guy with the ability to jump short distances in space can do whatever he wants at critical moments. A smile appeared on Towns' face, and he turned around and said, "Thank you all for your concern. I will start my own training now." Alas, I didn't get selected again. Let's go. Although many people are depressed, everyone knows that there are only a small number of truly lucky people. The only bad thing is, why isn't that person me? Feeling nervous, Sanders followed Towns out of the Adventurers Guild and came to a remote corner where it was convenient to talk. Tangsi put forward his own requirements. I want to find a maze or some place with many traps and unknown risks, suitable for the training of masters who have just reached the master level. Sanders hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, there is a place that should suit you." "No. Please don't use honorifics. Our relationship is equal." Sanders felt comfortable with the other party's courtesy, and began to carefully get closer to him by addressing him differently. "Well, Downs, I know this place is called the Chaos Arkansas. It is an ancient airship stuck at the entrance of a chaotic energy vortex. The key is that the space over there is not very stable, and even your master may not be able to open a portal to save you at any time." The shadow dancer began to explain in detail the information he knew. The more Tangs listened, the more he thought it was appropriate. He imitated his master and snapped his fingers. "Good. This one is powerful. This is it. That's how it's decided." They acted as soon as they thought of it. They moved so quickly that they left the capital before the envoy sent by the king to invite Tangsi to dinner arrived, leaving the envoy empty-handed. Interestingly, Sanders noticed the legendary fire bat hiding in a tree not far away and peeking at the screen. And Ryan behind the fire bat also knew that the other party had noticed it. "I know you know I know. But so what?" Ryan, who was far away in the Fulong Mountains, sighed. "There is a kind of fatherly love called letting go. Who says that master's love is not fatherly?" Chapter 80. Ghost knows what Tangsi has experienced. Treasure chapter. It was a sea that I wasn't sure if it could be considered a sea. This sea, located on the plateau at the northeast end of the Fulong Mountains, is a saltwater lake with a diameter of only 5 kilometers. The problem is that the space here is unstable. A huge space rift connecting to the outer space is stuck in the center of the lake. According to legend, the existence of this rift can be traced back to before the establishment of the kingdom of Cervantes. Through this huge crack, which is more than 3 kilometers wide on both ends and more than 1 kilometer high, you can see that there is also sea on the other side of the crack. Generally speaking, no one wants to enter this sea. In the most terrifying legend, there is even a story that one person was on one boat when going, and half of the person and half of the boat came back. In the middle of the sea, a sci-fi warship was stuck above the ever-changing vortex in the sea. The stream of chaotic energy shone through the crack, and the ominous dark green light could be clearly seen from 15 kilometers away. In order to avoid civilian casualties, the local lord spent 3 generations building a 3-meter-high stone wall along the lake, and also sent a 50-man squadron to guard the lakeside for a long time and patrol at irregular intervals. Only high-ranking adventurers or above who have obtained a permit from the local adventurers guild and signed a life and death agreement are allowed to enter. This is not a problem for Towns and the other man. After greeting the guard and using 50 silver coins as a one-way ticket to borrow a small sampan, the two of them rowed the boat towards the wreckage of the ancient warship in the center. Just before boarding the ship, Sanders noticed that the legendary fire bat that had been elusive appeared in front of him. The fire bat flapped its broad wings silently and flew in the direction they came from. Sanders knew that the legendary wizard was using this method to announce that he was letting go of his eldest disciple. It was not until he entered this sea area that Downs truly felt what chaos was. A torrential downpour came suddenly, and for a moment, Sanders thought they were both soaked to the skin. Who would have thought? A pure white, translucent energy edge appeared above the boat, perfectly bouncing away all the raindrops. Sanders. What? Downs was surprised. No. Don't you need to keep your magic power? Towns? Well, my master never told me this kind of question. Ah. Sanders was very curious. Even though he knew it was a bit rude, he couldn't help but ask. Is there no limit to the number of times you can use magic? Tangsi was stunned for a moment. Then he understood. Oh, you are talking about the mages of the old times? The price of their reliance on the magic network is that the number of times they can use magic every day is limited. I am different. My own magic is not limited. As long as my body can bear it, it's fine. It seems that the protective arrow just now, it almost cost nothing for me. Sanders was shocked to hear the other party describe casting spells as easy as eating and drinking. At the same time, he was impressed by his master Nathan's judgment. The old shadow dancer judged that the magic used by Tesla and his apprentice was closer to the origin of the world. Although they looked similar, the sources of their power were completely different. Since it involves the root, the level of magic is naturally higher. Whether it is power, casting speed, or energy consumption, they are all not the same as in the old era. While we were chatting, suddenly, the sun shone on the sea. The storm just a moment ago turned back to a calm scene in the blink of an eye. When the rainstorm stopped, only the sparkling waves were left on the sea. It felt like everything that happened before was just an illusion. If it weren't for the wreckage of medium and large ships stranded on the floating islands around them, they would probably think they were just having a short daydream. Sanders was responsible for rowing, and soon the two arrived at this ruin that was connected to the outer plane and could never be cleared completely. Tangsi, are you sure you want to handle this alone? Yes. Okay. Without any nonsense. The shadow dancer gently half-crouched. And then the whole person had no breath. No image. As if he evaporated on the spot and disappeared into the air. Are you still there? Towns asked curiously. Yeah. Sanders' voice came from the spot. Towns then began his solo training journey. Before he even entered the ruins, Downs encountered his first opponent. An eel. Apart from being a billion bigger and a billion more ferocious. It is just an eel. Well, it's only 6 meters long and weighs over a ton. If they had a monster manual, they would determine that this terrible eel was called dragon eel and was a subspecies of sea dragon. Crack! It drilled in from the gap between the huge reefs where the ship was stranded. Obviously it was an amphibious creature. Even though most of its body was exposed above the water, it still charged and bit like a galloping horse by swaying its body. Just a moment later, Sanders, who was watching the game, shouted, "Be careful! At this moment, an extremely uneasy feeling enveloped the dragon eel. That feeling was really too inconsistent. Generally speaking, it would only feel this from deep-sea predators that were stronger and larger than it. How is it possible that such a feeling comes from a tiny human being? A flash of lightning. Before the dragon eel could react, it instinctively let out an extremely sharp scream because of the severe pain, and its huge body instantly twisted to the side, as if it wanted to dive back into the sea immediately. It's a pity it's too late. The first shot from the electromagnetic gun failed to kill it, so Towns immediately followed up with a level 4 transmutation magic thunder spear. The 3-meter-long spear surrounded by exploding lightning was like an armor-piercing SHL. It flew straight in while the dragon eel was wailing in pain, opening its mouth protected by serrated teeth. This giant eel with a challenge level of 11 swelled up like a balloon, then exploded, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Sanders, who was not far away, was stunned by this scene. He has seen many tough guys, but he is the first one as tough as Towns who can handle it so easily. Clapping his hands, Downs didn't care at all. He wasn't even interested in dealing with the bodies, and walked straight into the ruins. Sanders was distressed by this wasteful behavior. The corpse of this master-level monster is a treasure. If it is made into armor, it is worth at least several thousand gold coins. But the mission was urgent, so Sanders hurried to catch up. For the next half hour, Sanders saw Towns pushing forward violently, reaching the center of the ruins without even taking a breath, as if the several monsters blocking the way were targets, until Downs came to a cabin. The spacious cabin was made of unknown metal. In the spacious space of 100 square meters, there were sundries piled up everywhere. A hole in the cabin wall let in sunlight from outside, shining like a spotlight on a large antique box with a faint magical aura. The dazzling gold carvings on the box, and the gorgeous and complex relief on the top of the lid, it was declaring its noble status in a high-end manner. Treasure chest. Towns was instinctively delighted. Finally, there is something good. Don't be fooled by the luxurious clothes and accessories that Tangsi wore. Don't forget that they were given to him by others because of his master. Which one gives you a greater sense of accomplishment, gifts from elders or money earned by yourself? If I can get something good, it will be worth it. Sanders, who had followed Downs into the cabin, was so nervous that he wanted to shout and remind Downs that. Sanders finally covered his mouth tightly. Tangsi couldn't say he was careless. He at least threw a magic detection and anti-evil detection over. There was no reaction, so Tangs felt relieved. With a smile on his face, he ran over happily, stretched out his hands and prepared to push open the lid of the box, which was more than 1 square meter in size and looked very heavy, to welcome the first master-level treasure in his life that he had earned with his own hands. At this moment, the treasure chest finally revealed its true appearance. Where is the treasure chest? This is a hacking treasure chest monster. When the huge, smelly mouth opened, it was definitely even more bloody than the great white shark's mouth. The breath hit him in the face and almost made Towns faint on the spot. The most disgusting thing is that the treasure chest monster has an extremely thick and long tongue. With a swish, Tangs was tied up. The huge force from above pulled Tangs into the bloody mouth, which was 100 times more terrifying than a guillotine. This force is not something Towns can contend with at all. The treasure chest monster bit down on him, and seeing death was imminent, both Towns and the treasure chest monster let out sharp screams. Ah!